She, too, had a profound flaw within her heart. The civil war's true form appears, hurry up and act while all the sins are upon him. Jello stood outside the church and watched the scene inside carefully, then threw the spinning iron ball towards Isar. The iron ball flashed by like a streak of light, and then appeared in the right position. The iron ball successfully passed through the artery in Isar's neck, and a huge gap immediately appeared, and blood began to flow unstoppably. It worked. Jello managed to severely injure Isar without killing him immediately. Golden Spin is indeed trustworthy. The blood loss brought severe dizziness, and Isar knelt on the ground facing the statue. He was still muttering. It turns out that the one who was truly abandoned was myself. Only by finding myself can I keep moving forward. After he finished speaking, he looked up at the statue and saw a figure wearing a crown of thorns who seemed to be looking at him. His consciousness was gradually fading. So this was what death felt like. Perhaps he had already died on the sentry post, and what remained was only a ghost burdened with endless sins. Those who cannot let go of the past will eventually be taken away by the shadow of the past. The Civil War was just the last struggle of an ordinary man with a guilty conscience. With the death of Isar, the ability he activated was instantly dispelled. Headpans, who was closest to him, immediately got up from the ground and snatched the saint's left hand from his arms. Johnny also took advantage of the bullet hole to move quickly and regained the saint's right hand. The remains merged into their bodies respectively. Diego recovered from his restraints. He needed to find an opportunity to seize the saint's remains from the others. However, rashly attacking the people in the room would certainly not gain any advantage. The Oriental man was clearly in cahoots with Johnny Jello. The nun before him seemed to be on an independent side. At this time, a figure appeared silently from the gap behind Lu Chen and Jello. Bang bang bang! A few gunshots were heard, and the bullets flew straight towards the backs of the two men. After hearing the gunshot, Lu Chen immediately manipulated the steel of his heart to harden his skin. But it was too late. Lu Chen did not notice someone behind him. At this time, a force pushed Lu Chen out. It was Jello, who had noticed the enemy's presence just before Valentine fired. With this sudden push, all the bullets aimed at Lu Chen were fired into the air, but Jello was hit directly by a bullet. Valentine hit Jello with a bullet, and the fact that Valentine hit Jello with a gun was complete. The bullet hit Jello's arm and torso, but fortunately the location was not fatal. Lu Chen quickly used his substitute to help Jiro remove the bullet and heal the wound. At this point, all the people chosen by fate have arrived. Fanny Valentine, Diego Brando, Johnny Joestar, Hutpans, Lu Chen. Each of them has his own purpose and awareness. Except for the person who will give birth to the complete remains, all the others carrying the saint's remains have now gathered in this abandoned church. The holders of the remains all sensed each other's presence, and the battle for the remains was about to break out. Everyone knew at the same time that except for the saint's head and left eye, all other parts were here. In this dilapidated church. On February 12th. Planned by the King of the World. Ambitious people have experienced fighting. The Zeroers and the Golden Ones participate together. Travelers from another world serve as witnesses. The nun and God watched simultaneously. This is where disputes will arise. Here there is sin and redemption, rebirth and death, baseness and nobility, purity and complexity at the same time. All this must be the will of the saint's remains, which long to be united. Lu Chen could even sense a figure wearing a crown of thorns watching over him. He seemed to exist behind every person carrying a corpse. At this moment, a female image appeared in the minds of all those who were carrying the remains of the saint. The image shows the saint's head on the body of this woman, who is Lucy Steele, and the saint's left eye also happens to be on her body. Those who win here will be eligible to take the final reward. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Melee. Chapter 27 Melee. Valentine was somewhat surprised to see this scene, because Lucy was almost always near him. However, he did not notice anything special about Lucy. This made the president even more convinced that the corpse loved him Valentine, otherwise how could everything be arranged so reasonably? Now he just had to kill everyone here and retrieve the remains of everyone else. Happiness will be born from Lucy, and he, Fanny Valentine, will bring happiness to the whole country with this treasure of mankind. The napkin was now at his Valentine's hand, and the next action was to lift it up. According to the plot, Lucy was supposed to take his body at some point, but because Valentine had left the organizers' team early to take the body himself, Lucy never found any opportunity, and she didn't even know where Valentine was. Ji Luo touched his clothes and had a new guess about Liu Chen's ability. It was impossible for a person to have two completely unrelated abilities. However, he had already realized that Liu Chen was at least one of his own for now, and he had certain purposes for the saint's remains. Diego was thinking about how to gain his own benefits from this situation. The fact that he was surrounded by enemies made his blood boil. He liked this kind of situation, the more chaotic the scene, the better. Only in this way could he step on this group of pigeons and become their leader. Hetpanza looked up at the statue and prayed silently. She was grateful to God for giving her this precious opportunity for redemption. Johnny struggled to crawl from the backyard into the church hall, and as soon as he came in he saw this standoff. After a brief moment, dense gunfire broke the deadlock. The first to strike was naturally President Fanny Valentine. Several figures identical to him randomly shot at everyone in the room. He could pull a parallel Valentine from the space between any two objects. So he is a team by himself. To the president, everyone in the room is now an enemy, and they are all standing in the way of the country's happiness. Bullets were fired from all directions. The bullets were now of little use to Liu Chen. He took off his cloak and stood in front of himself and Jello as a shield. He also began to pay attention to not being caught between two objects, to prevent Valentine from pulling him into the parallel world. When Diego transforms into a dinosaur, his movement speed is incredibly fast, and coupled with his superior dynamic vision, bullets fired from that distance are basically ineffective. Even shots fired at his face are likely to be dodged by him. Hetpans can heal himself as long as he is not hit in the vital parts. The healing ability of Frost Traveler is very useful. Only the two protagonists are not immune to bullets. Throwing iron balls and shooting nails are quite limited. Liu Chen didn't dare to use his cloak to completely cover Jiro because he was afraid that he would be caught by the president and taken to a parallel world. A Valentine may appear in the gap between any two objects around. Liu Chen warned Jiro, "Be careful not to put yourself in the squeeze of two objects. Not even a drop of water. Otherwise, you might be pulled into a parallel world." Jello held an iron ball tightly in his hand, ready to attack Valentine at the right moment. After hearing Liu Chen's words, he said, "You haven't said this before." Liu Chen explained. "The situation has changed a bit. As far as the current situation is concerned, I stand on your and Johnny's side. Naturally, I have to tell you all the information." As he spoke, Jello's iron ball flew out of his hand and successfully hit a Valentine who was behind them, preparing to shoot. Johnny also began to use Fang 3's ability to move his hands into the right position to fire claw bullets. However, Johnny only had 10 powerful bullets. Seeing this situation, Diego felt that he would definitely lose if he continued to fight alone, so he set his sights on another lone person on the field, Hetpans. The president is a team all by himself, and he always has the advantage in terms of numbers. Hetpan's previous willingness to help him gave Diego some confidence. At least this nun still had good intentions towards him. The dinosaur quickly ran to the nun's side, and Hetpans immediately sprayed Diego with Frost Traveler. The flesh mist attacked Diego. Diego quickly removed his stand to show his goodwill, and then extended an invitation to Hetpans. "You see, the most powerful person doesn't need teammates. He's enough to suppress all of us by himself. The remaining 3 are standing tightly together. Only the two of us can win the favor of the saint by joining forces. Otherwise, neither of us will be able to leave the church today. Headpans didn't think much about it and directly gave her conditions. Diego, all I want is the saint's body. As long as I can get it, I will do everything I can to help you win the championship. The money and fame will all belong to you. And I know the whereabouts of your father, Dario Brando. I will tell you his whereabouts after everything is over. Okay, I promise. Now let's work together. Once we get the body, you'll help me win the game. Diego agreed immediately, deciding to kill all the powerful opponents first, and then he wouldn't mind falling out with Headpans. She would never be his opponent alone. Diego already understood Headpans' abilities. Diego transformed into a dinosaur again and pounced on the Valentine in front of him. His claws tore through him and the Valentine died immediately. Then he turned into a dinosaur and climbed up again. As long as there is enough time, Diego can also create enough subordinates. In a split second he had created several dinosaurs. The dinosaurs began to attack the enemies everywhere. A dinosaur pounced towards Liu Chen, and his substitute body and mind of steel immediately appeared and he struck the little dinosaur to death with a series of blows. Then Liu Chen emptied the revolver in his hand towards Diego. Bullets were flying everywhere and the statue was being hit by bullets from all directions. The others all had some sort of long-range attack method, except Liu Chen, who had none, because his shooting skills were not accurate at all. Headpans pressed forward towards Johnny, who was unable to move, and still had the saint's right arm on him. After seeing this, Jello threw the iron ball towards Headpans. The iron ball successfully hit Headpans, causing one of her arms to twist violently. However, she successfully recovered the arm damaged by the iron ball by converting it into flesh mist. Diego is constantly hunting Valentines around him to create new little dinosaurs. These little dinosaurs attacked Valentine, Liu Chen, and Jello respectively. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 Sacrifice. Chapter 28 Sacrifice. Liu Chen continued to control his stand-in to kill all the approaching little dinosaurs. There weren't many soft things here, so I had to rely on what I brought with me. The only things I could use were a large cloak and a whip that I had hardly used since I bought it. Diego, who was red-eyed with anger, attacked anyone he saw. After Valentine disappeared, he ran straight towards Liu Chen. Or maybe it was a revenge for Liu Chen's previous actions. Liu Chen grabbed the cloak next to him and used it to block the dinosaur's sharp claws. Diego thought he understood Liu Chen's ability. Liu Chen could make things hard, and he would not be fooled by the same trick twice. The little trick of using the cloak to block the view and then complete the movement will no longer work. I have already memorized his position, and he cannot move too far in this short time. Although the cloak will become hard, it will still be torn into pieces by the dinosaur strength that he is proud of. This time, however, the hard steel gave the cloak a flowing quality. The dinosaur's claws swung through it, as if it were stuck in a pile of mud. Liu Chen took the opportunity to throw the cloak at Diego, and the cloak immediately stuck to Diego's body. Diego was caught off guard by this move, and his judgment of Liu Chen's stand-in ability was wrong. Then the hard steel once again imbued the cloak with its strength. The cloak, which had just been like mud, became as strong as steel. The complete cloak was like a fitted shackle, completely controlling Diego. At this time, Jello's next iron ball had already been shot towards Diego, and Jello did not just stand by and watch. The stand-body steel also flew towards Diego and prepared to start a combo attack. Now is the time to defeat Diego again. The dinosaur struggled frantically, but even its iron cloak could not withstand Diego's strength. The shape of the cloak had begun to change, and it wouldn't be long before Diego would be free. At a certain moment, Valentine disappeared from the church, and he also discovered that the 5 people opposite him were not in the same group. Since most of them are not afraid of bullets, let them consume each other first. When the time is right, I will naturally launch a sneak attack. As the main body, D4C will basically not go up and fight the enemy head-on. The president himself is expendable, but D4C is unique. So Valentine was hiding in a parallel world, observing this place. He would occasionally appear and shoot someone randomly, then quickly disappear again. When Diego was restrained by Liu Chen, the conditions for activating Valentine's ability had been met, and Diego was trapped between the cloak and the ground. The hard cloak fell to the ground with a thud, and the iron ball aimed at Diego missed. Diego was taken to a parallel world by Valentine, who found an opportunity, and the Diego in this world disappeared. And at the moment when Valentine suddenly appeared, Johnny's claw bullet had hit him. Fang 2's claw bullets are powerful and have built-in tracking. Johnny had long been paying attention to Valentine, who would appear in the cracks at random. Liu Chen's previous intelligence made him fully prepared to deal with any possible Valentine. Johnny also used claw bullets to clear out any debris around him. He knew that his limited mobility would likely make him a prime target for Valentine's attack. So, he prepared in advance and observed his surroundings intently. So Johnny attacked Valentine the moment he appeared. After being attacked, Valentine disappeared again. The abandoned church was littered with all sorts of jumbled objects. There were plenty of things Valentine could use. After the original body was severely damaged, Valentine from another world took over D4C and became the original body. If Valentine's ability to freely travel between worlds cannot be restricted, then killing Valentine no matter how many times is meaningless. The number of parallel worlds is infinite. Johnny saw Diego and Valentine disappear and yelled at Headpans. Headpans, you are not our enemy. Stop and let's deal with the president together first. He is our real enemy. With salvation right before his eyes, Headpans could no longer listen to Johnny's words. And of course Valentine would not allow them to reach a cooperation, so he appeared from the gap and fired several shots at Johnny, interrupting him. At the same time, more Valentines appeared in the church and shot at the rest of the people at random. Only the one with D4C is the real one, and the rest are helpers brought by Valentine from other worlds. Everyone is willing to sacrifice for the real one. At this moment Valentine, who was near Headpans, threw his empty pistol at her body. Headpans was unable to dodge and was successfully hit by the pistol, and the conditions for D4C to activate its ability were met again. So half of Headpans' body was pulled into another world by the president. This time he did not pull all the enemies into the parallel world. The president planned to kill Headpans directly and then deal with the remaining 3 people. There was no suitable place next to Johnny, and Liu Chen and Jello couldn't take care of each other, so Headpans was naturally the easiest target. After Headpans was controlled, a Valentine appeared from between 2 objects beside her. The candlesticks that had been scattered on the ground during the fight provided the conditions for Valentine to appear. Headpans raised the Frost Traveler in his hand and prepared to fight back, and a ball of flesh mist immediately hit Valentine's face. Valentine felt that he could not breathe, and the piece of flesh blocked his airway, but the effect was not immediately fatal. He still had at least a minute or 2 to complete the beheading of Headpans. D4C appeared in front of her and swung his knife towards the nun's neck. D4C chopped off Headpans' neck, and her head flew high into the air. In her final moments, Headpans glanced at the statue. The Frost Traveler in Headpans' hand fell off, rolled on the ground for a few times, and disappeared without a trace. Blood immediately spurted out from the broken neck, and a lot of it splashed onto the statue, staining the old statue's base with blood. The statue watched as the nun who believed in him fell beside him. The saint's right arm emerged from within Headpans' body. Valentine grabbed his right arm and once again relied on the candlestick to disappear into the parallel world. Sister Headpans was the first to leave the stage. After her neck was cut by the president, she fell under the statue of God. The first sacrifice was the apostle who was beheaded by the king. Seeing this, Liu Chen sighed inwardly that he really couldn't be teammates with Diego. This person was a natural nemesis for his teammates. Not long after Headpans teamed up with him. He was killed by the president. The tragic traces at the scene tell how difficult this battle will be. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 The World and the Horrible Beast. Chapter 29 The World and the Horrible Beast. Diego was pulled into a parallel world and met another self. Diego immediately became alert. He didn't know what kind of attack this was. He had already suffered too many attacks from the stand. So he didn't dare to attack the one in front of him anymore. This is indeed Diego, the helper hired by the president. He wants to use the fact that two identical objects will annihilate each other when they collide to kill two Diegos at the same time. They would not know this kind of information, so Valentine offered Diego from this parallel world an unimaginably high price. The most important thing is that the two Valentines once came into contact with each other in front of Diego in the parallel world, which is also a psychological hint. The two Diegos from different dimensions certainly wouldn't cooperate. To them, even their parallel selves were still competitors. He didn't have Valentine's awareness. Only he was himself. Diego in this parallel world was unaware of the saint's remains, he was merely acting as a thug for the president. Killing his parallel self wasn't a difficult decision for him, as long as the reward was generous enough. Dinosaur Diego looked at the other person and asked, "Are you the me of this world?" "Don't believe what Valentine says, he is a liar." A yellow devil floated out of Diego's body. He planned to subdue his other self first before listening to what he said. Didn't he know what kind of person he was facing? The stand in front of him had different abilities from his own. Dinosaur Diego began to think quickly. His own stand ability was obtained by relying on the remains of the saint. His parallel self had different abilities. And the president did not go to the parallel world to look for the saint's remains. This means that the parallel world does not have the saint's remains. After figuring this out, Dinosaur Diego came up with an idea. "Why do you think the president asked you to deal with me? I have a valuable treasure in my hands, and what price did he offer you? What kind of treasure would require such a price?" World Diego didn't continue his attack. World's ability was invincible. So could the other side also stop time? I hadn't seen him release his stand yet. Diego replied as he walked forward, "Then tell me, what is the president looking for? Don't come near me first, I will tell you everything I know." Several fruitless attacks today made Diego feel cautious, and he couldn't let the person in front of him come close to him. World Diego followed the advice and stopped. The distance was enough for him. The distance between them was already close to 10 meters. The attack range of the alternate world was already enough to hit the other self. In that case, let's listen to his information. What we are fighting for is the remains of the saint. Whoever possesses the complete remains will be able to control the entire United States. Dinosaur Diego didn't know what he would get after collecting all the remains, but it didn't stop him from speaking in a lofty manner. "The remains of a saint? It sounds like you've obtained a portion." Diego squinted his eyes and asked. He had already made up his mind. No matter what the remains were for, he would kill himself to obtain them. Then he would kill the president, and he would be the leader of the pigeon flock. "I know what you're thinking. Because we're all alone. Valentine is watching us nearby. If we fight now, he'll only gain the upper hand." World Diego laughed indifferently. No matter who it was, they would be defeated in his invincible world. "You didn't understand his power, did you? How do you think he brought me from another world here? There's more than one Valentine. I've killed many of them. So what are his abilities?" Dinosaur Diego refused to reveal any more information. "You think I will tell you now? I have to find a way to return to my own world. I will not tell you this information before then. I'll use my own methods to make you tell me." The alternate world reappears. The two immediately engaged in a fight. Dinosaur Diego pulled out his dagger and threw it at World Diego. The only lesson learned today was not to rush into an attack, try something else first. After the dagger flew towards World Diego, he then transformed into a dinosaur. Diego felt somewhat relieved when he saw his enemy transformed into a dinosaur. Since his other self's ability was to transform into a dinosaur, these 5 seconds were his own, and being able to stop time made him invincible. The world. Time stops. As if to show off his ability, World Diego stopped time and threw a similar dagger at the flying dagger. Then he threw the other throwing knives he was carrying at the dinosaur. In the basic world. After all the enemies on the field disappeared, Liu Chen and Jiro rushed to Johnny's side. Valentine, who could appear and disappear at will, was very difficult to guard against. Liu Chen didn't expect that Valentine would follow him all the time. He thought Valentine would set an ambush in Philadelphia. Liu Chen quickly introduced the current situation to the two of them. After leaving you, Mondantum and I met Valentine. Valentine killed Mondantum and took the saint's spine. I didn't expect him to still be following me. If Diego was also killed in the parallel world, then only the saint's right arm and left ear in your body would be missing from his hands. He is already close to completing the collection. After saying that, Liu Chen handed the remaining left ear to Johnny. At the same time, he explained, the other one was taken away by Diego. He attacked me at the door just now. Johnny took the ear and quickly confirmed with Liu Chen, you saw it too, right? The saint's head is on Lucy's body. Liu Chen confirmed his words, yes, everyone here may have seen it. The president must have known about it. His men are right next to Lucy. I'm afraid she will be controlled soon. By that time, the telephone had been invented, and any of the president's men could subdue Lucy. Lucy doesn't have a stand ticket for tears yet, and Heartpans has already fallen here. Although Jello didn't see this scene, he understood the current situation after hearing the conversation between the two. He was silent for a moment and then said, we asked Wakabibo to protect Lucy. Maybe he can help Lucy escape. Johnny immediately replied, let's go find Lucy so that the president doesn't get the saint's head. She should be in Philadelphia now. Diego had been dragged away to a parallel world, and the three of them, guarding here, had no way to fight back. At least the three of them, who possessed a portion of the saint's remains, would surely encounter Valentine again. Liu Chen repeated his warning to Jiro to Johnny. The three began to prepare to leave the church. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Return to Chapter. Chapter 30 Return. In the parallel world, after the 5-second time stop ended. When Dinosaur Diego saw so many flying knives suddenly appear in front of him, he dodged quickly. His actions were very fast. He dodged most of the flying knives with incredible movements. With a waving of his claws, he knocked away several flying knives that could not be avoided. The oncoming flying knife did not cause any harm to the Dinosaur Diego. The dazzling daggers collided with each other, exploding into annihilation. This result was beyond the expectations of the two Diegos. They had not expected this to happen. Especially World Diego became alert after seeing this scene. This was obviously not something they could do. So the situation is still very complicated now, and I acted too early just now. World Diego paused his attack and asked, now is not the time for a fight. I feel like the president has deceived me. You don't have the ability to cause that kind of explosion, right? After hearing this, the dinosaur glanced at the site of the sudden explosion. His dagger was gone. A typical explosion would have produced debris, but he saw nothing. This wasn't an ordinary explosion, and considering the other question I had raised, this explosion must be related to Valentine. Diego the dinosaur then replied, yes, you should be able to see my ability. I can't create any explosions. What did you do just now? How did the explosion occur? I threw a similar dagger in the direction you threw it, and when they hit each other, there was an explosion, World Diego answered truthfully. Now was not the time to deceive each other. He knew far less than Dinosaur Diego did. Identical daggers exploded when they touched each other. Dinosaur Diego immediately had his own guess. He had encountered more situations, so he came to a conclusion quickly. Do you have any dollars on you? Throw one on the ground. Then stand back. World Diego didn't waste any time and immediately took out a bill, rolled it up into a ball and threw it over. After the dinosaur returned to its human form, it took out a similar coin from its pocket and threw it towards the money on the ground. When the two coins collided with each other, there was an immediate devastating explosion with extremely powerful force. The two of them understood Valentine's intention almost at the same time. He had never thought about paying a reward from the beginning, so he could offer such a high price. As long as Diego and his friends fight, the outcome will inevitably be a lose-lose situation. It was all such a coincidence. If Diego in the other world hadn't thrown the dagger to show off his skills, the two of them would have surely died together. This was Diego's good luck. He had relied on it to avoid the scheme. Diego of the world immediately spoke, "Very good, now let's keep our distance. Don't come any closer. We will find a way to get you back later." Having such a hidden danger is unacceptable to any Diego. Traps that disappear once touched cannot exist in one's own world. Diego the dinosaur agreed with him and continued to ask, "How did you meet the president? Did he bring you here?" "No, I was already here. He just came to me and said he wanted to make a deal with me." "What is Valentine's ability?" "It just so happens that Diego from a parallel world is also here. I'm not entirely sure. He seems to be able to pull himself out of different worlds. Death doesn't affect him that much." Diego originally thought that his ability was invincible, but now he finds that there are people who can ignore death. However, he still firmly believes that his ability is invincible. Valentine, who was watching them from the shadows, saw that his plan had been discovered and that the two Diegos had actually begun to analyze his abilities. He suddenly appeared and fired several shots at the two Diegos. The moment the gunshots rang out, the world time stopped again. Diego first dodged the bullets, then threw several throwing knives at Valentine, and finally took advantage of the time stop to move into the attack range of the world. Now let the president see the invincible world. 5 seconds passed and time began to flow again. Valentine was caught off guard by the flying knife and the approaching enemy double. D4C instinctively emerged. The world immediately launched a series of attacks on the president, while Diego kept yelling, "Muda muda 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 muda." D4C was forced to start fighting. Both sides' stands had AA in strength and speed, so the result of the fight was naturally evenly matched. Diego shouted triumphantly, "Poor! Poor! Poor!" It seemed that he had the upper hand now. D4C rarely fights against such enemies, and for Valentine, the stand is obviously more important than the real person. Valentine cannot afford the risk of his stand being damaged. Since he is worried, the stand naturally cannot exert its full strength. A stand is a manifestation of mental power. At the same time, the flying knife also pierced Valentine, who fell to the ground. Then he struggled to pull out the flying knife from his body and put it on himself. The flying knife and the ground pressed Valentine in the middle, and when the conditions were met, Valentine disappeared again. The next Valentine to appear will surely be intact. Diego's offensive tactics helped Valentine leave this world, but this trick meant nothing to Valentine. A moment later, several new Valentines appeared again with the help of the flying knives that fell from the ground. Dodging the bullets amidst the volley of gunfire was no big problem for the two Diegos. Whether it is stopping time or transforming into a dinosaur, they are both extremely powerful abilities, but the president's output methods are still too simple. Here, the dinosaur Diego is waiting for Valentine to appear again. If he hadn't been concerned about the possibility of accidentally bumping into another self, he would have launched an attack just now. These Valentines who suddenly appeared were instantly torn into pieces by the dinosaurs who were well prepared. Valentine realized that he had no way to deal with these two people together. Or find a chance to bring Diego, who is carrying the remains of the saint, back to the basic world, or pull half of his body into the parallel world. So Valentine disappeared into the cracks again. He needed to wait for a suitable opportunity. And the three people in the church couldn't just leave. This was the best time for him to pick up the napkin. He had to get the saints' remains from everyone. Therefore, Diego still has to return to the basic world. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Steal. Chapter 31 Steal. After the three people from the basic world were cautious and vigilant for a while, Liu Chen thought that Valentine should have left. After all, he still had several men at his disposal, and it was obvious that he alone couldn't defeat the three of them here. He should be preparing to attack the three of them again in Philadelphia. So Liu Chen couldn't hold back and spoke, but his tone was not at all uncertain. The three of us have been on guard here for more than 10 minutes. Valentine should have left the parallel world, right? Why don't we pack up and get ready to go? Johnny and Jiro nodded repeatedly. They both knew that Liu Chen knew more than they did, so there shouldn't be any big problems doing what Liu Chen said. They also felt that it was a waste of energy to just be on guard all the time. Jiro was the first to agree. Indeed, let's hurry to Philadelphia. The bear I ordered should have arrived by now. Seeing the other two wanting to leave, Johnny did the same. Then let's go quickly. We have to get there before the president arrives in Philadelphia. In the parallel world, many Valentines suddenly appeared and fired at the two Diegos from different positions. The two Diegos naturally dealt with it quite easily. Dinosaur Diego pounced towards Valentine and easily took the life of the enemy in front of him with a wave of his claws. The dying Valentine lunged at the dinosaur, and the dinosaur's claws pierced his chest. However, Valentine's body held Diego down. The conditions for D4C activation have been met again. Teleporting half of him would only benefit Diego, Liu Chen, and the other two in the parallel world. Therefore, he had to be teleported back in full to allow the enemies to fight each other. Diego yelled, "I understand. The activation condition of your ability is squeezing. I won't give you any more chances from now on." As soon as he finished speaking, Dinosaur Diego appeared near Liu Chen and the other two. Liu Chen and the other two were originally preparing to leave here. Liu Chen and the other two had already helped Johnny up and were ready to take him out. As a result, at this moment, Diego and Valentine appeared in the church again. Especially since Diego was yelling something. Then in an instant Valentine disappeared into the church again. Diego looked around and saw his tragically dead teammates. It turned out that after he was dragged into the parallel world, Headpans had already been killed. Who did it? Valentine or those three? Was he going to face a combined attack from Valentine, Johnny, and the other two? Diego felt that things couldn't continue like this. He would undoubtedly lose. Especially since the three opponents knew his weaknesses. They had defeated him before. He has to survive, he has to become rich, he has to reach the top of everything, he, Diego, has to become the best. So he absolutely cannot fall here. To get to this point, he has given up so much, from his mother's teachings to his own dignity. Diego then shouted to the three men, "I already know what the president is capable of. Let's deal with him together first. He is our biggest enemy. There is not much conflict between us." Liu Chen was a little dismissive of this. "Do you think we don't know? I knew Valentine's ability from the beginning. No big conflict means you just tried to kill me at the church door. Liu Chen has decided to kill Diego here. Although there were some minor accidents in the plan, it is still a just 3-against-1 fight." Diego's tone was filled with urgency. "You need my abilities. Without me, you have no way to restrict the president's movements. I've found his weakness. Let me help you. The greatest help you can offer us is to die here now." Behind Liu Chen, a substitute, Body and Steel, emerged. Seeing that language communication was impossible, Diego understood the president's intention in throwing him in front of these three people. The Oriental man in front of Diego had great malice towards him, and he glanced at the remaining two people. Johnny and Jiro had no objection to Liu Chen's decision. Diego did not leave a good impression on them. Diego saw that since they were unwilling to cooperate with him, he would let them see the true power of the terrifying beast. If they wanted his life, they would have to pay the price. A dinosaur appeared in front of the three people and ran towards them. Johnny was the first to attack, his claw bullet successfully hitting Diego. Fang 3 could fire the claw bullet from a position he couldn't see. Then, using Fang 2's ability, he guided the bullet into the dinosaur's body, leaving a huge gaping hole in the dinosaur's leg. Diego is no match for Johnny now. At this time, Liu Chen's substitute, the steel body, swung out a heavy punch and successfully hit the injured Diego. Diego endured the pain and leaped towards Liu Chen, and Liu Chen made himself stronger again. The sharp claws made a harsh sound, and Liu Chen's defense was enough to withstand Diego's attack. At this moment, the winner is decided. At the moment when the substitute's body and mind steel successfully hit Diego, the balance of victory had completely tilted towards Liu Chen. Of course, the dinosaur's skin is also soft, so Liu Chen can use his stand ability on Diego. Liu Chen activated his stand ability. Diego's hard skin limited his ability to move quickly, and his heavy muscles became a burden. Furthermore, his leg had been injured by Johnny. Diego lost his proud movement speed, and death successfully came to him. Liu Chen removed the effect of his own strength and swung the whip, and the tail of the whip wrapped around Diego's neck. Then the stand-in exerted force, and Diego was hung up by the hands of the statue. Diego struggled to tear at the whip that was hanging on him with his heavy claws, but the whip had become hard and it was so difficult to break free from his restrained claws. In order to breathe, Diego even tore his throat. He was extremely eager to live. Liu Chen will not give him any chance and will not show any mercy. When Valentine saw Diego, whom he had just teleported, being hung up in an instant, he wanted to shoot to stop him, but as soon as he appeared, Jello's iron ball hit him. The shadow of death finally fell on Diego's head. Diego finally seemed to see the moment when he successfully won, and everyone was cheering for him. As Diego's stand ability was lifted, his dream finally stopped here. The capricious one was hanged before the statue, and Diego the thirsty one was the second sacrifice. End of this chapter. Chapter 32, Spin. Chapter 32 Spin. The saint's right ear and left eye emerged from Diego's body, and were grabbed by Liu Chen's stand-in just as they were about to fall to the ground. Liu Chen would not create any possibility of two objects being sandwiched here. During this time, Johnny and Jiro prevented Valentine from getting close. Valentine appeared and disappeared in the distance and tried to move forward. He wanted to go up and seize Diego's saintly body, but all his attacks were repelled by Johnny and the others, and there was nothing nearby that could provide him with the conditions to appear. The saint's body that was about to fall to the ground gave him a chance, but it was taken away by Liu Chen before it landed. Valentine could only watch from afar as Liu Chen took away the saint's remains from Diego. The current situation made him feel a little difficult to deal with. Diego, whom he had difficulty dealing with before, was defeated so easily by these three people. These three people were much stronger than he had expected, and they seemed to have realized the conditions for activating their abilities. They did not give them any chance to be pulled into the parallel world. Otherwise, they could be pulled into parallel worlds and defeated one by one. The other Diegos seemed to be very powerful, and Valentine had not yet understood that Diego's ability. There is no point in fighting alone like this, so let's go back and retrieve the saint's head. After making his decision, the president left the parallel world. If he tried to escape, no one would be able to stop him. The only one who could chase him into the parallel world and attack him was Yafor. The three of them now have no means of pursuing him to the parallel world. If it weren't for the fact that Yafor finally had the ability to cross the dimensional wall and attack people, Valentine's ability would normally be unstoppable. Chu Mimi is invincible when hitting people. After Valentine disappears, the remaining three wonder if he will appear again. After all, they had just been slapped in the face, so the three of them were on guard for a long time this time. Johnny was the first to speak. I feel like Valentine should have left. Liu Chen, who had just been slapped in the face, didn't want to be hit again, and Jello happened to think the same. So neither of them responded to Johnny's words. As long as they didn't express their opinions now, they would definitely not be slapped in the face no matter what the situation was later. The atmosphere became a little awkward for a while. Seeing that his two teammates were unwilling to speak, Johnny could only continue. We can't just sit there and wait. The most important thing right now is the Saint's head in Lucy's hands. If we can't get to Philadelphia quickly, both Mr. Steele and Lucy will be in danger. Isn't that right, Jello? Johnny chose Jiro, who had a close relationship with him, as a breakthrough point, hoping that he would say something casually. Jello is actually a person who likes to joke, so he told a joke. The president is definitely a lonely person, because he talks to himself all day long. In fact, he also thought that the president had left, otherwise he would not be in the mood to tell this joke. But it's clear that his ability to tell jokes is very limited. Johnny looked at Jello helplessly, then laughed perfunctorily a few times. Liu Chen felt that the funniest thing about Jiro's jokes was actually himself. It can be seen that the president must have left, otherwise he would definitely express his opinion about the jokes about him. In the end, it was Johnny who made the final decision. Since you two have no objection, let's go. Philadelphia is not far from here. Let's head in that direction. This is also the right path for the SBR competition. Jello regained his composure. Valentine will probably ambush us there. This journey won't be easy. Johnny said with a hint of anticipation. I hope Wicca Bibbo can protect Lucy before we get there. He's a reliable man. Liu Chen had no hope for this. Valentine has several powerful subordinates, so this is not going to be easy. It's highly likely that Wicca Bibbo will not succeed. Jiro then asked, who else is under his command now? What are their abilities? He probably still has Maiko, Chocolate Disco, and Majid under his command. With Wicca Bibbo's abilities alone, he probably can't defeat Valentine's men. One can blow metal objects, one can move objects on the ground, and one is invincible. Liu Chen then explained the abilities of the three in detail. However, it was uncertain if Lucy would obtain the tier train ticket. Having already met the two of Majid, Jiro and Johnny began to seriously consider the abilities of the remaining two. With this intelligence, they would be able to easily deal with the enemy. After saying that, Liu Chen handed all the saint's remains that he had just collected from Diego's body to Johnny. Johnny took it with some surprise. I thought you would keep these for yourself. Aren't you also pursuing the remains of the saint? Liu Chen explained nonchalantly, they'll eventually be reunited anyway. It doesn't matter who holds it before then. And Mondantum wanted me to hand the body over to you. He helped me block Valentine's attack in the end. If it weren't for him, I might not have been able to escape. Speaking of Mandantum, the atmosphere became a little depressing. The legendary cowboy had done favors for several of them. Johnny's eyes seemed to be burning with fire as he said, I will avenge Mandantum, even if the target of my revenge is the president. Once the body is intact, Liu Chen will try to retrieve it. Until then, Johnny will hold onto it. If the body resists, he won't force it. Fate is a very important concept in JoJo. If you can't get it, you definitely can't get it. It seems that only Huang Zhen has successfully broken the fate. Without saying anything else, they began to load their belongings onto their horses. Then head towards the end of this section. The destination is Philadelphia. The journey was relatively peaceful, as if the president had given up on attacking the three people. On the way, Liu Chen was curious about Jello's rotation, so he asked, what kind of ability is Golden Spin? Liu Chen thought that if Johnny could learn the ability to spin, maybe he could do it too. Jello did not hide anything in response to Liu Chen's question, but stretched out his hand for Liu Chen to see. Our ancestors discovered the golden circle in nature and drew strength from it. Can you see the golden rectangle in my hand? There are many golden rectangles on Jiro's body, which serve as a reference for him when he uses the iron ball. Liu Chen stared at Jello's hand with wide eyes, but naturally couldn't see anything. Thinking carefully. Johnny was actually a genius in the setting, just like De Chiao was the genius of Ripple. Liu Chen shook his head and replied, I can't see anything. It seems that I don't have the qualifications to learn the spin. He had to rely on a substitute. Jiro consoled him, your stand abilities are already very strong. There's no need to learn my techniques. End of this chapter. Chapter 33, Wikabibbo. Chapter 33, Wikabibbo. Johnny also felt a little sorry for Liu Chen, but this kind of skill required talent. He could see this from the beginning. Liu Chen felt that since he couldn't rely on learning the spinning technique to improve his strength, he should first practice his stand ability. Perhaps in the next world, there would be other ways to gain other powers. I've also heard that there's a legendary technique called the cavalry maneuver. Liu Chen decided to give Jello some hints. Jiro laughed and replied, that's a legendary technique, mainly used to penetrate defenses. He didn't answer the question directly, but began to wonder why Liu Chen suddenly brought up the topic. This Oriental man was not one to speak without a purpose. I can reveal a piece of information to you. The president doesn't travel through dimensions on his own, gravity is also involved. Without gravity pulling him, his body would be shattered into pieces by the dimension as he travels. Jiro muttered thoughtfully to himself, gravity. Gravity is one of the most amazing forces in the world. After a long silence, Jiro asked, so the cavalry's rotation can penetrate the dimensional wall with gravity? Liu Chen didn't know whether it was the power of Y4 or the power of the cavalry's rotation that penetrated the dimensional wall. I don't know, but do you two believe in prophecies? Liu Chen suddenly asked a question. Do you believe it yourself? Jello asked after a moment of silence. I believe. Liu Chen thought about how Enya had predicted to Poklok that he would win the championship. Was this the power of prophecy or the power of luck? This must be the power of fate. Jello answered nonchalantly, since you believe in the prophecy and know the ending, then what is there to worry about? The result you know is not too bad, right? Jello saw that Liu Chen was a little worried about the upcoming journey. Liu Chen hadn't expected to be comforted by Jello. There was indeed a difference in the purity between the two. Jello was right. He had a trump card that allowed him to leave at any time, so there was really no need to worry about Valentine. And Jiro had already made up his mind. No matter what happened in the future, Julius Caesar Zeppeli was ready to face everything. Jiro had one last question, the purpose of his journey. What would become of that young man? Since you know the ending, tell me. Can that boy be saved? Jiro didn't say which boy it was. He believed Liu Chen knew. He can be saved, but not in the way you imagine. As for the ending in which the boy died of illness, there was no need to tell Jello. Jello didn't ask how to achieve it, as he was afraid that the result would not satisfy him. But whatever. After that, I had no way to worry about these things anymore. Maybe Johnny went to the prison and snuck the person out. That's enough. My goal for this trip has been achieved. Now I can go help Johnny to seize the saint's remains without worry. Liu Chen suddenly became curious about Jiro's idea. Have you ever thought about getting the saint's body yourself? It is a treasure for all mankind. What do I need the saint's remains for? Only Johnny needs this kind of thing. He has to rely on the saint's remains to stand up, and I have been standing all the time. Jello grinned with his gold teeth. Johnny was filled with gratitude. It was great that he could meet Jello at the beginning of his journey. Just as Johnny was about to express his gratitude, Jello said to them, we need to hurry up and leave. I have a feeling this trip will be over soon. All the remains have been discovered, and only 2 parties remain in the competition. The final decisive battle is about to begin. The 3 of them rode their horses and began to move forward. Since they no longer had the determination to win, there was no need to exert their physical strength. It would be bad if they were ambushed along the way. Neither Johnny nor Jiro participated in the competition for the purpose of winning. Then let's go. All 3 mounted their horses and began to head in the direction of Philadelphia. As they walked, Johnny finally overcame his inner conflict and asked, "So, have I finally stood up?" He hadn't asked before because he was worried about hearing an answer he couldn't accept. Now he had overcome his inner confusion. No matter what the prediction said, he would not give up his goal. You won't give up no matter what the answer is, right? Johnny replied with a firm look, I set out for this very purpose. If your prediction is not what I want, then I will not believe it. Liu Chen didn't keep the secret any longer. You'll be able to stand up eventually. Johnny could already stand up. The image of Ya3 already had legs, and the stand-in was the embodiment of his spirit. Jiro was relieved to hear this answer. It meant his journey was complete. It was great that all his goals were achieved. Congratulations in advance, Johnny. Jello was also happy for his friend. He didn't know if he could see that moment. A tear appeared in the corner of Johnny's eyes. This was the result he had been longing for in the past few years. Now that we know the wonderful outcome, the journey from now on will be easier. The 3 of them traveled for a few more days. That day, Jiro was telling the 2 of them about their family's ancestral cavalry maneuver. In the past 2 days, he had basically figured out how to use the cavalry maneuver. It turned out that Jiro didn't answer before because he was worried that he might say something wrong, because he didn't know this technique yet. Actually, these were mainly for Johnny's ears. Liu Chen practiced with him for a few days but couldn't find any golden rectangles in nature. However, Johnny's skill in polishing balls with claw bullets improved a lot, all because Liu Chen broke many of them when he threw them. The only thing Liu Chen gained during this period was that his technique of throwing the iron ball became much more accurate, but he didn't learn the spinning technique at all. Because Liu Chen couldn't see any golden rectangles with his own eyes. But he had already basically understood the technique that Jiro taught him. As long as Liu Chen could see the golden rectangles in time, he would be able to perform the golden spin. The cold winter wind made the 3 of them pull their clothes tighter. At this time, a shaky figure on a horse appeared in the distance. Liu Chen looked closely and saw that the person was Weka Bibo. I don't know what Weka Bibo has been through, but now he is seriously injured and on the verge of death. Weka Bibo seemed to relax after seeing Jello and Johnny from afar. His grip on the reins slackened, and he fell off the horse. The 3 of them hurried towards the direction where Weka Bibo fell off his horse. The situation must have changed. The image of Weka Bibo was very tragic, with many piercing wounds and burn marks on his body. Jello was the first to jump off the horse and use the spinning iron ball to help Weka Bibo perform some treatment. Then Liu Chen's heart steel emerged and helped Weka Bibo heal all his wounds. But it seemed that all this was only helping Weka Bibo's pain, he had only gotten this far through his own willpower. He himself was at the end of his rope. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Secret. Chapter 34 Secret. Weka Bibo opened his eyes and saw Jello. He immediately said, "The woman you asked me to protect has been imprisoned by the president's men. I failed to protect her." Jiro comforted him, "It's not your fault. Things have changed. Lucy's identity has become important." With a pained expression, Weka Bibo said, "I fought with the president's men, but I didn't win. In the end, I just used all my strength to escape from the encirclement." Johnny looked at Weka Bibo and said with admiration, "You have done well enough. You are a true knight. I felt I had to tell you this, so I started searching along the path you might have taken. Luckily, I met you before I collapsed completely. I hope you can save that woman. We will. One of the president's men has the ability to blow nails into shape. He needs to tell the three of them the information he knows, and the next battle between the three of them must be won. Jiro grabbed his arm and said firmly, "We all know, don't worry. No matter what the president is planning, his plan will not come true." "That's great." After saying this, Wikabibo's hand dropped. Perhaps he still wanted to see his sister who was far away in his hometown. Lucy had been captured, so there was no point in rushing on. Jiro and Liu Chen dug a hole on the side of the road and buried Wikabibo in this land that did not belong to him. Johnny watched Jiro and Liu Chen digging a hole there, thinking that many people had died since the journey began. He suddenly became curious about Liu Chen's actions. This Oriental man hadn't participated in the competition and had given him his body. He wasn't seeking either wealth or fame. He couldn't understand why he was standing there. Philadelphia was right in front of him. If he went any further, it would be difficult to leave. So Johnny spoke up, "Hey, Liu Chen. Why did you come to this continent?" Liu Chen thought to himself that he hadn't come here on his own initiative, but had traveled through time after his death. Although it wasn't something that needed to be kept secret, it was too low-key to say so. So he stopped what he was doing and answered like a riddle teller, "It was fate that drew me here." Johnny said with a sigh, "Fate? Fate is truly marvelous. We, people who would never have met, ended up together because of a competition. I felt before the competition started that you would be a very mysterious character. I didn't expect you to participate, and I was secretly glad for a while. I'm always striving for strength, and I know the saints' remains have this power. It has already brought me many changes." Liu Chen took the excuse of talking to Johnny to start slacking off. Digging a hole in this kind of land is an extremely laborious task. Johnny was a little confused. "But didn't you give me the saint's body? If you wanted the saint's body to give you strength, shouldn't you hold the body firmly in your hands? I want to wait a little longer. Perhaps the intact body of the saint would be willing to go with me to take a look somewhere else." Liu Chen didn't think he could take the body away, but maybe it would be willing to follow him to take a look at other worlds. Jello, who was digging a hole alone, was a little dissatisfied with the two people's behavior of not working after talking. "Hey, stop chatting. Liu Chen, come and help me. I can't dig out such a big hole by myself." Seeing that his plan to slack off was discovered, Liu Chen smiled and returned to work. After burying Wikabibo, Jello and Johnny took off their hats to pay their respects. Liu Chen tied a solitary ribbon around the simple branch. This reminded him of Mandan Tim. The president certainly wouldn't have taken care of his body. Perhaps a wild animal had dragged it away. After bidding farewell to Wikabibo, the three of them set out on their journey again. The journey from here is nearing its end. After spending a few days, Liu Chen and the other two were finally able to see Philadelphia from afar. It was a somewhat modern city. This will be the end of it all. Jiro stared at the city in the distance and suddenly said, "Johnny, I'm going to tell you a secret. Remember to keep it a secret for me. Remember to tell me one of your secrets." After that, he looked at Liu Chen again. After traveling together for the past few days, Jiro realized that this Oriental man was not a bad person. If he had been traveling with him like Johnny since the beginning of the competition, perhaps they could have become good friends by now. Johnny agreed immediately, "Of course, I will keep it a secret for you. The name you keep calling me, Jiro, is actually a nickname. My real name is Julius Caesar Zeppeli." After saying this, Jiro was rarely embarrassed and quickly added, "I don't know what my father was thinking at the time. He actually gave me such a name. Even my brother doesn't know my real name. You two must remember to keep it a secret for me." This was the name of an ancient Roman emperor. Jiro's father must have been a Roman. But the meaning behind Jiro's words was self-evident. He felt that today was the day to accept his destiny. After hearing this, Johnny replied sheepishly, I actually like the little red rashes on girls' hands and feet after they get bitten by mosquitoes. You must keep this a secret for me. Jiro was shocked after hearing this and quickly replied, I will remember to keep it a secret for you. No one will believe your secret if you tell others. After sharing the secret, the two looked at Liu Chen. Liu Chen decisively rejected the proposal, don't even think about it. I won't tell you my secrets. But I will remember to keep it a secret for you. Liu Chen didn't want to participate in this kind of behavior that was like setting a flag. If he told them that he would go home and get married, would this battle still be worth fighting? Moreover, one of these two people exposed his XP in public, while the other only exposed the identity of his father Jing Luo, who was ecstatic. This behavior is no different from shouting in the street that you are an idiot. You must not participate in such activities. So even if they traveled together, Liu Chen's relationship with the two of them could not be as good as Johnny and Jello's, because he could not let go of himself. Jiro muttered, how stingy. We've all told you our secrets. But since Liu Chen is unwilling to share his secret, let's move on. Then his expression hardened, and he had said everything he needed to say. Philadelphia is not far away. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 Commitment. Chapter 35 Commitment. There are many tall buildings standing in the distance, which are already magnificent enough in this era. Liu Chen and the other two rode their horses towards the city, each of them silent. They could already smell the scent of a decisive battle. At this time, a tired figure was chasing the team of three from behind, shouting as he ran, Eastern people, wait for me. Liu Chen turned around after hearing the voice and was surprised to find that the person calling him was actually the Yinren who had returned to help his tribe. Jiro was a little surprised that this competitor disappeared in the previous stages. He thought that Yinren had withdrawn from the competition and left here or died quietly in a corner. Liu Chen stopped his horse, and then Yinren rushed up in a few steps. Then he looked at Liu Chen with a determined face and said, I am repaying your kindness as promised. The battle between you and the president for the remains isn't over yet, right? Count me in for the rest of the fight. Liu Chen got off his horse and looked at Yinren seriously, saying, I didn't actually expect you to repay me. Your departure also helped me attract Valentine's attention. I can't say I did you any favor in this matter. No one will care what Yinren does after leaving the competition. If someone comes to help him at this time, he may not be able to come back alive. While it wasn't the love train yet, the president's power was equally unreasonable. Anyone could die here at any moment. My margin for error was too low. If I couldn't use the cavalry maneuver, I wouldn't be able to cross the world and defeat Valentine. Since I promised to repay your kindness, I will not break my promise. We Indians will always fulfill all our promises. This is my own decision, you don't need to worry about me. If you don't want me to follow you, then I will go alone. The man was determined to fulfill his promise, and he was also angry at the president because the white people led by him had destroyed his tribe. The flame of hatred burns in the heart of the musician. After seeing Yinren's expression, Liu Chen asked, Is your tribe okay? I don't know if he managed to protect his tribe, but judging by the anger in his eyes, I'm afraid the outcome wasn't good. So, did Yinren request to join the team to vent his anger? My tribe has disappeared, but I saved my sister. I have to thank you for this. If you hadn't told me that, I don't know what would have happened to my sister. Yinren was grateful for this. His sister was the most important person to him, and he was willing to sacrifice his life for her. Liu Chen thought this ending was pretty good. In this world, having such an ending was already considered a happy ending. So he continued to advise, then go live a good life with your sister, leave here, leave this country. Go north and there will always be a place where you can survive. Now that you have finally escaped from your fate, don't get involved again. Since someone has successfully escaped fate, Don't get involved in this matter anymore. Liu Chen could leave at any time, but they couldn't. Furthermore, the Yinren were not necessary for the upcoming battle. Fate always lies with Johnny and Jello. Even so, Jello has already done this with the determination to die, even though he is one of the most important people in this fate. Death shows no mercy to anyone. Yinren said with a determined look. I have already settled my sister. If I haven't returned by spring, she will go find a suitable place to live on her own. Yinren's awareness was clearly revealed, he wasn't afraid of death. Seeing this, Ji Luo said to Liu Chen, this is the awareness of a man. He has the courage to face his own fate. You can't let such a belief go to waste. Then he extended his hand to Yinren and said, I'm sorry for getting in your way during the first stage. Welcome. He had been dissatisfied with this matter before, but at this moment all the resentment in his heart disappeared. You didn't throw that iron ball at me on purpose. Yinren didn't care. He had already given up on the competition, so this matter was meaningless to him. What he wanted to protect had been destroyed, and the outcome of the competition was no longer within his concern. Johnny also said with emotion, our competitors with the advantage in the first stage have basically withdrawn from the competition. Those gamblers who bet on these people will definitely lose money. Jiro smiled and said, including the sound man, we have 4 people on our side. The same number as the president's side. And we have the advantage in intelligence. Although what Jiro said seemed like a bit of a half-time champagne toast, Liu Chen felt that there was nothing wrong with what Jiro said. Indeed, he was now at a greater advantage. In addition, Yinren himself has 4 stand users, and these 4 people are the type with very strong stand abilities. Then fighting Valentine will be like a piece of cake. Valentine had the remaining stand users. Mudget was just a vulnerable target, Disco wasn't very powerful, and only Maiko's stand was reasonably strong. But he was no match for Johnny. Thinking this way, I have the upper hand. As the saying goes, when there are more people, they beat the fewer. Everyone dares to do it. Liu Chen agreed, then let's go together, thank you very much. Don't worry. If you hadn't let me go before, I would have died in the wilderness. The battle that follows is also entirely my own will. Jello made the decision, okay, let's rest here for a while. I feel a little tired. After this, I'm afraid it will be the last battle of this journey. I must have another cup of coffee. Jello had actually noticed that Yinren was in poor condition, and going directly into the city now would be like taking him to his death. So, let's all rest here for a while. Liu Chen nodded and took out a bag of coffee he had filled from his horse's back and handed it to Yinren, who took it and drank it in one gulp. Then the 4 of them sat on the floor, drank some coffee, and had a simple cold meal. Johnny, will you continue to compete after you defeat the big president? This tournament is almost over. If we don't suffer any losses after defeating the president, I'll continue competing. We're almost across the United States. But ranking isn't that important to me anymore. I've found something more important in this tournament. Yes, I also gained a lot from this competition. Then Jello raised his coffee cup and said to the remaining 3 people. This is really a good trip. It feels like I have taken a long detour. It turns out that taking a long way is the real shortcut. Jello took a long way to participate in the competition in order to save people. After resting for about half an hour, the 4-member team set out again, heading towards Philadelphia. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 Philadelphia Showdown. Chapter 36 Philadelphia Showdown. Liu Chen and Ji Luo thought that their strength was superior, but in fact it was far from what they expected. The strength of the president far exceeds Liu Chen's psychological expectations. Valentine had recently pulled back all of his former fallen men from parallel worlds. In one of those parallel worlds, they were still alive. The dead didn't have to worry about touching their other selves. Therefore, his strength had barely suffered any loss. What's about to take place here is not a duel, it's a war. And war must be won with all one's strength, and Valentine will use all his strength to pick up that first napkin. Valentine's forces in Philadelphia are Tomb of the Prosperous Era, the Yin family, Listen to My Beat, O Yebamoba, Connection, Porter Pie Heart, Rainbow Catcher, Black Mo, Ferdinand the Terrible Beast, Myco Tubular Bells, 20th Century Boys, Majit, Chocolate Disco, Disco, and of course, the most important one, Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap, Fanny Valentine. Men's Realm, Link and Civil War, Isar did not appear in it. Link from the parallel world rejected the president's invitation. He had his own beliefs. Duel was a noble cause for him, a glorious path he was destined to embark on. He couldn't bring himself to join the president in beating up someone from another world who had once defeated him. As for Isar, the president felt that once his ability was activated, it would affect his own side even more, so he did not bring him over. Among those who remained were those making preparations for war. The existence of Chocolate Disco is like a card player suddenly appearing among a group of tough guys. It would not be surprising if he took out a stack of cards. The most awkward situation was Black Moya. It hardly rained in Philadelphia in winter. He was completely useless in the upcoming battle, lacking a stand-in for weather forecasting. Fighting in such unsuitable weather, he could only be considered a battlefield atmosphere specialist. The rest of the people were making their own preparations, some were blowing balloons, some were catching dinosaurs. On the other side, Liu Chen and his 4 companions, who had taken a long detour, walked into Philadelphia cautiously. There were hardly any people on the streets of the city, and it didn't look like the prosperity of a big city at all. Something must have happened here. In order to deal with Liu Chen and his men, the president implemented certain controls in the city. Everything was done to make it easier for his men to freely display their abilities. Just as Liu Chen was looking around, a group of metal balloon dogs floated down from the sky towards the 4 of them. Few people were walking around in the city, so the new smell would naturally attract the attacks of the stands. The attack has arrived. Tubular Bell Myco was the first to appear. This ability was already anticipated by Liu Chen and the others. When the balloon floated over, the characters written by the sound person with the cutting sound had already appeared around them. The metal balloon dogs were chopped into pieces. At this moment, a lot of small dinosaurs suddenly rushed out from an alley on the side of the road. This is the power of terrifying beasts. The moment Liu Chen saw the dinosaur, his pupils shrank instantly, and he immediately realized that there was something wrong with his judgment. Valentine's forces were much greater than he had imagined. He had definitely pulled back all his dead men from the parallel world, even those dead enemies had appeared here now. Johnny even exclaimed, "Didn't we kill Diego already?" Liu Chen quickly explained loudly, "These people were definitely pulled out by Valentine from the parallel world. It is very likely that other enemies we killed are also in there. The president's troops far outnumber us." It seems the champagne was opened too early. As soon as he finished speaking, a hook dropped from something above him and hooked the horse away from under Liu Chen's crotch. Liu Chen reacted quickly and jumped off the horse. The remaining 3 people also realized that the hook would fall from their heads. After seeing this ability, Johnny immediately remembered the enemy he had defeated. With this person harassing him, the next battle would definitely be difficult. Be careful of things floating in the air. If you get hooked, release the attack in the direction of your hook. Johnny has experience with this enemy. Then his stand-in appeared first, and he used claw bullets to kill 2 nearby small dinosaurs, and more dinosaurs followed behind. Liu Chen held his cloak in one hand like a shield, and with the other hand he pulled out a pistol and fired several shots at the remaining dinosaurs. The sound man made an explosion sound and fired it in the direction of the dinosaur. This wave of dinosaur attacks was resolved. The 4 of them began to move quickly towards the end of the road. They couldn't stay still when hooks could appear in the sky at any moment. 2 of them rode horses, and 2 of them ran. The real bodies of these stand abilities did not appear, and simply killing dinosaurs and balloons would not cause any damage to the enemy. Just as several people were about to run to the intersection, a figure wearing a top hat appeared at the end of the intersection, and Majid was stuck there alone. His abilities allow him to act as a barrier to his opponent's movement, allowing him to absorb damage and shoot at his enemies at will. While he can't defeat his opponent, his abilities as a mobility-restricting character are quite impressive. Majid's existence is like an indestructible bunker. This guy is a heavily armored operator. Zero's iron ball struck Majid, and a stand emerged from his body. The iron ball did no harm to him. The 20th century boy's ability was simple, pure invincibility. As long as the stand existed, no matter what damage was done, the original body would be invulnerable. The four people's way forward was blocked by him alone. Just when the remaining three people didn't know what to do, Liu Chen shouted loudly, "Keep running forward, I won't let him attack." After saying this, he took off his cloak and had it carried over Majid's head by his stand-in, body steel. Majid remained motionless. If he released his stand, heart steel would attack him repeatedly. If he didn't, he would be controlled by Liu Chen. The cloak was thrown down, and the flowing cloak quickly enveloped Majid completely. Then the cloak became extremely solid. Majid could not break free from this control. The four of them managed to run past him. Control skills are the answer to this version, and this trick is called reducing the number of blocks. The four people's top priority is to find the real bodies of these substitutes and kill them first. Otherwise the number of enemies will only increase. The president also has many stand-ins under his command, although most of them are defeated by him. But when they appeared together, the difficulty increased exponentially. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Chaos. Chapter 37 Chaos. A tattooed figure wearing a strange hat appeared next to the imprisoned Majid. Oyebamoba appeared here. He first mocked Majid, "You incompetent scum, absolutely useless. You couldn't even hold it off for a minute. Is this really the level of you guys?" Then he reached out and touched Liu Chen's cloak, and then the safety pin appeared. A violent explosion completely blew off the cloak, and Majid was able to escape. After he came out, Majid mocked him back, "Your taste is terrible, like a giant cockroach. In our country, only those who hang out in the Hook district would dress like you. Each of these stand-ins is unruly and only the president can suppress them, so naturally they are all unwilling to submit." Oyebamoba ignored the trash talk, touched Majid's hat, and quickly walked towards the direction where Liu Chen and the other four escaped. He was also not immune to the explosions he created, so he quickly left the place after making the attack. A safety pin appeared from Majid's hat, and a few seconds later a huge explosion occurred. Majid, who was inside, was not hurt. When Majid saw Oyebamoba touching his hat, he had to activate his stand again to avoid the attack from his teammate. After Liu Chen and his three companions escaped from the street, more little dinosaurs began running towards them, and the sky was filled with densely packed metal balloon dogs. The four of them were somewhat disconnected at this point, with Liu Chen running the slowest and falling behind. The walking musicians were also running at speeds comparable to those of the horses, and the three of them were at the front. At this moment, Jiro, who was at the front, suddenly noticed that the door on the side suddenly opened, and some blood splattered towards the two people on the horse. The blood had already been splashed on several people. This was an attack from the Yu family. People who were sprayed with blood began to be affected by magnetism. Zero wanted to throw the iron ball at them, but then remembered that his previous attack hadn't worked. They could control metal. But now Johnny has grown up, and he has already prepared countermeasures for this kind of enemy. Johnny immediately launched Fang 3 at himself, and then a hand appeared from inside the house, firing a tracking claw bullet. It hit the iron sand they were using for defense, and the bullet mark quickly moved along the iron sand. Soon a bullet hole appeared in Benjamin Chifen's chest, and his heart was shattered by Johnny. One of the three of them, father and son, quickly withdrew. Johnny's attack was much sharper than at the beginning. You dare to kill my son? I will let you all die here. André Ziefen became more and more crazy after seeing his son's tragic death. The surrounding iron objects began to vibrate violently, and he began to release his abilities unscrupulously. Jello grabbed the iron ball that was vibrating at his waist and would not attack until he could accurately hit the enemy. At the same time, the sound man directly attached the cutting sound to the stone that had been prepared long ago, and then threw it towards the enemy. This material, which was neither metal nor magnetic, completely restrained the family. They could not manipulate the stone. Iron sand rushed up to resist these characters, scattering all over the ground. Then the scattered iron sand began to gather again. The cut iron sand would not affect its properties. They also began to notice the bullet holes that moved on their own. Johnny's next claw bullet only caused damage to André's leg. At this time, the metal balloons behind the few people quickly attacked the three people, and La Fen directly pulled those metal balloons over quickly through magnetism. A metal dog suddenly appeared and struck Yinren's shoulder, then instantly transformed into a spike and pierced Yinren's body. Then, with a sudden magnetic pull, it pierced Yinren's shoulder directly, causing him to bleed profusely. Jello threw his iron ball at the other balloon dogs, but it was crushed by the enemy's magnetic force in mid-air, and he successfully lost one of his iron balls. At this time, Lu Chen also rushed over, took out the whip at his waist and waved it to block the balloon dog. The tail of the whip had supersonic speed, and at this moment it also had the sharpness of metal. Now the whip in Lu Chen's hand was like a long sword with astonishing speed and power. Although it has a metal tip, the leather whip is not controlled by magnetism. Lu Chen can precisely control any characteristic it imparts. Therefore, the whip will not be controlled by the enemy's stand. Then the substitute body and mind steel touched the sound man's shoulder, his flesh and blood began to flow, and soon the wound healed successfully. Be on guard against the balloons and dinosaurs attacking from behind. I'll take care of the people in the house. After saying that, Lu Chen's substitute, body steel, flew towards the house. After hearing this, the people in the room did not sit still and wait for death. The controlled iron sand flew towards Lu Chen, and the power of each iron sand was like a bullet fired from a shotgun. Lu Chen only blocked all the iron sand after his clothes and skin became solid. The impact of the iron sand made Lu Chen almost unable to stand. After hearing Lu Chen's words, the two began to focus their attention on Lu Chen's substitute. At this time, Johnny once again seized the opportunity and emerged from the bullet hole behind them. Immediately afterwards, a claw bullet was fired, hitting the iron sand floating beside him, and then quickly moved to La Chifen's neck and exploded. This blow successfully killed La Chifen. He only had time to let out a cry of pain before he died. When André Ziefen heard another scream from behind, he couldn't help but look back. He was furious that both of his children had died at the hands of the same man. However, with just this one movement, the substitute body steel appeared in front of him. A series of heavy punches dissipated the substitute floating on André Ziefen's body. Finally, Heart Steel punched through André Chiffen's chest and killed him. Without the control of the stand user, the iron sand floating around all fell to the ground. After killing the Yu family, Johnny used the iron sand that fell on the ground to make a new iron ball for Jello. Johnny returned his upper body to the horse from the bullet hole, and then threw the iron ball at Jello. Jello took it and said, "Thanks, Johnny." At this time, the dinosaurs that came over were all equipped with safety pins. Oyebamoba had already appeared here. During this time, the other stand users were moving quickly towards Lu Chen and the other three. All the enemies had received the order from the president. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 Invincible. Chapter 38 Invincible. Seeing this dinosaur appear, Lu Chen swung his whip to the other side of the road. He tied this end to the pillar at the door and gave the whip a hard property. A long whip held in the air stopped the dinosaur from running towards the four people. The safety pin will appear and then fall off quickly, and then an explosion will occur. Although the dinosaur was very fast, as long as they made a little defense, the explosion would not reach the four people. Violent explosions occurred one after another not far away, and this wave of enemy attacks had no effect. Seeing this, Oyebomoba no longer attached his stand ability to the dinosaur, but let the dinosaur attack on its own. He wanted to find another opportunity to deal with Liu Chen and the other three. Boom! A bullet flew towards the few people, and then Jello's left arm was hit by the bullet. In the distance, Brak Moya was standing behind with a spear aimed at several people, although the weather conditions today were not suitable for him to fight with a substitute. But he couldn't stop fighting just because the environment was not suitable for him. Fortunately, he was still a shooter with good shooting accuracy. Liu Chen stepped forward to heal Jiro's wound. He couldn't let the wound bleed freely in this situation. It was still unknown how long the battle would last. At this moment, a hook dropped from the air again, hooking Yinren's right leg. Soon, his lower body was pulled into a floating feather. The sound man remembered what Johnny had said before and threw the object with the sound of explosion in the direction of the hook. The sound of an explosion occurred next to Link Porter Pi Hate, and the sound person's leg was also damaged by the explosion. After the explosion, the hook on his leg disappeared. Liu Chen quickly went over and pulled Yinren out. His right leg was already covered in blood. Liu Chen could only help stop the bleeding. He couldn't treat the injured bones. After simple treatment, the sound man was able to move barely, and he kept releasing objects that recorded various sounds forward. Jello used an iron ball to smash several approaching metal balloons, and the iron ball turned and returned to his hand. Bang! In the distance, Black Moya fired another shot at the four people. Although the shot missed, Liu Chen felt that he could no longer allow him to attack him so unscrupulously. Heartsteel appeared in the room and pulled out the curtains, then turned the curtains into a steel plate and smashed it in front of the four people. First use this curtain to block the enemy's attack from behind. The bullets hit the curtain and made a bang. Johnny said in a panic, "Let's think of a solution quickly. If we continue to be exhausted like this, we will only end up dead. There are more enemies than we imagined. Almost all the enemies we encountered before have appeared. Now we can only find a way to kill them one by one. Have you ever encountered so many difficult enemies before?" Yinren now understood how difficult the journey they had gone through was. They had actually managed to make it this far under such an attack. "This is the first time I've seen so many," Johnny replied. Ji Luo said to Liu Chen, "Liu Chen, please lower the curtain in front of me. I will first defeat the enemy who keeps shooting in the distance." "Okay, get ready. I'll remove my ability in 2 seconds." Hearing Jiro's request, Liu Chen partially released his power. The curtain that was covering him softened and fell to the ground. Taking this opportunity, Jello threw an iron ball at Black Mo, and the ball successfully hit the enemy. Black Mo, who looked almost the same as an ordinary person on a sunny day, was hit in the throat by the spinning iron ball. The man who controlled the rain fell to the ground and died in this rainless weather. The enemy's number continued to grow. Furthermore, Fanny Valentine, the enemy's main force, had yet to show up. Meanwhile, Majet appeared on the other side of the road. Now, there were enemies on both sides of the road. All the texts that the voice person had previously spread were blocked by him. Neither the slash nor the explosion had any effect. The ability to take damage is so overbearing. The four of them faced Majid again, and Liu Chen certainly knew how to deal with this opponent. "I had used the cloak to control him before, and I could do the same this time. I just copied the ready-made answers." Although the cloak has been destroyed, Liu Chen now has a larger curtain in his hand. After controlling him, all he had to do was have his stand pick him up and throw him into the river to finish him off. It was a shame that he had too many teammates, so it was enough for him to just stand there and take the damage. Shall we retreat into the house first? The house where the Xian family was staying was right next to them. In this situation where there are enemies everywhere, hiding inside a house is also a good option. Once inside, the balloons and dinosaurs will have a much simpler route to attack. If we want to hide in the house, we have to kill Oyebomoba first, otherwise he will throw the bomb in and we will have nowhere to hide. He was at the intersection earlier, but now he's gone. He must be coming towards us. Liu Chen thought for a moment and said, I'll find a way to block the intersection first. You guys quickly find out where Oyebomoba went. The double tore the curtains apart and hung them on the power lines, leaving the tattered curtains hanging to the ground. Liu Chen waited for someone to pass by. If someone did, he would grant the curtains the ability to conduct electricity. Jello placed the iron ball on the ground and listened carefully to the noises nearby, but the sounds were very chaotic this time. He heard a lot of footsteps and dinosaurs running around. There was no way to determine the enemy's position. Just when the four of them had not yet made a decision, Liu Chen noticed that many grids appeared under his feet, and Chocolate Disco also appeared here. I think there must be more enemies behind him, and the presidency should not be far away. Suddenly, several long spikes fell from the sky. Liu Chen gave his clothes a hard effect and helped his teammates block the long spikes. Jello threw the iron ball at Disco. After seeing the iron ball, Disco activated his ability. The iron ball disappeared immediately while in mid-air. He appeared behind several people in an instant. Disco's ability is to move things above the grid at will. Jello quickly threw another iron ball to knock down the one he had thrown before. The attacks from all directions made the four of them exhausted. Seeing this, Jiro said to the three people around him, No, let's go into the house first. If anything is thrown in, I will find a way to deal with it. Liu Chen pulled the impaired musician into the house. Jello jumped off the horse first and then helped Johnny into the house. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Bloody Battle. Chapter 39 Bloody Battle. After entering the house, Jello said, Johnny, I'll leave that guy in the distance to you. Johnny understood what Jiro meant and immediately used Fang 3 to transfer part of his body. The other person leaned against the window and watched Disco's actions. Liu Chen changed his bullets and continued firing at the approaching little dinosaur. It was indeed difficult for metal balloons to float into the house. At the same time, Jello threw another iron ball at Disco from the door to attract his attention. Johnny's right hand began to move along the bullet hole and soon appeared behind Disco in an unnoticed position. Then the claw bullets were fired continuously, and the bullet marks moved quickly and successfully hit Disco. Disco's ability is indeed not very strong. The grids he can control are all in front of him. And he must see it before he can activate it. Johnny's Fang 3 perfectly countered his abilities, a tactic they had previously agreed upon. One person would stand in front to draw attention and allow Johnny to launch a sneak attack. At this time, Liu Chen caught a glimpse of a strangely dressed figure through the window. He quickly warned the others in the house, I saw Oyebomoba near the house. Be careful that he might throw a bomb in through the window. After hearing this, the sound man recorded the cutting sound on the four walls of the house. If anyone accidentally touched the wall near the house, he would be cut into pieces. This is a trigger-type trap, and the enemy may not know his stand ability. At the same time, Oyebomoba's hand had touched the room where the four people were staying. Then the cutting sound directly cut Oyebomoba into pieces, but at the same time his goal was achieved. The safety pin slipped off the wall and he turned the entire wall into a bomb. When Liu Chen saw the safety needle appear, he immediately had his stand-in quickly gather all the soft objects in the room and pile them around him. He then gave the outermost layer a solid property and pressed down the bodies of several teammates next to him. Soon an extremely huge explosion occurred. The entire house was blown up, debris flying everywhere. The fragments of the explosion collided with the cutting sound recorded by the musician, making the situation even more chaotic. The huge impact force made the four of them spit out blood. If there was nothing to resist the impact, I am afraid that no one would be able to move. Many of the small dinosaurs nearby were killed by the shock wave of the explosion and the debris of the house. Majid, who was standing not far away, immediately activated his stand to block the attacks. He had just witnessed Oyebomoba being chopped into pieces. He secretly felt relieved. He actually held a grudge against Oyebomoba for his previous actions, so he deliberately did not remind Oyebomoba to be careful of the writing on the wall. Unity is a problem faced by the president's men. They all fight for their own goals. At this point in the battle, all four of them were covered in wounds. Johnny has used up all of his claw bullets. Although he has started eating herbs, it will take some time for them to be replenished. Jello only had one iron ball left, and the margin of error for the next enemy with only one iron ball was too low. Yinren had multiple wounds on his body and his bones were broken by the explosion he created. Liu Chen also looked distressed. The explosion had caused him the most serious damage. The loud noise had caused tinnitus and dizziness. He shook his head vigorously to recover as quickly as possible. The battle isn't over yet. By now, the enemy's number had been reduced by half. Amidst the rubble, Liu Chen removed the blankets surrounding him. He had been able to withstand the explosion primarily because they were thick. They were like a steel plate several centimeters thick blocking the front. Jello quickly looked around and found that only Majid was still standing in the distance intact. The rest of the enemies were lying on the ground. We killed these guys, didn't we? Cough cough cough, that's what it looks like. The explosion was really powerful. The air was filled with smoke and dust. Liu Chen's eyes began to shrink, and another group of people came from the distance. The huge explosion finally attracted all the remaining enemies. The president then appeared on the battlefield with the tubular bell, Maiko and the terrifying beast, Ferdinand. Maiko pulled away the strips of cloth hanging from the wires, thinking they were the result of the explosion. After all, this was not something the president could do personally. Seeing this opportunity, Liu Chen triggered the trap he had laid earlier, and Mike instantly convulsed from the electric shock. Although the voltage was not fatal, it still caused great pain. It was impossible to concentrate mentally. Mike's consciousness collapsed due to the electric shock, and the metal balloons that were originally floating in the air became ineffective and turned into long spikes and fell down. Ferdinand quickly commanded a little dinosaur to rescue Mike, who was electrocuted. But all the preparations Mike had made before were ineffective, and now he has to use his abilities again. Ferdinand complained to the president, "These people have destroyed this land. I will never tolerate their destruction of the land." Seeing this, Valentine replied, "Then let your dinosaurs eliminate those criminals who are destroying the land. This is the president's will. Eliminate all those criminals who stand in the way of the nation's will." After seeing the president bringing people over, Majid hurried to the president's side. The president, a military man, didn't care about his own casualties, all sacrifices were for the well-being of the nation. This was the foundation for progress. Instead, he asked the survivors directly, "What is the current situation of the battle? We have dealt a heavy blow to the enemies of our country and will recover the remains for you shortly." Of course, Valentine also saw the four people not far away, and their current situation did not look very good. This made Valentine in a good mood, as the power was right in front of him. So he couldn't help but excitedly declare his victory to his subordinates: power, glory, happiness, civilization, law, wealth, food, people's hearts. I have already picked up that first napkin. The happiness of the country is at hand, and you are the ultimate winner. Go and take back the most important cornerstone for the country. With Valentine's order, a large number of dinosaurs rushed towards Liu Chen and his three companions. Mike also blew up a lot of balloon dogs again. Majid was walking alone in the front. Then the president disappeared from where he was, and at the same time he was everywhere. In this debris-filled area, he could appear from anywhere. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 Another Horrible Beast. Chapter 40 Another Horrible Beast. Jello looked at the enemies charging towards him and said to the three of them, "I'm glad to meet you. It wouldn't be bad if this story ended here." Liu Chen encouraged them, "We are still a long way from the finish line. Today is not the end of the story." After hearing this, Jello became interested, "So where will the story end?" Liu Chen looked at the attacking enemies and shouted anxiously, "Anyway, it's not here, stop talking nonsense. The enemy is coming. Hurry up and throw your iron ball out. If we don't beat these people, our story today will end here." At this time, a group of small dinosaurs rushed up. Jello grinned with his gold teeth, and the iron ball shot out instantly, killing the one rushing in front. The spinning iron ball returned to his hand again. The sound man also drew out his short knife and chopped out a few words with cutting sounds. Cutting is always useful for this little dinosaur with low IQ. The little dinosaur could avoid obstacles, but was defenseless against the barely moving characters. An unintentional touch cut the little dinosaur into small pieces. Johnny's nails had already grown several blades, but facing such a large number of dinosaurs, it was far from enough. He didn't attack casually. He had to kill the main body. Otherwise, the number of dinosaurs would not decrease. There was no way to know how many dinosaurs he had created before the battle. A substitute emerged from Liu Chen's body. This kind of substitute that can attack in close combat is also very useful in this situation, especially since Heart Steel is a fast attack. It can definitely hit these dinosaurs. Heart of Steel knocked out a small dinosaur with one punch. Ferdinand was originally very confident in his creation's ability to withstand damage. But he didn't feel good when he saw the little dinosaur being defeated so easily. The enemy the president had chosen this time seemed formidable. No wonder he had to come to the parallel world to find them. In the basic world, I would have been defeated by them long ago. Liu Chen used the touch of the steel of his heart to harden the skin of the dinosaurs. This was not only a protective ability, but also an ability to control. At this time, Mike also blew out a few more metal balloon dogs and released them. This time, the attackers were all creatures with stand abilities. Ferdinand's style was different from Diego's, he didn't like to engage in hand-to-hand combat with his enemies. All I can say is that everyone has a different style. Therefore, the only enemy stand user at the front is Majit. After seeing this, Liu Chen pulled off the cloak from behind Jello and said, "Lend me your cloak. You have to get close to the enemy to defeat them." This kind of profession, like a summoner, requires getting close to them to defeat them. But before that, Majit must be controlled again. His presence will limit the range of movement of Liu Chen's people. The main reason for not having the curtains was that they were too large, making it difficult to carry them while running. Meanwhile, the stand-in, Body Steel, had to deal with the constantly attacking dinosaurs. Jello had no objection to his cloak being ripped off. "Do you want me to go with you? Let me restrain Majit first, then you bring Johnny over. It's up to his Fang 3 to take down the enemies." Liu Chen answered with a firm look. After Heart Steel touched everyone's clothes, Liu Chen rushed up with Jello's cloak. The cloak could now also be used as a shield to block enemy attacks. The bullets fired by Majit and the metal balloon dog were blocked by the cloak that turned into a shield. At this moment, the president suddenly appeared behind Liu Chen. Objects everywhere here could provide conditions for the president to appear. Valentine raised his hand and fired 6 bullets at Liu Chen. The bullet hit Liu Chen's clothes, which had been keeping them in a hard state. So Liu Chen only felt severe pain but was not injured. However, Liu Chen immediately hardened his skin and muscles, perhaps the next wave of attacks was coming. At the same time, his substitute, Body Steel, turned and looked behind him. The small dinosaurs nearby had been almost wiped out, and the president's attack was even more deadly. When all the bullets hit Liu Chen's back, they only made him stagger, without causing much damage. After blocking the bullet, Liu Chen finally released his ability and remained in a hard state, unable to move easily. Muscles provide movement through movement, remaining firm means they cannot move. Seeing that his attack failed, Valentine drove D4C up and started fighting with Liu Chen's stand. Heart of Steel is inferior to D4C in terms of panel, but it is not incapable of holding up. Of course, Jello would not just watch Liu Chen get beaten. The iron ball flew out of his hand instantly, and the extremely aggressive iron ball flew towards the president. The president had no choice but to recall D4C and disappeared here again. After seeing Valentine disappear, the stand-in continued to drive away the approaching dinosaurs, while Liu Chen continued to move towards Majet. Looking at the current situation, Jiro felt that he couldn't delay any longer, so he asked, "Johnny, how are you recovering now?" Johnny immediately replied, "The claw bullets have almost recovered, but Fang 3's range is not enough. We need to get closer to hit the enemies behind that created the dinosaurs and balloons." Johnny's mobility was limited and he couldn't move forward on his own. Yinren had also been injured in the explosion and his legs were difficult to move. There are now 2 people with limited mobility here, and Jello has to protect them. After seeing this, Yinren said, "You can take Johnny with you. I don't need your protection." Jello didn't think any more and ran forward with Johnny on his back. "No place is safe here. So we have to kill the enemy first, and before that everyone has to fight for their lives." After his teammates left, Yinren began to attach cutting sounds to small objects near him. He also created a lot of invisible sounds to protect himself. Under this heavy protection, neither the dinosaurs nor the balloons could easily get close to the sound man. Liu Chen had already approached Majit, and Jello followed behind him with Johnny on his back. When Majit saw Liu Chen rushing towards him with a cloak, he immediately understood his plan. Liu Chen planned to use the same move twice, and the most important thing was that he had basically no means of resistance. Majit's attack could not break Liu Chen's defense. His ability was mainly in defense. Although Liu Chen also had no way to cause harm to himself. But he was able to control himself. The same moves worked for him. Majit fired several more shots at Liu Chen and began to retreat. His 2 teammates should have some way to deal with Liu Chen. The big president appears again, and this time he shoots Jello. However, before Liu Chen left, he had already made his teammates' clothes stronger. In this era, bullets can be blocked by steel plates. The president has to hit a more deadly spot, such as the head where there is no clothing, so his next attack will be more deadly. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 Awakening. Chapter 41 Awakening. The president's attack was ineffective and he quickly disappeared from the spot. Johnny's claw bullet was already aimed at him. If he disappeared later, the claw bullet would have hit him. Majit looked at the approaching Liu Chen and shouted to his teammates, "Come and help me quickly. If I'm controlled, there will be no one to stop the enemy." As soon as Majit finished speaking, Liu Chen had already approached him by 10 meters. Although Majit was still thinking about retreating, the speed of the substitute was much faster than the original. In an instant, Heart Steel appeared in front of Majet, and then started to beat Majet continuously. Majet had to use his stand ability to protect himself. Of course, Mike couldn't let Liu Chen go over and tie Majit up again so easily, so he quickly commanded his metal balloon dog to float towards Liu Chen. The little dinosaurs also pounced on Liu Chen's real body, who had no substitute to protect him. Because his stand-in wasn't around, Liu Chen could only strengthen himself to withstand this round of attacks. At the same time, he used his arms to protect the important organs on his head, where the skin was thinner. The metal spikes couldn't penetrate Liu Chen's muscles, leaving only scratches on his skin. The dinosaur's claws weren't very effective either. The created dinosaur wasn't as powerful as the original. The harsh sound of metal colliding continued to be heard. Not only Majat has teammates, Liu Chen also has them. Johnny was almost at a distance at this time. When he saw Liu Chen being besieged, he immediately activated Fang Tu and shot at Mike. Mike's attention was attracted by Liu Chen at this time, so he did not notice that a claw bullet was coming towards him. The claw bullet with built-in tracking passed through the little dinosaur and the balloon dog and successfully hit Mike's body. Then the bullet hole quickly moved upwards to Mike's neck and exploded instantly. All the metal balloons besieging Liu Chen fell to the ground instantly. Mike O struggled and fell to the ground, holding his neck, unable to get up. Ferdinand saw his teammates fall, and immediately transformed himself into a dinosaur. He was also afraid of such a sudden attack. The dinosaur's dynamic vision could help him guard against such a possible attack. At the same time, after seeing that the little dinosaur did not play the expected role for Liu Chen, he ordered them to change their target and pounce on Jiro and Johnny. The number of enemies around Liu Chen suddenly disappeared. With the pressure suddenly relieved, Liu Chen quickly pulled out his pistol, shot down the only remaining dinosaur with a few shots, and then ran towards Majid with all his strength. Majid, who had been under attack from the substitute, saw his teammate being killed so easily. He cursed Mike in his heart, saying that he was useless and could be killed so easily. Liu Chen walked to Majid and was about to use Jello's cloak to restrain Majid. Majid's expression suddenly became determined. He released his stand-in and fired several shots at Liu Chen's face. He could see that Liu Chen's body was not afraid of bullets, and the action of using his arms to block his face just now made Majid believe that the head must be Liu Chen's weakness. This is not wrong, because the skin under the head is mostly bones and not much muscle, so this layer of armor is very thin. This attack caught Liu Chen off guard, so he didn't have time to dodge. The bullet successfully hit Liu Chen's face. Although Liu Chen hardened his facial skin at the last moment to block the bullets, the impact of the bullets caused him to feel dizzy. However, the hardened muscles in his neck helped Liu Chen protect his cervical spine. Therefore, these bullets were not fatal. However, the dizziness caused Liu Chen to stumble and fall to the ground. As Majid released his stand, he was also struck hard by the stand's steel body. This punch pierced Majid's chest. Majid could not use his stand ability when performing the action, so he chose to take Liu Chen's attack head-on to counterattack. He couldn't really allow Liu Chen to control him at will. He would never be hit by the same move a second time. The seriously injured Majid was no longer able to use his stand ability to maintain his life, but he smiled with satisfaction when he saw Liu Chen fall to the ground. Then he collapsed to the ground. The invincible Majid died in battle. After being hit by the bullet, Liu Chen insisted on using his body to hit Majid, and his stand immediately disappeared. The severe dizziness forced him to take a rest. The impact just now made it impossible for him to maintain his stand ability, and the clothes on everyone became soft again. By now, an entire city block in Philadelphia had been destroyed, affecting many houses. At the same time that Liu Chen and his team defeated Majid, the president suddenly appeared next to the sound man, although the sound man had set up many traps around him. But Valentine was able to jump right over these traps and appear next to the sound man. A nearby recording of a cutting sound severed one of Valentine's legs. However, this was meaningless. As long as the president wasn't killed immediately, he would be able to reappear unharmed. This injury wasn't a big deal for Valentine. Yin Ren, whose movement was restricted, was knocked to the ground by a heavy punch from the attacking D4C. The reason why he was not killed instantly by the punch was that Yin Ren used his stand to block it slightly. Even so, Yin Ren still spurted out a lot of blood from his mouth. This punch almost took Yin Ren's life. The president, having achieved initial success, was excited. The two previous misses had made him doubt the damage of bullets. So this time, he chose to use a double to launch a direct attack. The president held the sound man down with his D4C and said calmly, "You betrayed me, Sandman. How kind of me to give someone like you a chance. And you didn't even cherish it." Yinren replied with resentment in his tone, I only fight for my tribe, and you are the devils who took our land. All of you. If you had continued to serve me, I would have allowed a lowly blood like you to occupy a place in a happy future. But you gave up this opportunity with your own hands. Now go to hell with your regrets. The land of our ancestors has been occupied by you. You people are like a plague that is wreaking havoc on this land. You people have brought nothing but death and fear. The Yinren was fearless and just kept shouting and cursing. Death to you, vile bloodline! D4C swung his knife down fiercely. Yinren recorded the final explosion on his own body. As D4C split the musician's neck, an explosion ensued. The sound man was blown to pieces by his own ability. And the president hid in a parallel world the moment the explosion occurred. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 The End. Chapter 42 The End. Jello saw one of his teammates lying on the ground, his life or death uncertain, and the other one was willing to self-destruct in order to cause harm to the president. Unfortunately, the president's body was not left at the scene. It seems that he successfully escaped to a parallel world. Now the only enemies left are the president and the one who can transform into a dinosaur. Johnny and I can definitely defeat them. Jello still had the last iron ball in his hand, which Johnny had made for him earlier. Jello prayed silently in his heart that this iron ball would play the most crucial role. Then he habitually encouraged his teammates, Johnny, it looks like it's up to us to finish all this in the end. As expected, it's going to be up to the two of us to save everything in the end. At this moment, fire burned in Johnny's eyes. We will definitely be able to defeat the president and take back all the remains. He must stand up, even if it is this country that stands in his way. Get ready, Johnny, the enemy is coming soon. Jello held the iron ball tightly in his hand. Valentine reappeared beside Ferdinand and urged him, hurry up and kill those two poor bastards. I will find a way to help you. At this time, the little dinosaurs created by Ferdinand had been constantly consumed and there were only a few left, so the president's order was actually for him to go up and fight personally. This put him in a difficult position. He wasn't the type of warrior to personally lead a charge. He was a doctor, a scholar. He wasn't the type to engage in such vulgar activities. However, due to the intimidation of the president and the reward he had promised him, Ferdinand could only rush towards Johnny and Jello with the remaining two little dinosaurs. Valentine disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was not alone. Several Valentines also appeared beside Jiro and Johnny at the same time. After lying on the ground for a while, Liu Chen struggled to get up. The dizziness had begun to disappear. So Liu Chen quickly looked around. Then we saw dinosaurs and the president surrounding Jiro and Johnny, and the situation was very bad. Just after he fell to the ground, Yinren was killed by Valentine, and he ultimately could not escape his fate. Several presidents raised their revolvers from different directions and shot at Jiro and Johnny. The dinosaurs also took the opportunity to pounce on them. Johnny activated Tooth 3 and moved his upper body along the bullet hole and appeared behind Dr. Ferdinand. The dinosaur he transformed into was the largest and very easy to distinguish. After seeing this situation, Liu Chen quickly brought out his substitute and re-endowed the clothes of his two teammates with strong properties. The bullets made a bang as they hit the clothes, but did not penetrate them. After his clothes became solid, Jiro immediately realized that Liu Chen had woken up, so he used his arms to protect the vital parts of his head that were not covered with clothes. Pistols in the 19th century were not very powerful, and some could not even penetrate a pot. Therefore, the clothes we wore in winter were already thick enough. Johnny's upper body had disappeared from the spot along with the bullet hole. Of course, the bullet could not hit a person who no longer existed there. The president was a little angry when he saw that his attack had failed again. That damn Oriental man was not dead yet. So several Valentines fired another round in Liu Chen's direction, and the cloak that had not been used before turned into a shield to completely protect Liu Chen. Johnny found an opportunity to fire a claw bullet, but the dinosaur's excellent dynamic vision helped Ferdinand dodge it. However, the bullet marks left by Johnny's claw bullets could be traced for 8 seconds. The claw bullets struck the ground, leaving a hole that immediately began to crawl up Ferdinand's leg, then headed for his vitals. Ferdinand had seen how Mike was killed and panicked. He was certainly no warrior. He quickly reached for the bullet hole, but it began to move up his arm. Johnny had originally aimed for a vital area like the heart or throat, but the hole's duration expired. Finally, it exploded in Ferdinand's arm. A large hole was blown out of Ferdinand's left arm, and a large amount of blood flowed directly out. Ferdinand screamed in pain from the injury. The second claw bullet was fired again. Ferdinand, who had lost his will to fight, had no way to stop Johnny's attack. In the end, he was also killed by Johnny's claw bullet. After watching his subordinate who had no fighting spirit being killed so easily, Valentine cursed in his heart that he was a waste. If Ferdinand had the same fighting spirit as Diego that he had faced before, the current situation would definitely not be like this. After Liu Chen's substitute went up and killed the 2 Valentines, he began to walk towards Valentine's real body. This made the president a little angry, so D4C immediately appeared and rushed towards Heartsteel. In the president's mind, Liu Chen's stand-in was no match for him at all, yet he actually dared to come up and seek death. Heart of Steel and D4C started fighting, and Liu Chen was at a disadvantage for a while. The difference in the board was soon reflected. Heart of Steel could only hold on under D4C's heavy punches, but fortunately the speed of the 2 stands was not much different. Finally, Zero took action. He determined that the person with the double must be Valentine's real self. If he could kill him before he escaped from this world, he would be completely killed. Take advantage of this moment when Liu Chen has attracted his attention. The iron ball passed by like a meteor, and then hit the president heavily. A large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth, and then he disappeared on the spot. Jello's attack was ultimately unsuccessful, and the president disappeared from the spot and never appeared again. However, in these series of bloody battles, all the men the president brought from the parallel world were killed. Now, the president was the only one left. He had actually died several times. However, he had an infinite number of lives, so dying a few times was not a problem for him at all. With Valentine disappearing again, the 3 finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although they hadn't completely killed the president yet, at least they could breathe a sigh of relief. After Johnny released Tooth 3, he said to the 2 of them, "Jiro, the most important thing for us now is to find Lucy." Jiro gave his own guess. From the previous news from Vika Bibo, we know that Lucy was imprisoned by the president. Maybe she is in a prison somewhere. Liu Chen concluded, Lucy should be imprisoned in a house in Valentine's mansion. Valentine will definitely not let her out of his sight. So where will the president live? Jello made a reasonable guess, of course it's the most magnificent building. How could the president live anywhere else? The president's residence should be not far from here, otherwise he wouldn't have appeared on the battlefield so soon. Let's look for a suitable building nearby. End of this chapter. Chapter 43 The Complete Remains of the Saint. Chapter 43 The Complete Remains of the Saint. As the 3 men rested, their horses came running back. All 3 horses were still alive, and as the dust of the battle settled, the horses began to return to look for their owners. Jello first picked up the iron ball that he had dropped on the ground, and then the 3 of them got on their horses. They could see Valentine at the corner of the street, so the 3 of them drove their horses towards where Valentine was. The president seemed to be guiding the 3 men step by step, leading them to follow him. If he couldn't defeat the 3 of them head-on, he must have a new plan. Liu Chen realized that Valentine was definitely leading them forward. We can't keep following Valentine. He must have some conspiracy. Johnny was a little impatient, but it's impossible to catch him if we don't follow him now, and we don't know where Lucy is now. There's no way to kill him even if we follow him. He could escape to a parallel world at any time. As a result, when they turned a corner, the president, Liu Chen, and the other two saw two extremely surprising figures. The two are Lucy Steele and Stephen Steele. Lucy actually escaped on her own, a result that was beyond everyone's expectations. According to the normal script, it shouldn't have taken Liu Chen and the other two to go through so much hardship to rescue Lucy. This is just like when Mario is halfway through his run and the princess comes out on her own, and Link goes to save the princess, and the princess comes out on her own as well. However, this is possible with the help of the saint's remains. Lucy's awakened stand, the tier ride ticket, is incredibly powerful, rivaling Miracle for You in every way except for its activation conditions. Both stands appear to possess the ability to manipulate disasters. The battle that had broken out earlier had drawn away all of the president's stand users, leaving only ordinary people to guard Lucy. Naturally, these people were unable to prevent Lucy from escaping. Stand users have a natural advantage over ordinary people. This also made Liu Chen sigh at how terrifying the Valkyrie was. Fate always draws the protagonists closer, and the gathering of the remains is inevitable. No one can change it. Seeing this, Liu Chen and the other two felt somewhat relieved. At least Johnny and Jiro had some friendship with Lucy. They could be considered allies for now. Valentine became even more annoyed when he saw this scene. His plans hadn't been going smoothly since today. His once foolproof situation had suddenly turned into this. The president disappeared from the spot, and at the same time, the three men rode their horses and galloped towards the two men. Johnny shouted to the two of them, "Lucy, be careful of the objects around you." Valentine could appear at any time with these things. As soon as he finished speaking, the president appeared beside Lucy and reached out to grab Lucy. Stephen Steele stood in front of Lucy, and the president raised his hand and shot Stephen in the torso. After a gunshot, Stephen fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. At this time, Jello's iron ball had already hit Valentine directly, and blood splattered. This Valentine fell to the ground, and then another Valentine appeared here, sandwiched between this Valentine's body and the ground. Valentine grabbed Lucy and put the gun to her head. Johnny stretched out his hand and fired claw bullets, but all these attacks were blocked by Valentine, who rushed out in a row. Now was the time to show each other's determination, and Valentine had already given everything for the happiness of his country. The blood-soaked president pointed a gun at Lucy's head and said firmly, "Don't move, or I'll kill Lucy. None of us will ever get the intact remains of the saint. You want to threaten us foreigners with the lives of your people? And even if Lucy is dead, her body will come out." Liu Chen found the president's remarks funny. "Jello is from Naples, not to mention myself. I can tell at first glance that I am not an American. The only American here is Johnny." Although Liu Chen said so, Valentine actually didn't care about these people's lives. The only ones who cared about these people's lives were Jiro and Johnny. Good guys have to be held at gunpoint. So Liu Chen could only continue to refute Valentine and said, "Besides, you are reluctant to kill Lucy. Aren't you sure whether the saint's body can still give birth after Lucy's death?" The president replied viciously, "Then I will take her to a parallel world. You have no means of getting there. As long as I take Lucy away, you will have no hope of gathering the remains. I will lurk in the parallel world and keep an eye on the three of you every day. From today on, you will never have a single day of peace." Liu Chen immediately countered, "If you take Lucy away, the three of us will immediately divide the body and leave the United States together. And you know I have the same countermeasures against you. Don't force me to use them." Valentine was worried that what Liu Chen had said before was true. If he took Lucy away, she would leave this world with part of her body, without even having the chance to retrieve it. This was something he absolutely did not want to see. "Then let's decide the winner here and see who is more favored by the corpse." Lucy struggled and used the tear blade transformed from the tear ticket to slash at Valentine, who was controlling her. Valentine was even more shocked. Lucy had become a stand user without his knowledge. The current situation was beyond Valentine's control. However, since everything was out of control, it would depend on which side had the stronger will. The stand D4C emerged, and dozens of Valentines, armed with revolvers, appeared around them. They lunged at the three with determined looks. The stand-in D4C, who had just been present in the crowd of Valentine, disappeared in the blink of an eye. The president, who only has a pistol, is actually not very powerful in combat. Although the president has participated in wars before, he does not have any particularly strong combat power without relying on his stand. Johnny fired claw bullets continuously, and Liu Chen's substitute body and steel emerged, and they easily killed all the Valentines. During this period, D4C never appeared, and the stand should have been holding Lucy's body hostage. At this time, Johnny's hand appeared behind the president where he could not see through the ability of Ya-3. The claw bullet fired and successfully hit the president's heart. The damage from this shot was so staggering that the president seemed to have no time to hide in a parallel world. Valentine's body was lying on the ground next to Lucy, and D4C had disappeared without a trace. The body also contained the saint's spine, heart, legs, and left arm. It looked as if Valentine had indeed been killed. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 Pregnancy. Chapter 44 Pregnancy. Now the three of them have finally collected all the remains, and Lucy is right by their side. All they have to do next is use Lucy to bring the complete remains into being. The complete remains of the saint are now within sight. Liu Chen was somewhat puzzled as to how the president could be killed so easily. According to the president's ability, he should not be killed so easily. So Liu Chen asked doubtfully, wasn't the final process a little too easy? Did Valentine die so easily? Valentine's death seemed a bit too frivolous. He should have had a backup plan, but he didn't use it. Generally speaking, shouldn't this kind of boss have a second phase? This battle has been going on since they entered the city. The three men are already covered with scars and it doesn't look like they are having an easy time. After expressing his doubts, Liu Chen immediately went over and took all the remains of the saints that emerged from the president's body. All the remains of the saints had been collected. Lucy quickly pounced on Stephen, who had been shot by the president before. Stephen struggled, stroked Lucy's head with his hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." His tone was full of pampering. Jello went forward to check Mr. Steele's injuries. Jello was actually a doctor. The examination results were good. Stephen was not seriously injured and the bullet hit locations that were not fatal. Jiro reassured Lucy and said, "Mr. Steele is fine. Let our Oriental boy heal your husband's wound and everything will be fine." Then, as if remembering something, he added with a grin on his gold teeth, "Don't forget to remove the bullet from his body first. You have to say this first." Liu Chen stepped forward and used his stand to help him take the bullet out of his body, and then used his stand ability to help still heal the wound caused by the bullet. During this time, Johnny looked around and didn't find any enemies, but he still said cautiously, "Let's leave here first. All the remains are in our hands. Maybe there are pursuers coming. I finally achieved my goal, and I can't let any accidents happen at the end." Jiro looked at Johnny and Liu Chen, who were a little worried, and decided, "Then we should leave here first. You two can take the steels with you. I already have a passenger on my horse." Johnny said somewhat helplessly, "Of course, Liu Chen and I will bring the steels along. We all know there's a goddess sitting behind your horse." Jello grinned smugly. So Mr. Steele rode on Liu Chen's horse. If he had not been injured, he would have been the one to carry his wife on horseback, and Lucy sat on Johnny's horse. Behind Jello's Valkyrie sits the goddess of luck, so he can't let anyone else sit on it. The five men rode their horses towards the suburbs and soon left Philadelphia. Liu Chen had never ridden a horse with someone before, so he seemed a bit flustered along the way. The two of them almost fell off the horse several times, and the main reason for this was that the double pulled them up in time. Steele couldn't help but sigh, with your skills, you can actually catch up in this stage. Even Johnny, who was limping, rode more steadily than Liu Chen. He didn't remember Liu Chen being among the top contestants. The only Oriental person ahead of him was Dongfang Zizhu. However, he had been imprisoned by the president for some time. So it was possible that Liu Chen had suddenly emerged. Liu Chen replied rather embarrassedly, I didn't participate in the competition. Before this, I traveled by train. Oh, so you're looking for the remains. Still then continued with some doubt, so the president's real goal behind this competition is also to find these remains. He had been deeply invested in this competition, having done it with romantic dreams, but it was a pity that he was being used by the president. However, Lucy was more important, so he did not regret leaving now. Yes, this is the purpose of the president pushing this competition behind the scenes. Still was actually still a little confused, what are these things for? Why is Lucy involved in this? For him, he and his wife did not want to obtain the so-called remains, so there was no possibility of being involved in the dispute. Liu Chen explained in a mysterious manner, of course it's because she has a mission. Lucy is the most important part of this story. Jiro added seriously, although Liu Chen doesn't seem very trustworthy, you have to believe that what he says is true. He can indeed predict the future. Jello's words made the Steele couple look at Liu Chen a few more times. Lucy then added, the president had wanted to attack you before, but he stopped because we were still needed for the competition. Stephen was a little worried. He could hear the risks involved from Liu Chen's tone. Does it have to be Lucy? Can't I take her place? This is Lucy's mission. She will become a saintly figure. Of course, you can't do that. Lucy was a little overwhelmed. Even the Valkyrie would get flustered in the face of such a big thing. Is this really my mission? Of course, all of us who were in the church at the time saw this. Johnny remembered the split images that flashed through everyone's mind when they were at church. So he confirmed Liu Chen's statement, yes, the saint's head is inside you. When all the parts are gathered, the complete remains will be born by you. All of this is predetermined by fate. So, Lucy, you must shoulder your mission. Still thought for a moment and continued to ask, what use would an intact body be? Although this could really be Lucy's fate, she couldn't take the risk if it was of no use. Of course, D4C can be evolved into Love Train. In fact, Liu Chen is not sure what the others will do with the remains. Diego and Johnny both got the remains for a period of time, but their stands did not evolve. So Liu Chen answered in an uncertain tone, it should bring happiness, right? This is the welfare of all mankind. So you don't know either, right? Then why bother chasing after illusory happiness? Human happiness isn't determined by someone's remains. Not even if they're a saint. At this time, Jiro spoke up, at least it should be able to help Johnny get back on his feet. For me, that's enough. Still was a little surprised. So, after all this talk about fate and humanity, is the ultimate goal just to help one person stand up again? I've never heard that the president has any problems with his legs or feet before. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 Sudden Change. Chapter 45 Sudden Change. After galloping for a while, Philadelphia was left far behind by several people. The horses crossed a wide but shallow stream, and the trees on both sides began to grow denser. At this moment, Liu Chen, who was being pulled by a double, saw that the atmosphere was somewhat silent and suddenly said, since we killed the president, we will probably be hunted by the government. What are you going to do next? When I read the comics before, I was surprised that these people could continue to participate in the competition as if it was their right after killing the president. Shouldn't they contact the ship and run away immediately? This heinous crime of assassinating the king is not comparable to bad students traveling to Egypt to beat up a centenarian, bullies in Morio Town bullying men and women and humiliating ordinary office workers, or thugs plotting to gain power and beating up gang leaders. Johnny immediately objected, as an American, this country can move forward into the future without a great president, and that future will be better without a selfish leader. Mr. Steele thought for a moment and said, Valentine hasn't told the public about collecting the saints' remains. He's only planning this with some stand users. And ordinary people like us can't see the stands on your bodies. Furthermore, what he's doing isn't actually allowed by Congress. The country can't let any one person keep control of it. The vice president must be waiting for such an opportunity. So we won't be hunted down. So the president is essentially using his power to do his own thing, and his successor might be delighted. A dead president is not a president. Liu Chen understood a little, so he suggested, I see. Then, after we have nurtured the complete remains of the saint, we will each go our separate ways. Those who should participate in the competition will continue to participate, and those who should organize the competition will continue to organize the competition. I will also leave here to pursue my next destiny. I feel like we're ready to break up and divide our belongings. Johnny asked, Are you going back to the east? I'd like to go there, too. How about you, Jiro? Liu Chen told his plan, I'm planning to go to New Guinea. There are some great treasures there. After that, I don't know where I'll go. Of course I'm planning to go back home, but since there's no danger now, I still have to finish the competition. Maybe fate will come true in a different way. Jello finally joked with Liu Chen. Seeing that the three had already started making plans for the future, still reassured, isn't it dangerous to nurture the remains of a saint? Liu Chen replied affirmatively, Yes, this is a very risky matter. During this period, Lucy will gradually be replaced by the remains. However, as long as we seize the opportunity and remove the remains in time, it will not cause any harm to Lucy. Mr. Steele objected vehemently, This is too dangerous. I can't let you do this. You already have all the body parts. Give them to that guy named Johnny and maybe he can stand up. Although Johnny wanted to stand up, he couldn't sacrifice the lives of others. He had grown during this journey, and the golden spirit in Jiro began to shine in him. Jello stopped by the horse's reins and said, Perhaps we should ask the person concerned. Lucy, are you willing to do this? As Jello stopped, several people also stopped. Noticing Jello's gaze, Lucy fell silent. After a moment, she said in a firm tone, If this is really my mission, then I will do it. Still immediately stopped her, No. Lucy, you can't do such a dangerous thing. Liu Chen still harbored some hope, believing he might be able to retrieve the intact body. Johnny's goal, however, was simply to stand up, and he could already do so. However, Liu Chen would not force anything for the body. He had already obtained a substitute, and it would be a bit greedy to desire more. She has to bring the complete remains to term, otherwise more people will be drawn into this matter. As long as the remains are not assembled, they will continue to attract more people to participate in this matter. And Lucy can't escape this fate at all. Liu Chen glanced at the troubled Still and continued, The next time she meets someone, it might not be someone like us. We will still care about your lives. But someone like Valentine will only use more brutal means to do it. Still grabbed Liu Chen's wrist and said, You have to make sure nothing happens to Lucy. He was persuaded by Liu Chen. If all the problems couldn't be solved now, who knows what the next person would do? Liu Chen answered firmly, I promise that nothing will happen to Lucy. Jiro and Johnny trust Liu Chen very much. So they parked their horses near a big tree, and Liu Chen cleaned up all the debris around them. Then several people took out the remains of the saint in their bodies and pieced them together. The separated body parts immediately merged into one when they touched each other, as if they had never been separated. Lucy made up her mind and touched the body, an ray of light shone on her. The body immediately disappeared from the spot. From everyone's perspective, they saw a ray of light shining on Lucy, and then her belly grew bigger. As time went on, Lucy's belly quickly deflated again, and then Lucy herself began to be replaced by the remains. Then the whole world began to move towards Lucy. Plates were torn apart and the water was split in two. It's as if the world is on a pilgrimage. At this moment, Fanny Valentine suddenly crawled out again from under Lucy, who was lying there. Valentine did not die, but pretended to be killed and hid in a parallel world, and then watched everything here through the cracks. He knew that he couldn't get the body back with his own ability, so he transferred his stand-in D4C to another self in advance. Then he deliberately allowed himself to be killed by Liu Chen and others, leaving his body inside. For the president, it didn't really matter who collected the remains, he only needed to show up at the most critical moment to take away the complete remains. The fact that he was dead could also help his opponents relax their vigilance. When Lucy's body began to stiffen and her breathing became difficult, the moment the complete remains emerged from Lucy's body, Valentine jumped out from the parallel world and grabbed the complete remains of the saint. After her intact body was taken away, Lucy's body began to recover towards its original condition. At this time, a wall of light began to gradually form, and Valentine successfully entered the crack between the worlds. From now on, all misfortunes will stay away from Valentine, who is caught in the cracks of the world. His stand D4C also successfully evolved into D4C Love Train. Fate requires Johnny to evolve his stand into Fang4, which is a necessary part of fighting the torrent of disaster. Therefore, the president will inevitably obtain the complete remains of the saint within a certain period of time. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 Cavalry Chapter Xian. Chapter 46 Cavalry Turns. The president, standing in the light wall, felt in great shape. Only at this moment did he truly pick up his own napkin. Now the whole world is on his table. The wall of light began to spread to both sides, and Valentine's range of movement began to expand. Johnny fired several claw bullets at Valentine the moment he snatched the body and entered the light wall, but the claw bullets disappeared the moment they touched the light wall. Standing in the wall of light, all misfortunes will stay away from Valentine. Somewhere, a man who was hunting was suddenly hit by a misfired gun and died on the spot. Happiness and misfortune are mutually unified, their sum is 0. When someone is lucky, someone else must suffer misfortune in their place. After the president saw that his opponents were unable to do anything to him, he gave a speech to the losers with a smug look on his face. You have helped me accomplish all this, and now the future happiness of this country rests in my hands. In return, I will make you die in agony. As that damned Oriental said, all this was planned by fate. In the end, it is I who will lead this country to happiness. Valentine wanted to humiliate these lowly poor people who stood in the way of his happiness. He had been secretly observing everyone in a parallel world, so he naturally knew what everyone was saying. Seeing the president appear again, Liu Chen felt a sense of relief. Valentine's previous death was too quick, and his abilities made it difficult to kill him instantly. So there had to be something fishy going on. However, Valentine, hiding in a parallel world, had no defense because he could appear from anywhere. Now that the boss has finally entered his second phase, all they have to do is defeat him. The three of them have a plan for this situation. Before entering Philadelphia, Liu Chen explained to Johnny and Jiro the D4C Love Train's abilities and countermeasures. The key to defeating the light wall lies in the cavalry's maneuver. Now is the time to strike back. Jello on the side jumped on the horse and drove it to gallop. Johnny said to Steele, "Take Lucy away from here. You can't interfere in the battle between us and the president." After saying that, he also got back on the horse with the help of the spinning force. Jello held the iron ball and waited for the right moment. When he and the horse achieved a perfect golden turn at the same time, the iron ball in his hand carried the force and flew towards Valentine in the light wall. This golden spin was so perfect that even Liu Chen could see it. After seeing Jello's attack, Liu Chen finally began to understand what the golden spin was. Unfortunately, the light wall suddenly extended forward at this moment, and this movement happened to cut off a part of the iron ball, making it no longer perfect. The blow that could have shattered the light wall only grazed Valentine's body. So this attack naturally missed, and this was Jello's last iron ball. In Valentine's eyes, this was just a failed struggle of a loser. But Valentine was full of the margin of victory. Then Valentine laughed arrogantly and said, "Ha ha ha, fate is indeed on my side. You have lost your last chance to win. Now let me bring you the most desperate death. From now on, the world will be on my side. Everything in the world is constantly moving towards the saint's remains. Branches, gravel, and all kinds of debris flew towards the few people." Valentine was unscrupulously using the power of the remains. The rebel hit Jello's arm, then the rebel merged into Jello's body and began to spread rapidly to a more dangerous place. When Jello touched these things, he immediately realized the danger and warned others loudly, "Be careful with these things, they can integrate into our bodies." Liu Chen quickly ran to Jiro's side and revealed his substitute. Heartsteel grabbed the gravel from Jiro's arm and threw it into the distance. At the same time, a huge gaping wound appeared on the arm. The wound began to move towards the heart. The Heartsteel helped Jiro heal the wounds on his body. Now he couldn't leave these wounds alone, as any wound would move towards a fatal position under the influence of the corpse. Johnny saw his companions, after treating their wounds, spurring their horses to a gallop. He also began to try the cavalry maneuver. The force of the rotation was transferred from the stirrups to Johnny's legs, and he felt the existence of his legs again. This fact made Johnny very excited, but now was not the time to feel it. Johnny aimed his claw bullets at the president in the light wall and fired several rounds. D4C appeared beside Johnny along the light wall and began to attack. Johnny's stand, YA3, appeared to block it. As soon as the attack started, Johnny was suppressed by the president. However, Johnny still bought some time for Liu Chen. Liu Chen took off his coat and wanted to make another iron ball for Jello. The stand-in steel's hands stroked the coat, and under the power of the stand-in steel, the coat first turned into flowing liquid, and then gradually became two solid balls. Liu Chen handed one of the iron balls to Jiro and said solemnly, "Jiro, it all depends on you from now on. You must hit the target with this shot. Don't worry. There won't be any mistakes this time. It's all about the glory of the Zeppeli family." Jello held the iron ball tightly. And Jello's demonstration just now has made Liu Chen understand what the golden spin is. Now Liu Chen can also throw iron balls with spinning power. So Liu Chen nodded to Jello and said, "I will help you attract Valentine's attention." After saying that, Liu Chen rode his horse forward again. When the horse ran out of the golden spin, Liu Chen threw the iron ball in his hand and shouted, "Valentine, take my iron ball with infinite spinning power." Then Jello followed closely behind, and his beloved horse Valkyrie started running again. When the iron ball thrown by Liu Chen hit the light wall, the substitute's body steel followed the iron ball closely and arrived near the light wall and began to hit the light wall continuously. Except that the heart steel cannot tear through the light wall, the other sound and light effects are the same as Chu Mimi. In fact, Liu Chen had not yet learned the cavalry maneuver. He had only just learned the most common golden maneuver. But this did not prevent him from acting as if he could defeat Valentine. As the saying goes, you don't have to be able to solve the questions, but the sound of turning the pages must be loud. Valentine was indeed captivated by Liu Chen's actions. This Oriental man always had unexpected tricks. Valentine only regretted not having been able to eliminate him sooner. The appearance of Heartsteel helped Johnny relieve the pressure. At this time, Jello took action again. With the blessing of the goddess of luck, he threw out the most perfect cavalry spin. His substitute emerged. Perfect skills can also inspire a stand, and Jello clearly has this qualification. Iron Ball Destroyer. He sent Valentine the most fatal greeting. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 The Final Time Stop. Chapter 47 The Final Time Stop. Jello's iron ball hit the light wall, and at the same time, the light wall was pierced by the heavy punch of the iron ball destroyer. The moment the light wall shattered, the iron ball actually hit Fanny Valentine. After Valentine was hit by an iron ball transformed from his clothes, his body began to age rapidly. In just a few breaths, he went from a middle-aged man to someone who looked like he was in his 70s or 80s. His hair fell out, his eyes grew dim, his movements slowed, and his muscles felt weak. The power of time seemed to be added to him in an instant, and the fear of aging was far greater than that of death. D4C's appearance also became extremely old, and the stand that was originally full of power was also filled with a sense of decay. Valentine struggled to drape the flag he had brought with him and traveled to the parallel world. As Valentine disappeared, the saint's body fell into the crack formed by the light wall. He wanted to give up his useless body and regain a young one. This was an easy thing for Valentine. However, in the parallel world, Valentine discovered to his horror that no matter how many bodies he changed, aging would be transferred to the new body along with D4C. The power of aging is engraved on D4C with infinite rotation, and the new body that is replaced will also be affected by infinity. The fear of death appeared in Valentine for the first time. His original body had died many times, but he had never been afraid of it before. As long as everything he does is for the country, he can face death calmly. He believes that his patriotic spirit will definitely be passed on by his parallel world self. Sacrifice will be the cornerstone of this nation. But now, Valentine was about to die in obscurity in this wilderness, without any meaning, and without anyone knowing. He, Fanny Valentine, must not end up like this. He had to save himself. That infinite whirling force the Oriental man had shouted yes. That must be their tactic. As long as he was alive, there was still hope. They must have their own goals. Was it the final prize money? Valentine still had his last weapon, language. In the basic world, the three looked at the saint's body that had fallen to the ground. At this moment, victory was not far away for them. Johnny even turned over and got off his horse and stood up. The change happened inadvertently. At the end of this journey, he was actually able to stand up. This wasn't due to the saint's remains, but rather to the gains he had made during this journey. Jello looked at Johnny in surprise. You can already stand up. Johnny's face was filled with tears. He excitedly said to the two of them, I can finally stand up. Thank you for your help along the way. This time, the infinite golden whirlwind triumphed over fate, and with the help of the outsider, Jello also triumphed over the fate that would have inevitably led to his death, and over the fate of the Zeppeli family. Liu Chen was not just a witness, he personally participated in this fate and changed it. At the end of the story, Johnny also got the standing he had always wanted. The happy ending is assured. Perhaps in the future, Johnny's infinite rotation power won't necessarily be needed to deal with the torrent of disasters. Jello can also use this power. Given the close relationship between the two of them, Johnny will seek help when facing unstoppable difficulties. By then, Johnny should still have a chance to learn the cavalry maneuver, but this time, let Jiro Zeppeli come to his rescue. The extremely old Valentine reappeared in the shrinking wall of light, and his first act was to pick up the saint's body again. Then he looked at the three of them and said, Everything I do is for the country. You cannot let your own personal desires stand in the way of the country's happiness. This is all for justice. The people will live a happy life thanks to the appearance of the saint's remains. Valentine's voice had grown hoarse with age, but the moment he opened his mouth he spoke with moral blackmail. I'm not from this country, and neither am Jello. This kind of thing of sacrificing other places for one's own happiness has nothing to do with us. Liu Chen dispelled all of Valentine's words with just one sentence. Jiro righteously accused him, You are only using the name of the country to realize your own selfish desires. Aren't those innocent people you killed so casually part of this country? You just treat them as objects that can be discarded at will, Commander Valentine. Seeing that moral kidnapping didn't work, Valentine turned to Bribbery. Then help me remove this power. I will give you whatever you want. Whether it's money or power, I will give you everything I can. Don't worry, I will never retaliate against you. The country will gain happiness, I will gain power, and you will gain money. Isn't this a happy outcome for everyone? You have absolutely no integrity at all, and you're definitely still plotting how to deal with us. Saving you would only put us in danger. All three of them were well aware of Valentine's true nature. Seeing that he couldn't convince them, Valentine suddenly pulled out his pistol and pointed it at the three of them, saying in a firm tone, "The body must remain in the United States, and you have stood in the way of this country." Then Valentine made a reassuring comment about all his actions. "My heart and my actions are as clear as a clear mirror, and everything I do is righteous." After saying this, Valentine fired several shots with trembling hands, unable to even hold the gun steady. Naturally, no one knew where the bullets went. The decrepit D4C floated over and prepared to attack several people, but unfortunately the old Valentine no longer had enough mental strength to launch an attack. D4C's continuous attacks were powerless, and Heartsteel dissipated the stand D4C with one punch. There should be no mercy for such an enemy. When Liu Chen was about to kill Valentine, Valentine had already died naturally due to aging. Liu Chen took out his gun and fired 2 more shots at Valentine's body, one for Mondantum and one for Yinran. The saint's body, which Valentine had been holding tightly in his hands, fell out of his hands as he fell to the ground. The president did have a backup plan, and the ambitious Diego was his final bet. And the person who could stop time had the potential to seize the body from the 3 men. As Valentine said, in the end, as long as the saints remain in the United States, it will be enough. Even if the person who finally achieves this is not himself. Liu Chen walked towards the saint's body next to Valentine's body, and he would be able to get the complete body in his hands soon. The world. Time stopped. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Resistance. Chapter 48 Resistance. When time flowed again, the body in front of him had disappeared. A man on a horse was galloping not far ahead. Liu Chen recognized that person immediately. He was Diego. Diego, who had the ability to stop time for 5 seconds. 5 seconds was still too short. His horse couldn't move during the time freeze. So the 3 of them still had a chance to defeat Diego and retrieve the saint's body. Liu Chen, who had climbed onto his horse, warned the other 2, "Be careful, this Diego's stand has the ability to pause time for 5 seconds. Stop time? We've encountered enemies who can rewind time before. Stands like this are not easy to deal with. So be careful, he likes to throw knives after stopping time." After chasing for a distance, Liu Chen and the other 2 reached the river. Diego was riding a horse across the river. This was a great opportunity for Liu Chen, just like flowing water, which was a very soft thing. The constant use of substitutes during this period had already improved Liu Chen's abilities. He now had more routines, and the soft things in life were simply countless. Heartsteel punched the water. Diego's horse hooves were immediately trapped by the river water, and then the horse's legs were broken due to its own speed. The sudden stop threw Diego off the horse, and the saint's body was also thrown extremely far away. The soft surface of the river was now as hard as steel. At Diego's horse speed, falling onto it would surely result in serious injuries. Diego's stand world was activated and caught him in the air, preventing him from falling to the ground. However, because his horse was injured, he could no longer escape. Yet Diego remained confident, for his ability to stop time was invincible. No one could defeat a world with its own unique time. Not even 3 enemies. Liu Chen also believed that when dealing with an evil heretic like Diego, there was no need to talk about the code of conduct. Now it had to be a righteous 3-on-1 fight. When Johnny saw Diego fall off his horse, he immediately activated the claw bullet, and the Fang 2 bullet flew towards Diego. Liu Chen's substitute, Mind Steel, also flew towards Diego. Jiro was at the back, having to pick up the fallen iron ball first. Seeing the enemy launch an attack, Diego once again paused time to dodge Johnny's claw bullet. Then he threw the throwing knife he was carrying at the Oriental man that the president mentioned was the most difficult to deal with. At this moment, the world surrendered to Diego. 5 seconds passed and time began to slip away. A row of flying knives suddenly appeared in front of Liu Chen. Liu Chen, who had always been on guard against time stopping, had been trying to harden his skin since Diego fell off the horse. The flying knife made a thud as it struck his skin. Seeing that his moves had no effect, Diego felt that the president was right. And that Jello was also an opponent that the president feared. Johnny, whom he despised, dealt Diego the most fatal blow. The claw bullet he dodged hit Diego's horse, and the bullet mark turned back and climbed directly onto Diego's body and exploded. A huge gap appeared on Diego's chest. Johnny, whom he despised, was the most dangerous killer. Furthermore, gravity-based stands can also gain the ability to move while time is stopped. Johnny's stand, Yi, is a gravity-based stand, so he's somewhat resistant to time stops. During the time stop, his claw bullets continued to fly towards Diego. Several more claw bullets approached his face, forcing Diego to stop time again. The stand world emerged and flew towards Johnny. Killing the stand user would automatically neutralize his attack. The stand prepared for attack. Time began to flow again. The stand world punched Johnny hard, but at the most critical moment, it was hit by the iron ball thrown by Jello. The claw bullet hit Diego in the face, and the hungry and thirsty man died again at the hands of the 3 men. At this time, several Valentines also appeared here. They ran towards the body thrown aside as fast as they could. These were ordinary Valentines. They hadn't accepted D4C as their substitute. They were merely the president's last hope in obtaining the saint's remains. If possible, he still hoped to obtain the saint's remains himself. This was Valentine's last resort. Liu Chen removed the solid effect of the river surface, and they stumbled and fell into the river. Liu Chen removed the solidity effect on his body and drove the horse towards the body. These Valentines who had no stand abilities were easily dealt with one by Liu Chen's stand, steel of the body. Without a stand, they were at a great disadvantage in the battle. Standing in front of the body, Liu Chen suddenly had many thoughts. Johnny no longer needed this body. So, could he take it? Looking at the intact remains of the saint, it was impossible for Liu Chen not to be moved. And now he also had the ability to take it away. No one could stop him. He only needed to take the saint's remains and leave this world to possess this luck forever. Liu Chen suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart, as if everything was about to attack him. He suppressed his inner uneasiness and walked towards the intact body, feeling that the whole world was full of malice towards him. The saint's remains belong to all mankind in this world, and they will inevitably show great resistance to someone like Liu Chen who has the ability to take it away from this world. A saint will not leave this world, he will leave happiness in this world. Just as Liu Chen's hand was about to touch the body, he suddenly realized the immense danger. It was as if the entire earth was against him. If Liu Chen didn't stop, there was no telling what danger would arise. The ground seemed to be about to crack at any moment, the sky was thick with dark clouds and lightning, and the grass and trees began to spread. It seemed that if Liu Chen moved again, the whole world would attack him in the next moment. So Liu Chen gave up the idea of taking the saint's body away. If he tried to forcibly seize the body, he would end up standing shoulder to shoulder with Kaz. As the outstretched hand was put back, the uneasy feeling disappeared. Would you like to go with me to see other worlds? Worlds with different scenery and human beings. Since he couldn't take it away by force, it would depend on whether he could convince this legendary saint with words. A finger bone from the intact saint's body suddenly fell to the ground, as if it was a reward for Liu Chen. Or perhaps it was a part of him that was willing to follow Liu Chen out of this world. Liu Chen stepped forward and picked up the finger bone. In an instant, the finger bone merged into Liu Chen's right hand. Liu Chen felt that this finger bone might bring him luck. The other two also came to the side of the saint's body at this time. Johnny looked at Liu Chen putting his outstretched hand back and couldn't help asking, "Aren't you going to take the body away?" "I don't need it now." He knew that Liu Chen was also longing for the body. Liu Chen shook his right hand and said, "No, I've already taken what I can take away. Greed is not a virtue." End of this chapter. Chapter 49 Lucky Man. Chapter 49 Lucky Man. Jiro looked at the two and said, "So who will the body be given to now?" "Johnny, you don't need it anymore, right?" Johnny nodded and replied, "I can stand up, so I no longer need the saint's body." Johnny has achieved the purpose of this competition. Jello didn't really need this kind of thing. The treasure he had been snatching for a long time was now unwanted by everyone. Johnny remembered headpans and suggested, "How about handing it over to the Vatican?" Jiro objected, "I don't want to deal with those people. I think they're weird. The remains shouldn't belong to any country or individual. I used to think it was a good idea for Liu Chen to take it away, but he gave up." At this time, Steele, who had hurried over, suggested, "I know that the president built an air raid shelter under the Holy Trinity Church, and almost no one knows about it. Why not have Lucy put the body there? Lucy doesn't have any national identity, so the body won't belong to any country. The body was conceived by Lucy, and her identity held special significance. Perhaps, in a sense, the body belonged to all of humanity because she held it." The three of them fell into deep thought. Liu Chen actually thought it was a good idea for Johnny to take the body, as he would definitely need it in the future. However, this matter still had to be decided by them. Johnny nodded, "I think Lucy can take it away." "So be it." After the remains were settled, Liu Chen would not accompany Jiro and Johnny for the rest of the journey. He was exhausted from all the riding. Liu Chen said to the two of them, "I won't be following you two in the rest of the race. I'll be waiting for you two at the finish line in New York." Jiro said in a tone full of temptation, "We've walked such a long distance together, why don't you finish it with us? Think about it, this is a feat that spans the entire United States. Even if there is no reward, we should give it a try. If I follow you, I will only hinder your victory. Besides, we met halfway. I took the train before. Now I will take the train to the destination." Liu Chen answered firmly. Liu Chen had to travel half the distance by train, so there was no way he could get the achievement of traveling across North America. Then Liu Chen began to persuade Ji Luo, "Why don't you take the train with us to the destination? Anyway, your goal will definitely be achieved. Johnny and I have walked here, and we are going to finish the rest of the game." Then Liu Chen pointed at Mr. Steele and continued, "I think they're definitely planning to take the train. I don't even need to buy a ticket myself." Lucy wrapped the body in a cloak and placed it on Liu Chen's horse. Then the three of them began to walk towards the town ahead. Liu Chen planned to take the train directly to the finish line to wait for them. Since the horse couldn't get on the train, still, using his position as the race director, had someone help Liu Chen get the horse to the finish line. The horse belonged to Mandan Tim, and Liu Chen planned to give it to Johnny or Jello later. On the train, Liu Chen began to plan his future. After this competition, he planned to go looking for the Rococaca fruit. He would search for it for a while, regardless of whether he could find it or not. When the time was right, he would simply leave this world. The original Rococaca fruit had significant side effects. There was no need to obsess over it. If he truly couldn't find it, he wouldn't force it. However, Liu Chen believed that with the saint's blessing, he could achieve his goal. Now luck is on Liu Chen's side. At the finish line in New York, many onlookers were waiting to see the outcome of this unprecedented race. The winner of the $50 million prize is about to be announced. There was a commotion in the crowd, and a man looked at Johnny with tears in his eyes. He was holding Johnny's brother's riding boots in his hands. This man was Johnny's father. The man was about to shout something to Johnny when the starting gun sounded. Johnny spurred his horse forward. Jello shouted to Johnny, "It seems that your father has come to cheer for you, but I will not give the championship to you." Jello knew Johnny's family situation. "Come on, Jiro, the championship will definitely be yours." Liu Chen sat on the steps next to the Holy Trinity Church at the finish line and watched the race. He had previously helped Lucy put the saint's body into the church's air raid shelter and locked it. The race came to an end very quickly. The first person to cross the finish line was of course the lucky Poklock. It is reasonable that the contestant who participated in the competition wholeheartedly won the competition. The crowd around burst into enthusiastic cheers. Finally, a winner emerged in this competition that spanned the entire United States. Jiro followed closely behind and crossed the finish line in second place, followed by Dongfang Zizhu in third place, and Johnny followed behind in fourth place. Johnny no longer had any desire to win the competition, but he briefly considered giving the first place finisher a claw bullet to secure victory. Finally, he recalled Liu Chen's words that Jello's goal could be achieved in other ways, and so he abandoned the idea. Zero ultimately didn't win the competition, but compared to losing his life in the comics, this was a pretty good outcome. Moreover, a coup was about to happen in their country, and he wanted to rescue the boy so that he could get out of prison on his own. Liu Chen watched the audience rush towards the winners and send them their blessings. The crowd cheered when they saw the game was over and waited for President Valentine to make his speech. The person who came out was actually the vice president. He first told everyone that he didn't know why the president disappeared mysteriously, but then said that he could still lead the country to prosperity. Finally, Steele was called in to present the prizes to the winners of the competition. The SBR competition has officially ended. In the tavern that evening, Liu Chen and Jiro Joni celebrated their victory. Second and fourth place both received good rewards, but they both gained something more important than just the prize money. Of course, the lucky Poklock was also in the tavern, holding up his glass and laughing loudly. "I also bought a glass of wine for everyone present." In the cheerful atmosphere, Liu Chen said to the two of them, "I'm leaving here soon. It's time for me to return home. Even though I didn't win the championship. But you said I would achieve my goal, so I believed in you. I asked Mr. Steele to help us find Yinran's sister. She's planning to leave the country. Don't worry, I'll take care of her. She can come with me to Naples if she wants. I'll leave Mondentum's horse to you, Johnny. I'll take care of it." At this time, Johnny's father squeezed next to the three of them, feeling a little embarrassed. Seeing this scene, Liu Chen tactfully walked out of the tavern, and Jello followed him and left. "Let the rest be left to them, father and son." Liu Chen looked at the moon in the sky and said to Jiro, "Actually, Johnny might encounter a difficulty in the future. I wonder if he can get through it. I will help him. Even if the opponent is a disaster." "Of course. Then I wish you good luck. I can't give you any advice because I don't understand it all." "That's enough. How could there be so much information that seems like cheating? Good luck to you, too." End of this chapter. Chapter 50 Farewell. Chapter 50 Farewell. The next morning, Liu Chen finally met Johnny and Jello again at the port of New York. They came to see Liu Chen off. Mr. Steele had helped Liu Chen buy the boat ticket to New Guinea, and now he was a successful businessman. With the conclusion of this event, he had made a fortune. His name had become known throughout the country thanks to the competition. "You're leaving without even telling us. Jello said with a hint of complaint in his tone. Liu Chen smiled and explained, "Didn't I tell you yesterday when I was celebrating with you that I would be leaving soon? A man's farewell doesn't require so many words, so just let me leave quietly." Jiro also smiled. Johnny said he was going to the east, too. Maybe he'll run into you again in the future. I don't think we'll meet again. I'll leave Yinren's sister in your care. Liu Chen felt a little sorry about Yinren's death. If it weren't for Yinren, the three of them might not have been able to escape Philadelphia. Jello grinned, "Don't worry, I'm going to take her to Naples. No one there will discriminate against her because she's Indian." Liu Chen felt that since he was about to leave, it didn't matter if he revealed some more information. A revolution will break out in your country in a few years, and your original goal will be achieved by then. Jiro was a little surprised, but he still answered, "Whether there is a king or not, there will always be doctors and executioners. Don't worry about us." "Where will you go next?" "I don't know, maybe I'll go to a place you can't even imagine. I'm constantly traveling. And there's no end to the journey." Johnny said with some envy, "That's great. I also want to travel to different places. Next I plan to go to the east to have a look." Liu Chen had no advice for Johnny regarding the disasters he might encounter in the future. He paused for a moment and said, "Practice your cavalry maneuvers, you'll definitely need them in the future. If you encounter any problems, you can go to Naples and find Jiro. Together, you two will definitely be able to overcome fate." Jiro said confidently, "Of course. We two gave up the greatest luck in the world. So we can definitely overcome all disasters." The ship's whistle had begun to blow, and the crew on board were shouting for those who had not yet boarded to hurry up. Everyone around them quickened their pace. The ship is about to depart. Hearing the shouts, Liu Chen said goodbye to the two of them, "Nice to meet you." After saying that, Liu Chen pretended to be nonchalant and supported his cowboy hat with his hand, then turned around and climbed up the ladder with his suitcase in one hand. After walking a few steps, Liu Chen suddenly stopped and turned back to the two of them and said, "Then let me finally share with you a secret of mine. I'm not actually from this world." Jiro answered casually, "From the future, right?" He had a guess a long time ago, but he would not have asked if Liu Chen hadn't told him. "That's about right. So good luck to you guys." "So has the ending of the story changed now?" "I don't know, it's a whole new story." After saying that, Liu Chen walked up the ladder. The two watched one of their friends leave the country, or rather, leave this era. Liu Chen stood by the boat, waved to Jiro and Johnny, and shouted, "I'm leaving now. I've had a great time on this journey with you two." The two also waved to Liu Chen. Johnny also shouted loudly, "I am also very happy on this journey, thank you Liu Chen." Ji Loyal looked at the boat going away in silence for a while and then said, "Johnny, when are you going to leave?" "Mr. Higashi Katazisuk said he's going back to his country in the next few days, so I'm going to follow him to the east to take a look." Jello patted Johnny on the shoulder and said, "Remember to write to me. Of course, it would be even better if you could come to Naples to see me. I'll remember to look for you." "Have you reconciled with your father?" "Well, people always have to let go of the burdens of the past that linger in their hearts before they can move forward. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, remember to come to me, and I will write to you." Next, the two of them will go their separate ways, and the separation in this era is likely to be a final farewell. Everyone has his or her own future. Liu Chen sincerely hopes that Johnny and Jello can overcome disasters in the future, just as they have overcome fate now. Before leaving the United States, Liu Chen gave Johnny the cowboy Mandan Tim's horse and asked Steele to exchange almost all the money he had earned, or seized, for gold, although it wasn't much in total. He only kept a little change on him for travel. The US dollar is certainly not a universal currency, but gold is used in most parts of the world, and in this era, the US dollar is pegged to gold. The only drawback is that the amount of gold you can exchange for is quite small, taking up only a small amount of space in your suitcase. If Liu Chen had asked, Johnny and Jello would have probably loaned him some of his winnings, but there was no chance Liu Chen would pay them back. So Liu Chen didn't say anything. He had to leave a highbrow impression on Johnny and Jello. This money is enough for Liu Chen to start in other worlds. Liu Chen is not a materialistic person. The boat was first class, paid for by steel, so the journey was quite comfortable. The crew didn't give Liu Chen any hard time. This was certainly to save Steel's face. Liu Chen was bored during the long voyage and started fishing like a sailor. He was so empty that he even wanted to use a stand-in to fish for him. Finally, they arrived at Liu Chen's destination. On a deserted island in New Guinea, Liu Chen began another search similar to wilderness survival. The locals are actually not optimistic that Liu Chen can find this magical plant, and they have to be very lucky to find the rococaca fruit. Liu Chen finally found the rococaca fruit in the jungle. It was a short plant with 3 fruits that looked like dragon fruits. The locals also use this kind of thing. The old man who showed Liu Chen the way had a mouthful of stone teeth. This was the price he paid. Liu Chen carefully placed the 3 rococaca fruits into the suitcase, and then tidied his clothes. He hid the revolver inside his clothes. He didn't know what the next world would be like, and leaving the gun exposed might cause trouble. After everything was packed up, Liu Chen pushed open the light door in his mind that had already been opened. Then comes the next story. End of this chapter. Chapter 51 Tokyo. Chapter 51 Tokyo. As the door emitting light in my mind was opened, Liu Chen suddenly appeared from the primeval forest in a bustling metropolis, and the light of the door in his mind dimmed again. The place where Liu Chen appeared was a small alley with no one around. At the same time, my clothes became much cleaner. The time travel included a laundry function. My clothes had already become very dirty after surviving in the wilderness. After walking out of the alley, I looked around and confirmed that the world I came to this time looked more modern. After looking around and seeing many advertisements on signs, Liu Chen realized that this was Tokyo. I can still understand the advertisements on the big screen and the conversations between passers-by. It seems that the first time he passed through the light gate, he had gained the mimetic ability to recognize words and communicate with people. This time, his learning ability has also been greatly improved. Jello had previously explained to him the techniques of cavalry maneuvers, and he suddenly understood a lot at this moment. Liu Chen was certain that he would gain further advancements the next time he passed through the light gate, which made him look forward to it. As long as he continued to pass through the light gate, he would eventually become a powerful being. As soon as I thought about it, my substitute appeared. It was great that the power I gained could travel with me. Then he controlled the avatar to walk around in front of passers-by and waved. Good thing the people around you can't see the stand-in either. Liu Chen decided to ask someone about the basic situation here first to make a judgment. Liu Chen, who had just come out of JOJ07, guessed that this might be the world of JOJ03. A man dressed like a cowboy suddenly appeared in the bustling city, attracting many passers-by to take a look. Especially since this guy was a very handsome and elegant young man. However, it is normal for people to appear here in any costume, and people often play cosplay in this place. Then Liu Chen saw a group of people marching to protest against the resurrection of the ancient savages. In the distance, there was also a sign with the name of the Divine Heart Society written on it. After seeing this, Liu Chen thought about it carefully and realized that this world is Bakey's world. And the most important thing in this world is purity. I naturally don't have purity, but as a stand user, I should have no problem protecting myself in this world. This is a good opportunity to fill in my shortcomings. Learn fighting techniques to make your original body stronger. How many stand users died because their original body was killed by others? Especially now that my learning ability has improved, I can now dream of things like sonic punch and force elimination. But before that, I should find someone to get some specific information. Liu Chen can adapt to this era perfectly and will not fall into the same situation as Peak and Musashi. After all, the timeline before he crossed over is similar to this era. Liu Chen found a small shop with few people in front of it. The owner, who was over 50 years old, was looking at people in the distance with boredom. Although Liu Chen wanted to buy something first and then ask questions, he had no Japanese yen at all. He only had a few US dollars in his pocket that were 100 years old, which would make people think they were counterfeit. And using gold to buy it was even more strange. So I had to shamelessly go up and talk to him. "Excuse me, sir, what are these people doing?" The shopkeeper looked at Liu Chen's outfit in surprise and blurted out, "Are you a cowboy resurrected from the cowboy era?" Although Liu Chen's words were very formal, it is rare for people to address others as sir in spoken language. If primitive people can be resurrected, then it is normal to resurrect a cowboy. Liu Chen replied helplessly, "I'm cosplaying. There's no cowboy with my skin color. I heard this place is very friendly to cosplayers." Only then did the shop owner take a closer look at Liu Chen. He was taller than he was. He immediately recognized that this person must be from across the sea. This was, of course, a result of cultural differences. So, his words were perfectly normal. So the shopkeeper explained to Liu Chen awkwardly, "Young man, you're here for tourism, right? I recently heard that some primitive people were resurrected, and I've been thinking about these things. I thought you were also a resurrected ancient person." Then he pointed at the crowd and said, "Those people are protesting that the United States sent barbaric primitives to us." Liu Chen nodded. When he saw these people, he understood that the current timeline was probably in the Primitive Man chapter, but he didn't know exactly when it started. "There are good things in the box that Liu Chen brought. I don't know if King Lai Ha's legs have been eaten. As long as Rei Kaiu is brave enough, the Rokakaka fruit in the box can restore his broken leg." The shopkeeper then continued to say to Liu Chen with a lewd smile, "You may not know that when that primitive man was first brought in, he directly used a female reporter as a live camera to grow up. This is a big news recently." Liu Chen immediately pricked up his ears and ignored what the shopkeeper continued to say about size, time, and so on. He really doesn't want to know these details at all, really. Seeing that the shop owner was already interested in chatting, Liu Chen took advantage of the situation and asked, "Why did you transport the primitive people here?" Liu Chen really didn't know this. He just glanced through the comic when he read it. The shop owner replied with a hint of pride, "Of course it's because the strongest man in the world is here. They are afraid of the savages, but we are not. I heard that some martial artists went to challenge primitive people, right? This is the question that Liu Chen cares about most. The first one to challenge is Rei Kaiu. Once you know this, you can try to go to the hospital to find Rei Kaiu. Otherwise, Rei Kaiu, who is preparing for a battle, will most likely ignore him." The shop owner, already talking excitedly, immediately chimed in, "I heard from the neighbor's kid that someone did go. He's a member of the Shinshinkai, so he went to see the fight. I heard that primitive people only eat humans and nothing else. I have no idea why scientists would want to resurrect such a beast. So how did the game turn out? I heard that the first person to challenge you was a martial artist from the same country as you, but he was eaten by the beast. It seems that Rei Kaiu has indeed lost, and one of his legs was indeed eaten by the primitive man Peak. Now is a good time to find him. Given his personality, the Rokakaka fruit will definitely come in handy. As long as Retsu Kaiwang eats the fruit and recovers his broken leg, he will definitely owe me a favor. This favor should be enough for me to become his disciple and learn from him. After that, Yudi Katsumi would also lose an arm and use the remaining fruit to exchange for a favor from Yudi Kyubyu. Being able to learn the skills of these people was enough for Liu Chen. Do you know how to get to the Shinshinkai hospital? I'm actually a friend of that martial artist. I heard he was admitted to the hospital after being defeated. I'm going to go see him. The shopkeeper seemed to understand thoughtfully. Oh, so he wasn't eaten? I was wondering how he could eat people. Then the enthusiastic shop owner pointed Liu Chen in the direction of the hospital. After watching Liu Chen leave, he had something new to talk about. Scientists had resurrected another cowboy. He couldn't wait to share this with others. End of this chapter. Chapter 52, King of the Sea. Chapter 52, King of the Sea. Liu Chen asked for directions as he walked towards the Shenzhenhui hospital. The directions the shop owner had given him earlier were not accurate. His appearance attracted many young girls who asked for his contact information. Liu Chen then realized that his top priority was to get some money to buy a cell phone. These young girls were happy to show Liu Chen the way. In the 19th century, Liu Chen had already started to get used to life without a mobile phone, but now whenever he thought of a mobile phone, he always felt like he was missing something. So Liu Chen decided to buy a mobile phone after everything was settled. After passing through several busy streets, Liu Chen finally saw the Shenzhenhui hospital. Liu Chen thanked them and walked towards the hospital. Before he could enter, a hand blocked his way. The guards of the Shenzhen Society stopped Liu Chen from entering the hospital. They did not recognize the Chinese man in front of them. This hospital was a private hospital of the Shenzhen Society and was not open to the public. Sorry, buddy, you've come to the wrong place. This is a private hospital. It's not open to the public. Liu Chen was not angry. This was the normal job of the security guard. So he explained his purpose. I want to meet Retsukaiu. I'm his friend. I heard that he had some problems recently, so I came to see him. He's staying in this hospital now, right? The minions looked at the man in front of them, who seemed to know no martial arts at all, and wondered in their hearts how the King of the Sea could know such a person. However, they were from the same country, so it was not surprising that they knew each other. Liu Chen's outfit made him look more like a student cosplayer, a common sight in this country. He just didn't seem like a martial artist at all. He should be at a comic convention or school. Please wait a moment, I have to go in and make a report. Can you tell me your name? The minion replied to Liu Chen in a good attitude. This is perfectly normal. How could there be so many instances of people pretending to be awesome but then getting slapped in the face? In a normal, orderly society, it's impossible for so many things to happen. Generally speaking, those who can work as frontline personnel in large companies are smart and clever, and they will not mock others casually. And those who cause trouble will naturally be dealt with by those with stronger hands and feet. Liu Chen thought about it and decided to borrow the identity of Li Haiwang's master Lu Haiwang. Anyway, they didn't know who Lu Haiwang's friends were. So he replied, I was sent by King Lihai's master, King Liuhe, to see him. He knew something had happened to King Lihai. My name is Liu Chen, and King Lihai doesn't know my name. He is very sorry for what happened to King Lihai. This is much more believable, and with a name, you will know what to say when you go in. It seems that the young man in front of him is indeed here to visit the patient. After all, he knows a lot of information. So a minion walked in to report the situation. Liu Chen asked another minion, what should I do if I want to learn some martial arts? What are the requirements for the Divine Heart Society to accept disciples? Although Liu Chen believed that he could enroll in the course by paying the money, he still had to inquire about the teaching staff first. The most important thing is whether Doppo Yuchi will come to teach in person. In the comics, it is usually Katsumi Yuchi who is in charge of the affairs of the gym. These gatekeepers were considered decent within the Divine Heart Society, and should be able to easily defeat a few thugs. If Liu Chen didn't use a body double, he would definitely not be their opponent. And if he did, Liu Chen believed that with his own strength, he would at least be a strong man on the level of a 5 death row prisoner. The guard didn't think much of it. Every day, there was a constant stream of people wanting to join the Shenzhen Society. Most people who joined for entertainment were there to pay their tuition, and those who joined on a whim wouldn't stick with it for long. In his eyes, if Liu Chen was really interested in martial arts, he would have started practicing martial arts a long time ago. It would be impossible that he still doesn't know anything. So he introduced it with great enthusiasm. Your choice is definitely a good one, choosing our Shinshinkai. Shinshinkai is the largest martial arts organization in Tokyo. Its general is known as the martial god, Yudi Tubu. And although our organization is powerful, the requirements for joining are actually not high. If you want to join, I'll take you to the dojo to sign up after you get out of the hospital. After saying that, he pulled out a piece of wood from the side, threw it up and kicked it to pieces to demonstrate his skills. Liu Chen secretly complained in his heart, so these people always have wooden boards to show off? And it seems that there must be commissions for recruiting people to learn, otherwise he would never be so enthusiastic all of a sudden. But now I just nodded and agreed, okay, if I want to sign up in the future, I will definitely find you. You must come, little brother. A handsome guy like you will definitely be able to attract many young and beautiful girls as long as he learns karate. I feel like this commission should be quite high. A moment later, the security guard who had just gone to ask Li Haiwang came out and took Liu Chen into the hospital. King Li Hai looked at Liu Chen with confusion. He really didn't know the person in front of him. Excuse me, what news did my master bring me? Li Haiwang felt very guilty when he thought that he lost to a primitive man while using Chinese martial arts. Just at this time, the master brought him news again, which made him wonder how he should face his master. The members of the Shinshin Society tactfully left the ward. Even if Rei Haiwang was injured, the man in front of them would definitely not be his opponent, and the words brought by Rei Haiwang's master should still be relatively private. It is extremely difficult to accept that one's outstanding apprentice lost a leg in a foreign country. Liu Chen glanced at the members of the Shenzhen Society who had left, and then spoke apologetically. I'm sorry, Retsukaiu. I lied to you. Even Rei Kaiu had never seen such a way of apologizing as soon as they met. Liu Chen continued to explain, it wasn't King Lu Hai who asked me to come. I just used this as an excuse to come see you. Otherwise, the guards at the door wouldn't have let me in. Rei Haiwang, who was still thinking about how to reply to his master, asked, so, what do you want to talk to me about? I don't know you. My name is Liu Chen. King Li Hai, you are the pride of our Chinese martial arts. So when I heard that you lost a leg in a fight, I immediately came to see you with a treasure that could help you. Then he opened the suitcase he was carrying and took out one of the 3 fruits. There was also a little gold, some clothes, and some bullets in the suitcase. Then Liu Chen stared at Li Haiwang and continued, the Rokakaka fruit can repair all lost cells. Even a lost leg is no exception. Believe me, it can heal your injury. End of this chapter. Chapter 53 Exchange. Chapter 53 Exchange. Hearing Liu Chen's words, Li Haiwang's breathing quickened. Although he didn't quite believe that a piece of fruit could heal his broken leg, the look of the man in front of him told him that it was all true. Can this fruit really make my legs grow back? How does it do that? Rei Haiwang asked in disbelief. He had never heard of such a magical thing before. Just try it and you'll know. You don't have a better choice anyway. The world is very magical, and anything can happen. The primitive people have been resurrected, right? Retsukai Wang, who was lying on the hospital bed, nodded, although I don't really believe in this fruit, but as you said, I have no better choice. Seeing that Li Haiwang decided to give it a try, Liu Chen began to explain the side effects of the fruit. When selling something, he would not point out the shortcomings of his product right away. The Lokakaka fruit can cure all diseases and disabilities. I don't know what principle is at work, but it's actually an equal exchange. I don't know what side effects this fruit will bring to you. But it does have side effects. You will lose something. Equivalent exchange. It was obvious that King Rei had never seen Full Metal Alchemist, so he seemed a little confused. Liu Chen thought about it carefully and it seemed that it was not an equal exchange. Some people paid a relatively small price. Then he corrected it with a serious look. It can regrow a lost leg, but only if a random part of your body turns to stone. So, are you willing to take the gamble? The parts are completely random. Lai Hai Wang immediately thought of the most dangerous possibility. Yes. If it's your brain or heart that turns to stone, you'll die instantly. If you want to obtain it, you'll have to make a trade. I can't predict which part will be the replacement. So it's up to you to decide whether or not to use this fruit. Martial arts was what Retsukai had always pursued. Everything else was impure. Therefore, he could give up everything else, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Losing a leg made the path of martial arts difficult for Rei Kaiu, and he also carried the glory of martial arts on his shoulders. Lai Hai Wang looked at Liu Chen solemnly and said, even if it has such side effects, this fruit will definitely not be cheap. What do you want from me? If you're willing to take a gamble, I'll wait until you've recovered and then I'll make my own offer. Now, are you willing to pay the price? No matter what the price, my life's pursuit is to move forward firmly in the direction of martial arts. Then please show your awareness. After saying that, Liu Chen handed the fruit in his hand to King Lai Hai. Rei Kaiu suddenly grabbed the Rokakaka fruit and ate it all in 2 or 3 bites. For him, only a complete body could continuously carry out his martial arts beliefs. Losing a torso would hinder his path forward. If I am destined to die, then I will die here with my body intact. After eating the fruit, Liu Chen began to wonder how long it would take for the effect of the fruit to take effect. King Lai Hai Wang didn't feel any unusual effects, just eat it. He thought this magical thing would take effect immediately. Liu Chen could only forcefully explain, you have to wait a while for it to take effect. It won't work the moment you take it. So he quickly changed the subject and asked, O King Lai Hai, after your foot recovers, will you challenge the primitive man again? Now I am no match for the primitive man, but this is not a failure of martial arts. It is that I cannot represent martial arts. I will continue to hone my skills until I can defeat the primitive man. The glory of martial arts cannot be lost in his hands. After the big competition, everyone has realized the power of martial arts. Guo Haihuang is the first person who can fight with Yujiro for so long. And Yujiro is obviously an alien, so this wave is a victory for martial arts. After a while, Lai Hai Wang seemed to realize something, and he tore off the bandage wrapped around his broken leg. Retsukai's feet miraculously grew back quickly, and at the same time his ears turned into stone. Liu Chen saw that Lai Hai Wang's ears had turned into stone, so he asked tentatively, are you okay? Very good. I feel great. Rei Hai Wang shouted loudly. Rei Hai Wang was lucky, it seemed his hearing was still there, only the outline of his outer ear had been lost. This was the lowest price of all. I don't know whether this is Lai Hai Wang's luck or Liu Chen's luck. Liu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was actually a little worried that if he succeeded in poisoning Lai Hai Wang, he would have to rely on the power of the stand user to escape from the Divine Heart Society. If he didn't want to learn the technique, he could walk sideways in this world. Even Yujiro has a soft heart. The stand can directly affect the internal organs. Liu Chen then realized that he was a little impulsive and he should find a safer way to do this. Then Rei Kaiu jumped off the bed and performed a set of martial arts moves. Even Liu Chen, who was in good health, was unable to perform any of his moves. And King Rei felt the sensation of his body. It was indeed the feeling of his feet stepping on the ground. He, King Rei, really regained his feet. As for his ears turning into stone, King Rei had felt it just now. Such trivial matters were of no concern to him, as Li Haiwang never cared. Losing his ear did not affect his martial arts progress, and he was ready to lose something more precious. After recovering, Li Haiwang bowed to Liu Chen and said, "Now that I have recovered my limbs, please tell me what you want. This kind of thing must be expensive, right?" Liu Chen patted his suitcase and said, "This is one of only 3 Rococaca fruits in the world, and there won't be any more in the future. So its value is infinite. I brought all the fruits here, and I don't know how to cultivate this plant." "No one can." Rei Haiwang replied seriously, "It is truly a valuable item. Since I have agreed to your proposal, I will definitely help you with whatever request you make as long as I can do it." Li Haiwang was a man of strong character and kindness. As the saying goes, a gentleman can be deceived by his own methods. So, if Liu Chen asked him to teach him some skills, he would definitely not hide anything from him. He also has many friends who are good at what they do, and those people might also give him some benefits after seeing Li Haiwang recover. In short, Li Haiwang has a good relationship with people. The most important thing is that Guo Haihuang regards Li as the inheritor of martial arts, and Guo Haihuang is the pinnacle of martial arts in the world. End of this chapter. Chapter 54 Apprenticeship. Chapter 54 Apprenticeship. So Liu Chen prepared to propose his conditions for becoming a disciple. Liu Chen then spoke solemnly, "Actually, I'm an adventurer." Liu Chen suddenly remembered that the word adventurer should not be used casually. Then he paused. After thinking for a long time, he continued, "I'm actually a traveler, and I've encountered many dangerous situations during my travels. So I want to learn some techniques to protect myself. And I heard that you are one of the strongest people in the world. So, can you teach me martial arts? I also want to become as strong as you." Liu Chen's request stunned King Li Hai. This condition was far from what he had expected. He also needs to continue training to improve his skills, so he has little time to teach his disciples. But since I have already made a promise, I must fulfill it. Or can I find a suitable master for Liu Chen? Thinking of this, Li Haiwang looked at Liu Chen and asked, "Have you learned any fighting techniques before? Martial arts or boxing?" From his stance, it was clear that Liu Chen was physically strong, but he had no martial arts background. There were 2 iron balls on his belt, but they didn't look like weapons. However, King Lihei could tell from Liu Chen's aura that he was not powerless, and that he possessed means no less powerful than his own. This was the intuition of a strong man. The young man in front of him had experienced many battles. Liu Chen thought about it and realized that he could practice simplified Tai Chi, but it was definitely useless. He also learned some Sanda techniques, but these were probably useless in this world. The golden spin shouldn't be considered a fighting technique, right? However, it was the most impressive skill he had besides his stand. Pistol. I'm pretty accurate with a pistol. Also, I can throw iron balls. It's a technique related to the golden spin, and it's very powerful. During his later journey in the JoJo world, Liu Chen practiced his shooting skills hard, and now he can shoot anywhere within 10 steps. Not to mention the golden whirl, which has the power to penetrate the dimensional wall. King Li Hai ignored the pistol mentioned by Liu Chen. The moment he saw the bullets in Liu Chen's box, he knew that Liu Chen must be carrying a pistol. So I continued asking, "So your goal is to protect yourself? Is there a style you'd like to learn? I know quite a few martial arts masters. Rei Haiwang has a good relationship with Yu Dikami who practices karate. If Liu Chen is willing to learn karate, he can directly follow Yu Didu Buletin to learn with his recommendation." For other techniques, he also knew relatively free masters like Shechuan Genki or his master Lu Haiwang. They also had enough time to teach their apprentices. Liu Chen thought carefully about what he wanted to learn. Ever since arriving in this world, he had planned to find Li Hai Wang to learn martial arts. And what exactly did he want to learn? Of course, it was Xiali. Only Xiali was the pinnacle of martial arts in this world. Ghost Back and the like required the bloodline of the Fan Ma family. After a moment, Liu Chen revealed his thoughts. No, I'm pursuing strength. I'm not pursuing any particular style. If I must say a technique, I want to learn force elimination. Looking at Liu Chen's style, Li Hai Wang felt that it would be more reliable for him to go directly to the headquarters Zhang. His own concept of fighting was completely different from that of the man in front of him. He was the kind of person who only pursued victory and did not have the same obsession with martial arts as himself. The most important thing is that King Xiaolili himself doesn't know how to do it. If he wants to learn, he must ask King Guo Hai. With Liu Chen's current skills, it was impossible to learn to dissipate force. He had no idea about the principles of boxing. Since Liu Chen had made a request, Li Hai Wang had to meet his request. As long as his talent is sufficient, he will definitely ask Guo Hai Huang for advice in the future. Then Retsukai said, "Then you will live with me in the Xinqingkai for now. I will teach you some martial arts during this time. I hope you can feel the spirit contained in Chinese martial arts. It doesn't take long to teach a novice, and everything after that depends on his talent and hard work. If he can endure the pain of learning martial arts, I will teach him all the techniques I know." Liu Chen was very grateful to Li Hai Wang for being willing to teach him. The time of these strong people was very precious in order to improve themselves. So I said sincerely, "Thank you, Master." At this time, Yudi Katsumi rushed to Rei Kaiu's ward, and then he saw an almost intact Rei Kaiu. He heard some noise in Li Hai Wang's ward, so he came over to check. Kami said in a surprised tone, "Master Li, your feet have grown. That's great." Li Hai Wang pointed at Liu Chen standing beside him and said, "Yes, I recovered my body with the magical medicine Liu Chen brought. This is my new disciple. I will teach him martial arts from now on." Only then did Kami see Liu Chen, who was still in the ward. Just now, his attention was all on Li Hai Wang, who was recovering his health. He understood that Liu Chen must have reached a deal with Li Hai Wang, a deal of treatment and apprenticeship. However, he was very happy that he could heal his friend. Yudi Kemi said to Liu Chen sincerely, "Thank you for curing Li's injury." Then Kemi had some doubts. "Are you planning to go back to your country?" Since King Rei Kai accepted a disciple, it is possible that he would take his disciple back to the place where he had been practicing martial arts. Li Hai Wang smiled and replied, "No, I still need to think about how to defeat Peak here. So I hope you can provide Liu Chen with a place to stay. You also need to lend me your dojo." Kami agreed immediately, "Of course, that's no problem. You can stay here without worry. I still have many questions to ask you." Li Hai Wang said to Liu Chen, "Now that my body is healed, training will begin today. We must seize every second to improve our skills." Kemi took Liu Chen and Li Hai Wang out of the hospital and went to the Xinqingkai dojo, where they provided Liu Chen with a room where he could put down his belongings. At the same time, several dojo uniforms were provided. After all, you can't practice martial arts wearing the same outfit as a cowboy. As soon as he changed his clothes, Li Hai Wang called Liu Chen to the dojo and taught him the most basic techniques. Martial arts require gradual progress. Only through continuous practice can one improve, which can only rely on one's own efforts and talent. After helping Liu Chen arrange his training, Li Hai Wang also started his own training. Next, he would continue to study how to defeat the human from ancient times. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, Spin. Chapter 55 Spin. Over the next few days, Liu Chen began to learn basic martial arts techniques from the people in the gym. In private, Li Hai Wang also taught Liu Chen some martial arts techniques. He made rapid progress. His learning talent, enhanced by the light gate, was brought into play at this time. He learned many moves right away and was able to use them in actual combat immediately. The apprentices around him were all very envious of Liu Chen's talent. Liu Chen had made rapid progress in the past few days and could already compete with those top players in actual combat. Lai Hai Wang marveled at Liu Chen's talent, but also felt sorry for him. If Liu Chen had started practicing martial arts since childhood, he would have been a far superior fighter by now. It was a pity that he was already a little too old. At the gym, the guard who was guarding the door before said with a bit of resentment in his tone after seeing Liu Chen, "Didn't you say that I would take you to register?" Liu Chen felt a little embarrassed when he saw the guard, so he explained to him, "I was actually recommended by King Lihei to study here. Not only did I not have to pay tuition, I even got a meal at the gym." After listening to this, the guard extended his hand to Liu Chen, "Tarada, I am also a leader in this gym. If you have any questions, you can come to me." Liu Chen stepped forward and shook hands with him. "Liu Chen, I am currently learning martial arts from King Lihai." Tarada said with some envy, "Retsukaiu is the master of martial arts. You are so lucky to be able to learn martial arts from him. When will I be able to become as strong as him?" Liu Chen had no way to comfort him. The strong in this world could not be trained in this way. Some people were destined to be strong from birth. Tarada looked at Liu Chen carefully for a while before saying enviously, "That's great. I haven't seen you for a few days and I feel like I can't beat you. Strong people must have talents like you. Do you want to fight with me and give it a try?" Even if ordinary people tried their best, they couldn't even see the backs of these people. And the world's number one, Yujiro, was destined to be extraordinary from his bloodline. Liu Chen agreed, "Okay." At this time, Kami came out and said to the people in the dojo, "I heard that the primitive man Pai Ke has escaped. Now go out and find him. I must avenge Master Lai with my own hands." "Okay, Director. I will definitely find the primitive man. That man-eating monster will definitely be defeated by you." Various voices were heard all around, and they were all very excited about Kami's order. The members of the Shinshin society in the dojo immediately packed up their things and went out to look for the primitive man peak. The new friend waved at Liu Chen and said, "We'll talk about the battle later when we get back. Now I have to go and complete the Admiral's mission. If you become a strong man like Lai Hai Wang in the future, I will definitely tell others that I fought you before." Liu Chen nodded at him and said, "Okay, I will make sure you can go out and talk about this. Tarada will work with Kaoru Hanayama's minions to find the primitive man. Baki will also appear later. Don't get involved in this for now. Nothing will happen to him this time." Liu Chen knew that it was still a long way for him to challenge the primitive man now. But he would definitely fight with the primitive man peak in the future. The dojo, which had been quite noisy just now, suddenly became quiet, with only Liu Chen, Lai Hai Wang and a few people guarding the dojo left. Katsumi sat on a mat in the dojo, waiting for news from his men. He was accumulating his own momentum. It was already dark when a man came running in and said to Kami, "We have found traces of primitive people." Kami immediately put on his clothes and said to his men, "Come on, take me there." Then he looked at Lai Hai Wang and said, "Master Lai, I'm going out to look for Pai Ke. Wish you all the best." The rest of the people also walked out of the dojo at this time, leaving only Retsukai Wang and himself here. The two of them were silently training their skills. The atmosphere was silent for a while, and Liu Chen curiously asked Lai Hai Wang, who had not left, "Master Lai, aren't you going to find the primitive man?" Rei Kaiu replied sternly, "No, since I was defeated by Pico, I won't seek him out privately. He defeated me fair and square. I promised him that I would eat a part of my body. Next time, I will challenge him openly in the arena." The others were looking for Peak just to challenge the strong, although some of them were doing so in the name of helping Rei Neptune to avenge his father. However, Lai has never cared about these things. He is a tolerant person. Liu Chen thought that King Lihei was still thinking about how to deal with the primitive man peak, so he decided to use the golden triangle to give him some inspiration from other worlds. Master Lai, I have a technique called rotation. Would you like to see it? It's a very interesting technique. Lai was a little surprised. Liu Chen had told him about this technique when they first met. It seemed that there must be something extraordinary about it. So he nodded and said, "Oh, you said before that you have a magical power. Then take this opportunity to show it to me." "It is good." Liu Chen took out an iron ball from the clothes thrown beside him. He took a deep breath, held the iron ball tightly in his right hand and threw it towards the wooden pillar in front. The iron ball kept spinning and shot towards the distance, breaking the wooden stake directly. Then the iron ball embedded itself into the wall with a bang. The power of this iron ball shocked Lai Hai Wang. He didn't understand how it was done. This force was not comparable to that of a flying knife. "Can you tell me the secret?" "This is the technique of the golden convolution. By continuously cutting out the largest squares in the golden matrix and connecting all the points, an infinitely extending convolution can be created. This contains the power to shatter everything." After saying this, Liu Chen took out the second iron ball, and the iron ball began to spin in his hand. This was Liu Chen's unique skill in this world. You first need to find a golden rectangle around you as a reference, and then inject the infinite gyrating force into the iron ball to emit this force. Liu Chen pointed out the golden rectangle he had just referred to. Lai Hai Wang took the iron ball that Liu Chen handed him, then stared at the reference Liu Chen pointed out to him and thought silently. His new disciple was far more mysterious than he had imagined. Magical fruit, mysterious technology, and extraordinary talent. After a while, Kemi, who had taken his men out, returned to the dojo with a somewhat lost look on his face. Katsumi did not catch up with the primitive man peak. After he arrived at the scene, the primitive man had already been taken away by Baki and Kaoru Hanayama. King Lai Hai Wang asked, "Didn't you achieve your goal?" "Once I develop new techniques, I will challenge him in the fighting arena." End of this chapter. Chapter 56 Guo Hai Huang. Chapter 56 Guo Hai Huang. While Liu Chen was learning the basics of martial arts from the members of the Shenzhen Society, Yudi Kemi had already decided to challenge the primitive man Pico. After meeting Pico that night, he had been thinking about how to deal with Pico. Retsukai offered to teach him some martial arts techniques, but Katsumi refused. He wanted to take a step forward for karate. So during this period of time, he and Lai Hai Wang have been researching technology that can break through the primitive people's defenses. Liu Chen knew their achievement was the supersonic punch, but he had no way to give them any hints. They would figure it out on their own. At this time, an old master came to the Shenzhen Society. Although he looked very old, every step he took was very precise. He glanced at the apprentices practicing martial arts and walked straight to Liu Chen. He stood in front of Liu Chen and watched his moves. Liu Chen was excited when he saw the person coming. This person was Guo Hai Huang, the pinnacle of martial arts. So Liu Chen stopped what he was doing and stepped forward to salute. At this time, Guo Hai Huang spoke up. "Lai told me that he accepted a very talented disciple. That person is you, right? You can see that his moves are quite good." Liu Chen answered modestly, "Master Lai was just being polite and saying something nice about me. I'm actually far from that." "No, Lai never lies. If he says you are talented, then you must be." Guo Hai Huang suddenly punched Liu Chen in the face, and this punch seemed to contain endless danger. Liu Chen was suddenly startled and his substitute appeared, which immediately gave Liu Chen's whole body a strong effect. The fist stopped in front of Liu Chen. If this punch hit Liu Chen, he would definitely fly away. Oh, all the muscles in the body tensed up instantly. "Is this your special ability?" After Guo Hai Huang finished speaking, he unclenched his fist and tapped Liu Chen's hardened skin with his fingers, making a thumping sound. Even the skin has become hard? What an amazing technique! How did you do it? Liu Chen had no way of explaining the stand's abilities to Guo Haihuang, so he could only forcefully explain, I can make my muscles and skin as hard as steel. I don't know how it works. Maybe it's a superpower. Guo Haihuang sighed, the human body is truly amazing. There's an American whose muscles are just as strong as yours. Monsters like you are completely unafraid of bullets and sharp weapons, it's like your bodies are cheating. And some even have muscles as strong as steel, and they can move at will. It's true that people like you are the biggest obstacle to the inheritance of martial arts. You can achieve things through sheer talent that would take the average person years of practice. But it's also people like you who can propel martial arts forward. After sighing, he continued, you can't move when you activate your superpower, right? Guo Haihuang, you're right. I really can't move. My muscles must be soft to move. Guo Haihuang did not continue the question but asked, I heard Lai say that you want to learn to eliminate power. Liu Chen wondered how Lai Haihuang had told Guo Haihuang everything, so he nodded repeatedly and said, yes, I want to learn to eliminate power. But I'm still a long way from it. If you want to learn how to dissipate force, you must control your instinct to become stronger. Don't be afraid of being hit by your enemy. Don't just resist the damage. You must guide the force out of you. After saying this, Guo Haihuang looked at Liu Chen again, seeing that he now had the appearance of a martial artist. Liu Chen nodded repeatedly. Guo Haihuang personally instructed him to grasp the key points of dissipating force. Lai has to shoulder 4,000 years of martial arts history, so he doesn't have time to continue teaching you. I will teach you from now on. I won't take care of you like Lai did. If you want to give up, then leave now. Liu Chen was very excited after hearing this. Guo Haihuang was actually going to teach him personally. I will definitely work hard. What did you use to cure Lai? Guo Haihuang was very sad when he first heard that Lai had lost a leg. He was so sad that the inheritance of martial arts had encountered such an accident. But a few days later, he received good news that Lai's leg had been cured. It's an extinct fruit. Master, please wait a moment, I'll bring it to you right away. Liu Chen still understood the gift of becoming a disciple. Guo Haihuang shook his hand and said, don't worry. Lai also said that you have a magical skill in throwing iron balls. Show it to me. Throw it at me now. So Liu Chen walked to the place where clothes were placed and took out the iron ball placed there. He first looked around and found a golden rectangle as a reference. Then the iron ball flew out of his hand and hit Guo Haihuang like a streak of light. When Guo Haihuang was hit, he immediately began to spin in the direction of the iron ball. After turning a few times, Guo Haihuang stood still with the iron ball in his hand, and his clothes were torn where he was hit. This blow still caused some damage to Guo Haihuang. Guo Haihuang looked at his new disciple with satisfaction. It's a powerful technique. Even my power-dissipating abilities can't completely eliminate the power contained within. I'm very pleased with you. So, be prepared for some great pain. I won't waste your talent. Liu Chen said to Guo Haihuang solemnly, please rest assured, I will definitely work hard. Then follow me and tell Lai that he doesn't need to worry about your martial arts progress anymore. After saying that, Guo Haihuang threw the iron ball in his hand to Liu Chen. Guo Haihuang looked at Liu Chen and was certain that he and Lai would become the inheritors of Chinese martial arts. Strength could not be passed on, but skills would be passed down through inheritance, just like the past thousands of years. After Liu Chen took it, he found that the iron ball was still spinning. This spin was thrown by Guo Haihuang, although it did not contain the power of the golden spin. But Guo Haihuang had only taken one look and already begun to understand the surface of the golden spin. If someone were to teach him the essence of the golden spin, he would probably be able to master it in no time. Is this the strength of someone who has immersed himself in martial arts his entire life? Liu Chen followed behind Guo Haihuang in admiration. Although Guo Haihuang did not defeat Hanma Yongjiro, Liu Chen also admired him immensely. This was the power of human beings forcing the monster to use its full strength. Why do you want to learn martial arts? Because I want to be strong. Powerful? That's a good reason. I thought so too when I was young. We young people are always pursuing these. No, Lai is pursuing inheritance. He is a rare genius, so I can't let you influence him by his side. His time is precious. And I am already old. End of this chapter. Chapter 57 Supersonic Speed. Chapter 57 Supersonic Speed. In the inner room of the dojo, Rei Kaiu and Kozu were studying their special moves, and they had made some progress. Komi twisted his body joints and swung his fist forward, and sure enough, a sonic boom sounded. At that moment, his fist reached the speed of sound. Kami asked Rei Haiwang with some disbelief, "Master Lai, is this enough?" He also felt that this attack was far from enough. This attack would definitely not be able to cause any damage to Pico. Rei Kaiu had faced the primordials before, so he immediately responded, "Of course not. This is still far from enough to defeat Peak. I think this move still has a lot of room for improvement. But I've already used every joint in my body. What should I do next?" Guo Haihuang laughed after seeing their actions. Liu Chen, who was following behind Guo Haihuang, knew that they were studying supersonic punches. How can humans only have these few joints? As long as you want, you can have as many as you want. Imagination is limitless. As long as you want it, you can achieve it. Only then did the two of them notice Guo Haihuang, who suddenly appeared behind them. They had been immersed in their own world. Liu Chen had tried to imagine before that his bones could be divided into many joints, but in the end he still couldn't imagine it. The two of them immediately saluted Guo Haihuang. Guo Haihuang ignored these empty formalities and looked at Liu Chen and said, "Go get me an egg, and I'll show them a technique they won't believe in." "Okay, wait a minute." Liu Chen walked out and asked for an egg in the cafeteria, and at the same time found a rope to tie it up. Guo Haihuang was very satisfied after seeing Liu Chen's preparations and said, "Very good, Liu Chen, just stand in front of me with this egg." Guo Haihuang's attack was completed in a flash. This was the first time Liu Chen faced Guo Haihuang's attack directly. Although Liu Chen was just a prop holding an egg, Guo Haihuang's move shocked Liu Chen greatly. He had just released his substitute. His naked eyes only saw a shadow, and Guo Haihuang's attack was already completed. It was like a gust of wind blowing through an egg. If Liu Chen wants to see this attack clearly, he has to rely on a stand-in. The substitute, Body Steel, saw clearly Guo Haihuang's series of actions from the time he attacked to the time he completed the attack. The egg then realized that there was a smooth cross-section. Emperor Guo Hai stepped forward and caught the falling egg in his hands. A person can have an infinite number of joints, hundreds or even thousands. But you have to imagine them first, and then believe them. After instructing the two, Guo Haihuang finally spoke out his purpose. "Lai, it seems that your foot injury has healed. Then don't give up your pursuit of martial arts." The purpose of his trip was to confirm the future of martial arts. Lai then answered loudly, "Don't worry, Guo Haihuang, I will definitely not let you down. Then I'll take Liu Chen with me. He'll still be living in the gym, but his training won't be here anymore. I'll take him somewhere else to train. You should also train well, and when the time is right, I'll teach you some new techniques. Don't let down your standards." Lai nodded quickly and said, "Thank you for your help, Emperor Guo Hai." Then he said to Liu Chen, "You must seize this opportunity to learn from Emperor Guo Hai. Almost no one can get this opportunity now." Liu Chen thanked Lai Haiwang, "I will, thank you." Emperor Guo Haihuang must have said a lot of good things about him in order to accept him as his disciple. Lai Haihuang smiled and said, "You have this talent. If Chinese martial arts want to develop, we can't waste everyone's talent. You will become a benchmark for the era. Ri Kaihu, you are the future of martial arts." Liu Chen's words made King Lai Hai feel a little embarrassed, especially in front of King Guo Hai. "Okay, stop saying that. Now Liu Chen, follow me. You guys continue to practice well." The two walked out of the gym and walked along the path. Soon they arrived at a flat area on the mountain, which was the place chosen by Guo Haihuang. He was able to accept Liu Chen as his disciple not only because of Lai Haihuang's recommendation, but also because Liu Chen's identity as a Chinese was very important. And martial arts are best passed down among Chinese people, so there won't be any other people disturbing here. From now on, you will come here to exercise every morning, and I will guide you. Thank you very much, Master. Liu Chen was very grateful. Practice well. Martial arts need to be passed down. And you have the talent to pass on martial arts. So Liu Chen practiced with Guo Haihuang for the whole morning, and when they were about to leave for lunch at noon, Liu Chen asked Guo Haihuang his question, "What should I do if I want to exceed the speed of sound?" He was still very much looking forward to the move Guo Haihuang had just used. Guo Haihuang pondered for a moment and said, "Your method can be different from that foreign guy's. Perhaps you can use your continuous spinning technique and make your muscles spin along with it. This way, the distance of muscle movement will be long enough. And the speed of the fist at the end will exceed the speed of sound." After saying that, Guo Haihuang demonstrated a move casually, and a huge sonic boom broke the air. Guo Haihuang was already able to perform this attack, or rather, he had always known this technique. Liu Chen couldn't help but feel curious, "Why haven't you used this attack method before? I'm past the age where I need to use this kind of attack. For older people, it's better to use a more peaceful method of attack." After saying this, Guo Haihuang placed his fist on the ground. A large pit immediately appeared in the earth, followed by spider web-like cracks. The ground seemed to have shaken a bit. Liu Chen looked at the power of this attack. He could understand the sonic boom caused by the speed just now. But now, this punch, whose power he hadn't felt, had caused such tremendous damage. So this was the power of attack eliminating force? It was indeed powerful. This was the power Liu Chen longed for. After demonstrating his skills, Guo Haihuang smiled and said, "For now, you should learn the fighting style of the young people. When you master the ability to throw a punch at the speed of sound, I will teach you this technique." He saw the desire in Liu Chen's eyes, which was not a bad thing. People must have desire to keep moving forward. Guo Haihuang thought Liu Chen might be the one to defeat Yang Jiro. Because they were both monsters, and this monster would learn martial arts from him. This was the victory of martial arts. End of this chapter. Chapter 58 Fighting Will. Chapter 58 Fighting Will. After a few days of continuous practice, Liu Chen's strength had indeed improved significantly. Those ordinary people in the Divine Heart Society were no longer Liu Chen's opponents. Liu Chen had just returned to the Shengzhen Hui dojo after finishing another day of training when he heard an explosion that broke through the air, and then all the glass in the dojo shattered. Yudi Kesi has successfully practiced the sonic punch, and his battle with Peak is about to begin. The entire dojo was in an uproar at this moment. The explosion indicated that the director of the Shinshinkai had successfully practiced the secret technique he had researched. Next, it is time for Katsumi Ichi to prove his karate prowess. After Liu Chen returned to his room and washed up, he went out and found Lai Haihuang sitting alone in the dojo. "Master Lai, congratulations on the success of your research." Retsu Kaiwang replied modestly, "It was all Katsumi's achievement alone. I played no role in it." Liu Chen asked with a hint of embarrassment, "Have you learned this technique?" "Actually, I want to learn it too." This sentence made Lai Haihuang a little confused. Guo Haihuang should be able to teach Liu Chen this technique. After all, they succeeded with Guo Haihuang's guidance. Didn't Emperor Guo Hai teach you? Guo Haihuang told me some of the secrets, but I still don't understand them. So I came to ask you for your advice on how to succeed. I see. Katsumi managed to imagine enough joints. He swung his fist like a whip at the speed of sound. Then King Lai Hai taught Liu Chen what he understood. Liu Chen nodded. This is the power of my thinking. It turns out that everyone in Blade Fang is green-skinned. Then I will think about it too. The next morning, Liu Chen arrived at the place where he had been training and practiced for a while. Guo Haihuang arrived here on time and watched Liu Chen's training for an hour before speaking. Today, Katsumi is going to challenge that primitive man. Come with me and take a look. It will be good for you to see more battles between strong men. Guo Haihuang also prepared to see what kind of enemy could take away Lai's foot. So today's training came to an end. Guo Haihuang took Liu Chen to the stands of the underground fighting arena. The primitive man Peak was already waiting in the middle of the ring. His opponent Yudi Kemi came out from the passage on the other side after a while. The Shinshinkai members in the surrounding stands stood up and unleashed a flurry of fists at Katsumi, who was standing in the middle of the underground fighting arena. 55,000 fists flew towards Katsumi. This was the fighting spirit of the entire Shinshinkai. The battle soon began. After a few moves between the two, Keishi was at a disadvantage and his body was covered with wounds. At this time, Peak got on all fours and assumed a sprinting posture. Guo Haihuang then asked, if it were you down there now, what would you do? Liu Chen looked at Peak's stance and replied, although his stance is quite aggressive, I won't resist it head-on. I'll try to dodge it. Taking this attack head-on would definitely not end well. While Peak's stance was moving forward quickly, it made it difficult to turn. Guo Haihuang watched the scene on the field and asked, Lai fell to this move, right? He's too rigid. And if something is too rigid, it will break easily. Yes. It is true that Ria Haihuang was defeated by Peak using this move. Although Ria Haihuang had been at a disadvantage before, with Ria Haihuang's strength at this stage, he could not defeat the primitive man Peak. The gap between the two of them was still quite large. Guo Haihuang nodded in satisfaction. You are very good. You have no obsession with martial arts. So you can use any moves without hesitation. Even running away is your choice if you can't win. Liu Chen felt that Guo Haihuang seemed to be calling him despicable, but running away when he couldn't win was also a normal move. As the saying goes, if you have green mountains, you will never worry about having no firewood. If I use force elimination, can I avoid this attack from the primitive man? He seems to be biting with his sharp teeth. Guo Haihuang took the opportunity to teach, a sudden attack will break the effect of force dissipation, so you have to make your own judgment. Keep your body strong to defend, or use force dissipation to dissipate the force. Only when you can switch between the two can you become a perfect fighter. When that time comes, you will naturally know how to deal with such attacks. So I need to be in a state of dissipating force while maintaining the hardness of my muscles. This made Liu Chen a little confused as to how an object could be both soft and hard at the same time. Although everyone here is green-skinned, this is still beyond my imagination. No, what you need is to suppress your instincts and transform them into a skill you can control at will. Then, you can freely switch between the force-dissipating and solid states. Only in this way will the enemy have no way of figuring out how you will defend yourself. At this time, Peak rushed over at the fastest speed. Katsumi Yuji also used his strongest attack. The sound of a sonic boom resounded throughout the arena, and Katsumi's fist successfully hit Peak's face. The primitive man fell to the ground. The onlookers burst into extremely loud cheers. It seemed that Yudikeshi defeated the primitive man at the cost of one of his arms. His arm had lost its muscles and the bones were clearly visible. Guo Haihuang looked at the situation in the arena and continued to ask, did he win? Liu Chen knew the outcome of the match, so he replied, no, he didn't win. He didn't even break the primitive's defense. His boxing skills have improved over the past 50 years, but unfortunately he still can't break the primitive man's defense. Peak also survived the ancient battles, and his talent is even more outstanding. Guo Haihuang nodded and said, you are right. Such an attack still cannot cause any damage to such a strong person. Talent is the gap that no one can overcome. And only time can overcome such talent. Can your move break through the primitive man's defense? How can I be sure without fighting an opponent like him? Only by fighting him can I know if I can break his defense. After saying this, Guo Haihuang glanced at Katsumi on the field with regret, and then continued, if you are facing such a strong opponent, you can't relax your pursuit. Yudi Katsumi bowed and thanked everyone on the field. The crowd was still cheering, but at this moment the primitive man suddenly turned over. This level of attack would only make Peak want to sleep. Even with his sonic punch, Katsumi couldn't defeat the primitive man Peak, and just like in the comics, he ended up losing an arm. The martial artist lost again in his battle against the primitive man Pico. End of this chapter. Chapter 59 Requests and Transactions. Chapter 59 Requests and Transactions. After watching the game, Liu Chen returned to the venue to continue training. How could a primitive man not train hard when he was so powerful? When he returned to the gym at night, Liu Chen found that Yudi Dubu was waiting for him. When Liu Chen saw Yudi Dubu, he realized his purpose. When Yudi Dubu saw Liu Chen coming back, he knelt solemnly in front of him and said sincerely, I heard you still have 2 of the fruits you used to heal Rei. So I hope you can give me one. Just as a father's wish. Although Yudi Dubu stopped people from saving his son as a warrior during the battle, he was still a father after leaving the battle. He hopes to heal his son's broken arm, as hands are crucial in karate. Liu Chen had originally planned to give the remaining 2 Rokakaka fruits to Guo Haihuang, but after taking a look at them, Guo Haihuang returned the Rokakaka fruits to Liu Chen and said that he did not need this kind of thing. So at this time, the 2 Rokakaka fruits are still in Liu Chen's hands. Liu Chen wasn't stingy, but he was a little worried about the outcome of the exchange. After all, he was still living in the Yudi family's dojo. If he defeated Yudi Kemi and someone started to cause trouble, it would be difficult to deal with. It would be better to go directly to Hong Yi and see if you can transplant someone else's, just like in the original novel. There is no need to be obsessed with the Rokakaka fruit. So Liu Chen continued to suggest. You may not have heard of the side effects of this fruit. Rokakaka can indeed treat it. But it comes at a price. The result may not be what you wish for. Don't be complacent just because the price paid by Retsukayu is not high. The final result may not be what you wish for. Yudi Dubu replied seriously. King Retsukai has already told me everything, so you don't need to worry. I won't blame you no matter what the outcome is. After all, this was my own choice. I can accept any outcome. Katsumi has also made plans for the worst. Apparently, they'd already discussed it, so there was no need to hesitate. If they didn't use it, the fruit might go bad. Might as well exchange it for something better. Liu Chen did not refuse him again. Okay, I will give you a fruit. I hope the final result will be what we want. After all, Liu Chen still lives on his territory, so it is difficult to refuse such a thing. Yudi Dubu offered his own plan of repaying the debt. Thank you very much. If you need a sparring partner, I will help you. He knew that Liu Chen was learning from Guo Haihuang, and it would be helpful to have someone to practice with him. Especially with a battle-hardened opponent like himself, he would definitely be able to help him improve. Liu Chen also understood what he meant, so he thanked him and said, I'll trouble you from now on, Mr. Du Bulletin. Liu Chen returned to his room, took out a fruit from his suitcase and handed it to Du Bulletin. After taking it, Yudi Dubu said, "Oh, so this is what it looks like. I've heard Lai talk about it before. Now that I see it, it really does look like a dragon fruit. I hope my son is lucky enough for the price he paid." In fact, everyone has a sense of luck, but only those who are aware can accept bad results. Actually, current medical technology can replace an arm. With your ability, you can definitely do it. There's no need to gamble on this. Your torso is the best to use. If you want to improve in karate, you must pay the price. The next morning, Liu Chen learned the result of his idiocy. He had indeed regained his arm, but he had also lost one of his legs. His left leg, from the knee down, had completely turned to stone. He wondered if they would accept this outcome. The next afternoon, after Liu Chen came back from training as usual, someone came to Liu Chen again hoping to get the last Rokakaka fruit. The visitor was Tokugawa. As soon as they met, he said to Liu Chen earnestly, "I heard that you have a magical plant, so I want to buy it. Martial artists are very likely to be injured and disabled, which makes me very sad. I will find scientists to continue studying this plant so that it can grow again." Tokugawa is the one who cherishes martial artists the most. Every fighter is like a treasure to him, so he must protect the body of every martial artist. The Rokakaka fruit seems to be of some use. The side effects of the Rokakaka fruit are very serious. You also saw that Katsumi lost one of his legs. This result is for Katsumi. But his arm did recover, and he might be able to use one again if he had a spare. There's always a good outcome, right? Maybe the next result will be worse. I don't know what will happen if I use this fruit twice. Tokugawa said he could totally accept this outcome. I know this is the last fruit left, and it must be priceless. But please sell it to me. After saying that, he signaled to his men, who opened a lot of boxes and pushed them towards Liu Chen. These boxes are full of money. If Liu Chen accepts this money, he will never have to worry about money again in this world. Liu Chen took a look at the box and replied, "Since you really want it, I'll give you the fruit." Liu Chen didn't plan to use this fruit himself because of its severe side effects. Who knew what the price would be? Selling it now was also a good option. Tokugawa was also very happy. "Very good, thank you Liu Chen. Thank you for your contribution to the development of fighting. Every fighter who has been cured by the fruit will thank you for your name. A fruit that can heal anything, even if it comes at a price, is worth it. There are endless business opportunities here, as there are always some ailments that remain uncured. And the wealthy don't skimp on their money." Liu Chen pulled over a box of money and said, "I don't need so much money. Mr. Tokugawa, you can take the rest back." No, this is a fair trade. I won't treat you unfairly. This unique piece is worth this much." Money is not a problem for Tokugawa, what he pursues is a wonderful fight. Liu Chen offered his own suggestion, "I might challenge Szechuan Goki and Hanbuizo later. I hope you can help me contact them." Tokugawa looked at Liu Chen in surprise and said, "Have you reached this level now? When the time comes, please let me watch your battle. Fighting is not something I will be stingy with." Liu Chen's face was filled with smiles. "Then I will accept all of these, thank you for your kindness." A large bag of money would bring a smile to even Sekiro's face. End of this chapter. Chapter 60 First Battle. Chapter 60 First Battle. In the following days, Liu Chen made exceptionally rapid progress under the guidance of Guo Haihuang and the sparring partner of Yudi Dubu. Guo Haihuang was very satisfied that he had mastered the speed of sound and force elimination so naturally. He definitely did not have such strength when he was his age. During training that day, Liu Chen realized that Guo Haihuang was a little unhappy. Liu Chen looked at his master's unhappy expression and asked, "You seem a little unhappy today. Guo Haihuang said to Liu Chen with an extremely dissatisfied expression, "My foolish son and Long Shuen went to cause trouble for Hua Shensun and his younger brother yesterday, but I was very dissatisfied with the result. They simply insulted martial arts." Liu Chen understood the reason, but he couldn't continue the topic about his master's son. Guo Haihuang can naturally say whatever he wants about his son, but Liu Chen has no right to say anything. No matter how I answer this, it will be suspected of trying to sow discord between the father and son. So it's better to play dead and keep quiet. Seeing that Liu Chen was speechless, Guo Haihuang continued. Your skills have improved. So just practicing here won't do. Go challenge Hanayama Kaoru first, and then I'll find a suitable opponent for you. You must fight constantly to gain combat experience. Liu Chen then quickly nodded and agreed, I will challenge them today. It seems that Long Shuen and Guo Chuncheng did make Guo Haihuang a little angry, especially his son Guo Chuncheng, who seemed to have been the one being beaten since he appeared on the stage. Very good, don't let me down. Chinese martial arts can't continue to fail like this. We must win. In his eyes, Liu Chen and Lai would shoulder the future of martial arts. One of them would stand before the world with dignity, while the other would strangle all voices of dissent. Then Liu Chen found King Lai Hai and asked him. Kyukai Emperor asked me to challenge Hanayama Kaoru, so can you tell me where the Hanayama group is? During this period, Liu Chen did not go anywhere, and all he did was practice martial arts. Purely adding a plug-in equals powerful. Retsukaiho was a little surprised. Have you reached the level where you can challenge Hanayama? Although Yudi Tuobu sometimes talked about Liu Chen to Lai, he still didn't expect Liu Chen to improve so quickly. I think it's enough, and Guo Haihuang also agrees with this. Okay, I hope you can fight me after you challenge Hanayama. Of course can. So King Lihei pointed out to Liu Chen the places where Kaoru Hanayama usually hangs out, where he usually drinks with his brothers. After a while, Liu Chen, wearing a large cloak, stood at the door of the Huashan group bar. 3 iron balls and a pistol were hidden in the clothes covered by the cloak. Then Liu Chen began to hesitate whether to kick the door open and walk in arrogantly, or to go in first and then smash the cup to provoke. Liu Chen was a little overwhelmed as it was his first time to smash someone else's place, as he still had no relevant experience. After thinking about it, Liu Chen decided to go in first, just in case the target wasn't there. It would be awkward if he kicked the door open and found no one inside. Entering the bar, Liu Chen immediately saw Huashan's extraordinary figure. He was sitting at the bar, drinking with someone. So Liu Chen took the empty seat next to Hanayama-sun who was drinking. This move made Huashan's younger brothers extremely dissatisfied. This move was undoubtedly a provocation to them. No one dared to sit next to their boss. So they all clamored to teach Liu Chen a lesson. Huashan looked down at Liu Chen who was sitting next to him and said, "Are you here to avenge those 2 people from yesterday?" His Chinese identity was very obvious to these people. It seems you know exactly what you did yesterday. They were the ones who started the trouble. It's not important. I don't care about the grudges between you two. Huashan squeezed the cup in his hand into a ball. This is the first time that Chai Chien-chun, who was sitting on the side, jumped out and kicked Liu Chen directly. He did not affect Liu Chen's provocation of his own team leader. This was the simplest kick. Chai Chien-chun raised his foot just to kick. There was no routine. Liu Chen immediately jumped off the chair he was sitting on to avoid the kick. This move had no way of hitting Liu Chen now. Then Liu Chen fiercely kicked the leg that Chai Chien-chun used to stand. Chai Chien-chun fell to the ground in an instant. At the same time, Liu Chen bent down and pressed one knee on Chai Chien-chun's back, and then punched Chai Chien-chun's head continuously. The substitute also emerged and looked at the enemies around him. If someone wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to attack Liu Chen, he would not care about martial ethics. The stand won't have much trouble dealing with everyone present. Even if Hanmayujiro comes out, it will be useless. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. The heavy punches fell on Chai Chien-chun like raindrops, and the blood had dyed Liu Chen's fists red. Liu Chen would not let him rest on the ground enough before getting up again. He would beat him so hard that he could never stand up again. Seeing this, the Huashan group's younger brother drew his dagger and was about to stab Liu Chen. They couldn't bear to watch their companions being beaten like this. These people are essentially a group of gangsters, so they don't care about winning unfairly. Especially in their eyes, Liu Chen was here to provoke them. Although this was indeed true. At this time, Huashan reached out to stop his younger brother. In his eyes, Shiba Shiharu had not lost yet. Seeing that the situation was almost over, Liu Chen stopped and stood up. After all, you really can't beat someone to death. I didn't come here to kill anyone. Liu Chen looked up at Huashan Sun and said, "Are you ready to fight me now?" "No, my little brother hasn't lost yet." Chai Chien-chun struggled to get up from the ground. He could not be easily knocked down by ordinary attacks. He roared loudly and threw a punch at Liu Chen. Liu Chen began to add the power of rotation to his fist. This punch broke the speed of sound and created a sonic boom, hitting Shiba Chien-chun directly on the head. Chai Chien-chun doesn't know any fighting techniques and relies entirely on his body's instincts to fight. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Chai Chien-chun was knocked onto the wine rack behind him by a punch, directly smashing many bottles. Liu Chen's fists were covered in the enemy's blood, and Chai Chien-chun fell to the side and could no longer get up. Don't joke around. How can you possibly defeat technology and cheats just by relying on admiration for predecessors and perseverance? Then Liu Chen walked up and wiped the blood off his fist with Chai Chien-chun's clothes, who was lying on the ground. Then he slowly walked up to Hanayama Kaoru and said, "Now it's our turn. You just finished fighting, so I won't attack you in this situation. Come challenge me again tomorrow." A true man would never refuse a challenge from anyone, especially one who was a disciple of Guo Haihuang. But he also didn't want to face an opponent who couldn't use his full strength. As far as he knew, the sonic punch was harmful to people. Then he said to one of his younger brothers, "You guys take Chai Chien-chun to the hospital first." He could see that Liu Chen had held back, and Chai Chien-chun had just fainted. It didn't take much effort for me to defeat him. Since I'm here today, let's get this over with all at once. Huashan Sun seemed to realize that Liu Chen really didn't waste much energy, so she nodded and said, "Then let's get started." End of this chapter. Chapter 61 The Night Stands. Chapter 61 The Night Stands. The younger members of the Huashan group lifted Chai Chien-chun up and rushed him to the hospital, while the rest looked at Liu Chen with resentment. If their boss hadn't been there, they would have rushed over immediately. Kaoru Hanayama tore off his clothes to reveal the tattoo on his back. His body was also covered with various scars. This is the famous Knight Li. In the second year of Yuan He, 1. Liu Chen stood opposite him, confronting him. When Huashan Sun fought, he always accumulated damage first, and then launched a deliberate punch. So he rarely took the initiative. Few people could withstand this punch because of Kaoru Hanayama's high attack and high HP. Judging from their size, Liu Chen definitely wasn't his match. The two of them weren't even in the same weight class. Plus, his style was to take all the damage and then strike back. Therefore, he allowed Liu Chen, the weakling, to strike first. He, Hanayama-sun, was a natural strong man. A real man won't take advantage of others in a fight. Liu Chen asked, "Do you want me to make the first move?" "Yes, come on." After saying that, Kaoru Hanayama stood still with his hands raised, waiting for the incoming attack. Seeing this, Liu Chen said nothing more and spun around to accelerate the muscles in his arms. A sonic boom sounded immediately afterwards. A punch hit Kaoru in the face, and Kaoru fell back a few steps before regaining his footing. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth and nose. The value of generosity increases. Huashan still didn't make a move. He was waiting for Liu Chen's attack to take action. Liu Chen threw several punches, and Huashan retreated repeatedly until he leaned against the wall of the bar. Liu Chen shook the blood off his hands and hurled trash talk at Huashan Sun. You think we're fighting? No. This is a bloodbath. You're not aware enough. Huashan does have his own persistence. Kaoru Hanayama leaned against the wall with her wounded face and replied, Is this all your strength? You can't defeat me with that level. To me, this is just an ordinary street fight. The current situation is just like the previous battle between Sebek and Huashan. After saying this, Hanayama assumed a stance, gathering his strength. He was about to launch an attack. Liu Chen began to observe Huashan's movements carefully and was ready to dodge at any time. Huashan suddenly swung out his punch, and although he swung it very quickly, this straight attack could no longer hit Liu Chen. Liu Chen bent down and dodged close to Huashan Sun, then took an uppercut and hit Huashan Sun's jaw. Along with the sonic boom, Huashan's head began to tilt back and his feet left the ground. The beaten Kori Hanayama grabbed Liu Chen's arm with her free hand. This time, the speed was so fast that Liu Chen couldn't dodge. Then he landed and squared up again, ready for the next punch. Huashan's grip was so strong that Liu Chen struggled desperately but couldn't break free from Huashan's left hand. The best way now is to use a substitute to stiffen Huashan's muscles and then get away. But Liu Chen wasn't ready to use a stand right now. If he had to use a stand to deal with an enemy as strong as Hanayama, how would he fight an enemy like Yujiro later? So Liu Chen kicked Huashan in the crotch. This move was effective even against the primitive man peak. No one could train their defense to the bottom. Although Huashan's face was distorted with pain, he still did not let go of Liu Chen's arm. At this time, his right fist had already hit Liu Chen's face. Liu Chen, who had agreed not to use a body double, immediately changed his mind. Now he had to make sure he wouldn't be killed instantly. Liu Chen used his movable arm to protect his face and then hardened the muscles all over his body to block the attack. If Liu Chen hadn't been caught by Huashan, he could have used the force-dissipating technique to dissipate the force of the punch. Unfortunately, Liu Chen's movements were restricted and he couldn't use the force-dissipating rotation to avoid damage. Bang! There was a sound of metal colliding. Liu Chen's arm was deflected after being hit, and the hardened muscles were strained by the powerful impact, while Huashan's fist was also bleeding. He used his fist to hit a piece of steel with all his strength. Liu Chen endured the pain and relieved the hardening, then took out an iron ball with his injured hand and threw it towards Huashan's left arm joint. The spinning iron ball hit Huashan's arm. Under the force of the rotation, Huashan's tight grip on Liu Chen's arm was loosened. Liu Chen took the opportunity to break free from the restraints, and he must not let Huashan grab any part of his body again. Another powerful punch from Hanayama-sun hit Liu Chen. He was very fast, and Liu Chen, who had just broken free, had no time to dodge. So Liu Chen began to rotate along with his force. This is called force dissipation. At this moment, Liu Chen was like a feather blown by the wind. Although the storm was strong, it could not harm the feather flying in it. If Huashan didn't have any skills, then relying solely on strength wouldn't be enough to defeat Liu Chen. Eliminating force was very effective against an opponent as powerful as him. The only key was not to get caught by him again. While spinning, Liu Chen used the force of his strike to kick Huashan Sun in the face. This strike contained the power of two people at the same time. Huashan was kicked to the ground in an instant, while Liu Chen regained his footing. The force of this blow made Huashan feel dizzy, and the damage caused this time was no longer comparable to before. Huashan climbed up from the ground with blood all over his face, and Liu Chen's next move was already whistling towards his jaw. It was a kick. Liu Chen took a powerful step forward. Using his left foot as support, he lifted his right foot and struck Huashan in the jaw. Huashan fell backward again and stumbled, taking 2 steps back before he could steady himself. Liu Chen stomped the ground with his right foot, which he used for attack, and leaned forward, his fist sending out a sonic boom as it smashed towards Huashan's throat. This is a series of attacks. Seeing this, Huashan directly used his forehead to hit the opponent. The distance of his fist swing did not reach the maximum, so the speed generated was naturally reduced. The collision of fist and head made a loud noise. This cry shocked everyone around them. The battle between the two was beyond their imagination. Most people would be killed instantly when facing Hanayama Kaoru. The damage from this punch caused a shock in Huashan's brain. He then headbutted Liu Chen, but unfortunately he was a little dizzy and could not attack Liu Chen accurately. Liu Chen dodged and punched him in the face several times. Victory has slipped towards Liu Chen. Kaoru Hanayama once again took a stance of gathering strength, intending to use his most powerful blow to decide the final outcome. It was a pity that he had already lost the chance to defeat Liu Chen. His greatest chance was to grab Liu Chen. His grip was so strong that Liu Chen would not be able to break free without other means. End of this chapter. Chapter 62 Hanma Yujiro. Chapter 62 Hanma Yujiro. Huashan Sun's punch did not hit Liu Chen, but Liu Chen stepped forward and threw another sonic punch that hit Huashan Sun's head. Under the tremendous force, Huashan finally fell to the ground. This was the result of the combined effect of his power and Liu Chen's power. At this time, a ray of light accumulated in the door in my mind. It seems that defeating opponents in fighting comics can also accumulate energy. If you don't gain energy by defeating Shiba Shiharu, it means that you have to at least defeat a strong person. The Huashan group brothers around were all ready to rush up and fight Liu Chen. They were still very loyal to their boss, even though they knew they were no match for Liu Chen. Most of these people were holding daggers or short knives or something like that. At this time, one of the gang members actually took out a pistol from his pocket. He pointed a gun at Liu Chen and threatened him, "You just used a weapon, didn't you? You actually used a weapon in such a fair fight." Liu Chen had indeed thrown an iron ball just now to break free from Huashan's restraints on him. However, Liu Chen was dismissive of this ordinary thug's threat of pulling out a gun. To pull out a gun requires the courage to shoot. You're just using it to bolster your courage. You may have shot before, but that was only because you were emotionally charged. You don't have the nerve to shoot now. After saying this, Liu Chen quickly hardened his clothes and skin. He couldn't easily provoke these little thugs. They usually acted without thinking. He didn't have the ability to bet on whether someone's gun was loaded like Yan Chuangying. "Baka Yero, don't think I don't dare to shoot," Huashan's younger brother said and pretended to be ready to pull the trigger. In fact, he really didn't dare to pull the trigger. Even in a place like this, there was a huge difference between using a gun and a knife. "Everyone, stop and put down your weapons. Don't embarrass our Huashan group in front of outsiders." At this time, Huashan had woken up, and he was still convinced of Liu Chen who defeated him. Even a moment of dizziness in battle could mean death, and I must have been unconscious for several minutes. The people from the Huashan group quickly put away their weapons. The man holding the gun, not knowing what to do, felt especially relieved. The leader's words must be obeyed. After Kaoru Hanayama stood up again, he continued, "My brother's actions just now were very offensive. You are a very good opponent. You are also a real tough guy. I have also benefited a lot from fighting with you today." Liu Chen quickly praised each other with Huashan Sun. Kaoru Hanayama continued, "I won't apologize for what happened yesterday. If they have any complaints, they can come to me again. They have no objection to what happened yesterday, but Guo Haihuang feels they insulted martial arts. So I'm here today to prove martial arts. I don't need your apology." Huashan replied solemnly, "You have already proved your martial arts. Then he picked up a bottle of wine from the messed-up wine rack and threw it to Liu Chen, then found another bottle, uncorked it and took a sip. Hua Shan invited Liu Chen, "Would you like to have a drink together?" At this time, a tall red-haired man walked into the bar. The visitor naturally took over what Kaoru Hanayama said, "Very good, I'll have a drink." The minions did not close the door when they carried Chai Shiharu out, so the fight here attracted one person's attention. The wild boss, Hanma Yujiro, randomly spawned here. He was waiting for Baki to challenge him, so he had been wandering around all this time. When Kaoru Hanma saw that the person coming was Yujiro Hanma, she took out a bottle of wine from the wine rack and threw it over. After taking it, Yujiro cut the bottle open at the mouth with a wave of his knife, took a big sip, and threw the bottle away. Only then did he look at Liu Chen and say, "You just used the force elimination skill, so you are the future chosen by Guo Haihuang." Liu Chen first made his stand appear. Hanma Yongjiro was not easy to deal with, so he had to be prepared in advance. If he couldn't win, he could just sneak attack. Young people don't have martial ethics. After making preparations, Liu Chen replied, "King Guo Hai is only teaching me martial arts. The future of martial arts can only be shouldered by King Lai Hai." Liu Chen, who was destined to leave, had no way of carrying such a heavy burden. Yujiro laughed contemptuously before continuing, "What a flattering excuse. Are you afraid of the strongest man in the world?" Liu Chen, who had just finished a fight, felt that there was no need to provoke Yongjiro, so he followed his words and replied, "People should always be in awe of the powerful. You can only survive if you have a fearful heart. Young man, at least you are not arrogant." Suddenly, Yongjiro rushed up and punched Liu Chen. He wanted to test Guo Haihuang's disciple. Let's see if the future that Guo Haihuang envisions can rival his own bloodline. As for the fact that Liu Chen had just fought with Huashan Sun, he didn't care at all. The strong don't need to care about what others think. Yujiro is mean now. The power of Yujiro's casual punch is comparable to that of Kaoru Hanayama's powerful punch. Liu Chen immediately activated the force dissipation technique to avoid the damage, and then controlled the substitute's body steel to pass through Yujiro's chest and gently stroke his heart. Now, if Liu Chen activates his stand ability, Yujiro will die of cardiac arrest. Even the invincible Sun Wukong will die of a heart attack. Yujiro will definitely not be immune to this attack. Then Liu Chen made up his mind that if this guy attacked him again, he would make him fall here. Originally, Liu Chen planned to defeat him with martial arts after he became stronger. After all, Yujiro was the last boss in this world, and if possible, he had to use orthodox methods to defeat him. When the stand touched him, Yujiro felt as if his heart was touched by something. He has absolute control over his body, so the feeling just now is definitely not false. Someone is attacking me through unknown means. Yujiro immediately began to think quickly about what it could be. Was it poison? Or an attack like sonic waves? Or perhaps someone had developed some new technology. I looked around and didn't see anything unusual. Liu Chen, who had just finished spinning in the air, had no chance to make any moves, and Hanayama-sun next to him was just drinking. If it were sound waves, others might be able to feel it too. When Kaoru Hanayama saw Yujiro's expression suddenly change, he asked, "What's wrong with you? Someone attacked me, and I didn't even notice. Did you feel anything?" If it was a sonic attack, then everyone would have felt the same. Yujiro shouted angrily, his hair standing on end. He was extremely angry at this unexplained attack. Liu Chen was a little surprised that he could actually sense his own attack. Most people would definitely think that he was hallucinating. Kaoru Hanayama replied, "I didn't feel anything." Liu Chen also nodded in agreement with a confused look on his face, "Me neither." End of this chapter. Chapter 63 Father and Son. Chapter 63 Father and Son. Yujiro's clothes began to tear, revealing the muscles on his back as a demon, his observation abilities even greater in this state. Liu Chen thought that his performance had successfully fooled Yongjiro, but in fact he didn't. Yujiro asked fiercely, "What method did you use just now, kid? It was sound waves, right? How did you do it?" After saying that, he threw a fierce punch at Liu Chen. If Liu Chen took such a punch head-on, he might be killed on the spot. Moreover, Yujiro's attack was so fast that before Liu Chen could see clearly, his fist was almost touching his face. At this time, even if Yujiro's heart was directly melted, it would not be able to avoid this attack. The top priority is to avoid this damage. Finally, between life and death, Liu Chen began to gradually understand how to make his muscles both hard and soft. Just like chain mail, Liu Chen subdivided his skin and muscles into infinite parts, giving them a solid state. He was no longer a whole, but several small pieces connected together. At the same time, the stand evolved, and the heart steel could be given more metal properties, including alloys and those more rare metals. Liu Chen immediately chose the strongest alloy, tungsten steel, to strengthen his defense. Although the movement speed would be slower in this state, it was much better than being unable to move before. The next thing Liu Chen wanted to achieve was to switch states at will. At this time, Yongjiro punched Liu Chen. In this state, Liu Chen struggled to use his strength, and after spinning several times in the air, he barely managed to avoid the damage of the punch. Liu Chen now has the strength to withstand a blow from Yujiro, so he decides that if Yujiro attacks again, he will kill him directly. Even though Yujiro's heart is as hard as steel, softness is a relative concept. Therefore, as long as Liu Chen feels soft, he can activate his stand ability. These are just like Yubel's abilities. If Yujiro stopped right then, Liu Chen planned to become stronger and defeat him with martial arts. Liu Chen was a relatively traditional gamer. He generally didn't encounter any glitches in his games, except in unusual circumstances. Yongjiro also lost interest in continuing to consider Liu Chen. He wanted to fight with the man in front of him immediately. In his rage, Yujiro suddenly thought of the agreement he had made with Guo Haihuang. The agreement about 100 years from now. If he killed his apprentice now, would it mean that he was afraid of that agreement? Would it mean that he believed that strength was inferior to skill? Moreover, from Liu Chen's dissipation of power just now, Yongjiro had already realized that his purity was far inferior to Guo Haihuang's. Although he had some tricks, his heart was also trained. His little tricks were completely ineffective. I have no interest in playing with such an opponent, so I will wait until he becomes stronger. Therefore, Yujiro decided to let Liu Chen go, or perhaps the luck of the saints remains began to play a role. Everything started to develop in a good direction. However, Yongjiro decided to let his son Jack consider Liu Chen on his behalf. Experiencing battle will definitely make people grow faster. Since he is the one chosen by Guo Haihuang for the future, he will let his most impure bloodline prove that strength is better than skill. If he could defeat Jack, that would be even better. Beiki would definitely be happy to see Liu Chen before he fought him. And Beiki's fangs were almost able to hurt him. Yongjiro returned to his normal state, glanced at Liu Chen and said, "Boy, your fangs are not sharp enough. When you reach the level of Guo Haihuang, I will come to find you again. I hope that your little tricks will surprise me by then. I will spare your life today. Remember, this is all because of the agreement between me and Guo Haihuang." After saying this, Hanma Yujiro, feeling unhappy, rushed out directly through the wall of Hanayama Keiru's bar. No one knew who he would harm next. Looking at the big hole in the wall, Liu Chen endured the pain and used his substitute to treat himself simply. Then ask, has he always been like this? Of course the strong will not abide by the order of ordinary people. High emotional intelligence and strong people are born free. After being violently punched, Liu Chen secretly slandered in his heart that this was no longer a question of whether to obey the rules or not. How could he leave the door and not go out by banging his head against the wall? This was completely mentally ill. I'll compensate you for the broken wine. But I don't have any money with me right now. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Liu Chen felt that since Tokugawa had given him a lot of money, he should at least compensate the wine rack and the wine. As for the wall, Hanma Yongjiro would have to compensate for it himself. Hanayama-san didn't care about her loss at all, no need. These drinks are not expensive. Do you want to have another drink? Most of the wines here are the kind where the bottles are more expensive than the wine itself. After all, Kaoru Hanayama gets attacked every now and then. Liu Chen put the bottle in his hand on the bar and refused, saying, I won't drink any more. The punch just now was too strong. I need to go back and rest. A look of regret appeared on Hanayama-san's face. What a shame. After the battle, I need to have a drink. In Hanayama Kaoru's eyes, the situation just now was that Hanma Yujiro suddenly appeared and then left inexplicably in anger, resulting in the fact that now there was no one to drink with her. But it's normal for this to happen to Yujiro. Liu Chen waved at Hwashin-sun and said, we'll have a chance to have a drink together later. I'll leave now. I'm sorry for what happened before. I'm also very happy to fight an opponent like you. You're pretty good. Then Liu Chen also walked out of the bar through the hole that Yongjiro had knocked out. He also wanted to experience the feeling of not going through the door. Kaoru Hanayama looked at the hole in her wall silently without saying a word. The sky was gradually getting dark. When Liu Chen returned, he unexpectedly encountered Guo Haihuang scolding his son, while Long Shuen was also standing beside him and being scolded. You're not good at martial arts, and you don't have the natural talent of a monster. You don't have the strength of the strong, but you've acquired their arrogance. You're simply neither good nor bad. Why would I give birth to a son like you? After saying this, his son began to scold him again. Long Shuen, you have also fallen. Ever since losing to that American, you have lost that indomitable fighting spirit. You are no longer pure now. Is a defeat such a big blow to you? It can be said that Liu Chen's appearance was at an inappropriate time, or at an appropriate time. Guo Chuncheng naturally did not dare to refute after hearing his father's rebuttal, so he took a look at his father's new apprentice. And Long Shuen could only lower his head and listen in front of Guo Haihuang. Of course, the three of them noticed Liu Chen's appearance. So Guo Haihuang said in a serious tone, Liu Chen, you didn't embarrass martial arts again, did you? I feel that if Liu Chen said that he had never fought before, then the next three people would definitely not have a good ending. Liu Chen quickly gave an affirmative answer, I defeated Hwashin-sun. He is indeed a very strong opponent. Guo Chuncheng looked at Liu Chen in surprise. He had not studied martial arts for a long time, but he actually defeated Hwashin-sun. This result made him very uncomfortable. Your own failure is terrible, but the success of others is even more worrying. Guo Haihuang was happy when he heard this. It was better for his son to quit the martial arts world. Only the disciple he chose was the one he wanted. The future of technology cannot be transmitted through blood-like force. So Guo Haihuang praised, excellent. The glory of martial arts cannot be tarnished again. Liu Chen added at this time, I also met Hanma Yujiro, who watched my fight with Hanayama-san. After hearing this name, Guo Haihuang said calmly, he deserves the title of the strongest. I am no match for him. Did he just watch the battle between you and Hwashin? He threw a punch at me, so I took the opportunity to sneak up on him. Then he punched me again. The force was too strong. I didn't completely dodge it with my force reduction, so I took some damage. He looked at me and suddenly lost interest. After hearing this, Guo Haihuang only felt danger for Liu Chen. He had personally experienced the horror of that punch. So he let you go? Yes, after I took a hit, he suddenly decided to let me go. He said it was because of the agreement we had made. Very good, you have now withstood the world's strongest blow. Your future is bound to be limitless. Guo Haihuang is now full of expectations for Liu Chen, and he has already gained the upper hand in future competitions. Guo Chuncheng was not convinced by Liu Chen. The appearance of this man made him feel uncomfortable. A talented disciple would always threaten his son's status, especially when his father still cared so much about him. Guo Haihuang certainly saw his son's expression, and he knew exactly what he was thinking. Over 100 years of life had made it easy for him to see through other people's minds. So Guo Haihuang said, Liu Chen, are you seriously injured? If not, then let Chuncheng see what the difference in talent is. In front of a true genius, his few moves are simply not enough. After hearing this, Guo Chuncheng immediately said impatiently, thank you for your advice. There was no trace of modesty in his words. After saying that, he rushed over and punched Liu Chen with all his strength. Guo Chuncheng's strength was far inferior to the other two people he had met today. Liu Chen easily dispersed all of his strength without even spinning in the air. He simply dissipated the strength with the sway of his body. Then Liu Chen took advantage of the situation and swung a punch accompanied by a sonic boom, hitting Guo Chuncheng in the chest. Guo Chuncheng was immediately knocked away. In terms of defensive power, he was also far behind. Guo Chuncheng was defeated again in one move. Guo Haihuang slowly walked to his son who had been knocked away, squatted down, and said in a nonchalant tone, do you understand? This is the force-dissipating technique you've never been able to learn. And he's only been learning it for less than a month. You're so bad. End of this chapter. Chapter 64, Pulling Fist. Chapter 64, Pulling Fist. This kind of attitude is what Guo Chuncheng fears the most. Without expectations, there will naturally be no disappointment. Guo Chuncheng wanted to say something, but unfortunately, the only thing that came out of his mouth was an unfinished sentence, I. Guo Haihuang reached out to stop Guo Chuncheng from speaking. He no longer wanted to listen to his son's explanation. After seeing Liu Chen defeat Guo Chuncheng so easily, Long Shuen also wanted to go up and fight him. He did not have the same idea as Guo Chuncheng, he just wanted to see how far he was from this true genius. Guo Haihuang glanced at Long Shuen's expression and made a decision. Liu Chen, fight Long again and let him know where his shortcomings lie. Long Shuen bowed to Liu Chen and said, please give it your all and let me see where you're lacking. If you're seriously injured, we can postpone the fight. Liu Chen returned the greeting and said, don't worry about my injuries. I will do my best. Long Shuen walked towards Liu Chen with his hands in his pockets. His tactics were to have the opponent make the first move, and then he would counterattack to achieve the effect of being the last to strike first. The distance between the two people is getting closer and closer. Liu Chen punched him, and a sonic boom sounded. A fist that exceeds the speed of sound is naturally extremely fast. Ordinary people have no way to defend against it. Long Shuen had been concentrating on Liu Chen's movements. The moment he saw the fist, he squatted sideways, pulled out his fist from his pocket, and hit Liu Chen's vital parts. His movements were incredibly smooth, his attacks as graceful as a dance. The attacks on the temples, throat, and ears are all aimed at vital points. The moment Liu Chen saw Long Shuen draw out his fist, he switched himself into tungsten steel chain mail. Therefore, all of Long Shuen's moves hit the steel, making a teeth-grinding sound. The speed of the attack was fast enough, but the damage was not enough. He even started to suffer fractures in his hands. The hands of the person who launched the attack were covered in blood, while the person who took the attack was not hurt at all. Even trained hands were not enough compared to tungsten steel. Long Shuen's hands were indeed as sharp as a blade, but unfortunately they were useless against a solid piece of steel. Long Shuen continued to attack, his blood splattering. This was why fists were more common than punches. Punches were more likely to injure the opponent if they couldn't break through the defense. Liu Chen was still enduring the damage and getting closer to Long Shouwen. This reminded Long Shouwen of the American, who also endured the damage and knocked himself down. Therefore, Long Shouwen continued to attack with all his strength, and once a person becomes impatient, his flaws will naturally be easily revealed. His speed also began to slow down. At this moment, Liu Chen released his solid state and took a step forward. He struck Long Shouwen in the chest with an iron mountain kick. Then, with his left hand, he grabbed Long Shouwen's right hand as he retreated. Then he clenched his right fist and smashed it towards Long Shouwen's face at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Seeing this, Long Shouwen leaned back and forcibly broke his right arm. He then kicked Liu Chen's jaw with a backward kick. Long Shouwen's face was now drenched in sweat and blood. He had only one goal, to win. He had already lost so many times. So this time, he, Long Shouwen, was determined to win. Liu Chen, struck by Long Shouwen's full-strength kick, released his grip on Long Shouwen's left hand, swirling around with the force, dissipating all the energy. He stood unharmed. At the same time, Long Shouwen's foot slammed down on the ground, and his body, which had been leaning back, began to stand up again. He planned to rely on his waist strength to stabilize his body. During this process, Liu Chen hardened the skin on his head and rushed towards Long Shouwen. Headbutt has a special attack against Long Shouwen. Long Shouwen was in a state of having no support and was knocked to the ground. Liu Chen then lowered his body and unleashed a series of heavy punches on Long Shouwen's face. As a result, Long Shouwen lost his means of counterattack and lost to Liu Chen. Guo Haihuang stood by and applauded after watching the battle. He admired this kind of battle that required determination from both sides. Then he commented, "Long Shouwen, your attack is still too weak. While it's enough to attack ordinary warriors, it's ineffective against the strongest ones. Their skin and muscles are like steel. You can't defeat them with just your dominant hand. They can easily defeat you by adapting their attacks to their own rhythm." Long Shouwen climbed up from the ground, grasped his broken right hand, bowed solemnly to Guo Haihuang, and asked, "Guo Haihuang, how should I proceed from now on?" He already felt ashamed of his own weakness. He wanted to become stronger and he didn't want to lose again. Guo Haihuang shook his head and said, "Those of us with mediocre talents can only improve ourselves through continuous hard work. Quick success is often the privilege of geniuses. All we can rely on is time. There is no better way now." Guo Haihuang paused and offered his advice, "Don't use your guanshao anymore. Once you get used to fighting the weak, you'll never be able to catch up with the strong. Give up the claws that sustain your life." Long Shouwen understood Guo Haihuang's advice to him, "Thank you for your guidance. I will practice boxing from the beginning. Guanshao cannot defeat those enemies who are like monsters. Only by returning to boxing can you defeat those opponents you have lost to. Now all we have to do is keep practicing hard, and the rest can only be left to time." Fortunately, Guo Haihuang also has a monster apprentice, who will definitely have a place in martial arts in the future. You've already gotten a glimpse of the basics of force elimination. The next step is to become more familiar with it. Once you're familiar with everything, you'll need to apply force elimination to your attacks. I will train hard." Guo Haihuang shook his head and said, "Training alone is no longer effective. The progress you've made after fighting the world's strongest today is far greater than training here for a long time. So you have to keep fighting. You have to find strong opponents to fight in order to grow rapidly." He became more and more excited as he spoke, and a perfect masterpiece was about to emerge from his hands. Liu Chen nodded repeatedly and said, "I understand. Mr. Tokugawa said before that he would help me contact a strong person for the battle. Next, I will contact him to introduce me to an opponent." "Very good, you are a natural fighter. Your pursuit is also perfect." Guo Haihuang clapped his hands and said, "All right. You two go and rest." After saying this, he left without even looking at his son. End of this chapter. Chapter 65, Szechuan Genki. Chapter 65, Szechuan Genki. Liu Chen didn't want to get involved in the family affairs of someone else's father and son, so he left. It didn't take long to return to the residence in the Shinshinkai dojo. Liu Chen sat on a chair and took out 2 iron balls and a pistol. This pistol was no longer useful to Liu Chen. However, he still liked the feeling of carrying a pistol. So Liu Chen made up his mind to find a powerful gun, the kind with magic, when he arrived in another world. The iron ball can actually be transformed into a rubber ball. Its functions will be more varied. After all, rubber and iron are the same to Liu Chen. Then go to the toy store and buy a few suitable rubber balls. After sitting at the table and thinking about it for a while, Liu Chen called Tokugawa. This is what I got when I was selling the Rokakaka fruit. After all, the underground fighting arena is someone else's place. It's always helpful to keep in touch with Tokugawa. As soon as the call was connected, Tokugawa's regretful voice rang out, "You went to challenge Hanayama Kaoru today without informing me. I heard that even Hanma Yujiro went in the end. If there is such a thing in the future, you should notify me in advance. Today's incident happened suddenly. If something like this happens again next time, I will definitely call you. So why are you calling me now?" Liu Chen directly stated his intention, "I want to challenge the strong man you can contact. I wonder if you can arrange it for me." Under normal circumstances, Beiki would definitely be interested, but right now, all his attention is on the primitive man, Peak. I'm not sure about the others. Right now, everyone's interest is on the primitive man. Do you want to challenge the primitive man? I can take you directly to the fighting arena. It's not the time to challenge the primitive man Peak yet. I will find another opportunity later. Tokugawa said in a very understanding tone, "He, I knew that martial artists could not resist the strong ones from ancient times. I heard that you even caught Yujiro's punch. Your strength should be able to fight against primitive people." Master Gonghuo couldn't wait to see Liu Chen being beaten by the primitive people. Liu Chen ignored his suggestion and gave his own goal, "Does Mr. Shishuan Goki or Mr. Hanbuizo have time?" As for Yudi Tubu, he had fought with him many times in his dojo, and fighting with him would hardly have any effect on Liu Chen. "Okay, since you already have a target, I'll help you contact him." "Thank you very much. I'll go watch it then." After hanging up the phone, Liu Chen began to prepare for the battle. 2 days later, Tokugawa called Liu Chen and told him that everything had been arranged. Szechuan Genki and Hanbuizang were both willing to fight with Liu Chen. They both had high expectations for Guo Haihuang's disciple. After all, neither of them was planning to challenge the primitive man Peak, so they just took this opportunity to see Guo Haihuang's disciple. The primitive man Peak occupied the underground fighting arena, so the place chosen by Tokugawa for this battle was a park. This place has a terrain bonus for the headquarters. Liu Chen was also very happy after receiving the news. After defeating these 2 people, he would go to fight Li Haihuang. Then he could prepare to deal with the primitive man Peak. So in the evening, Liu Chen wore a loose cloak and arrived at the agreed park early at the agreed time. It was still a little early than the agreed time, which was Liu Chen's personal style. He liked to do things a little ahead of time. Before his opponent arrived, Liu Chen sat on a bench in the park and recalled the styles and characteristics of the 2. Shigawa Goki, the Grand Master of Aikido, known as the Martial Saint, is on par with Yuchi, known as the Martial God. It is said that he has perfected the art of self-defense. Motobu is, the founder of Motoburyu Jujutsu, is a master of all martial arts and an expert in environmental warfare. Kaya, the god of war, is his disciple. He was even able to defeat Miyamoto Musashi. The common characteristic of the 2 of them is that they have no martial ethics. However, Liu Chen couldn't be said to be better than the other 2 in this regard. Tokugawa brought the two to the park on time, and upon meeting them, he told Liu Chen, Jack Fanma challenged Peak a while ago, and he wasn't a match for Peak. But it was a truly thrilling duel. There is no doubt that primitive people are powerful. Tokugawa casually extended an invitation, Baki is going to have a fight later. Do you want to go and see it? This is a rare opportunity. Then remember to call me when the time comes. Then he spread his hands and explained to Liu Chen, I have made an appointment with the two masters for you. Thank you very much. We will make you satisfied today. That would be great. Liu Chen then greeted the two masters behind Tokugawa and said, Thank you for accepting my challenge. Szechuan Genki took the initiative to speak, how powerful it is. A deep and invisible cliff appeared before my eyes. Only those who appeared before me before such an illusion were the strong ones. Tokugawa took over the conversation, I knew that Guo Haihuang's disciples must be very strong. I don't know who is stronger between him and Li Haihuang. I really hope you can fight. Shigawa said to Hanbuizo, why don't you let me take action first? Just let this old man take over. Although Izomotobu also wanted to take action immediately, he nodded and agreed after hearing Shigawa's words. Szechuan Gang smiled angrily and stretched out his hand towards Liu Chen. Young man, let's say hello and get to know each other first. Liu Chen began to hesitate whether to shake hands with him or not. If he did, he would definitely be suppressed. Even before the battle, Tsuyoshi Shikawa had the upper hand in momentum. The handshake god of war is so terrifying. Thinking of this, Liu Chen made up his mind and directly grasped it. After all, he could still cheat by using a substitute. Then hold it. After Liu Chen grabbed Szechuan's hand, a huge force was applied to Liu Chen. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. His strength was different from that of Kaoru Hanayama's grip. Liu Chen instinctively wanted to kneel to the ground. So he began to cheat using a double. His muscles had become a single piece of steel. His Aikido joint techniques were no longer effective. Szechuan Genki saw that Liu Chen was standing still, so he started to change his tactics. Rang suddenly took a step forward and grabbed Liu Chen's left wrist with his left hand, then pulled their arms apart with his hands. Take the heaven and earth with both hands. Immediately Liu Chen was thrown into the air by Szechuan. Liu Chen released himself from his restraints. He suddenly clamped Szechuan's body with his legs, using this fulcrum and the strength of his waist to throw Szechuan out. Then, Liu Chen did a backflip and successfully stood still. After being thrown out, Szechuan rolled on the ground and regained his balance. You are indeed very powerful. I didn't quite believe it when I heard that you could take a punch from Mujiro. Young people are indeed far superior to old people like us. As he spoke, he rushed forward and attacked Liu Chen's feet. This was his usual style. End of this chapter. Chapter 66 Fighting. Chapter 66 Fighting. Seeing this, Liu Chen threw a punch in the face. Szechuan was able to dodge the punch by lowering his body slightly due to his short stature. Then he lowered his body and hit Liu Chen's standing feet. Liu Chen stood on the ground as if he had taken root. When his attack failed, Szechuan immediately raised his hand and hit Liu Chen's jaw. The intention of this move was so obvious that Liu Chen would never let him hit him. He locked Szechuan's arms with both hands and simultaneously struck the enemy with his knee. Szechuan used his remaining hand to block his knees, then jumped up with the help of the force of Liu Chen's attack. Then he kicked Liu Chen in the face. Liu Chen hardened the skin on his head and rushed forward to meet the blow. The clogs on Szechuan's feet were smashed to pieces, and his kicked feet were covered in blood. The bones were definitely broken by this attack. Then Liu Chen grabbed Szechuan's arms with both hands and threw him up, and then a fist that broke through the air hit Szechuan's body. Szechuan was knocked to the ground so hard that his artificial eye fell out. You are a rare young person who doesn't know how to give way to the elderly. As he spoke, Szechuan struggled to get up. Liu Chen explained, "Of course I have to give my all against a master like you. This is all out of respect for you." And he kept an eye out for Szechuan's sneak attacks. Szechuan got into position again. Aikido is a defensive style, so he prepared to let Liu Chen attack first. Seeing this, Liu Chen kept walking forward, and when the distance between the two was almost the same, he suddenly raised his hand and threw a punch. Szechuan grabbed the attacking hand and threw it aside. And this was Liu Chen's feint. Liu Chen kicked out in the direction he threw, and this kick successfully hit Szechuan's neck. Szechuan fell to his knees in a daze. The outcome is decided at this moment. Tokugawa clapped his hands repeatedly and praised with some regret, saying, "It was really wonderful. It's a pity that we didn't see Guo Haihuang's ultimate move to dissipate power." Motobuazo replied with some emotion, "Shigawa's style isn't one for aggressive moves, so force elimination isn't suitable for this situation. Furthermore, Guo Haihuang's disciple has very solid fundamentals. From the very beginning, he didn't give Shigawa a chance to use joint techniques. I heard he has incredible talent for martial arts, which he didn't even know until recently. No wonder he was able to take Yujiro's blow. He's so young. I really want to see him fight with Baki right away." Tokugawa's tone began to become excited. "There's definitely a chance. He's constantly challenging masters. They're bound to face off against each other later. I don't know which of them will be able to defeat Peak first." At this time, Liu Chen had already stepped forward and pulled up Szechuan Genki, who had been knocked down. After regaining consciousness, Szechuan coughed and sighed, "Young people are indeed stronger. We, the older generation of martial artists, have to make way for you. You are also very strong." Liu Chen answered very modestly. Szechuan Genki's handshake kill was quite impressive. Liu Chen wondered if he could learn this move after the fight. Szechuan said with a hint of resentment, "You didn't even use those powerful moves, did you? I heard that Guo Haihuang can punch through a wall with just one punch. This move doesn't work very well for you, does it? Who knows? You're useless." Szechuan replied in a teasing tone. The two walked back from the side. Szechuan calmly spread his hands to the headquarters and said cunningly, "You see, I lost, so from now on you have to win honor for us old people." Hanbu deadpanned, "All I can say is that I'll do my best." He. Liu Chen continued to speak to the headquarters, "I will ask for your guidance from now on." Tokugawa then said, "Don't you need to rest for a while? We have a long evening ahead of us, so there's no rush. Battles need to be savored." He also wanted to savor the battle process just now. Liu Chen thought for a moment and said, "The battle just now didn't take up much of my energy, so I should finish it as soon as possible. Although it may seem a bit disrespectful to Szechuan, but that is the fact." Szechuan couldn't help but sigh, "It's really easy." Tokugawa didn't refuse, "Let's get started. I didn't expect to see 2 games in a row tonight." Motobuazang stared at Liu Chen for a moment before saying, "Can you use weapons?" "Without weapons, I will never be your opponent. Each of you is as strong as a monster. If I don't use weapons and those unorthodox things, I am at best an ordinary warrior with some strength. There is absolutely no chance for me to stand with you." Liu Chen nodded repeatedly and replied, "Of course, I am not the kind of person who only pursues bare-handed combat. I also used weapons in the previous battle with Hanayama Suan. Fighting means giving it your all. Then this kind of weapon is okay." Motobuazo said as he took out a firearm from his clothes. There are various weapons inside the headquarters coat. Seeing this situation, Liu Chen smiled and then took out a pistol from behind. "I used to rely on this weapon for a while, so I brought one with me. I'm sure you don't mind me using it." When the headquarters saw Liu Chen actually took out a pistol, they burst into laughter. After a long while, he finally spoke, "You really suit my taste. The so-called battle is to use all means to win. So fighting is about fighting and military tactics. I agree with you. There's no need for morality in battle. I can see that you are someone who has experienced life and death battles. Your fighting style is different from Retsukaiu and the others. I used to rely mainly on sneak attacks to fight. Even though I've learned some martial arts techniques now, it's hard to change my habits. However, my teacher Guo Haihuang thought my style was pretty good, so he didn't ask me to change it. Then let's get started. As soon as Benbu finished speaking, a smoke bomb was thrown out of his hand. The smoke enveloped all four of them, and he didn't even worry about Tokugawa, who was also in the smoke. As for Shibukawa, he was definitely not afraid of such a strong attack. Then two flying knives flew towards Liu Chen from different directions. Liu Chen threw up his cloak and rolled up the flying knife. Now Liu Chen had more methods. He was no longer limited to hardening his cloak for defense. Liu Chen felt that this method of hiding was very good, so he decided to bring a few smoke bombs with him in the future. At the same time, several more smoke bombs were thrown out by the headquarters, and his figure completely disappeared in the smoke. End of this chapter. Chapter 67 Despicable. Chapter 67 Despicable. Then the headquarters suddenly came across the smoke and chopped towards Liu Chen's head with a wooden sword. Liu Chen raised his right hand to block the incoming wooden sword, and in an instant the wooden sword broke into several pieces under the impact. However, Benbu had not originally planned to use a wooden sword to achieve the effect. He took out a short knife from his clothes with his left hand and stabbed it directly at Liu Chen. The dagger was blocked by Liu Chen's cloak and could not move forward any further. Benbu asked thoughtfully, "Is steel sewn into the cloak? What a good idea! I will learn this trick in the future." It seems that wearing a cloak is indeed useful in battle. Benbu also learned a trick. He didn't expect Liu Chen to answer his question. Liu Chen actually answered, "This is to dissipate energy." Of course, this was a lie. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Chen swung his fist towards the enemy's chest. The power of this punch broke the speed of sound. The headquarters dagger immediately moved to the path of Liu Chen's fist. Boom! The dagger was broken into pieces, while there was only a shallow scratch on Liu Chen's fist. The headquarters was pushed back several steps by this force. At the same time, he threw several simple explosives at Liu Chen the moment he retreated. What a powerful punch! If I hadn't been wearing special clothing that absorbs the impact, that single punch would have defeated me. Several explosions were heard, and he even used words to cover up the fact that he had thrown the explosives. He was constantly distracting Liu Chen. Liu Chen, who was in the center of the explosion, made himself strong and dodged the attack. Although the enemy's attack was very powerful, he did not suffer any damage. However, Liu Chen always felt helpless. From the beginning, the rhythm of the battle was led by Hanbuizo. He was indeed a master who could defeat Miyamoto Musashi. So Liu Chen took out a rubber ball in his right hand, and the power of rotation began to appear in his hand. At this time, the chain in the headquarters hand had appeared in front of Liu Chen, and he had an unknown number of weapons on him. The rubber ball flew towards the head of the group with a whoosh. After all, it was just a challenge and you couldn't really throw it towards an important part like the throat. The weight carried by the chain hit Liu Chen's face with a bang, and the rubber ball had already appeared on Benbu's chest. The power of the vortex kept tearing at the armor that Benbu was wearing, and his technologically advanced jacket was torn apart by the vortex. He was not only wearing one layer of armor, but also another layer underneath his coat. Therefore, his main body was not defeated by this attack. Of course Liu Chen also withstood the damage of the chains, and after sparks flew. Several kunai were hurled at Liu Chen by the headquarters. One of them seemed to be predicting Liu Chen's evasive direction. It passed by Liu Chen and was firmly nailed to the ground. All the weapons he threw were knocked away by Liu Chen's arms. Liu Chen rushed towards the headquarters. The headquarters had more long-range attack methods than himself, so he had to fight in close combat. Firing a gun in such a place would definitely cause trouble, as the sound of the gunshot would definitely attract the police and others to come and investigate. Although Tokugawa might be able to help solve the problem, Liu Chen would still be in trouble. After all, he was a stowaway. Liu Chen had only taken a few steps when he felt something wrapped around his arm. A ring suddenly appeared on his hand, and his words were filled with sarcasm. "You're not going to use your pistol? I'm always on guard. Don't move. I've got a fiber rope wrapped around your arm." He fixed an almost invisible fiber string in the ring behind the kunao and threw it out, while the other end was held in the hands of the master. The middle part of them was wrapped around Liu Chen's arm. It seemed the battle was decided, and the headquarters began to explain. "This was the inspiration given to me by Dorian, one of the 5 death row prisoners. It's said that he used this thing to sever the war god's hand. So, young man, you lose this round. You're already very strong at your age to have this kind of experience." However, Liu Chen's fist didn't stop at all. The fiber line scraped against Liu Chen's arm, sending sparks flying. Although this nanoscale fiber line could easily cut through flesh, this attack was useless against Liu Chen. After all, Liu Chen was in a metallic state at the moment. We didn't expect that Liu Chen could actually break this move. He was hit directly in the chest by this punch without any preparation. The headquarters was directly knocked out. He got up from the ground with blood in his mouth and said, "Did you sew steel wire inside your sleeves? No wonder you used your arms to block the damage before. Young people nowadays really can't be underestimated. They have so much combat experience." Liu Chen quickly said modestly, "Your move is also very powerful. I have learned a lot from it. This kind of fiber-based move is also very powerful and I can learn it myself. It turns out that you still need to exchange industry experience with such veterans to make progress. The rubber ball is also a very powerful weapon. I will carry it with me in the future. I really gained a lot from fighting you today. But how did you throw the rubber ball with the same effect as the iron ball?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and fired at Liu Chen, seemingly asking a question. In reality, it was to attract Liu Chen's attention. A surprise attack was the easiest way to win. Why would there be so much talk during a fight? The moment Benbu raised his hand, Liu Chen threw his cloak towards Benbu to block his sight. Then he took out all the rubber balls behind him and threw them towards Benbu. Speaking is also a means for Liu Chen to confuse his opponents. One of them spun with such force that the rest flew towards the ground, then bounced back and hit the headquarters, turning into iron balls the moment they hit the ground. The two of them seemed to be exchanging various insidious moves, sharing their own despicable experiences. After this battle, both of them would have new moves. Indeed, sharing experiences with peers is the key to progress. Liu Chen and the 2 men from his unit continued to fight, countering each other's moves. Tokugawa said to Shibukawa with emotion, "The fight between the 2 of them was really exciting. I haven't seen such a scheming fight for a long time. Most of the recent underground fights are fist-to-flesh combat. Tokugawa hasn't seen this kind of fighting where the focus is on victory for a long time." Szechuan watched the 2 men fighting and said, "Indeed. Both of their moves are very powerful. No matter who I was put against, I would have been defeated by now." Tokugawa spoke thoughtfully, "I didn't expect Hanbu to be so formidable with weapons. I used to think he was still a ways off from those strong men. Perhaps I should incorporate weapons combat into the competition later." The idea of finding a strong man who could use weapons began to grow in his mind. "Who do you think is the strongest person using weapons?" Shibukawa Tsuyoshi answered with a teasing look on his face, "Of course it's Yujiro who is holding a weapon. The other one is the sword master Miyamoto Musashi. Apart from the 2 of them, I can't think of anyone else who is a master with weapons." He actually wanted to tease Tokugawa. "Musashi? What kind of demeanor would the sword saint possess? I really want to see it. Perhaps Musashi's resurrection will be brought forward soon. End of this chapter. Chapter 68 Portal. Chapter 68 Portal. Shibukawa looked at the main unit firing on the field and asked, "Is it okay for Izo to shoot casually from this position?" "Of course, no problem. I'll take care of everything later. You have your own battles, and I have my own battlefield." Determined to revive Musashi, Tokugawa was itching to do so. This little thing was no big deal for him. He just wanted to watch the battle and then go find the scientist, thinking that the scientist who revived the primitive man might be able to help. Shishuan looked at Tokugawa, whose expression had turned lewd, and asked, "What idea do you have now?" "You just gave me a good idea." "Thank you so much." "Yujiro doesn't know how to use weapons. I can't imagine him using weapons. It's just like Hanayama doesn't know how to learn techniques. He might learn it, as long as there's a strong enough opponent." Tokugawa thought that if it was the sword master Miyamoto Musashi, he might be able to force Yujiro to learn some swordsmanship. There is no such person in the world. The title of the world's strongest naturally has different meanings in the hearts of different people. At this time, the battle between the two people fighting on the field was about to end. The situation was already clear to the two besiegers. Although Liu Chen's clothes were torn, he was not injured at all. So far, neither Szechuan Goki nor Hanbuizo had caused any harm. On the other hand, Hanbuizang was now covered in wounds, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. And although his clothes were like a treasure bag, he still couldn't carry much. His weapons were almost used up. And Liu Chen didn't even use his pistol, which made the headquarters very concerned. There might be a bullet flying towards him at any time. Of course, the iron ball had been lost. An unused weapon can also distract the enemy, as long as he notices it. Benbu gasped and said, "Young man, you have your weapon out, why don't you use it?" "Don't worry, bullets can't kill me completely. Since I can't hurt you, there's no need to use it. I can't find a place to restock bullets." "What type of weapons?" "I can find some for you later." Liu Chen immediately replied, "A.1890 Colt revolver made in 45. You're using antiques as weapons. How extravagant. Most revolver bullets are universal. I'll find some for you." At this time, Benbu took out the last weapon he had, a rope. He pounced towards Liu Chen quickly, with the rope in his hands, looking like he was ready to tie Liu Chen up. Liu Chen grabbed the rope with one hand, then raised his leg and kicked towards the headquarters. Benbu was also a master of jujutsu, and he immediately dropped the rope in his hand, supported Liu Chen's kicking leg with both hands, and quickly dodged backwards. He used the rope to attract Liu Chen's attention, and as he swung sideways, he casually threw the rope to Liu Chen. Then the headquarters successfully pulled out the pistol that Liu Chen had hidden behind his back. He had seen where Liu Chen had placed the revolver when he first showed it to him. From the beginning, he had planned how to seize the enemy's weapon. And Liu Chen snatched the rope from his hand. After getting the pistol, Benbu rolled over, turned around, half-crouched on the ground, and pulled the trigger at Liu Chen. Everything made sense. The only regret was that no bullets were fired from the gun. There were no bullets in the first magazine of Liu Chen's revolver, mainly to prevent accidental firing. The rope in Liu Chen's hand transformed into a steel rod. Just as Ben Buletin was about to fire his second shot, Liu Chen slammed the rod into Ben Buletin's arm, where he was holding the revolver. The pain caused him to drop the pistol. Then, like lightning, the rod struck Ben Buletin's throat, shoulder, and other vital points. This wave of attack surged towards Ben Buletin like a tide. Then the unit was beaten to the ground with sticks. After seeing the headquarters fall to the ground, Liu Chen released his ability. The rope immediately dropped. "It's just a fight, there's no need to kill." The headquarters also raised its hands to indicate that it admitted defeat. Then the main unit asked, I lost. Guo Haihuang's disciple is indeed amazing. What was that last move you made, using the rope like a stick? I never thought someone could use a rope to such an effect. Liu Chen lied without hesitation, this move of mine is called bundling cloth into a stick. It is the essence of Chinese martial arts. But it is a unique skill that can only be used by those with deep internal strength. All kinds of martial arts are superpowers. After hearing Liu Chen's answer, Tokugawa asked Szechuan, is there such a move? I have never seen Li Haihuang use it before. Could this be Guo Haihuang's special move? Shibukawa Goki offered his own thoughts. Retsukaiu has rarely used weapons. He seems to prefer fighting with his bare hands. The last time he used a weapon was during the 5 death row inmates incident. So it's probably due to their different styles. After hearing the explanation, Tokugawa nodded and said, well, what you said makes sense. This kind of fighting with weapons is really exciting. I have to find a strong man who can use weapons. The thought of resurrecting Miyamoto Musashi could no longer wait. He also wanted to know whether Miyamoto Musashi was stronger or the primitive man was stronger, or whether Yujiro was still the strongest in the world. Motobu stood up again and dusted himself off. His clothes were already in tatters. Liu Chen walked up to Tokugawa and said, thank you, Mr. Tokugawa. I have gained a lot from fighting with the 2 masters today. Tokugawa said with a sly look on his face, you played very well, and I was very satisfied. Don't you want to play against Peak later? I can help you organize it. There will be opportunities later. I'm not ready yet. Okay then. How's your progress on the Rokakaka fruit? I have organized scientists to conduct research, and results should be available soon. After talking to Tokugawa, Liu Chen said to Szechuan with a calm face, the technique you use to hold my hand is very powerful. I wonder if you can teach it to me. Szechuan Genki also admired Liu Chen's talent. So he said, if you become my disciple of the Shugawaryu Aikijujutsu, I will naturally teach you all the techniques of Aikido. Partisanship is more common in Japan, and he does not have Guo Haihuang's determination to keep technology developing. For them, their own skills cannot be taught to others casually. They always cherish their own skills and will never pass them on to anyone outside their own sect. Although Liu Chen was jealous of his handshake kill, he had no intention of becoming his disciple. After all, although Liu Chen felt that he had no morals, he still had a master here. There has to be a bottom line. So he rejected Shibukawa Goki's suggestion and said, I see. It seems that my request is too presumptuous. Please don't take my unreasonable request to heart. Szechuan wasn't angry. He could accept someone as his disciple and naturally others could refuse. If you have any ideas later, you can come to my dojo to find me. End of this chapter. Chapter 69 Jack Fanma. Chapter 69 Jack Fanma. After picking up the throwing knives, kunao and other weapons that he had thrown on the ground, Motobuizo also came to the 3 of them. After arriving, he said with emotion, today's battle was really exciting. I haven't fought like this in a long time. Few people can fight me like this. After saying that, he threw the revolver in his hand towards Liu Chen. As for why no one fought with him like this, Ben Buizhang had to look for the reason in himself. Liu Chen took the opportunity to express his needs, thank you for your guidance. I have benefited a lot today. I wonder if you can sell me a few of your smoke bombs. Of course, it's not something valuable. I will bring you bullets and smoke bombs later. So the reason you didn't shoot before was because you had no bullets. It was obvious that there was a hint of resentment in the tone of the department. I just didn't load the first magazine. I was afraid it might go off accidentally. You know, this antique stuff can go off easily. Have you ever thought about changing to a newer style? Liu Chen couldn't help but shrugged and said, I don't have that kind of method here. Tokugawa interjected excitedly, I can give you a hand, so be sure to call me next time you fight. Thank you very much. It is naturally great to be able to get weapons for free. Tokugawa was still anxious to revive Miyamoto Musashi, so he said to the three of them, since the battle is over, I will leave first. So after he finished speaking, he left in a hurry. Mr. Tokugawa seems quite anxious. Maybe he has something important to do in his business. Then he still came to watch our fight. You don't know that. For Mr. Tokugawa, watching the battle is the most important thing. Szechuan stretched himself and said, I have to leave too. It's getting late. Staying up too late is not good for the elderly. Goodbye then. The three of them left immediately. After saying goodbye to Tokugawa and others, Liu Chen also prepared to return to the dojo. Liu Chen was very satisfied with today's battle. After leaving the deserted park, Liu Chen couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the half-charged light gate in his mind. It looked like leaving this world was easy. If he defeated a few more powerful people, he would be qualified to leave. However, Liu Chen decided to defeat Hanma Yujiro before leaving this world. In fact, all the goals that can be achieved in this world have been achieved, but defeating the strongest in the world can make Liu Chen feel a sense of accomplishment. It definitely had nothing to do with the punch he had given him before. Liu Chen always thought that he had a very broad mind. There were few people on the streets at night, and the park chosen by Tokugawa was also relatively remote. Silent night. Not long after walking, Liu Chen met a tall figure at the entrance of an alley. Or maybe someone is waiting for him on the road he must take. Jack walked over after seeing Liu Chen. Liu Chen, who is 1.8 meters tall, was half suppressed by Jack, who is 2.4 meters tall. Jack Fanma stared at Liu Chen intently and said, let me experience the profound essence of Chinese martial arts. I've been told you're very strong. He grinned, his teeth flashing coldly, and the skin on his sides showed signs of being torn. It seemed that, just as Tokugawa had said, he had already lost to Peak. Liu Chen was still very cautious with Jack. This old man often bit people. To him, his whole body was a weapon. Jack's facial muscles were tense, and his veins were bulging. His voice was filled with urgency. Looking closely, he seemed a bit manic. It was obvious that Jack had taken a large amount of stimulants. He is a technological warrior, so it is normal for him to use these things. So Liu Chen said, I will let you see the power of martial arts. Jack looked at Liu Chen's torn clothes and asked, did you just go through a battle? Yes, I just challenged Mr. Shibukawa and Mr. Motobu. Jack was a little dissatisfied that the person he wanted to fight had been intercepted by someone else. However, Jack was unwilling to bully someone who had just finished a fight. For him, defeating such an opponent was meaningless. So he suggested, I don't want to take advantage of you, you go and rest for a day and we will fight again tomorrow. Liu Chen thought about it and agreed with the suggestion. After all, he had just learned a few tricks from the headquarters, and tomorrow he could use Jack to experiment. So he went back tonight and prepared everything. That's fine too. We'll have this battle tomorrow. Tomorrow night, I'll be waiting for you in the park near here. Jack said with a smile, very good, I will come again tomorrow. Before he turned to leave, he suddenly turned around and said, I heard that you provoked my father before? I didn't expect you to survive. I, Jack Fanma, like opponents like you. After hearing this, Liu Chen also stated his goal, I will not die until I defeat powerful people like you step by step. Tomorrow I will defeat you. After that, it will be your brother Baki, and finally your father Hanma Yujiro. This sentence irritated Jack. He actually dared to look down on his father like that. In Jack's eyes, his father, Hanma Yujiro, was invincible. No one could defeat him. Even saying such a thing was forbidden. Only one person could defeat Hanma Yujiro, and that was himself. Jack had extremely complicated feelings towards his father. The family relationships in the Fanma family are very complicated. Under the influence of the drug, Jack seemed to be more easily irritated. His tone began to grow angry. "You are truly arrogant. Even your teacher, Guo Haihuang, is no match for our Fanma bloodline. In the grand arena, your people were completely defeated. In the face of absolute power, your so-called martial arts are simply not worth mentioning." His words also stimulated Liu Chen. So Liu Chen also started to mock. "Oh? Fanma bloodline? How dare you, a person with impure bloodline, call yourself Fanma bloodline? Even your father doesn't recognize your existence. How can you be qualified to call yourself Fanma bloodline?" Liu Chen deliberately provoked him, and a confused mind would be more likely to show flaws. He was no longer prepared to postpone the battle with Jack until tomorrow. He had to make him pay for his words now. His previous battle hadn't taken much effort. So he can still fight now, and Jack's condition is not necessarily better than his own. He had just fought the primitive man and was also seriously injured. Although in Bakey's worldview, going to the hospital was like refreshing his status. However, Liu Chen was not inferior to him at all. Furious, Jack roared, "I'm going to kill you right here today. How dare you insult me?" Anger had completely clouded his mind. End of this chapter. Chapter 70, Bite Road. Chapter 70, Bite Road. Jack Fanma's bulging muscles tore his clothes, and then he swung his heavy punch at Liu Chen. Liu Chen also swung his fist in the same way. With a bang, the fists collided. They were both the same type of people, both yearning to be powerful, but they were just using different methods. The pain from this fist bump is nothing to anyone who has used stimulants. Liu Chen raised his leg and kicked Jack in the crotch. Jack ignored his bleeding right hand and smashed Liu Chen's head with his left fist. Jack's height advantage was clearly on display at this moment. He had previously broken bones and stretched his limbs to gain an advantage in combat. The fists whistling down from above were powerful and forceful. However, the position where Liu Chen kicked was even more deadly. Neither of them had any intention of dodging the blows to their foreheads or crotches, as if they were not the ones about to be attacked. Now it depends on who can't stand the pressure and dodges first, or whether neither of them plans to dodge. As a result, both of their attacks successfully hit their opponents. Liu Chen hardened the skin on his head, but as the force of his fist fell, he felt dizzy. Jack's face was twisted in pain. Even if he took a large amount of stimulants, he couldn't completely suppress the pain of being kicked in the crotch. Liu Chen took a step back due to dizziness, while Jack fell to his knees. The dizziness quickly dissipated, and Liu Chen returned to normal in an instant, so he took the lead in attacking. A sonic boom sounded, and a fist wrapped in airflow hit Jack's face. Jack was too tall, and his kneeling posture was not much lower than Liu Chen. So this location is just right. Jack tried to block with his arms, but he was too slow. A heavy punch hit Jack directly in the face, and he flew backwards and fell to the ground. Jack fell heavily to the ground and fell into unconsciousness. The force of the punch was enough to make him faint. However, Liu Chen did not take advantage of the situation to continue attacking. It was just a fight and it was not yet time to kill. This world still has laws. Miyamoto Musashi was arrested by the police after killing Rei Kaiu. So Liu Chen, who has no plans to leave, doesn't intend to break the law. If this were in the world of JoJo, his revolver would have been empty by now. Liu Chen didn't leave either, at least he had to wait until Jack woke up before leaving. After all, he was the one who knocked him unconscious. Approaching the unconscious Jack, Liu Chen finally took a closer look at him. Jack was truly cruel to himself, his body was covered in scars. The drug overdose had caused his breathing to be unusually rapid, even in his coma. After a while, Jack supported himself with his hands and recovered quickly under the effect of the stimulant. Liu Chen stared at Jack and said, you've already lost. Facts have proven that even the martial arts you claim are not strong are far superior to your impure bloodline. Jack's blood-soaked face revealed a ferocious expression. He shouted, "Lose? I haven't lost yet. As long as I can stand up, I haven't lost yet. Don't be so arrogant." After saying that, he rushed towards Liu Chen. Liu Chen saw the enemy rushing towards him, so he raised his foot and kicked Jack to the ground. The wounds on Jack's body immediately split open, and his face was covered in blood. It looked very creepy. Liu Chen looked at Jack's miserable condition and said, "Don't fool yourself. You are not strong enough." Jack got up from the ground and said with a determined look, "I want to win today, and I want to keep winning. Even if it means giving up tomorrow." So the second round begins. You are strong, and your martial arts are very strong. But this is no excuse for me to admit defeat. Come on. Then Jack wiped the blood off his face with his hand, threw it all to the ground with a flick of his hand, and got ready for attack again. The second round of fighting began, and Liu Chen took the lead with a straight punch. He dodged Liu Chen's straight punch, bent over and swung a full-strength uppercut at Liu Chen's jaw. This was the punch he was most proud of. Jack thought to himself that God had failed him once, so please favor him this time. He has given up everything to become stronger. However, God never let his gaze linger on Jack. Liu Chen used his force to disperse the damage of the punch, and at the same time used Jack's strength to kick him while spinning in the air. Jack took a few steps back and asked, "This attack has no effect on you? It's a really cool move." Then he seemed to understand something and said, "But you will lose in the end. I have discovered your weakness. God has given us the most deadly weapon. Then try it and let me see what you understand. You guys are always looking for a cool victory, but I'm different. I'm willing to do anything to win." Liu Chen understood that Jack was going to bite, so he maintained his chainmail form and punched him again, and decided to tie him up after knocking him down this time, so that he wouldn't stand up again. A punch at that speed couldn't hit Jack. Jack dodged the fist that was about to hit his face, then he rushed forward and hugged Liu Chen, and then he bit Liu Chen's shoulder with his teeth. Jack's teeth successfully bit through the coat and began to tear at Liu Chen's skin. His teeth were technologically reinforced, and his bite force was astonishing. But once his teeth reached the skin, they couldn't go in even a millimeter. It was as if the ground beneath his teeth was made of steel. Jack Van Main is a powerful being made possible by technology. He will use every possible means to achieve victory. He will attack his enemies with tooth and claw. He will use every possible means to achieve victory. It's a pity that although his bite force is amazing, human parts are still too fragile in front of steel. Blood flowed from Jack's mouth, and it was different from when he bit people before. This time it was his own blood. Under his extreme bite force, his teeth began to break. Jack's determination to win was so strong that he would bite off a piece of steel today. There seemed to be a fire burning in his eyes. Liu Chen pulled his arm out suddenly, and Jack's teeth fixed in his mouth flew out with the pull. He lost his most powerful weapon. Then Liu Chen's fist appeared in front of him, and Jack Fanma fell to the ground again. "You've already lost your fangs. Admit defeat. Don't make me tie you up. Save some face for yourself." Liu Chen took out the rope he had gotten from Zhang in the headquarters. He had thought it might be useful, so he didn't return it to the headquarters. And the headquarters doesn't really care about a piece of rope. End of this chapter. Chapter 71 Watching the Battle. Chapter 71 Watching the Battle. Jack's expression was filled with anger and humiliation. He didn't expect that his teeth, which he was most proud of, could not bite through a person's skin. He quickly readjusted his mindset. It was because there were so many strong people in the world that he was so eager to become stronger. Only by defeating the strong can you grow, nothing else matters. Your muscles are as strong as metal. Jack, with blood flowing from his mouth, began to speak unclearly. Technology is your friend. You can replace your lost teeth with real metal ones. They'll be able to chew through metal. So throw in the towel and leave. Liu Chen admired this man who would do anything to become stronger. His awareness was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Jack has always been walking on the path he desires, but he just doesn't know whether it is right or wrong. Jack wasn't one to shy away from defeat, so he stood up again and replied, "I lost this time. I'll come after you again. When I'm stronger than I am now. When I can chew through metal. I'll wait for you." Liu Chen agreed casually. Liu Chen didn't care at all. By the time Jack could chew metal, he would have left. Then he could bite other people. He couldn't bite him anyway. Liu Chen took a breath as he watched Jack leave. "I challenged 3 masters in a row tonight and gained a lot. Although they are not the best, they all have their own characteristics and reasons for fighting. Now it's time to go back to bed." The moon was already high in the sky, and after walking a distance, there were more people on the street. The night in the big city is still very prosperous. Liu Chen walked on the street and looked at the people on the road, some laughing, some dull, and some rushing. This prosperous life is no longer suitable for me, even though this world is very similar to my hometown. But it was all Liu Chen's own fault. So he was very happy, and the feeling of pursuing continuous improvement was simply wonderful. Shaking off the messy thoughts in his mind, Liu Chen walked towards the dojo with a determined goal. The next target is the primitive man peak. After returning to the dojo, Liu Chen saw Li Hai Wang sitting in the empty dojo, waiting for him. He had been practicing hard during this period, so he must be sitting here waiting for him. As soon as Li Hai Wang saw Liu Chen, he asked first, "I heard from Guo Haihuang that you challenged Shechuan in the headquarters today. What was the result?" "It was very rewarding. I learned a lot from both of them." Li Haiwang grinned and said, "It's good to have some gains. I would like to fight with you sometime. Didn't we fight before?" Liu Chen was a little confused. The main reason why he didn't specifically challenge Li Haiwang and Yudi Tuobu was that he had already fought with them several times. "We all live in the same temple, so King Li Haiwang doesn't have to make a special trip to wait for me." Retsukaiu replied seriously, "I'm talking about a battle where everyone gives their all." Liu Chen thought that this was nothing to worry about, so he agreed, "Okay, let's wait until we have time later." After receiving Liu Chen's affirmative answer, King Lihei continued. "Beiki is going to challenge Peak tomorrow, and he invited me to watch. Do you want to go?" This is the reason why King Lihai is sitting here waiting for Liu Chen today. Watching the battle between strong people can also help him grow. Liu Chen agreed repeatedly, "I want to go, I want to go. If there is a lively scene, I can watch it for free, otherwise I will miss it." He really likes to join in the fun. "I'll remember to invite you when I go to the underground fighting arena tomorrow." "About when?" "I'm not sure, so I plan to go there in the morning." Beiki should have gone there early as well. He said he was waiting until Peak was hungry. Early the next morning, Liu Chen found Li Haiwang and prepared to ask him to take him to watch the fun. King Li Hai just smiled at the excited Liu Chen. It seemed that Liu Chen couldn't wait any longer. So he set off early. Liu Chen followed Li Haiwang to watch the fight between Beiki and Peak. This was Liu Chen's first time to the famous underground fighting arena. After arriving at the scene, Beiki and Peak were the only ones there. The battle hadn't begun yet. Beiki seemed to be waiting for Peak to get hungry and attack him. The other people who came to watch the game didn't come either, so they were indeed a little early. Liu Chen forced himself to explain, "The battle hasn't started yet, it's really appropriate to come. Rei Kaihu didn't spoil the show, Pike probably isn't hungry yet. But it should start soon." After a while, someone came over pushing dinosaur meat. Peak no longer needed to fight, as he had enough food. He even shared a piece with Beiki. Beiki went up and humiliated Peak, which made Peak angry. A fight ensued, and Tokugawa arrived with the rest of the fighters. Liu Chen said to Tokugawa cunningly, "You're late. The fight has been going on for quite a while." Tokugawa immediately looked a little regretful. "Are we actually late?" At this time, Retsukai Wang said, "The battle has just begun, you have arrived at the perfect time." Tokugawa didn't take it to heart and replied casually, "What a cunning boy." For him, the most important thing now is to watch the game. The battle was extremely exciting, and the onlookers were amazed by the moves made by both sides. The battle intensified. Beiki struck a strange pose, and what was even stranger was that a dinosaur even appeared behind him. Liu Chen looked at the Triceratops phantom that appeared behind Blade Fang and asked, "How did they do that? Is the pictographic fist here so pictographic?" Retsukai was the commentator. Beiki imagined all the characteristics of Triceratops, so he used his boxing skills to simulate the Triceratops. Liu Chen suddenly thought of the missile Xingyiquan in Ken 1, and thought that imitating Gundam would be more powerful. So Liu Chen raised this question, if Beiki imagines Gundam, can he simulate Gundam? Liu Chen nodded as he spoke, feeling very proud of his idea. Driving a Gundam is a man's romance. King Lihai was a little confused. How could an ordinary person think of this kind of Xingyiquan? This kind of thing can't be simulated just by imagination, right? Liu Chen shouted, "Xingyiquan is not such an inconvenient thing." Then he began to think, Yujiro has his own Yujiro Xingyiquan, if he imitates his own double, can he create another double shadow behind him to confuse the enemy? Heart of Steel Xingyiquan. If this move were to return to JoJo again, it would definitely surprise the other stand users. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Liu Chen continued, "I wonder if I can learn this Xingyiquan." Rei Kaihu thought for a moment and replied, "That probably requires an endless imagination." End of this chapter. Chapter 72 Interlude. Chapter 72 Interlude. Liu Chen understood that this required a clever mind. Indeed, apart from the father and son of the Fan Ma family, he had never seen anyone else use this ability. At this time, Beiki had begun to gain the upper hand, and Peak was suppressed by Beiki. Then Beiki started to urinate randomly in the fighting arena. It's so freeing. The fight continued, and Beiki attacked Peak's crotch again. The intense pain made Peak furious, and the scar on his back began to show. It was a scar that looked like a DNA spiral. Then, as the two continued to fight, Peak threw Beiki to the ground. Tokugawa couldn't help but ask, "Who do you think won?" Rei Kaihu said with certainty, "Of course it was Peak, even if he used technology. But winning in battle is winning." Kaoru Hanayama expressed a different opinion. Technology is a tool used by the weak to defeat the strong. The moment Peak used his technology against Beiki, he had already put himself in a position inferior to Beiki. Hwashin's reason always feels unreasonable. Tokugawa looked at Liu Chen. This was the last fighter present. Those kinds of things should be judged by those who fight on the field themselves. We just have to enjoy watching. As for who is stronger, everyone has their own opinion. Indeed, we are merely observing the battle. The outcome is up to them to judge. After watching the match, Tokugawa looked very satisfied. When they walked out of the fighting arena, he suddenly said, as if to avenge Liu Chen's previous prank, "Hehe, you'll never guess what I've done. I'm sure you'll be surprised when I'm done. This will definitely be shocking news to the fighting world." Liu Chen wondered if Tokugawa had started to resurrect Miyamoto Musashi in advance. It felt like the timeline had been advanced. But thinking of Tokugawa's smug look, Liu Chen decided to cooperate with him. "What did you do?" Tokugawa rarely kept the secret and said, "You will know after I finish it. It will definitely exceed your imagination. Then I'll keep looking forward to it." Tokugawa left here first in a mysterious manner. At the entrance of the arena, Kaoru Hanayama invited the remaining 2 people, "Do you want to go for a drink?" He is impossible to train, so he is naturally strong. Retsukairu refused outright, "No, I have to go to training. It seems that Baki's battle today made me realize that I still have a long way to go." When he returned to his usual training place, Guo Haihuang was waiting for him. After seeing Liu Chen return, Guo Haihuang sat down and asked, "What have you learned from these battles?" Liu Chen thought about it carefully. "Learn to use smoke bombs and imagine Gundam in battle?" Increasing combat experience didn't lead to any progress. That means the opponent you're facing isn't strong enough to unleash your potential. You need to find a stronger opponent to put yourself in a tough fight. Do you have a goal? Hearing the master's question, Liu Chen told his plan, "I am going to challenge the primitive man now." Guo Haihuang was a little dissatisfied with Liu Chen's cautious move. "It seems that Yujiro's son won the fight. Why don't you challenge the winner directly?" "I plan to challenge them step by step, and the last one is Yujiro. It is also important to accumulate momentum before the battle. Since you have a plan, just do it. Do you have any other questions?" Guo Haihuang was ready to answer some of Liu Chen's questions. "I was wondering how to pull off that attack you had earlier." Guo Haihuang demonstrated his attack and elimination power to Liu Chen again. Then he said, "Now that you've mastered force elimination, you need to apply it to your offense. You need to think carefully about how to integrate force elimination into your attack. This state of mind can't be described in words. You have to experience it yourself." "Do I have to find this feeling myself?" Guo Haihuang comforted him in a rare gesture, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. When I was your age, I didn't even know how to use up my strength. I'll think about it seriously." Guo Haihuang looked at Liu Chen with satisfaction. He would be a masterpiece of the most perfect technique. The status of martial arts would be unquestionable in the years to come. He had already won the bet 100 years from now. Just a few days passed, and the things that the headquarters promised to give to Liu Chen were delivered. Soon after, news broke that Pico had escaped from the lab, but Liu Chen knew he was just living in the sewers, making it easy to find him. Rei Haihuang, who received the news, found Liu Chen and said, "Baki is ready to challenge you. Do you want to fight him now?" Liu Chen felt that he was almost ready, so he replied, "I plan to challenge Peak first. I think he is stronger than Peak, so I will put him behind. Let's talk about it after I challenge Peak." Li Haihuang nodded and said, "Since you have made up your mind, I will help you reject him. After you finish these things, you can fight me." "Sure. Thank you." Rei Haihuang thought about Peak's news and asked, "Do you know where Peak is?" Liu Chen answered affirmatively, "It's easy to find. If no one sees him in the city, his size means he will only be in the sewer." Of course, the main reason why Liu Chen could answer so confidently was because he knew that Peak had escaped into the sewer. This was the process of inferring the result from knowing it. That makes sense. Do you need me to go with you to look for it? King Lihei was a little worried that Liu Chen might be in danger if he went alone. Liu Chen answered confidently, "No need. I've mastered force neutralization now. Peak's attacks are useless against me. His fangs and claws also have no effect on me. It's good that you have confidence. I believe you won't make the same mistake as me." In Li Haihuang's eyes, Liu Chen was now very different from before. He began to show the aura of a fighter. And his aura was extremely powerful. Li Haihuang knew that he was no match for Liu Chen with his current strength, so he had privately asked Guo Haihuang to teach him the technique of eliminating power. Although he had learned it, his proficiency was still far behind Liu Chen's. Geniuses do exist. Liu Chen suddenly asked, "Are you still ready to challenge Peak?" Retsukairu replied with certainty, "Of course. Even if I lose, I still have the courage to challenge you again. As long as I keep training, I will be able to catch up with you one day. As for how long it takes, I don't care. When Liu Chen heard Li Haiwang say that he didn't care, a smile appeared on his face because he remembered an emoticon package. You always don't care. Why bother caring so much? End of this chapter. Chapter 73 Peak. Chapter 73 Peak. Liu Chen loaded himself with various items, including rubber balls and smoke bombs. He then found 2 flashlights, as the sewers were likely quite dark. Finally, he put on the wide cloak he had been wearing. After making all the preparations, we will start looking for the primitive man pick. To this end, he contacted Tokugawa in advance and obtained a portion of dinosaur meat from him as bait. I think that after eating seafood for a long time, Peak would definitely not be able to resist the temptation of dinosaur meat. Liu Chen always felt that if he could carry a large sword and put some sleeping pills, anesthetics, or the like in his flesh, he could play real-life monster hunter. After wandering on the street for a while, Liu Chen finally found a sewer entrance. Liu Chen always felt that the navigation map on his phone was not reliable. This can't be blamed on the navigation team, who was a good person and looked for the sewer entrance on the map. There was a foul smell coming from the sewers, and I didn't know how Pico managed to live there. The slippery roads were covered with moss. After walking in the empty sewer for a while, a voice suddenly rang out. There were heavy footsteps, and then they stopped not far away. At this moment, a huge figure appeared at the corner of the sewer. Liu Chen shone the flashlight over there, and the person coming was indeed Peak. After living in the modern world for a while, Peak has also learned some rules. At least now he will not attack people without reason. Peak is still very smart. He has learned some techniques through fighting before. This time he came here because he smelled the scent of dinosaur meat. After seeing what Liu Chen was carrying, he said, "Meat." Only then did Liu Chen realize that he could actually communicate with primitive people. He could understand what Peak was saying. That's right, even primitive people need to communicate with each other. They should have a simple language. When Liu Chen saw Pico appear, he threw the dinosaur meat in his hand towards him. Then he said loudly, "Yes, this is the food I brought you. Eat it." The sound echoed in the empty sewer. Pike ignored all this and happily took the dinosaur meat, then tore off a piece of it and prepared to hand it to Liu Chen. He seems to have a habit of sharing food with others. Liu Chen quickly shook his head and refused, "These are all for you to eat. After you finish eating, can you fight me?" Peak munched on the food while muttering, "Eat the battle." His thoughts were simple, and his life was all about food and fighting. Or perhaps it was his language that was simple. However, Liu Chen was not a scholar, so he didn't care about this at all. For him, as long as he could carry on with the subsequent battles, it would be fine. So I stood aside and watched Peak eating with big mouthfuls. In this environment, Peak's eating was not affected at all. Liu Chen scanned the surroundings with a flashlight. There were bones of various animals scattered everywhere. It seemed that Peak had lived here for some time. In just a few minutes, Peak had eaten all the dinosaur meat. Then Peak turned around and signaled Liu Chen to follow him, while muttering, "Fight! Let's fight!" After saying that, Peak started running along the sewer, and Liu Chen could only follow closely behind him. A dot of light appeared in the distance, then grew larger. The sewer exit was right there. After running for a while, I finally emerged from the sewer, following Peak's impressive stamina. He didn't even gasp for air. Of course, this may be related to the fact that he was not wearing any clothes. Liu Chen, who was carrying a lot of messy things on his body, was not as fast as Peak when he ran. This is a beach with all kinds of garbage and sewage scattered everywhere. It seems that discharging sewage into the sea is a tradition among the people here. Because it is a place for sewage discharge, the surrounding area is very empty and there are not many people. This is a great place to fight. Pico turned his head to see Liu Chen running out of the sewer and screamed, "Fight!" Then he patted his body. After the battle with Beiki, he would no longer ignore opponents who were smaller than himself. Liu Chen first rubbed the sticky stains on his feet with the sand on the beach, and then put his mobile phone and flashlight in a place where they were not easily accessible. Then he walked up to Peak and said, "Okay, now that you are ready, let's get started." As soon as he finished speaking, Pico assumed a hunting posture. For him, fighting is a form of hunting, and maybe he can have another meal today. Then he took the lead and ran towards Liu Chen on all fours. Peak has always been an impatient person. Seeing the enemy rushing up, Liu Chen first threw a smoke bomb and tried out the moves he learned from the headquarters. Immediately, smoke began to spread here, and Liu Chen disappeared on the spot with the smoke. Having failed, the primitive man, Pico, looked bewildered. He observed the situation through the smoke. He had never seen such an attack method in ancient times. No dinosaur could have spewed so much smoke. No one in modern times had ever used such a tool on him. At this time, Liu Chen had quietly approached Peak under the cover of smoke. A whistling fist hit Peak's jaw with the sound of a sonic boom. It was a powerful uppercut. Peak fell backwards. Peak was knocked to the ground and rolled twice. The soft sand helped to cushion the impact. But this blow was nothing to Peak. He casually got up. Liu Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart, his defense is really amazing. Such a punch couldn't even cause any decent damage to him. Now it was Liu Chen's turn to take the initiative to attack. The moment Peak stood up, Liu Chen moved close to him. The fists that created sonic booms hit Peak again and again, and Peak was beaten back continuously. He quickly leaned against the rocky cliffs near the coast. Then, using the rock wall as a force, he pounced towards Liu Chen. This was Pico's hunting style. In ancient times, he had hunted dinosaurs by stalking rocks and giant trees. Pico charged towards Liu Chen like a cannonball, and his killing move wasn't just about force. His sharp claws could easily slice through a dinosaur's skin. He believed that at this speed, a single strike would be enough to defeat Liu Chen, just like he had done to the enemies before. The moment Peak hit him, Liu Chen used the force-dissipating power of his chainmail state, and his body immediately began to rotate in the direction of the force. Peak's strength is far greater than Jack's, so he turns more circles. At the same time, Pike's sharp claws made an extremely harsh sound as they scratched Liu Chen's body, and a section of his claws was worn away. End of this chapter. Chapter 74 Spiral and Attack and Dissipation Force. Chapter 74 Spiral and Attack and Dissipation Force. Standing on the ground again, Liu Chen realized that Pico was much more powerful than any enemy he had encountered before. Although Liu Chen had known this for a long time. A simple sonic punch alone wouldn't do him any harm, so he had to incorporate force dissipation into his attack. When Peak saw Liu Chen land, he swung his fist and punched him again. Liu Chen used force dissipation again to avoid the damage. With the help of Peak's power, Liu Chen kicked out. Peak was kicked back repeatedly. Unfortunately, it still couldn't cause enough damage to him. Liu Chen used his power to dissipate all of Peak's moves. The two of them can't do anything to each other now. Therefore, Liu Chen realized that he had to apply the force dissipation to the attack in order to break Peak's defense. Only a punch like Guo Haihuang could be effective in this situation. But how did Guo Haihuang manage to inflict such damage with such a casual attack? He didn't possess extreme speed, nor did he seem to exert much strength. He seemed completely relaxed. At this time, Liu Chen became a little anxious. If Peak fails to successfully incorporate the force dissipation into his attacking punches before he gets bored, he might just leave. For Peak, an unfun toy will probably get annoying very quickly. Peak kept twisting his arms and launching continuous attacks at Liu Chen. He even took the opportunity to bite Liu Chen's shoulder. However, it had no effect. During the fierce battle, Liu Chen began to have some ideas. Fighting can indeed bring people great progress. The force of rotation accelerated Liu Chen's punching speed. If this force of rotation could be transmitted as attack power, it would cause even greater damage. Imagination is the most critical progress in combat. Although Liu Chen couldn't imagine things like Triceratops and Gundam like Baki, he also had his own imagination. This time, he didn't transmit the spinning force through the spinning iron ball, but through his own fist, transmitting this force at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Liu Chen decided to experiment with this effect. His fist began to tremble under the force of the spin. It was painful for him to have such a powerful force trapped in his fist. If Liu Chen's muscles were not as strong as steel, he would have been covered in blood at this moment. The spinning fist also made a sonic boom, and it took less than a moment from the time the punch was thrown to the time it touched Peak's body. At this moment, Peak was still trying to bite Liu Chen's left shoulder. This punch hit Peak's body and immediately formed a spiral scar on his skin. Then blood flowed out from a penetrating wound, and Peak's muscles twisted together and tore a tiny round hole. The punch penetrated Peak's defense, and the intense pain penetrated his muscles and went straight to his internal organs. However, this was Liu Chen's first punch, so he wasn't very skilled yet. He just randomly chose a spot on Pico's skin and didn't really cause any damage to his internal organs. Ow! The pain made Pico roar loudly. This was a different kind of pain from the slapping blows Baki had used. That move was only meant to inflict pain on the skin, without any danger to the internal organs. It was merely a test of willpower, and this impact had the potential to kill him. Sensing this, Peak changed. A series of scars appeared on his back, starting from his right shoulder and running across his entire back. It was a pattern like a DNA spiral. It seemed like the answer to evolution. From now on, Peak will use all his strength to win. Even Peak has a desire to win. Especially since he just lost to Baki recently. Moreover, the man before him was far more dangerous than the smaller man. That man only wanted to defeat him, while Liu Chen could kill him. Now, he was no longer hunting out of hunger or the pursuit of victory. At this moment, Peak was hunting for survival. It felt like he had survived a Tyrannosaurus before. As Peak's scars became more visible, his muscles became tougher, and his defense and explosive power increased. Liu Chen began to feel a little relieved now that he had a way to break through Peak's defense. It's like a second form. Peak had no response, he wanted to survive. A large crater appeared in the soft sand, the result of Peak's footwork. He already knew that if he punched Liu Chen, he would have to dodge the damage in that strange way, so he wanted to hug Liu Chen. The moment Peak rushed over, Liu Chen had already thrown another punch with a spinning punch. The punch hit Peak's shoulder, and in an instant a twisted penetrating wound formed on his shoulder. Peak endured the pain and slammed Liu Chen hard against the cliff. A loud noise was heard. In an instant, both of them crashed into the stone wall, forming a deep pit. Due to the vibration and sound, all the seabirds that were originally standing on the cliffs fled from here, where the top predators were fighting. Stones flew everywhere, and the force of the broken stones hit the steel at the sewer outlet, forming dents. The impact made Liu Chen a little dizzy, but he couldn't let Peak attack him at will now. Raise your fist and fight back. At this time, in order to avoid being hit, Peak grabbed Liu Chen, rubbed him against the cliff, and threw him into the distance. In the air, Liu Chen used force dissipation to keep himself relaxed. In a relaxed state, Liu Chen suddenly understood the so-called offensive force dissipation. Force dissipation means relaxing one's muscles to avoid damage. And as Guo Haihuang said, the ultimate relaxation is the ultimate strike. As long as all the muscles in the body are mobilized instantly when contacting the target, the ultimate power can be generated. After figuring this out, Liu Chen stopped spinning and lightly stood on the beach. Liu Chen fell from the sky without even leaving a single footprint on the beach. Now all the muscles in Liu Chen's body began to relax. Peak also pounced on Liu Chen again. So Liu Chen threw a light fist towards Peak. This punch that had no offensive power made Peak feel extremely scared for a moment. This was not the kind of punch that whistled in the wind just now, but the power of this punch made him feel untouchable. He wanted to avoid the punch. But when he realized this, it was too late. Liu Chen's fist had already touched Peak's body. Pico was immediately attacked by an extremely terrifying force. This was indeed not the same force as the rotating force just now. This was another powerful force. The previous punch was penetrating, but this punch is damaging. End of this chapter. Chapter 75 Ignorance. Chapter 75 Ignorance. Peak was knocked to the ground, and Liu Chen's attack made him feel scared. What made him even more frightened was when he saw Liu Chen walking towards him with his fist raised. Peak's fighting spirit began to rapidly fade. He wanted to survive. The sound of running away echoed in my mind. Seeing Pai Ke preparing to flee, Liu Chen quickly lowered his hand and shouted, "If you admit defeat, we won't fight anymore. I'll bring you food next time. Thank you for helping me learn these techniques." Peak, who was about to escape, also stopped and said, "I won't fight anymore." Liu Chen habitually praised his opponent, "Yes, no more fighting. I have achieved my goal. You are a very good opponent." Good. Rival. After understanding this, Peak relaxed and sat back where he was. However, if Liu Chen had any intention of attacking him again, he would immediately run away. What do you think of the modern era compared to the past? Liu Chen decided to ask Peak a question in advance. Judging from Tokugawa's attitude, Miyamoto Musashi is about to be resurrected. Peak tilted his head and took a while to understand before speaking, "Good food fight." It seems that Peak has never thought about these problems. The city of steel and concrete is just another jungle to Peak. Miyamoto Musashi's sense of loneliness actually came from the fact that he had his own values but was unable to integrate into another society. Being ignorant is not necessarily a bad thing sometimes. Only those who think too much will feel endless loneliness and desolation. I'll come see you again. Next time I come I'll bring dinosaur meat. Peak extended his hand, touched Liu Chen's fist and said, "Okay." Liu Chen smiled and said, "We are friends now, right? We are people who don't belong to this era just like me." This sentence made Peak extremely confused. Friends era. Liu Chen waved to Peak, then said casually, "Goodbye." He picked up the flashlight and cell phone that he had placed aside before the battle and walked into the sewer. As a result, this time without Peak to guide Liu Chen, he wandered around for a long time, and finally managed to get out based on some memory. By this time the sky was beginning to darken. Everyone walking on the street deliberately avoided Liu Chen. Because Liu Chen was emitting an extremely unpleasant smell at this moment. It was already late at night when Liu Chen returned to the gym. There were two people in the empty gym. Guo Haihuang was teaching Lai Haiwang the technique of dissipating energy. As Liu Chen came in, they both stopped. They were worried about Liu Chen's safety and had not yet gone to bed. Lai Haiwang looked at the stained Liu Chen and asked, "So you really went into the sewer?" Liu Chen nodded and replied, "Yes, Pico lives in the sewer." "Is there a strange smell?" "I can't smell it myself anymore. But on the way back, those who were working overtime avoided me." "Did you win?" This was the question that Rei Haiwang was most concerned about. He didn't care whether there was any smell on his body. Liu Chen nodded affirmatively and replied, "Yes, I won. I defeated Peak." Lai Haiwang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "What a genius! You may take a new step for martial arts." Guo Haihuang smiled and asked, "Do you understand how to throw that punch?" He already had the answer. "I already understand. Remember to show it to me tomorrow." Then Guo Haihuang said to Lai Haiwang, Lai, you come and see it tomorrow too. After saying this, Guo Haihuang left the dojo with his hands behind his back. He had nothing more to teach Liu Chen. A genius like him had to rely on his own talents to advance. Retsukaiu said solemnly, "Show me your skills tomorrow." "Well, I'll go clean it up first. It does smell like a sewer." After saying that, Liu Chen also left. Early the next morning, still at the place where Liu Chen had been training, Guo Haihuang and Lai Haiwang were watching Liu Chen demonstrate his attack and force-dissipating skills. Guo Haihuang looked around and said, "There aren't many people here, so go ahead." Liu Chen lightly placed his fist on the ground. The moment it touched the ground, a large crater appeared. Spiderweb-like cracks spread out in all directions. "Very good, Liu Chen, I was right about you. You are the future of martial arts." Guo Haihuang couldn't help but clap his hands, then said to Lai Haiwang, "This is the realm you need to reach next. You are also the future." Guo Haihuang couldn't help but feel very happy that martial arts had a future, and he laughed out loud. "This is inheritance." Liu Chen continued to speak to Guo Haihuang, "During the battle with Pico, I also realized a kind of spinning boxing technique." Guo Haihuang said in surprise, "Oh, have you also incorporated that amazing technique of throwing iron balls into your boxing? Then show us." So Liu Chen threw a spinning punch at a big tree beside him. A hole appeared through the tree. Emperor Guo Hai touched the hole with the traces of rotation. This was indeed a force different from the attack dissipating force. It was a force with stronger penetrating power. He then exclaimed with delight, "You have already forged your own path. There is nothing more I can teach you. Martial arts have been greatly developed in your hands. You will become a great figure in martial arts who cannot be ignored." King Lai Hai also looked at the damage caused by Liu Chen, and of course he could understand what this punch meant. This made Lai Haiwang feel a little envious, but he quickly put that feeling behind him. He also had to keep moving forward. He hoped Liu Chen was not far away. At this time, Guo Haihuang smiled and said, "I will grant you the title of Haihuang. From today on, you are Liu Haihuang." Liu Chen shook his head and said, "No, I don't really care about this kind of thing. You must earn this title. This is the recognition of my Emperor Guo Hai." "Thank you very much, Master." Ha 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 ha. Only then did Liu Chen say to Lai Haiwang, "I want to challenge Beiki in a while. Lai Haiwang, can you help me contact him? After I master what I have learned during this period, I will be ready to fight a stronger opponent." Retsukaiu immediately spoke up, "No problem Liu Haihuang, I'm sure Beiki has been wanting to challenge you for a while now." "Very good, now let's start with the bloodline of the strongest man. The road to proving martial arts begins now." "Liu Chen, I originally wanted to postpone the competition of strength and skills for 100 years. But you have given me a surprise now. You will definitely be able to become the strongest in the world." As he spoke, Guo Haihuang even shed tears, he was so happy. Martial arts must win, and Guo Haihuang almost failed to protect the glory of Chinese martial arts. End of this chapter. By a furious aura. This breath is Kakarote/Gaku. Both of their eyes were drawn to the past. They stared in the direction where Gaku was. The ground, constantly shaking. At this time, the smug smile on Frisia's face had not yet dissipated. A touch of stunned thought crept onto his face. This. He stared at Gaku. Unforgivable. In Goku's mind, Gohan appeared, Klin appeared, and Dandy appeared. "You fellow!" The cells were burning wildly in his body. Above the earth, a whirlwind blew up. The trace of energy that Lin Nan gave to Wukong was completely dissolved and merged with Wukong's body. The ground, under Goku's terrifying aura, gradually began to crack. The clods of earth flew towards the sky against the gravitational pull of nature. Frisia. Under a roar, outside Goku's body, golden aura suddenly rose. His hair and eyebrows turned blonde in an instant, and his light green pupils looked at Frisia. At this moment, within Wukong's body, the shackles of the bloodline of lower-grade Scion warriors instantly exploded, and the combat effectiveness also exceeded 100 million in an instant. What is it? Frisia stared at Goku at this time, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. And Vic looked at Goku's appearance, his brows furrowed. He couldn't figure out what this was. Vegeta, on the other hand, looked lost. He stared at Goku, whose state had changed drastically at this time, and there was a moment of confusion in his eyes. Super Saiyan in Saiyan Legend. Not the genius Saiyan Prince Me, but Kakarot, this inferior warrior. Staring at Goku at this time, Vegeta had already determined that this was the Super Saiyan. At this time, the aura emanating from Goku's body was even stronger than the final form of 100% power, Frisia. There was a golden aura on the body, and the hair turned golden. Frisia suddenly remembered the description of the Super Saiyans among the Saiyans who had been handed down from the Kurdish king. "You're a Super Saiyan." Frisia stared at Goku with an incredulous expression. But at this time, Goku didn't pay attention to him at all. He walked towards Frisia with a cold face, as if he was wandering on the road, but in a few steps, he crossed a distance of hundreds of meters. "Dad/Goku, what's wrong?" Gohan and Klin and Dandy, who were beside Lin Nan, looked at Goku at this time with a puzzled expression. If it weren't for the people who saw Goku with their own eyes, it was hard to believe, and the blonde-haired guy in front of him would be Goku. He gained the power of a Super Saiyan in the Saiyan race. Lin Nan looked excited. Although the power of the Super Saiyan is not even an ant, what he likes is the scene of Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Gohan and Klin looked puzzled. Gohan bit his finger, and it suddenly occurred to him that it seemed that he had heard the word somewhere. It's Vegeta. Vegeta once said that he is the legendary Super Saiyan that Frisia fears the most. Gohan looked at Lin Nan. "Teacher, my father has become the Super Saiyan that Frisia fears the most. So will he be able to defeat Frisia?" Lin Nan smiled and nodded, "Of course." At this time, Goku stood in front of Frisia. He stretched out his hand, without the slightest fancy movement, and punched Frisia. Humph! Although Frisia knew Goku's identity at this time, he still did not have the slightest cowardice. He reached out and wanted to grab Goku's fist. However, the power in his fist directly bent his arm. Moreover, Goku's body, at this time, is like a combat machine. The sense of battle that Lin Nan trained for him, in Wukong, who was in a state of extreme anger, his sense of fighting was even more exerted to the extreme. Any part of his body can be used as a weapon for attack. Frisia was under the hands of Super Saiyan Goku, and in just 3 minutes, he was beaten and unable to fight back. "This punch is for Gohan to give you. This punch is for Klin to give you. This punch is for Dandy to give you. This punch is for the Nemesis for you." Goku roared while attacking Frisia. Frisia's face was quickly beaten beyond recognition. With a blue nose and a swollen face, he stared at Goku, and fear appeared in his eyes for the first time. He knew how powerful he was at this time, but under the hands of Goku, who transformed into a super race, he didn't even have the power to fight back. "Saiyan, you are strong." Frisia gasped heavily. It was the first time he had been beaten so badly. Goku still looked at him indifferently. At this time, Goku, who was in anger, was also in an extremely calm state. He stared at Frisia. "Frisia, I want you, blood debt." No, Saiyan, we can discuss." When Frisia heard Goku's words, he suddenly panicked. "Saiyan, we can discuss, I can give you all my territory. This universe, 70% of the realm, is my territory, and I give them all to you." Frisia stared at Goku. "Whatever else you want, I'll give it to you." Goku looked at Frisia, his face still unchanged. "Yes, I will give you anything you want. Hearing Goku's words, Frieza finally breathed a sigh of relief. I want your life. My life, well. What, you want my life? Frieza didn't react at first when he heard Goku's words, but when he did, he was furious. He stared at Goku, you fooling me. Goku didn't talk nonsense with him and rushed directly over. Go and die. Frieza's body is shot down by Goku. But when he fell, Goku saw that a smile appeared on Frieza's face. Scion, since you don't let me live, then let's die together. He sneered and looked at the Monkey King in the sky. This guy. Seeing the smile on Frieza's face, Goku suddenly felt a hint of something wrong. Is there any other means he hasn't used? Goku stared at the falling Frieza. Scion, accompany me to hell. A sinister smile rose on Frieza's face. What is he going to do? Vic and Frieza, as well as Gohan, they all looked at Frieza, with puzzled expressions. Not sure what he was going to do. Going around in circles, it's still this point. Lin Nan was not surprised at all, with Frieza's character, he would definitely come to this step. He took a step forward while his voice rang in the ears of the four of Gohan, you guys stay here. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 065. Frieza's body is falling. But on his hand, a huge ball of light condensed. He looked at Goku with mockery in his eyes. Even if you are strong, what can you do? Frieza's hand pushed forward. Suddenly, a beam of light glowing with terrifying energy fluctuations shot directly into the Namex star. Deep pits with a radius of hundreds of meters appeared on the surface. The core of this planet has been destroyed by me, die with me. Frieza laughed maniacally. When he realized that Goku was the legendary Super Saiyan, he actually had a little panic in his heart. After all, the Super Saiyan legend handed down by their family has always been a shadow in Frieza's heart. After actually meeting the Super Saiyan and losing the fight, the shadow inside him finally burst out. Not good. Seeing that deep pit on the ground, Goku finally knew Frieza's plan. With Frieza's combat power, he is completely capable of destroying Nami Nemesis. You lunatic! Goku rushed towards Frieza, attacking him furiously. But Frieza allowed Goku to attack him, and did not fight back except resistance. He had a grim smile on his face. When this planet is destroyed, you will all die. A cold color flashed in Frieza's red pupils, Scion, but they don't have the strength to survive in the starry sky. Looking at Frieza, Goku's brow furrowed. At this time, inside the Nemesis, incomparably terrifying energy fluctuations were gestation. And on the surface, under the cracked ground, burning mud is ignited. A large part of the land area is covered in flames. Haha, even if you become a Super Saiyan, you will die here. Frieza struggles to resist Goku's attack. At this time, he was waiting for the planet to explode. As long as the planet explodes, he wins. His strength is enough to survive the explosion of Namex. And their frozen demon family can survive in the starry sky. In this case, he is invincible. Hurry up and explode. He began to be able to guide Goku towards the ground. He wants to use Goku's attack fluctuations to hasten the demise of Namex. Oops, if these go on, it won't be long before the Mizing will be destroyed. Vic finally regained some strength and struggled to stand up, looking at the ground covered in flames around him, his brow furrowed. If that megastar is destroyed, we will all die. Vegeta stared around. He just wanted to find a way to leave the planet at this point. Although he had the strength to block the fluctuations generated by that explosion, he could not survive in the void. Namex people, let's go find Team Kinnit to fly when it lands. We have to leave this planet. At this time, the Namex people in those villages also drove out of their spaceships and began to leave the Namex. Elder, is it true that the Manixing people can't stay any longer? A young nemesis asked. The planet is going to be destroyed, and this process is irreversible. An older nemesis looked at the nemesis with a reluctant expression. After leaving, their nemesis became cosmic wanderers, and from then on, they could only wander in the universe until they found a suitable planet for their survival. By that time, I don't know how many years had passed. Looking at the flying spaceships, Vic nodded at Vegeta. Let's go find the spaceship first, and when the time comes, we are ready to pick up Goku and leave together. Vic stared at Goku, who was still fighting Frieza, and flew with Vegeta in the direction where Team Kinnet had landed. The oscillations inside Namex are becoming more and more obvious. Even standing in the area that Lin Nan had demarcated, Gohan and Klin, Dandy, and Boomer could detect the vibration under their feet. What's going on? Dandy and Goku looked at the ground suspiciously. Is it an earthquake? No, it's the planet that's going to explode. Boomer and Klin looked at each other, and both had a bit of panic on their faces. By the way, I have a spaceship on me. Boomer pulled out a capsule and she looked at Dandy. Little one, can you drive a spaceship? I don't know, I won't know until I go up. Boomer threw the capsule to the ground. An old Nemesis spaceship appeared in front of them. Where did Lin Nan go? Boomer looked around, wanting to see Lin Nan's figure. Aunt Boomer, don't worry about the teacher, the strength of the teacher, even if this planet is destroyed, he will not have the slightest damage. Klin also looked at Boomer with a worried look and said, now, we need to hurry up and get on the spaceship. But my dad. Gohan looked ahead, and at this point, the flames blocked his view. The battle between Goku and Frieza has gone underground. Goku, who was angry, shot with all his might. Frieza, on the other hand, deliberately guided, and even did not hesitate to use his own injuries to shoot the energy of Goku into the ground. Ha ha ha! Frieza grew more and more proud. He could already foresee the collapse of Namex. Gohan, let's get on the spaceship first. As long as we live, Goku can be resurrected. Don't forget, as long as Dandy inherits the identity of the god, the Dragon Ball of Earth can be used. Klin said as he looked at Gohan with a worried look. He pulled Gohan onto the spaceship. And Dandy and Boomer are also on the spaceship. At this time, Vic and Vegeta also found the ship of Team Kinnet. Let's go. Vegeta looked anxious. At this time, the entire Namex had turned into a fireball. The whole planet, it won't last long. The two stepped onto the spaceship. Their spaceship, and Boomer's spaceship, started up almost at the same time and flew towards the Nemesis. At this time, in the starry sky outside the Namex star, the spaceship of the Namex Nemesis was also stopped. They will not leave here until they see Namex destroyed. Goku and Frieza also rushed out from the ground. At this time, Frieza was already scarred. He looked at Goku and revealed a smile. The legend of the Super Saiyan will end at the hands of my Frieza. Looking at the sea of fire around him, Goku stared at Frieza. Saiyan, you don't know, do you? I can survive in the stars. Frieza suddenly said to Goku. What? Goku stared at Frieza, wanting to know if he was lying to him. So, I'm the winner. The two spaceships that took off just now should be people you know. When the planet is destroyed and you die here, I will catch up and pinch them to death one by one. Frieza sneered. At this time, inside the Namex under their feet, a violent explosion came. Star core finally began to fuse. In the channel formed by the energy formation of Frieza's attack on the star core, there was a sound of footsteps. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 066. Humph, if I die, I will also pull you. Goku angrily pounced on Frieza. But at this time, Frieza did not fight him at all, and rushed madly towards the sky. Star nuclear explosion, the closer to the planet, the more severe the energy shock will suffer. For now, Frieza just wants to stay away from the planet. In this way, when it explodes, he can use the impact of the explosion to make him rush farther. If he could, he wanted to use the impact of the planet's explosion to rush to those spaceships. Damn, you don't run! Gaku was furious and chased Frisia. The figures of the two formed a two-way long mark in the sky above Namex. And outside the Namex people, countless spaceships are in the distance. Whether it was the Namek, Bike Vegeta, or Gohan, they were all staring nervously at Namek. Now the nemesis is like the Sunday. Klin looked at Namex, who was completely covered in flames, with a bit of worry and fear in his eyes. If this planet explodes, will we be able to avoid the impact in this position? It will be affected, but it will not be too dangerous. Boomer was holding a book in his hand, calculating the range that could be affected by the explosion of Namex. Those Nemesis spaceships are not moving. Everyone's eyes were focused on Namex. Gaku and Frisia have already fought to the sky and are about to leave the atmosphere. Don't you want to run? Gaku discovers that Frisia's purpose is to escape to the void. He slammed past Frisia. Give me back! Frisia was once again knocked back into the atmosphere by Gaku. This planet was destroyed by you, and you will die with it. Gaku stared at Frisia with a determined look. At this time, Lin Nan was also on the side of the star core of Namex. The terrifying heat makes it almost a vacuum. And Lin Nan walked in it. His body, just ordinary material clothes, was still unscathed under his protection. Frisia, that guy. Lin Nan looked at the core. There is a very obvious rift in the star core of Namex, and this rift is the reason why the star core is so unstable. Lin Nan stretched out his hand and touched it on the star core. The fiery red star core is like a crystal clear. But its temperature, even the metals that make the spacecraft, in front of it, can only hold even microseconds before it melts. And Lin Nan's hands, there is no cover. There was no protection used, and just like that, it was attached to the star core. Recover. At this time, a trace of energy spread out from above, entered the star core, and repaired the scars on the star core. As the energy winds, the gap in the star core is gradually filled. When that trace of energy is exhausted, the core of Namex begins to stabilize. The originally violent energy was gradually converged back into the star core. It began to rotate in the core space of the planet according to its original trajectory. Although it was still a little concussive because it had just been repaired, it was almost no threat compared to before, which would explode at any time. Really, if you want me to make a move, this guy Frisia will be arrested and beaten, and let Gaku beat him for a year. Lin Nan thought and walked towards the passage that was blown out by Frisia. Frisia, who was fighting Gaku, suddenly felt a cold body. What's going on? Suddenly there is a sense of foreboding. Frisia stared around. At this time, Namex is a fireball, and the hot air around his body. It stands to reason that it is impossible to feel the cold. He stared at Gaku with a twinkle in his eyes. Apart from Gaku, he doesn't think anyone else poses a threat to him. Looking at Frisia, who suddenly became alert, Goku's brows furrowed. He couldn't figure out why Frisia was suddenly stern. Because he knew that he couldn't kill Frisia, Gaku at this time just restricted Frisia and didn't let him leave Namex. None of them noticed that the vibrations on the ground of Namex had decreased considerably. Lin Nan came out from the ground, looked at the raging fire around him, and also shook his head. You want me to put out the fire, really? Lin Nan was walking on the planet. His steps were very slow, but his figure seemed to be teleporting. If at this time, there is a super powerful motion capture video recorder, you can capture that everywhere Lin Nan walks, all of them are his afterimages. Wherever Lin Nan walked, the flames were extinguished by themselves, and although the land had already turned red, there was no flame after all. He was like a virus, and as his range of movement expanded, the flames gradually began to disappear on the nemesis. Frisia and Gaku, who are facing off in the air, were the first to notice the change in Namek. What's going on below? Frisia was stunned, and he saw that half of the planet's flames had been extinguished. Gaku also looked at the ground. Yes. He was in the air, and he could only see that the flames on the planet were constantly extinguished. Gaku and Frisia watched as Namex changed from a fireball covered in flames to a crimson planet. Hey, the planetary concussion is gone. At this time, Gaku realized that the nemesis below, the kind of fluctuation that would explode at any time, was gone. What's going on? Frisia was also wide-eyed. He stared at Namek. He had been paying attention to Namex before, but he was forced by Gaku all the time, so he ignored the changes in Namek. What the hell is going on? Did you do it? Frisia stared at Gaku. But seeing that he was also puzzled, he himself vetoed this question. Outside of Namek, the Namek and Gohan Bik inside the spaceship saw with their own eyes that the flames on Namek were extinguished. The shaking of the planet is gone. In the Namex spacecraft, there are instruments that specialize in detecting planetary fluctuations. The Namex who recorded the data found that the Namex who was already facing collapse had strangely calmed all the fluctuations a few minutes ago. If it weren't for the flames burning above, they would have felt that everything before was a dream. The flames on the planet are also extinguished. The people of the Nemesis looked at each other. So, are we still going to migrate? Everyone's hearts are reflecting. Go back part of it first, if you can, return. Soon, the new Great Elder of Namex made a decision. Several Nemesis spacecraft flew towards the restored Nemesis. And Gohan and Vic them, the two spaceships also began to land. When they landed, Lin Nan also walked towards the location where Gaku and Frisia were. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Collect. Chapter 067. Frisia stepped on the land of Namex. At this time, the land still carried a bit of warmth after burning. How did this fire go out? And the planet? He only felt that all this was full of incredulity. His blow had already injured the star core, and he was extremely sure of this. As long as the star core is damaged, the planet is bound to explode violently and die in the universe, which is common knowledge for everyone. But at this time, this Nemesis star, which was already doomed to destruction, just like that, strangely returned to calm. And the flames that covered the entire planet also disappeared. Frisia did not notice that a figure had quietly appeared above him. Teacher. When Wukong saw Lin Nan, although he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, he was still full of respect for Lin Nan. You've finally taken this step, good. Lin Nan nodded, keep up the good work. After that, he looked at Frisia. And Frisia, hearing Wukong's words, also noticed Lin Nan's appearance. I can't detect the breath at all, and if he hadn't stood in front of my eyes, I wouldn't have noticed his presence at all. Frisia only felt a coolness rise from his back. You know, after fighting Gaku, who became a Super Saiyan, Frisia has fully mastered the full power of his 4th form, which is his original form. With more than 100 million combat strength, in his opinion, except for this freak who has become a Super Saiyan in front of him, no one will be able to match him. But at this time, a person appeared, and he could not see the depth of the other party. No, it's not just that he can't see the depths, it's just that he can't perceive existence. This kind of existence, if it really sneaks up on him, he won't even have a chance to react. Who are you? Frisia looked at Lin Nan. Lin Nan did not speak, but looked around. This planet, once the Nemesis, spent countless efforts to turn it into a planet full of green life. But you guy wants to destroy the planet with a wave of your hand. There is a punishment for this matter. Lin Nan said lightly. At this time, the Nemesis spacecraft were landing. When the Nemesis step on the ground of the Namex, their hearts are still a little unreal. After all, their instruments had detected the destruction of Namex not long ago. And the fire that swept the entire planet was not an illusion, it can be seen from the disappearance of all the green plants in the land row. Teacher, did you save this planet? Wukong, who remained in a super racing state, looked at Lin Nan and asked. In addition to Lin Nan, he couldn't figure out that anyone else could save Nami Nemesis in that state. Well. For this, Lin Nan did not deny it. But his admission fell in Flyza's ears, causing Frisia's body to shake. He stared at Lin Nan in disbelief. Impossible, star destruction is irreversible, how can someone be able to stop the destruction of star core? This is already an assault on Frisia's worldview. Yi claimed to be the emperor of the universe, and could not accept such a thing beyond his understanding. There are so many things you don't know. Lin Nan's shock to Frisia just said lightly, Frisia, you have too little insight. You dare to say that I have little knowledge. Frisia was a little annoyed. But he didn't dare to make a move on Lin Nan. Because he saw it, Wukong, who beat him without a trace of backhand, stood beside Lin Nan with a respectful face. Originally not Wukong's opponent, plus a Lin Nan who did not know the depth. Frisia had only one thought at this time, and that was to let him get out successfully. 2 more spaceships fell. Vic and Vegeta stepped down from a spaceship. They looked at the red-yellow earth under their feet, and their eyes finally converged on Lin Nan's body. Another ship opens and Gohan, Klin, Dandy, and Boomer come down from above. Gohan, Klin, Dandy. Goku's face was shocked when he saw them. He had thought that all 3 of Gohan had been killed by Frisia. Frisia also looked at the 3, his eyes full of surprise. Dad! Gohan ran to Goku and looked at Goku, who was shrouded in golden flames, with a smile on his face. Vegeta, on the other hand, looked at Goku with a complicated expression. Kakarot. He stared at Goku at this time. He seemed to have something to say, but in the end he didn't say it, and finally, looking at Goku, I will definitely catch up with you. Vic was already standing in front of Lin Nan at this time. Teacher. Bike, you are very good, continue to work hard, although Goku has surpassed you now, but as long as you are willing to work hard, you can still catch up with him. In the sky, more and more Nemesis spacecraft landed. The Nemux who were about to leave their homeland have once again returned to Namux. And the 7 great elders of Namex also walked towards Lin Nan. The 7 glared at Frisia before looking at Lin Nan and Wukong. For Goku, they have an impression, after leaving the planet on a spaceship, they saw Goku fighting with Frisia, and the golden flame of light was still very recognizable. Excuse me, which gentleman helped us save Namesing? The new great elder did not know Lin Nan's identity, so the 7 elders of Namex had this question. It's my teacher. Goku looked at Lin Nan. The 7 elders of Namex looked at Lin Nan and knelt down directly. Thank you Lord for saving Namex so that we don't have to wander in the universe. Lin Nan just waved his hand. This guy, I'm going to take it away, are you okay? After that, he looked at a few elders of Namesing. No comment. Several Nemesis elders waved their hands one after another. Lin Nan was willing to take Frisia away, they were too late to be happy. Humph, you want to take me? Haha. The aura on Frisia's body suddenly skyrocketed, impossible. Although he didn't know if Lin Nan was strong or weak, he was still ready to fight. Looking at Frisia, Goku was about to rush up, and at this time, he was still in a Super Saiyan state. However, at this time, Lin Nan waved his hand. He stretched out his hand and squeezed it at Frisia. Frisia only felt that the power in his body disappeared like an avalanche. 100 million. 10 million. In the end, he found that the energy in his body had completely disappeared. He can't even fly. Okay, now you can obediently go back with me. Lin Nan glanced at Vic and was about to speak. At this time, Vegeta suddenly rushed forward and knelt in front of Lin Nan. Please allow me to practice with you. Lin Nan saw that he did not speak, and took Vic and Goku and they walked towards the spaceship. Vegeta looked at the back of Lin Nan and his group, a little lost. At this time, Goku dispersed the Super Saiyan mode, turned around, and glanced at him, "Take Frisia and go back with us first." Hearing his voice, Vegeta was overjoyed. He picked up Frisia, who had lost his strength, chased Lin Nan and them, and walked onto the spaceship. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 068. Just when Lin Nan and they returned to Earth on the spaceship. On a giant spaceship dozens of star fields away from Namek, a 90% cosmic person similar to Frisia's second form stood up. He is the shadow dominator of the Frisia Legion organization, and Frisia's father, King Kurd. What's going on with that guy Frisia? The Kurdish king looked at what was displayed on the spacecraft's receiver. King Kurd, King Frisia seems to have been captured. On the spaceship, the signal transmitted by the signal machine is displayed, and the signal content is the picture of Vegeta carrying Frisia. That person is Vegeta. King Kurdish stared at Vegeta in the picture. Scion? Could it be a Super Scion? The Kurdish king is not calm. The legend about the Super Scions is handed down from their frozen demon ancestors. He walked back and forth on the spaceship. He was hesitating to save Frisia. After all, it would be possible to face Super Scion. That guy Frisia, he wasn't killed, but captured, which is a little weird. What the Kurdish king hesitated was that Frisia's ultimate form, the strength was basically not weaker than his, but he was captured, and the enemy's strength was a bit exaggerated. King, this is a letter of help from Lord Frisia. This message was sent by Frisia, and the content on it is that Frisia has encountered the legendary Super Scion of the Scion family. However, he will use the planet explosion to solve this Super Scion, hoping that the Kurdish king will pick him up. Frisia fought with the Super Scion before and detonated the star core. The Kurdish king's face was full of joy. It seems that the ancestors said that the invincible spell of the Super Scion has been broken. Frisia, good. From Frisia's letter for help, he has roughly restored what he thinks is the truth. Frisia duels with the legendary Super Scion, which should be invincible, and then detonates the star core. Then before the planet exploded, a message for help was released. Because of the explosion of the planet, neither Scions nor Super Scions can survive in the starry sky. But they can freeze the demon race, they can survive in the void. Frisia, on the other hand, must have been affected by the aftermath of the explosion, lost his combat effectiveness, and finally, was captured by the Scion named Vegeta on other planets. The reason for his judgment is that the Kurdish king knew Vegeta. At the beginning, when Vegeta was under Frisia, although Frisia was optimistic about Vegeta, the Kurdish king did not look at Vegeta at all. The waste of 10,000 or 20,000 combat strength is still proud every day, which is what Frisia looks at. Okay, get ready, search for the location of that signal machine, let him keep up with that spaceship. The Kurdish king gave the order. Yes. At this time, an ultra-small flying machine that was following Lin Nanta's ship came to the order from the Kurdish king. King Kurd, the signal machine has followed. Very good, we will also set off now, flying in the direction where the signal machine is. The Kurdish king thought he had the truth of the matter, so he gave the order without the slightest hesitation. He also planted the same problem as Frisia, that is, after the planet's star core is destroyed, the explosion of the planet is irreversible. This is the common sense of the entire universe. If it weren't for Lin Nan's hand, indeed, Frisia would have succeeded. This is also Frisia's plan. The nemesis explodes, the Kurdish king is coming, and without Goku, no one can be their father and son's opponent. The huge spacecraft began to adjust its course and fly towards the location of the signal machine. The Kurdish king tracked the signal machine all the way. The signal machine followed Lin Nan and their spaceship all the way to the Earth. Along the way, Frisia, a prisoner under the steps, was guarded by Vegeta. On the spaceship, Boomer looked at Lin Nan with a puzzled expression. Lin Nan, why did you capture this guy? Such a bad person, there will be hidden dangers if you keep it. Lin Nan, who was sitting in his seat, smiled and looked in the direction where Frisia was. I don't have a servant around me, and I think this guy is quite suitable. Frisia's eyes widened when she heard his words. What do you say, you want King Ben to be your servant? Frisia stared at Lin Nan angrily, you don't think about it. Don't worry, you'll agree. Lin Nan didn't say much. Anyway, Frisia's power was limited by him, and if he didn't nod, even the great priest would not be able to help Frisia's recovery. In this case, it was only a matter of time before Frisia compromised. Sir, can I practice with you? Vegeta suddenly walked in front of Lin Nan, knelt down on one knee, and looked at Lin Nan with a longing expression. Lin Nan looked at Vegeta and touched his chin with his hand. I'll think about it. Goku, Bike, and Gohan were all included in his disciples, and as named disciples, it seemed that adding a Vegeta was not much worse. But now he wondered if it was necessary. At this time, he suddenly saw that Klin, who was standing not far away, also had a flickering look in his eyes. Lin Nan saw through the mind of this little bald head at a glance. Don't talk about practicing with me, if you have this idea, hold it for me, when you return to Earth, I will give you a chance to assess, pass, just like Wukong and them, follow me to practice. Soon, once again there was a situation on the spaceship where a group of people were munching on dry food, and 2 people were eating hearty food. As for the pampered cosmic Emperor Frisia, he didn't even have to eat dry food. The spacecraft sped across the starry sky, speeding towards the Earth from the shortcut Vic said. Their trip to Namex took a total of 4 or 5 years. At this time, in an underground research room deep in the mountains and forests of the Earth, Dr. Groh, a survivor of the Red Silk Belt Legion, was conducting final research. In the highly mechanized laboratory, robotic arms are operating at high speed according to the content of the program. In the depths of the laboratory, the 3 special vessels are tightly closed, and around them, various automated weapons ensure their safety. The android series, it will be successful soon. His eyes flashed with hatred. At this time, his semi-mechanical body was undergoing the final mechanical transformation. 1 month at most, Monkey King, prepare to accept my revenge. At his side, a slightly chubby robot is also carrying out the final process. When I kill Sun Wukong, I can take you and dominate the world. He looked at the other artificial humans in the lab, especially one of them, and his eyes paused. This world, after all, still belongs to me Jalo, ha ha ha. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 069. Lin Nan and the spaceship they were riding on slowly fell on the outskirts of the metropolis. Vic and Goku are the first to leave the ship from the lifter. It was followed by Lin Nan and Boomer. Finally, there's Vegeta carrying Frisia. Vegeta, you let me go, as long as you let me go, I will definitely be rewarded. Reward? Vegeta slapped Frisia on the head. I'll tell you, be honest, don't put on that look like you're the boss. Vegeta was not polite to Frisia at all, and followed Lin Nan behind him with him. He looked at Goku's eyes, full of envy. Becoming a Super Saiyan in Saiyan legend has always been his dream. Bulma walked beside Lin Nan. Mr. Lin Nan, can you please come and live with me for a while? Just take it as a reward for taking care of me along the way. Okay. Lin Nan nodded and continued to walk forward. The house where Goku was a neighbor was too simple, and it was good to go to Boomer's house to enjoy life. Hearing Lin Nan's promise, Boomer's joy suddenly couldn't be suppressed, and his face was happy. After Kra got off the spaceship with Dandy, he waited ahead, and he looked at Lin Nan and them. Teacher, I will first take Dandy to succeed the identity of the God of Heaven and activate the Dragon Ball of the Earth. Good. Lin Nan nodded. After Vic took Dandy and Goku to leave, he flew towards the island of Tenjin in the sky. And Goku took Gohan and also looked at Lin Nan. You want to go to Kiki, go ahead. Lin Nan didn't need Wukong to speak, waved his hand and said. Thank you, teacher. After Goku and Gohan bowed to Lin Nan, they also said goodbye to everyone. At the scene, only Klin, and Vegeta, and Boomer remained. Vegeta carried Frieza, while Klin stood not far away. "Vegeta, you take Frieza with me." Lin Nan beckoned to Vegeta, but as for Klin, Lin Nan did not let him stay or let him go. This little bald head looks honest, but in fact, there is still a lot of careful thinking in his heart. Lin Nan was ready to sharpen him. "Gone, go back." Boomer released the flying machine, carried Lin Nan, and flew towards her manor. Vegeta remained silent the whole time, carrying Frieza on the outside of the aircraft. His purpose was only to get Lin Nan's guidance. He believed that Lin Nan would definitely make him a Super Saiyan. Klin stood in place, his face a little tangled. In his mind, he remembered when he went to study with Goku at the Turtle Immortal. Then, once in the face of dead skin. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate, his body rushed to the sky, Ma's flying machine pursued. At this time, in Boomer's estate, Rice was doing recovery training. Behind him, the Turtle Immortals hugged left and right, and one by one hot nurses walked by his side. So happy, so happy. Life, it is necessary to be like this, in order to be satisfied. Hearing the words of the Turtle Immortal, Tianjin Fan couldn't help but speed up the push-up with one finger upside down. At the same time, his mouth was still chanting, "Out of sight is quiet, ear is not stop being quiet." On the other side, Vic flew towards Tenjin Island with Dandy. At this time, the space in front of them suddenly distorted. A strangely shaped machine appeared in front of them out of thin air. What a thing! Vic pulled Dandy behind him and looked warily at the strange machine in front of him. The space around the machine seems to be distorted. Spaceship. Vic stared at the machine with a puzzled expression. The knowledge he inherited from the Nemesis made him reject this speculation for the first time. Because this machine, first of all, in terms of appearance and shape, is not the kind suitable for long-term starry travel. According to its appearance, it should be able to burst out a special ultra-high-speed machine in a short time. But the persistence is weak, it seems to be designed to break through something special. Vic stared at the machine. After returning from the Nemesis, although his strength is not as good as Goku, he is still very confident in his strength. Zig! A mist erupted. The machine was suspended in the air, but the upper part slowly opened, revealing a person sitting inside. He wore a mask, and his clothes were full of traces of battle. Vic stared at each other warily. Chi is very weak. Vic frowned. At this time, the person inside the machine suddenly opened his eyes. A killing intent burst out in an instant. Vic only felt that all the energy in his body was activated in an instant, and his body instantly entered a combat state. What a strong killing intent! This guy must have gone through countless fierce battles, otherwise, it would be impossible to have such terrifying killing intent. Although at this time, Vic could not know what the strength of the other party was. But after sensing this killing intent, he was already able to judge that this was a strong enemy. The man opened his eyes in the machine, and he seemed a little confused. He looked around, and eventually, his gaze converged on Bike. Vic. Uncle? The people in the machine looked at Bike, first their bodies shocked, and then their eyes widened, as if they saw something incredible. It's really Uncle Bike. When Vic heard the other party's words, he was immediately stunned. Call him uncle? When did he have such a nephew? Although the other party's words did not seem to be hostile, Buick was not careless. He looked at each other warily. It's really Uncle Bike. The figure suddenly disappeared, and in the next second, without Vic reacting, he appeared in front of Vic and hugged Vic with both hands, with a look of excitement. Uncle Bike, I finally see you again. Vic was full of horror in his heart at this time. He found that he couldn't break free from the other party. The pressure brought to him by the other party was even stronger than facing Frieza at that time. Who the hell are you? Let me go. Feeling the terrifying power on the other party, Vic panicked. By the way, when is it that Uncle Vic is actually so weak? The figure finally let go of Bike. He looked around, his eyes full of doubt. Vic stared at the other, and from the other person's words, Vic seemed to analyze something. Dandy is still with Uncle Bike, and that's what it looks like. The figure suddenly looked at Bike. Uncle Bike, have they already appeared? No, Uncle Vic is so weak, there should be no time. Hearing his words, Vic froze suddenly. He looked at the figure, and there was a bit of horror in his eyes. You? Isn't it a person from this world? Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 070. Worthy of Uncle Bike. The teenager looked at Vic and took off the mask on his face, revealing a face full of scars. You? Vic looked at him and always felt a little familiar. Does Uncle Vic not recognize me anymore? The smile on the boy's face was a little bitter. I'm Gohan. Gohan. Vic stared at the boy with a look of disbelief. He stared at the teenager. What evidence do you have? Evidence. The boy felt out a pendant from inside his clothes, and on it, it was a group photo. Vic took the pendant. Inside the pendant, it was him, as well as Goku and the boy in front of him. This is a picture we took 5 years ago, when my father was still there. Mika Gohan saw this picture and sighed. More than 5 years, to him, it seemed like a century had passed. 5 years. Vic stared at Mika Gohan. You said this picture was taken 5 years ago. Well, if you count the time, it should be close to 3 years. Mika Gohan looked at Bike, and suddenly, his brow furrowed. Uncle Bike, you haven't told me what time it is. According to his memory, Dandy would not have appeared on Earth so early. We just got back from Namex. Vic already basically believes that the boy in front of him is the future Gohan. No, I remember, when I came back from Namex, it wasn't like this. What went wrong? Uncle Bike, are you with the Celestial God? He suddenly looked at Vic. He remembered that Vic merged with the Celestial God in order to fight with the cyborgs, and Dandy also appeared on Earth later to activate the Dragon Ball. But now, Vic actually came back at Namek. No, he brought Dandy back directly from Namek, and he merged with the gods before he went to Namek. The history of this time and space is different from the time and space that Gohan experienced in the future. Yes, I merged with the Celestial God. What's wrong? Vic looked at Mika Gohan with some doubt, not knowing what had happened. No, I'm going to do it. Mika Gohan looked at Bike. Uncle Bike, this is not the place to talk. I have a place to talk, okay. Go to Tenjin Island, I just need to take Dandy to inherit the throne of Tenjin. Vic takes future Goku and Dandy towards Tenjin Island. Lin Nan, who was returning to the manor with Boomer, retracted his gaze. He also expected that there would be a future teenager shuttling back, but he didn't expect that it would actually be Gohan who shuttled back. Moreover, from that Gohan's words, I can hear that everything that this Gohan has experienced is different from the plot I have seen. Lin Nan suddenly became interested. He decided that he would find time to meet a Gohan from the future. Vic arrives on Tenjin Island with Mika Gohan. He is tidying up Pobik on Tenjin Island and Dandy behind him. I was stunned. Bobo, Dandy, is the successor of the Celestial God, you take him to inherit the divine throne left by that guy. After Vic arrives at Tenjin Island, he gives Dandy to Bobo and then looks at Gohan in the future. You come with me. He came to the Spirit Time House with Mika Gohan. Listening to you just now, it seems that what we experienced here is different from what you remember. Vic looked at Gohan with a solemn expression. Yes. Mika Gohan looked at Bike, confused. In my memory, you and the Celestial God merged for many years in order to fight against artificial talents. Why did you merge with the Celestial God so early? What is an artificial human? Vic asked, looking at Mika Gohan. He was keenly aware that Gohan's body trembled slightly when he said these 3 words. They are demons. Miko Gohan's expression became frustrated, and he looked at Bike. Uncle Bike, you must be careful. Dad, he has a bad heart, and next, if Daddy loses the battle, he may fall because of it. Vic frowned when he heard Gohan's words. Goku fall? Gohan, don't be in a hurry, say it step by step. Vic looked at Miko Gohan and sighed at the scars on his face. He remembers that Gohan, who got off the spaceship not long ago, was a child. But at this time, Gohan had a resolute face. This must have been honed in life and death. Miko Gohan glanced at Vic and paused, telling what happened in his time and space. Goku died of illness, Vegeta and I were beheaded, and the entire Earth was destroyed by 90%. Vic heard Miko Gohan's description and got up sharply. He couldn't accept the whole picture Gohan had described. That's the way it is, if it weren't for Aunt Boomer's time machine, I would have been killed too. Gohan's eyes darkened a little. He was a deserter who fled back from the future. So, you're trying to change history? Vic looked at Miko Gohan. No, I just want to change the future of this part of your history. Miko Gohan stared at Bike. I don't want to, the darkness of humanity that I have experienced, reappear, I want to reverse him. As for the darkness of my time, I will carry it myself. Looking at the future Gohan, who instantly became extremely serious, Vic nodded, this is a qualified fighter. But he always felt that something was wrong. You said that the future Goku died, I died, even Boomer died. Yes, Aunt Boomer has been dedicated to scientific and technological research all her life, and finally developed a time machine, but unfortunately, in the end, it should be. No, didn't the teacher make a move? Teacher? Miko Gohan was stunned when he heard Vic's words. He looked at Bike, what teacher? Me and Goku's teacher. Vic looked at Miko Gohan, didn't the teacher make a move? Asked by him, future Gohan suddenly froze, Uncle Vic and Daddy's teacher? Isn't Dad's teacher only Grandpa Turtle immortal? Hearing his words, Vic fell silent. He finally knew where the problem was. In the time and space where Gohan is located in the future, there is no Lin Nan's existence. I'll tell you about this matter, now, to clarify a very important question, whether the artificial humans you mentioned exist in our time and space. Vic stared at Miko Gohan with a serious expression. Before that, I need to know roughly the strength of artificial humans. So, Gohan from the future, come on, let me feel your power, let me feel their power. Good. Miko Gohan looked at Bike, Uncle Bike, be careful, the strength I exerted is similar to those two demons. After speaking, the body of future Gohan rose with a golden aura that had left a deep impression on Vic not long ago. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 071. Super Saiyan? Vic looked at the future Gohan, and suddenly the whole person was not good. Yes. Future Gohan looked at Bike, actually, my strength is still slightly lower than those two demons, but I can only do it to the whole extent. Uncle Bike, are you ready? Wait. Before Bic's words could be spoken, future Gohan was already rushing towards him. Damn it! With one punch, Vic couldn't parry at all, and his whole body flew out upside down. Future Gohan quickly braked. He looked at Vic who had fallen heavily in the distance, and rushed forward with an anxious look. Uncle Bike, you're not doing well, are you? Vic covered his chest and got up with an embarrassed look. The blow just now made him directly incapacitated. What is your combat effectiveness? Vic asked, looking at Miko Gohan. If you transform into a Super Saiyan and burst out with all your strength, you should be able to reach 500 million. Miko Gohan had already converged most of his strength when he attacked Vic just now, otherwise Vic at this time would have been killed by the blow he had just had. 500 million! Vic gasped, are those artificial people so strong? Yes. Mika Gohan sighed, the strength of those two demons will only be stronger than 500 million, not weaker than this. The most terrifying thing is that their energy is endless. A hint of fear appeared in Gohan's eyes. I remember that Vegeta in my time was stronger in combat than those two demons, but he was consumed alive. Thinking of Vegeta's exhaustion, and in the end, the scene where Shang Shang was bombarded by two artificial humans, Gohan became very depressed in the future. You take it slow down first. Vic stretched out his hand, and he looked at Gohan, looking at your appearance, there should be a long time, as long as you deliberately train, we must have a way. He decided that he must inform Lin Nan about this matter. But wait until Gohan calms down in the future. After all, the two spacetimes have changed a lot. Yes. Future Gohan looked at Bike, Uncle Bike, after you merged with the Celestial God, there is a very powerful potential in your body that has not been stimulated, I can accompany you to train. Let the potential in your body unleash. Hearing Mika Gohan's words, Vic smiled, okay, I'll train with you in the spirit time room for a year. The year in this one, in the outside world, is the past day. Good. The two temporarily put aside all their troubles about man-made people and began to practice. And Boomer's flying machine also took Lin Nan to his manor. When the craft stopped, Vegeta carried Frieza and jumped into the manor. The craft opened and Boomer came out of it. We're finally back. Boomer looked around, at the familiar manor, and she put the bag she was carrying on the ground. In the manor, one by one, the robots automatically came out and took Boomer's backpack away. Lin Nan, I'm going to take a bath, you go first, I have something to deal with. Boomer looked a little lost, but she also knew that Lin Nan really had something to do, so she walked towards the manor. Lin Nan, on the other hand, looked at Frieza, who was thrown on the ground by Vegeta. Frieza. Humph. Frieza looked at Lin Nan viciously, his eyes were very fierce. Lin Nan had no doubt that if Frieza had the strength at this time, he would definitely rush towards him without hesitation. Don't look annoying. Lin Nan looked at Frieza with a smile, Frieza, you only have one choice now, that is, obediently be my slave, maybe, one day when I am happy, I will return your power to you. You don't think about it. Frieza glared at Lin Nan, I am the Emperor of the universe. How can I become a slave of your humanity? Then we'll see. Lin Nan was standing in the manor, he was waiting for that person to arrive. At this time, outside the galaxy, the Kurdish King's spacecraft was flying out of the galaxy. King Kurd, our signal machine has captured that the other party has reached a living planet. Let the signal machine collect information, I want to see what kind of planet it is. The Kurdish king waved his hand and gave the order. Soon, their signal machine, which tracked Lin Nan and their spacecraft, successfully collected information from the Earth. At the same time, it also captures the body data of some Earthlings. Combat Power 5? 3? 2? The Kurdish king was stunned when he saw the information fed back by the signal machine. Are you sure that the signal machine did not collect the combat power of some single-celled creatures? Hearing his voice, his subordinate hurriedly knelt down, Great King, we have taken tens of thousands of samples, and we have concluded that the ordinary combat effectiveness of the people on that planet is very weak. The Kurdish king rubbed his chin. So weak? How could that guy Vegeta be on such a planet? He was a little puzzled, because the signal machine went to collect information on Earth after detecting Lin Nan's spacecraft landing, so it did not capture the picture of Vegeta kneeling. King, will Vegeta deliberately pick this kind of planet? His kneeling subordinate said cautiously, Vegeta star was destroyed by King Frieza, and the Scions are cosmic wanderers. A planet of this level, Vegeta is here, the strongest existence in the entire planet, and no one can threaten him. Moreover, the appearance of the creatures on this planet captured by the signal machine is very similar to that of the Scions. Otherwise, Isyan's habit, after arriving at a planet, will definitely occupy this planet. Hearing the analysis of his subordinates, the Kurdish king nodded. How long until you get to that planet? If you go at full speed, it will take another day or so. Full speed ahead. King Kurdish stood up. He looked at the azure planet displayed on the star map. This area has not been discovered by our legion. After saving Frisia, let him take this generation of star fields. Full speed ahead, another day. Lin Nan stood on the earth, but he clearly heard the conversation between the Kurds and his subordinates just now. Frisia, your dad has come to your rescue. Lin Nan looked at Frisia with a smile. However, he won't arrive for another day, so on this day, you can hang. He turned and headed inside the house. Vegeta, you find Frisia a pillar for me to hang up. Your task today is to show me and take care of him. Vegeta grabbed Frisia and walked towards a pillar. And Clin had only arrived at Boomer's estate at this time, and he only saw Vegeta grabbing Frisia and walking to the side, and suddenly looked embarrassed. Forget it, I'll go find the turtle immortal first. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 072. In front of the giant spaceship, the azure planet looks like it's within reach. King Kurd, ahead, is the target planet, nearly 2 hours ahead of schedule. Very good. The spacecraft sailed into Earth's atmosphere. At this time, the sky was just getting dark. Vegeta stood by the pillar and stared at Frisia for a moment. You're not tired? Frisia stared at Vegeta with an annoyed expression. At this night, Vegeta really stared at him without blinking, not stopping for a minute. I'm not tired, look at you embarrassed, how can I be tired? Vegeta sneered and looked at Frisia, the corners of his mouth raised. Frisia, the emperor of the universe, is now hanging from a pillar like a dog. Humph! Frisia looked angry. At this time, he suddenly felt something in his heart and looked at the sky. Above the sky, a huge fireball was approaching the ground at a terrifying speed. This breath, Dad is here. He stared at the spaceship, and his heart became more and more uneasy. At this time, Lin Nan walked out of the manor. He looked at the sky and gave a smile. Next, you don't talk, the province ruins this interesting story. Lin Nan looked at Frisia and said. Then Frisia found out that he really couldn't make a sound. His eyes as he stared at Lin Nan were full of fear. He didn't know how Lin Nan did it at all. And Tenjin Island, Dandy, who had just inherited the celestial god throne, raised his head and looked at the sky in front of him. In front of his eyes, a giant spaceship was falling towards the earth. Bobo, Vic, they went back. As the god of the earth, Dandy felt that there was a terrifying and powerful evil aura on that spaceship, and that aura was even a little more powerful than Frisia on that nemesis. No, Vic is in the spirit time room. Bobo also felt the terrifying breath. I'll go call them. Good. Inside the spirit time and space room, Vic is panting and fighting with Mika Gohan. Although outside, only nearly a day has passed, but inside the spirit time space, Buick and Mika Gohan have been fighting for almost a year. Uncle Bike, your strength is already close to 200 million, which is the most suitable combat power you can achieve at present. Mika Gohan looked at Vic and dispersed the Super Saiyan state. When feeding Vic the moves, he found that his combat skills had also improved a lot. Uncle Bike, your combat skills are much stronger than Uncle Vic at my moment. Mika Gohan stared at Bike. Of course. Vic has put on his weight from scratch, and I am still better than you. Suddenly I am looking forward to seeing the teacher in my mouth. Mika Gohan put on the mask again, revealing only the upper half of his cheek. Uncle Bike, don't tell my dad about their identity. He is still a little worried that Goku will not be able to accept his son from the future. Okay. At this time, Bobo's voice sounded in the time and space room. Mr. Bike, a terrifying and evil invader has appeared on Earth, and the gods are looking for you. Hearing his words, Vic looked at Mika Gohan. there is an enemy coming, let's go out first. Good. Miko Gohan thought with a frown. He doesn't remember anyone invading Earth during this period. Is it Frisia and Kurd? He shook his head violently. According to his memory, Frisia should still be wandering in the universe at this time, at most he had just been rescued. But in the next second, he realized that the history of this time and space was different from his time and space. So, the other side, most likely the Kurdish king and Frisia. He chased after Vic and walked out of the spirit time and space house. Dandy was already waiting outside the time house, and he saw Vic and Miko Gohan with a serious expression. That spacecraft has entered Earth, and they seem to be searching for something. The other party's breath does not seem to be weaker than Frisia's. Hearing Dandy's words, Vic suddenly became excited. Isn't it weaker than Frisia? That's just right. At this time, he needs a real opponent to completely break out a strength war. Gohan, let's go and find each other. Yes. Vic took Miko Gohan and flew directly away from Tenjin Island. At this time, the Kurdish king's spaceship was searching for Frisia's whereabouts. King Frisia's signal signature has been detected. Passed. The slow-flying spaceship instantly increased its speed and rushed towards Boomer's estate. When the spacecraft stopped over the manor, through the equipment on the spacecraft, the Kurdish king clearly saw Frisia being suspended from a pillar. And on the side of Frisia, stood the cold and proud Vegeta and Lin Nan. Lin Nan looked like an ordinary Earthling, and the spaceship's identification system could not detect combat effectiveness from Lin Nan. Therefore, the Kurdish king's gaze was focused on Vegeta's body. Vegeta, this guy surprised me a little. Looking at the display on the screen, Vegeta's battle actually reached 10 million, which was really different from his impression of Vegeta. Go down. The Kurdish king got up and walked down the spacecraft. Vegeta, on the other hand, stared at the ship in the sky. He glanced at Lin Nan and saw that Lin Nan did not make the slightest movement, so he had to stand in place. The Kurdish king took several of his men and walked down from the spacecraft. He looked at Frisia, who was hanging from the pillar, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. Who gave you the courage? King Kurdish stared at Vegeta. In his opinion, this place must be dominated by Vegeta, so he directly found Vegeta. At the same time, the momentum on his body also pressed towards Vegeta. The terrifying momentum made the clothes on Vegeta's body completely soaked in just a few seconds. Vegeta, I have to admit that Frisia's vision is good. You waste material, you can grow to this point, but this is not the confidence of the most powerful race in the universe. The Kurdish king walked step by step towards Vegeta. The corners of his mouth raised. Although Vegeta had never met the Kurdish king, he had roughly guessed his identity by seeing his 90% resemblance to Frisia stage 2. And Frisia, who was hanging on the side, watched the Kurdish king find Vegeta as soon as he came, and he was suddenly anxious. The most terrifying thing here is obviously the Earthling-looking Earthling. But at this time, he could not make a sound, so he could only shake his body desperately, trying to pass the information to the Kurdish king. The Kurdish king noticed Frisia's movement and waved his hand. Frisia, wait a minute, Dad will come to save you after teaching this scion who doesn't know whether he is dead or alive. The Kurdish king looked proud. Hearing his words, Frisia desperate and no longer tried to convey any message. He had foreshadowed that soon his father would be hanging on his side. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 073. The Kurdish king was about to make a move on Vegeta. At this time, in the sky, 2 figures fell rapidly. Vic. Vegeta was stunned when he saw Bike. He could feel that Bike's entire temperament had changed dramatically. And the future Gohan behind Vic is looking at the scene. He saw Frisia hanging from the pillar with a look of surprise. And when he saw the Kurdish king, his eyes flashed coldly. Vegeta, who is this guy? Vic looked at the Kurdish king, his eyes full of fighting intent. And the Kurdish king also noticed Vic. After sensing that Vic was not only not weaker than him, but even faintly stronger, his expression suddenly became serious. "Come to my side, Bike, and leave this guy to you," Lin Nan said to Vic after waving at future Gohan. Miko Gohan looked at him, a little hesitant. He glanced at Vic and saw Vic nodding, and then walked towards Lin Nan. Looking at the future Gohan who came over, Lin Nan smiled. Vegeta stared at Vic and watched him walk towards the Kurdish king with a look of reluctance. Damn, this guy has surpassed me too. His idea of following Lin Nan's practice and becoming a Super Saiyan became stronger and stronger. No, I'm going to hurry. Vegeta watched the guy who followed Vic walk towards Lin Nan and decided to wait until the man left. He would go to Lin Nan. Lin Nan looked at the future Gohan. Gohan from time and space in the future. Lin Nan's voice fell, and future Gohan's body suddenly shook. Inside his body, a terrifying force immediately began to operate, and it would erupt at any time. I'm not malicious, don't be nervous. Lin Nan just waved his hand, and he looked at future Gohan. Tell me about the time and space where you came. Future Gohan was surprised to find that the strength in his body actually calmed down automatically after Lin Nan's words. Who the hell are you? Future Gohan stared at Lin Nan. I definitely don't have your existence in that time and space. He thought about the world he was in, and there was absolutely no existence of such a person as Lin Nan. After all, a casual word can calm down the energy in his body, such a terrifying power. If Lin Nan wants to strike at him, he will not even have a chance to fight back. Who I am, you don't care. Lin Nan just waved his hand, and he looked at future Gohan. Tell me about the situation in your world. Future Gohan sat next to Lin Nan, still wearing a mask, and began to tell the development of his world. At this time, Vic and the Kurdish king also fought together. Damn it! At this time, the Kurdish king was very depressed in his heart. Bike's appearance is not a Saiyan at first glance, so it cannot be a Super Saiyan as Frieza said. But now, Bike's strength is actually comparable to him. The Kurdish king was a little annoyed. Frieza, you bastard, actually pit me. The more the Kurdish king thought about it, the more angry he became, and during the battle, he cursed at Frieza. Frieza, who was restricted by Lin Nan, looked aggrieved. When the Kurdish king appeared, he wanted to warn him. But at that time, the Kurdish king, with a confident face, was still clamoring to teach Vegeta a lesson before he went to save him. Now after discovering that he could not help Bike, the Kurdish king threw all the responsibility to him again. Vic and the Kurdish king fought from the earth to the heavens, and from the heavens to the mountains. The difference in strength between the two is very small, so even if Vic has the upper hand, he cannot really win the Kurdish king. Why, such a weak planet, there will be a strong person like you. The Kurdish king stared at Bike, his eyes constantly twinkling. Who is your excellency? With your excellency's strength, you must not be an unknown person in the universe. However, Vic ignored his words and continued to frantically attack the Kurdish king. And Frieza was already desperate at this time. Bike, a weak man who used to be able to abolish his attack power with one blow, now has the strength to fight his father. His heart gradually wavered. Or did you agree? At this time, Lin Nan also listened to what future Gohan said. He found that it was indeed the same time and space where this future Gohan was located and the future time and space in Lin Nan's memory. But that's even more interesting. Lin Nan looked at Vic who was in a state of glue with King Kurdish, and looked at future Gohan. Do you mind helping me catch that guy? Well, if you help me finish it, I'll give you a gift soon. Lin Nan didn't say what kind of gift it was, and he just said it casually. Miko Gohan got up directly. Without asking what the gift was, he did not hesitate and stepped forward directly and rushed towards the battlefield of Vic and the Kurdish king. That kid went up too. Although Vegeta does not know the identity of Gohan in the future, he roughly guesses from the appearance of the other party's body that the other party should not be old. Why are you here? Discovering that Gohan entered the battlefield in the future, Vic frowned slightly. I can solve him. The gentleman asked me to help you. Future Gohan gestured to Lin Nan. He asked me to arrest this guy and said he would give me a gift. The teacher said to give you a gift. Hearing Future Gohan's words, Vic was startled and patted Future Gohan's shoulder. Seize this opportunity. Immediately afterwards, he directly withdrew from the battle and fell to Lin Nan's side. Changed someone? King Kurdish looked at Future Gohan, his face a little ugly. He felt that he was not being the object of training. The Kurdish king was furious. At this moment, on the body of Future Gohan, golden aura suddenly rose. The pale green pupils belonging to the Super Saiyan looked at the Kurdish king. Come on. Lin Nan and Vic were not surprised by the actions of Gohan in the future, and the two quietly looked at the mysterious Gohan and King Kurdish in the sky. And not far away, Frieza and Vegeta's eyes were wide. Frieza saw the transformation of Gohan in the future, and remembered when Goku transformed into Super Sai, and beat him to the extreme. Vegeta, on the other hand, was shocked. Originally, he was already very unwilling to be led by Goku to become a Super Saiyan, and now an inexplicable guy suddenly appeared, and he can actually transform into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan, when did it get so cheap? Vegeta's fists clenched and stared at the sky. And the future Gohan, who transforms into a Super Saiyan, against the Kurdish king, is basically unilateral tyranny. Ugh! Before the fight was 10 moves, the Kurdish king was already carried by the future Gohan and flew down. Fortunately, it is not insulting. Future Gohan looked at Lin Nandeo. Hang up and go. Lin Nan signaled Vegeta to come over and hang the Kurdish king next to Frieza. Before the Kurdish king could react at this time, he found that he had also been mentioned by Vegeta. Who are you and why are you able to transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta stared at Mika Gohan. But Mika Gohan didn't pay attention to him, but looked at Lin Nan. Don't worry, the gift will be given to you later. Vegeta saw that Gohan ignored him and had to hang the Kurdish king next to Frieza. Lin Nan walked over and looked at the father and son. That's right, a family, it must be neat. He imprisoned both the Frieza's father and son's language ability, and then looked at Vegeta. Seeing that you are doing well, come here. Lin Nan took Bike, Future Gohan, and Vegeta to another courtyard. The collection is a little exaggerated, there are still 3 chapters. I promise everyone that the 13 more, it will definitely be completed. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 074. Vegeta followed Lin Nan to the backyard. On the way, he has been staring at the future Gohan. For Gohan to be able to stay one step ahead of him and become a Super Saiyan in the future, Vegeta is very mustard. After coming to the other courtyard, Lin Nan looked at Vic and Vegeta. Vegeta, you want to transform into a Super Saiyan, don't you? Yes, my lord, I want to follow you and cultivate to become a legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta looked at Lin Nan with a look of expectation. To transform into a Super Saiyan, you first need to have a relatively stable heart to succeed. Lin Nan found that the S cells in Vegeta's body were actually enough to transform into a Super Saiyan. But he couldn't regain his sanity and maintain peace of mind after being angry, so he was unable to complete his first transformation. Teacher, leave it to me. Vic suddenly stepped forward and looked at Lin Nan. The task of teaching Vegeta to transform is left to me. Mika Gohan, on the other hand, clasped his hands to his chest and looked at Vegeta coldly. In his time, his impression of Vegeta, except for Vegeta's death in battle, only some memories of his childhood. And his relationship with Vegeta when he was a child was not very good. After all, Vegeta was once a Saiyan who invaded Earth, and then gradually became a sympathetic and friend with Goku. Okay. Lin Nan did not refuse. After all, the first Super Saiyan Wukong was transformed under Lin Nan's guidance. After that, he was not interested. In history, what will be recorded is only the first place, as for the second and third, they are just foils. Looking at the sudden change from Lin Nan to Bic, Vegeta was a little dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to say it. Frisia, who was so much stronger than him, was as powerless as a child in front of Lin Nan, and it was more suitable for him. Vegeta had to accept becoming Vic to guide him. Vic looked at Vegeta and stepped forward. Through a year of competition and communication with Gohan in the Spirit Time Room, he has roughly learned the prerequisite for transforming into a Super Saiyan anger. Only by making Vegeta angry, and then keeping him sane and in a state of relative peace, can he transform. So Vic came up and slapped Vegeta. He sneered and looked at Vegeta, "You trash, you still claim to be a Saiyan Prince, see no, whether it is Goku or him, you have become a Super Saiyan before you." Vegeta, who was slapped by Bike, was about to storm away, but he knew that at this time, he was not Bike's opponent at all. "Why, now I don't even have the courage to fight back." Bike's shrill voice appeared in Vegeta's ears again. "How proud you were when you first came to Earth, and how long did it take for you to become a bag?" Vic constantly stimulated Vegeta. Every word he said was to pick the part that Vegeta cared about the most, to despise him. Hearing that Vic actually treated Vegeta so viciously, Lin Nan was stunned. Just as Vegeta was still desperately enduring, K suddenly grabbed his clothes and grabbed him. "Waste, you still want to transform into a Super Saiyan? Ha ha ha, the next big deal." Vic held up Vegeta, "You are. Even the star of Vegeta has been covered, you who bears Vegeta's name, still have the face to live." Vegeta, who had been clenching her fists, was finally angry. Lin Nan looked at Vegeta's clenched fist, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. "What are you doing?" Boomer suddenly appeared on the side. She looked at Vic and Vegeta curiously. At this time, Vegeta's body had begun to tremble. "You have a kind, say it again." Vegeta's gritted teeth sounded. "Just say it, you trash." Vic sneered and looked at Vegeta. Vegeta finally couldn't hold back, and he began to launch a furious attack on Bike. Sure enough, the gap between the bloodlines is still very large. Lin Nan was paying attention to Vegeta's state the whole time. Anger, the concentration of S cells in his body is constantly increasing, and now, it is almost a critical point. Vegeta's combat effectiveness has not improved much. But outside his body, a faint golden flame had already appeared. It's still the last point. Seeing all this, Vic naturally knew that Vegeta had reached the most critical moment. Vic suddenly pulled over Miki Gohan, who was standing on the sidelines watching the battle. "See, such an unknown Saiyan became a Super Saiyan earlier than you, you say you, what face is saying that you are a Saiyan genius, Super Saiyan?" Ugh! On Vegeta's body, golden aura finally appeared. His eyes turned green and he stared at Bike. "You fellow!" Vegeta stared at Vic and attacked frantically. He did not realize that he had unknowingly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Enough! Lin Nan's body suddenly appeared between the two. An invisible momentum made Vegeta's body freeze. Although it is still in the state of Super 1, it cannot take a step. "Lin! Mr. Lin Nan! Why are you blocking me?" The angry Vegeta had only one simple thought at this time, and that was to kill Bike. "Feel the power in you." Lin Nan dissipated that layer of power and looked at Vegeta and Bike. "If you tear down this house, I will tear you all down." Seeing Lin Nan's non-joking words, Vegeta froze. Vic had no idea of fighting Vegeta to the death. He walked over to Mika Gohan's side. "My power." Vegeta only discovered at this time that a golden flame of light had risen on his body, I don't know when. "Remember this feeling, next time, no one will be helping you." After Lin Nan finished speaking, he did not go to see Vegeta, but walked outside the house. Boomer hurriedly followed. "Mr. Lin Nan, isn't that guy in the yard the bad guy in that mising?" "There's another one, is it an alien?" "Yes, they are father and son. After solving Vegeta's problem, Lin Nan walked towards the courtyard where Frisia was. And seeing his arrival, Frisia began to shake his body wildly. Do you have something to say? Lin Nan looked at Frisia. Frisia nodded quickly. Okay, you say, I'll listen. After Frisia regained his ability to speak, he looked at Lin Nan cautiously. I agreed to your previous proposal, and I am willing to become your servant. Oh, want to open? Lin Nan snapped his fingers, and Frisia's body fell from the pillar, and the energy in his body was instantly restored. Of course, it is Frisia's honor that the adults are so powerful and can serve them. Frisia lowered his head and said words of submission, but there was a hint of cruelty in his eyes. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 075. Lin Nan did not go to see Frisia, although Frisia said soft words at this time, but Lin Nan knew that he could not surrender so easily. After all, Frisia is the ultimate evil in the world, but he doesn't care. In the face of invincible strength, all intrigues and tricks are jumping beam clowns. Since you have surrendered, Frisia, from now on, you will be my servant. Your first task, to persuade your father, to be as obedient as you are. Yes. Frisia raised his head, but at this time, there was no trace of unwillingness in his eyes, as if he had really surrendered. Lin Nan, I made a cake, I came to you just now, I wanted you to taste it, but you are not there, do you want to try it? Yes. Lin Nan nodded and followed Boomer towards the restaurant. Frisia, on the other hand, went to his father, the Kurdish king. Father, shall we have a good talk? I speak, and you nod your head in agreement. Shake your head if you disagree. Frisia began communicating with his father, King Kurdish. At this time, Gaku walked out of his house. Gohan, you stay at home and stay with your mother for a while, Dad went to practice with the teacher. Okay, Dad, don't worry. Gohan and Kiki stood in the doorway, watching Gaku fly up and in the direction of Boomer's house. I don't know if that guy Vegeta made it. When Gaku was flying, he clasped his hands in front of his chest, still thinking about whether Vegeta had successfully worshipped Lin Nan. He didn't have much dislike for Vegeta. He was happy to have opponents like Vegeta, constantly chasing him. I hope he can succeed, so that I can compete with him in the future. The thought of having an opponent who could also transform into a Super Saiyan made Gaku a little excited. He did not notice that at this time, above him, there was a small drone, following him. In a laboratory deep in the mountains, Dr. Grohl looks at Gaku flying in the air on the big screen in front of him. Monkey King, long time no see. Dr. Gro stared at Gaku, a cold glow appeared in his eyes. I've been planning all this since you were a child, and now, the time is finally ripe. He looked behind him. An artificial human who looked like a fat man walked over. He's in this position now, go grab his energy, solve him. Yes. After receiving Dr. Gro's order, Cyborg 19 walked towards the outside of the base. He carries a camera and microphone that can transmit data at any time, which can transmit information in real time. Gaku, who is flying, does not know that someone with malicious intentions towards him is ready to attack him. He's still flying. A few minutes later he suddenly found that he was on his way. A figure appeared. Monkey King. Cyborg 19 opened his eyes when he saw Sun Wukong. Well? Who are you and how did you meet? Gaku stared at number 19, thinking. He found that he didn't seem to know number 19. I've always known you, and I appeared to kill you. Number 19 smiled grimly and suddenly rushed towards Gaku. Oh? Good to go. When Gaku saw the other party attack, not only did he not have a trace of dissatisfaction, but he was excited. He also forgot that he was going to find Lin Nan, and fought all the way with the 19th, and he hit the barren mountains and mountains. Your strength is not very strong. As soon as Gaku and number 19 clashed, he found that no 19's strength was not strong, and even it was only not much stronger than the normal him. Hehe, your strength, you want to defeat me, but it's a little difficult. Gaku looked at Cyborg 19 and said with a smile. Hey. Cyborg 19 suddenly pounced on Gaku and grabbed Goku's arm with both hands. Oh, are you going to test my strength with me? When Gaku saw no 19's action, he immediately puffed up, took out the strongest strength, and began to compete with number 19 for strength. You've hit the mark. Number 19 suddenly looked at Gaku and said. On his hand, there was a sudden suction force. Under the action of this suction force, the chi on Goku's body is constantly flowing like a lake that bursts its banks. What's going on? Gaku looked at number 19. He felt that the energy in no 19's body was constantly improving. Can you absorb my power? Gaku stared at number 19 and jerked his hand, trying to break free of his palm. But at this time, number 19, his hands were like suction cups, sucking tightly on Goku's hands. Oops, the gas is constantly flowing. Gaku suddenly felt that there was a trace of abnormality in his body. In his chest, there was a feeling of oppression. Dr. Gro, who was in the base, saw the situation in the picture and smiled proudly. Sun Wukong, how about my specially customized attack method for you, isn't it very comfortable, ha ha ha. Do you feel a tightness in your chest and a feeling of suffocation? Ha ha ha. Dr. Gro picked up the microphone with murderous eyes. Number 19, don't delay, kill him directly. 19, who received the order, let out a harsh smile. His hands were still holding Gaku, but his eyes were gradually turning red. Oops. Seeing the eyes of the 19th, Gaku knew that this must be a means of attack. Damn guys! Outside Goku's body, a golden aura suddenly appeared. He transforms into a Super Saiyan, and at the same time, his arm jerks and throws off 19's arms. And at the same time that he threw away his arms and moved his body backwards, 2 rays of light passed in front of him, directly piercing 2 small holes in the ground. He actually escaped. Dr. Gro looked at Gaku at this time with a surprised expression. Analyze the state of Monkey King at this time. In front of him, on the computer, the analysis of Goku's data began to appear. At this time, Gaku gasped violently, and the pressure on his chest became more and more serious. Number 19, he is the end of the strong crossbow, kill him. Number 19 once again rushed towards Gaku. The energy fluctuations in his body began to explode in an instant. Just now absorbing chi from Goku's body and being converted into energy, it was driven by 19. I didn't expect it, Sun Wukong, to die under his own energy. Number 19 walked towards Gaku, who had already begun to cover his chest. Because the energy was withdrawn by the 19th, the energy cycle in his body was destroyed, and in addition to the forced transformation into a super race, it brought a huge burden to the body, and Gaku at this time was in mortal danger. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 076. Number 19 walked towards Gaku. At this time, the breath on Goku's body was constantly falling. He covered his chest and looked at number 19, his eyes full of anger. It looks like you're going to die. Number 19's hand reached out to Gaku. As long as his hand touches Goku's body, he doesn't need to release energy at all, as long as he is absorbing a part of Goku's chi. Gaku will be crushed to death by his own body. And just when no 19's hand was about to touch his body, a figure suddenly appeared behind Gaku. Kakarot. With one kick, Vegeta kicked number 19 away. Time goes back 3 minutes. Lin Nan, who was eating cake with Boomer, suddenly frowned. Boomer, who had been secretly observing him, noticed his abnormality and quickly asked, "What's wrong, is the cake not to your liking?" "No, suddenly something happened. I'll deal with it, give me 2 seconds. Lin Nan smiled at Boomer, his lips moving slightly. His voice clearly appeared in the ears of Vegeta, who was still in shock. Yes. After Vegeta heard Lin Nan's words, without saying a word, he walked out of the courtyard and rushed out directly. And with Lin Nan's guidance, it only took him less than 3 minutes to see Sun Wukong and number 19. Vegeta. Goku was relieved to see Vegeta arrive, but at this time, he still covered his chest with a tormented face. You hold on. Vegeta lifted Goku. This time to save Wukong was personally ordered by Lin Nan, and Vegeta didn't want anything to go wrong. He glanced coldly at number 19. If it was according to his own personality, at this time, he would definitely choose to fight with the 19th and test his Super Saiyan strength. But now he wants to save Goku, so he can only let go of this thought. Next time, I'll come to you again. Vegeta picked up Goku and flew towards Boomer's manor. He remembered that the Kurdish king's spaceship was still parked in the empty flat of the manor, and on the spaceship, there was a healing instrument. Presumably, even if the healing device can't cure it, it can alleviate Goku's situation. Of course, it was because Lin Nan was there that he made this decision. He thought, Lin Nan, it is impossible to let Wukong die. When Vegeta watched Goku, who had fallen into a coma, return to the manor, the future Gohan wearing a mask slammed in front of him. You're right, Dad. What did Mr. Goku do? Get out of the way. Vegeta carried Goku and sped towards the Kurdish ship. Gohan. Just as Miko Gohan was about to storm away and attack Vegeta, a pair of green hands stopped him. The teacher is here, what tricks Vegeta has. He looked at future Gohan. If Vegeta really wants to be bad for Goku, he will definitely not come back here with Goku. And Vegeta suddenly looked at Gohan in the future. Have you forgotten how you told me about your Goku in that time and space fell? You mean? Miko Gohan's face suddenly changed, viral heart disease. At this time, Vegeta walked down from the Kurdish king's spaceship expressionlessly. Guy in the way, go away. Although he transformed into Super Sai at that time with the help of Vic, Vegeta's heart was still haunted by the thought of what Vic said to him. What just happened? Boomer looked at Lin Nan with a curious expression. At this time, Lin Nan was tasting the cake made by Boomer. Goku was almost killed just now. I asked Vegeta to rescue him. Hey! Boomer looked at Lin Nan, is that Wukong dead? She still has a good relationship with Goku. It's definitely not dead, although it's just my named disciple, but how can a cat or dog hurt him? Go and see. Lin Nan finished eating all the cakes, got up, and walked out with Boomer. At this time, 19 was walking around many times between the mountains, making sure that no one was following, and then returned to Dr. Gross base. Doctor, failed. Number 19 bowed his head and waited for Dr. Gro's reprimand. I don't blame you this time. Dr. Gro looked ahead darkly. At this time, on his screen, a picture of Vegeta appeared. This guy, called Vegeta, is an alien, isn't he an opponent with Monkey King? Why did he suddenly appear and save Sun Wukong? Dr. Gro looked puzzled. Include Vegeta in the enemy capture series. Dr. Gro's hand raced on the keyboard. Rows of codes flew by. Vegeta, add another Vegeta, humph, next time, it will definitely not let you escape. Dr. Gro looked behind him. At this time, in addition to the 3 innermost refrigerated compartments, there is also a cabin in the middle. Do you want to let the 16th also recover? He hesitated. When the 16th was originally manufactured, the purpose of the setting was to kill the Monkey King. However, when the 16th was made, a piece of code was mutated, causing all the other content to become a special code of unknown meaning except for the core task of killing the Monkey King. No, number 16 and number 17 and number 18 lying inside are full of set of uncertainty. Eventually, Dr. Groh dismissed the idea of awakening another artificial human. In that case, then I can only go out in person. He looked at number 19, when the time comes, you deal with Vegeta, and I deal with Monkey King. Yes. Just as Dr. Gro gave the order to number 19, a man's face suddenly appeared on the screen in front of him. Hello, Dr. Gro. Lin Nan looked at Dr. Gro on the other end of the screen and showed a smile. Who are you? Lin Nan's sudden appearance made Dr. Gro stunned, and then his hand quickly tapped on the keyboard. Don't waste your effort, I didn't hack into your computer through computer technology. Lin Nan looked at Dr. Gro. With a light smile on his face, today, your subordinates attacked my disciple, causing him to have a heart attack and almost die, so I will come and tell you. Your nightmare has begun. Lin Nan's figure gradually blurred. Everything that happened, when Wukong recovers, he will find you to escape back to today's scene. Hopefully, Dr. Gro will not be stage frightened when the time comes. 13 chapters have been updated, sure enough, I didn't write well, hey, 1,000 songs failed to make an impact. But don't worry, I will continue to write, and please continue to support. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 077. Damn thing. Dr. Grohl looked at the screen that had been restored again, his eyes darkened. 19th, is there a record? I'm sorry Dr. Gro, the recording equipment is faulty and can't record the other party's information. Number 19 stands on one side, like a sculpture. It doesn't matter if there is no record, that person said that Sun Wukong is his disciple? It seems that we still have omissions in the growth of the Monkey King. Dr. Grohl looked at a folder on the screen. Inside, is Goku's growth trajectory. Some things that even Goku did not notice were recorded by Dr. Gro. The super divine water that Sun Wukong guy drank will increase the burden on his heart. This time, you activated his viral heart disease. With the current technology of the earth, it is impossible to treat him. And that guy calls himself his teacher, then it will definitely be at Sun Wukong. A weird smile appeared on Dr. Gro's face. Let's go, number 19, let the world feel the fear we bring first. Go and see again, that guy lost his disciple. Ha ha ha. He took the number 19 and walked towards the outside of the base. And he didn't notice that when he left, in the refrigerated cabin behind him, 2 artificial humans opened their eyes. At this time, Lin Nan and Bauma, Vegeta, Bike, and future Gohan all arrived in King Kurd's spaceship. Looking at Goku lying in the treatment compartment, future Gohan was a little anxious. And Vegeta still had a cold and proud face, but his eyes were as concerned as Bike's. Therapeutic machines can't treat. Vegeta was a little helpless. I can only stabilize his condition and not let his state deteriorate. This viral heart disease, very strange, repairs the heart, and it is useless. Boomer stood aside, she had fully understood the principle of action in this treatment chamber. This is the sequel of Goku drinking the super god water when he was a child. Lin Nan said lightly. When he was a child, in order to defeat his enemies, Goku drank the super god water, which stimulated his potential while leaving hidden dangers in his heart. And Dr. Gro, since he was destroyed by Goku of the Red Ribbon Legion, has been investigating Goku's situation. He must have discovered the hidden danger of Goku's body from the super god water, which made 19 take action, and in this way, induced Goku's viral heart disease. With the technology of the Earth, even after more than 10 years, it is impossible to develop a drug that can solve this pathology. Future Gohan sighed, even in his time, there was still no way to deal with Goku's illness. Phew. Goku in the treatment chamber opened his eyes with difficulty, looking a little tired. He's awake. Looking at the current state, the condition should be stable. Boomer walked to Lin Nan's side. If you want to treat him, it is estimated that you need to go to the universe to find a planet with highly developed technology. It's useless. Vegeta shook his head. Frisia's forces have touched 70% of the universe, and they use the most advanced technology. The healing chamber on this spaceship can't save Kakarot, even in the universe. Vegeta looked at Goku. Kakarot, it seems that your way is here. Why are you like this? Mika Gohan was suddenly annoyed. He stared at Vegeta, his eyes full of anger. Goku was like this. Vegeta was still talking about the wind. If it weren't for the spaceship, he would definitely have a battle with Vegeta. You all be quiet, Vic said suddenly. He glanced coldly at Vegeta and future Gohan, and then looked at Lin Nan. Teacher, you must have a way, please save Goku. Vic's words made the rest of the people look at Lin Nan. They couldn't believe it. After all, Lin Nan's strength was very strong, but strong strength did not mean that medical skills were also powerful. Lin Nan just smiled. He looked at Buick. How do you think I have a way? The teacher is omnipotent. Vic looked at Lin Nan with a face full of confidence. In his heart, Lin Nan was already an omnipotent existence. Boomer also nodded in agreement. Yes, I also think that Mr. Lin Nan can save Wukong. As for Vegeta and Mika Gohan, they stood silent. My lord, my father agreed, and he is also willing to be your servant. Suddenly, Frieza ran in from outside the spaceship and shouted at Lin Nan. When he walked in, he saw that everyone except Lin Nan was looking at him. What's wrong? Frieza didn't know what was going on, confused. Okay, you take your father to clean up a few yards in Boomer Manor, and clean up all the fallen leaves and everything. Remember, don't cause damage, you know. Lin Nan didn't look at Frieza, waved his hand and said. Yes. Looking at Frieza, who was retreating, Mika Gohan couldn't believe it. The one just now. Is it Frieza? He. Cleaning the yard? Although for the future Gohan at this time, Frieza is nothing anymore. But he still remembered the fear Frieza brought him when he was a child, when he was at name Nemesis. Yes, what's the problem? Lin Nan glanced at him with a smile. This guy Frieza, the efficiency of cleaning the yard must be very fast, after all, he has an extra tail. Saying that, Lin Nan walked to the treatment compartment and directly opened the hatch. Lin Nan, no. Boomer wanted to stop Lin Nan, but he had already eaten it. Oops, it was hard to stabilize Goku's condition, and now, it is going to deteriorate again. Although she believed that Lin Nan could treat Wukong, she felt that Lin Nan must be prepared. After all, Wukong was not a cold and fever. Come out. Lin Nan carried Wukong and directly pulled him out of the treatment chamber. As for Goku's viral heart disease, Lin Nan stretched out his hand and carried him, and a trace of energy swam through Wukong's body, and it was directly healed. Okay, cured. Lin Nan put Wukong on the ground. Okay. Everyone present was stunned. Even Bic, who believed that Lin Nan could cure Wukong from beginning to end, was surprised. After all, Lin Nan just mentioned Wukong, and the viral heart disease that Earth technology, even the treatment technology of spacemen who had been ahead of the Earth for countless years, could not be solved, was cured? Hey! Just now in the treatment warehouse, Wukong, who was still dying, instantly became alive. Strong heart, thank you teacher. Goku looked at Goku with a happy face. Okay. Lin Nan waved his hand. Those two artificial humans have now begun to destroy in the city. Wukong, this is your historical legacy, you and they go to solve those two guys. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 078. Number 19 took the initiative to launch an attack on Goku. I won't give you a chance to get close. Goku stared at number 19 and distanced himself from him. Thinking that not long ago, after his hands were caught by number 19, the chi in his body would actually be sucked away, Goku was afraid of number 19. Looking at Goku, who took the initiative to distance himself from number 19, Dr. Gro not only did not have the slightest panic, but instead sneered. The battle plan succeeded. After Gaku and 19 distanced themselves, outside his body, golden flames of light instantly enveloped his body. Is this a transformation? Vegeta in the city and Vic and future Gohan above the city all felt Goku's transformation and were all surprised. Very good. Number 19 saw Gaku open the distance and chased after him unhurriedly. Humph, it seems that your speed is not very fast. After Gaku found out that 19 did not catch up with him, the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Since you can't catch up with me, then I'm not welcome. His hands were on his waist, and his expression was solemn. Seeing Goku's posture, number 19's eyes suddenly moved. Here it is. And Dr. Gro's face not only did not have the slightest nervousness, but also had a bit of expectation. Turtle sect Kigong wave. Gaku roared, and a pillar of light shot out of his hand and headed towards number 19. Here it comes. Number 19's pupils lit up instantly, and he raised his arm. On his palm, a device glowing with red light directly absorbed the turtle school Kigong released by Wukong. Hehe, son Wukong, you have long calculated your way of fighting, you are finished. Number 19 sneered and looked at Gaku. After absorbing Goku's energy, his strength suddenly skyrocketed. In just an instant, number 19 rushed in front of Gaku. Sure enough, the energy reaction of the Monkey King who was absorbed decreased and the energy of the 19th was enhanced. Dr. Gro looked excited. As long as he can continue to absorb energy, the 19th will definitely be able to defeat Sun Wukong. At this time, Vic and future Gohan also arrived above the position where Gaku and number 19 were fighting. Who are they? Mika Gohan stared at Dr. Gro and number 19 below, his brows furrowed. They're not artificial humans as you say. Vic was stunned when he heard Gohan's question from the future. They're not. Mika Gohan looked at number 19 and Dr. Gro, his expression full of doubts. He didn't know these two artificial people. What's the situation with that guy Gaku? Vic looked at the bound Gaku, and his brows suddenly furrowed. At this time, Gaku twisted with the 10th who fought against the 19th. I can also see that Dad seems to have some concerns, and he didn't use his strength at all. Yes. Vic and Gohan were a little puzzled. They saw Gaku fighting 19, 80% of them, all dodging. The remaining 20%, as soon as he touched the points, did not dare to compete with the 19th for a long time. Dad seems afraid to contact that guy. I saw the contradiction in Goku's movements. Moreover, he tried to use Kigong waves several times, but he forcibly stopped. What's wrong with this? Future Gohan didn't think about the identities of these two artificial humans for the time being. He looked at Gaku, who was restrained, and rushed straight up. I'll help you. He stood beside Gaku and met number 19. Another one to die. Since the 19th suppressed Gaku, his confidence exploded, and he didn't feel sorry at all when he saw Gohan join in the future. Kill. In the future, Gohan's personality will not be like Gaku at this time. In that era, he fought with other artificial humans, so his shooting style was more ruthless. It was a transformation into a super race, and he didn't care about fighting with number 19. This chaotic entry of Gohan in the future, the shortcomings of the 19th were immediately exposed. His strength is not strong, he is mainly because of the characteristics of absorbing energy, he can fight Gaku Rat. Got you. Although he was suppressed by future Gohan, he never gave up, and taking advantage of future Gohan's carelessness, he grabbed the two hands of future Gohan. Hey, you're... In his hand, the energy absorption device began to operate, and began to frantically absorb the energy of future Gohan. So it is. Feeling the suction from the 19th hand and the energy flowing through his body, Gohan knows why Gaku fights so hard. Suck my energy, okay, I'll let you suck enough. Gohan roared, and the energy on his body directly gushed out and rushed towards the body of number 19. Number 19 was suddenly stunned. He never imagined that someone would take the initiative to instill energy into him. Damn it! Dr. Gro instantly understood Gohan's intentions. He also rushed forward, trying to break the connection between Gohan and number 19. At this time, Gaku suddenly blocked in front of him. So it is. Gaku suddenly smiled. Just now, the reason why he did not dare to fight with number 19 was because he had suffered a loss from number 19 before, so he would throw a rat in his heart. But now, with Mika Gohan's shot, he already knows roughly how to deal with artificial humans. Your opponent is me. Since the 19th has been matched by the future Gohan, then he will face Dr. Gro. Number 19 only felt that the energy was surging more and more, becoming more and more furious. Not good. Suddenly, on his arm, the energy-absorbing device could not withstand this terrifying energy. A puff of blue smoke came out. The energy extraction device on hand 19 failed. Don't suck it. Mika Gohan's hand suddenly squeezed 19's arm. You trash. In the hands of future Gohan, energy flashed. The two arms of number 19 exploded directly under his hands. Number 19. Dr. Gro's expression changed suddenly. The 19th is going to be finished. Mika Gohan did not hesitate and continued to attack after destroying 19's arm. The body of number 19 was soon enveloped by an explosion. This artificial human, too weak. Mika Gohan carried number 19's head and threw it at Dr. Gro's feet. He stared at Dr. Gro. Isn't your strength going to be a little stronger? Dr. Gro stared at Gohan Mika with a bit of fear in his eyes. The information of future Gohan does not exist at all in his database, but his strength is not inferior to that of Sun Wukong. Even, his shots are more sophisticated and ruthless than Gaku. Damn, Kakarot, I said how I couldn't find the remaining artificial human, it turned out to be here with you guy. Vegeta's angry voice suddenly came from one side. Immediately afterwards, the golden aura on his body flashed. And his body rushed directly towards Gaku. Maybe I wrote too much yesterday, or it may be too far from the expected value, and today my head is groggy, and it is difficult to concentrate. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 079. Vegeta, what are you going to do? Gaku was also confused by Vegeta's sudden attack. Kakarot, let's say one by one. You solved one, and you didn't even let go of the other. Moreover, you found another artificial human and didn't notify me. Unforgivable. Vegeta roared and launched an attack on Gaku. And when Gohan saw this scene, he was immediately angry. He rushed straight up and attacked Vegeta. Vic was in a difficult situation. Vegeta attacks Gaku, future Gohan attacks Vegeta, and Gaku is passive defense. The three of them made a pot of porridge for a while. Lin Nan, who was still in the boomer manner, saw this scene and shook his head speechlessly. Vegeta's purest evil transformation Scion seems to be more likely to lose control, but relatively speaking, the strength is also a little stronger. After fighting Gaku without 5 moves, Vegeta gave up and continued to attack Gaku. His attention turned to Mika Gohan. Originally, he and future Gohan had gone head-to-head before, and both of them had mustard in their hearts. Now, with this opportunity, Vegeta certainly won't let it go. He immediately abandoned Gaku and rushed towards the future Gohan. On the side, Dr. Gro was already ready to escape. The fall of the 19th made him know that he could not be the opponent of the 3 people in front of him. How did this group of guys suddenly become so powerful? Dr. Gro's eyes were gloomy, and at the same time, the brains inside his body began to frantically plan various ways to escape. At this time, Mika Gohan and Vegeta also fought real fire. Originally, Gohan's strength in the future was slightly stronger than Vegeta's, but in the battle with number 19 just now, he was sucked out of some of his chi, so at this time, his true strength was even much lower than Vegeta. Vegeta, you stop first. Vegeta gives up attacking Goku, and Goku rushes into the battle between Gohan and Vegeta in the future. Shouldn't we eliminate artificial humans now? Vegeta, you stop first. And this Mr. Mask, you also stop first. Goku wanted to mediate between Vegeta and Gohan, but at this time, both had already shot real fire, and the moment Goku intervened, the two actually joined forces to attack Goku. Goku, be careful. Vic didn't expect that Gohan and Vegeta would fight so crazy in the future. Seeing Goku in crisis, he looked helpless, and he also fell into the battle. Haha, 4 idiots, you guys fight. Dr. Gro saw Vegeta Goku and they became a mess, dispersing the mind to leave immediately. Instead, he now hopes that Goku and they can defeat each other and let him pick up a victory for nothing. The battle between Vegeta and Miko Gohan is suddenly chaotic. Vegeta punched Vic in the face, making Vic, who had just joined the battle, and persuaded him stunned. And in the future, Gohan and Goku are also handy. Because Goku didn't know Goku, he only wanted to separate Gohan and Vegeta from Miko at this time, and as a result, he was also kicked from the rear by Vegeta. Caught off guard, the corners of his mouth directly spilled blood. Seeing that Goku was injured, this time, Gohan was red-eyed in the future. Oops! Vic, who was stunned, also noticed the strange appearance of Gohan in the future. Vegeta, you still don't stop! He shouted at Gohan while holding Goku. But Vegeta just sneered, not only did not stop, but attacked more fiercely. Stinky boy! I saw that you were very upset at the beginning of the fight, come on, let the Saiyan Prince teach you to be a man. Vegeta laughed maniacally and rushed towards Miko Gohan. You trash, also the Saiyan Prince. Gohan looked disdainful, Vegeta star has been destroyed, and you still call yourself the Saiyan Prince. It's really laughing at me. The two fought together in the air. Vic is holding Goku, on the other hand. Goku, are you alright? I'm okay. Goku looked at Gohan and Vegeta with a worried expression. What if they fight like this and lose both? Wait until you go up and help him, you must stop Vegeta, that crazy man. Vic was also very dissatisfied with Vegeta at this time. If it weren't for Goku's injury just now, he would definitely have gone straight up to help future Gohan deal with Vegeta. Humph, eat lousy a blow. Vegeta yelled and launched a furious attack on Miko Gohan. His hands took turns throwing out the energy pill at future Gohan. Humph, turtle pie Kigong. Gohan did not hesitate, and directly hit Vegeta with a turtle school Kigong. The energy of the two collided in the air and exploded violently. Mushroom clouds, rising from the sky. What a terrifying power! Dr. Gro's complexion changed. From the aftermath of the explosion, his intellectual brain captured the energy reaction in the air, and suddenly the whole person was not good. In addition to the fact that the data of Gohan in the future does not exist in the first place, whether it is Goku or Vic or Vegeta, it is far from the data in his database. No, update the database. As a scientific and technological person, Dr. Gro naturally knows what a crisis it will bring once the database falls behind. After escaping, he must collect the latest information, otherwise, he is too passive. He glanced at the sky and was already preparing to evacuate. Because, although he can basically see that Gohan and Vegeta will definitely lose both in the future, there are also Goku and Bike. The withdrawal of these two from the battle is the worst news for Dr. Gro. Find a way to withdraw. Dr. Gro began to calculate the situation around the 4 weeks, and he began to calculate the best departure route. Vic looked at the sky, and by this time, Miko Gohan had fallen into the downwind. I'll go up and help him. After Vic saw that Goku was fine, he immediately got up and flew towards the sky. His addition made Vegeta a little angry. Bike, you actually want to help him? He stared at Bike. Who the hell is this little ghost? Is he alright? It's okay. Future Gohan saw Big coming over and quickly asked about Goku's situation, and only after learning that there was nothing happened, he was relieved. And Vegeta's brows were also furrowed at this time. He stared at Mika Gohan. Cares so much about Kakarot, this guy, must have something to do with Kakarot. Uncle Vic, let's clean up this proud fool together. Gohan said to Vic after taking a breath of relief. Good. Vic directly took off his clothes, threw them aside, and stared at Vegeta. I look at this guy, I'm also very upset. Underscore. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 080. With the joining forces of Vic and future Gohan, Vegeta's arrogance was instantly suppressed. Because of the 1-year cultivation in the spiritual time and space house, the cooperation between Vic and future Gohan is very tacit. Damn, these 2 guys joining forces can be tougher than facing 4 people at the same time. After gross intellectual brain captures the movements of Vic and Mika Gohan, it immediately supplements and analyzes the database. Whenever the brain analyzes a weakness, it finds that another person will immediately fill in the weakness. The cooperation between the 2, for a while, the wisdom brain was actually unable to analyze the weakness. Damn, how so? After looking at the escape route planned by the brain, Gero began to move carefully. At this time, Goku's attention has been completely attracted by the battle of the 3 people in the sky. Vic and that mysterious man have a good understanding. Goku couldn't help but sigh in admiration when he watched the combination of Vic and future Gohan. And Vegeta was already suppressed at this time and could not fight back. I'm right, Vegeta, you're a trash. Mika Gohan said to Vegeta with a sneer. Humph, what is it that the 2 of you join forces to deal with me? Vegeta wiped the scars on his face and looked at Vic with hatred. If it weren't for Bike's mess, by now, he would have fiercely cleaned up the future Gohan. Then why don't you say that he had a big battle with an artificial human before, and the gas consumption was serious? Vic responded coldly to Vegeta. He and Mika Gohan once again rushed towards Vegeta. By this time, Gero had quietly escaped from the core of the battle. This time, thanks to that guy Vegeta, otherwise I would have been finished this time. Dr. Gro was relieved after escaping the city. He glanced at the city that was still constantly hearing the aftermath of the battle, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Fight, fight, wait until I finish transforming those 2 guys, by then, all of you will die. He quickly fled the area and began to return to his research room. In the city, Vegeta is finally unable to join forces with Vic Mika Gohan and is shot down by Gohan's blow. Looking at Vegeta, who was lying in the deep pit to return to normal, Mika Gohan sneered and fell. Vegeta, Scion Prince, that's it. Vegeta is furious, but Gohan and Vic fall almost at the same time, making him abandon his intention to continue attacking. And at this time, Goku also came to Bike's side. Bike, have you trained with him for a long time? You have a good understanding. Goku looked at Vic and future Gohan with excitement. Let's try it out if we don't find a time. Looking at Goku, Vic looked helpless and looked at the future Gohan. Okay, let's find a time to try it out. Suddenly, his face changed, and he looked at where Dr. Gero was. Why is that artificial man missing? Vic also looked over. At this time, on the floor, the 19th was still there, but the figure of Gro was missing. Goku, did you solve him? No, I was watching the battle just now. Goku scratched his head, his face slightly embarrassed. Kakarot, you idiot! Vegeta, who stood up from the pit, looked around and saw that there was no trace of artificial humans, and his face suddenly changed. I don't know which guy came up and attacked us indiscriminately. Hearing Vegeta say Goku, future Gohan immediately sneered back. You! Vegeta wanted to fight back, but seeing Mika Gohan's cold eyes, he withdrew his words. At this time, he became a little jealous of the future Gohan. However, he also had some doubts in his heart. Because Gohan's performance just now seems to have a very big connection with Goku. Cares so much about Kakarot, or Sion, unless it is Kakarot's immediate family. He called Bick to be Uncle Bick. Vegeta stared at Mika Gohan, feeling that the guy was becoming more and more suspicious. There must be something I didn't notice. But at this time, Goku and Vic future Gohan did not pay attention to him, but began to search to see if they could find Dr. Gro. But they were doomed to disappointment. He really escaped. In the future, Gohan's face became very ugly. By the way, Goku, you just said that these two artificial people are not the ones you know? Yes, it's not. Mika Gohan looked at Head 19 on the ground. These two artificial humans are too weak. And they actually have to rely on absorbing the energy of others to enhance their strength. Mika Gohan frowned. The two artificial humans I mentioned have unlimited energy, and I told you this, even if they fight for a day and a night, they will not have the slightest fatigue. Moreover, they are two artificial people who look like a man and a woman, not like this. Hearing his words, Vic raised his head. It seems that this matter needs to be asked by the teacher, he definitely knows. Yes, let's go back and ask the teacher. And just as Goku and Vic were about to go back, Vegeta suddenly realized something. He looked at the back of Gohan in the future, and suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, "Gohan, you are Gohan, right?" Future Gohan, who was preparing to take off, froze. Goku, on the other hand, turned his head in confusion and looked at Vegeta. "Gohan? Where is Gohan?" He looked around and didn't see Gohan's figure. Vic looked a little more serious. "Judging from how much you care about Kakarot and how familiar you are with Bike, it can only be Gohan, and only Gohan is in line with your performance." Vegeta sneered, "Take off your mask." Hearing his words, Goku was suddenly stunned. He only reacted at this time, and Vegeta was actually talking about Mika Gohan with a mask. Vic was silent. He didn't expect that Gohan's identity would actually be discovered by Vegeta. "You're right, it's me." Mika Gohan ripped off the mask on his face. Although his face was full of wounds, he could still vaguely see that he had a somewhat similar face to Goku. "What's going on?" Goku looked at this young man who looked like Gohan but was obviously not in line with Goku's understanding of Gohan with a puzzled expression. "Let's go back and talk about this matter." Vic walked up and patted Goku on the shoulder, pulling him and Gohan to the sky. And Vegeta followed the three. Soon, they returned to the manor. As soon as the four of them lowered their bodies, they saw Frieza and the Kurdish king standing in the courtyard. "Back." Frieza looked at Vegeta and them with a look of schadenfreude. "Vegeta, good luck, Yan Yan." Vegeta was confused, he didn't know what Frieza meant by this expression. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 081. When Vegeta, Bike, Goku, and future Gohan walked into the room, they saw that Lin Nan was sitting in his seat. When the four people walked into the room, they felt that the temperature of the entire space instantly dropped to a level that their bodies could not bear. Vic and Mika Gohan's faces changed. Both bowed their heads. Vegeta and Goku, on the other hand, are a little unclear. Especially Wukong, who actually raised his head and looked at Lin Nan. "Teacher, is the air conditioner turned on too low? Do you want me to help you repair the air conditioner? It's so cold, it's not good for your health." This fool! Hearing Goku's words, Vic looked helpless. Mika Gohan, on the other hand, was anxious. Even Vegeta threw a roll of his eyes at Goku. Only at this moment, his heart suddenly clicked. He thought of what Frieza had said to him specifically when he entered the door, and his heart suddenly felt a little uneasy. "You're all awesome." Lin Nan's voice without a trace of fluctuation suddenly sounded, and his eyes swept over Vegeta, future Gohan, Vic and Goku. Vic and Mika Gohan bowed their heads, while Goku looked puzzled. Only Vegeta actually looked at Lin Nan. "Courage is commendable. When Lin Nan saw Vegeta, he suddenly smiled. Vegeta, tell me, did your head get kicked by a donkey? Seeing the puzzlement on Vegeta's face, Lin Nan smiled, and he said lightly, it's really good that you strike at your companions before the enemy is solved. He has plans to leave after a while, and Vegeta's character, if he continues to let it go, will definitely cause big trouble after he leaves. Therefore, Lin Nan was ready to punish. Your ability to transform into a super race, I sealed, the unsealing condition, that is, when you personally kill Dr. Gro, you can unseal. Otherwise, you won't be able to transform in this life. And Goku, future Gohan, your transformation is also sealed. Lin Nan's voice made the faces of the three scions present change. Can't transform into a super race? Looking at Lin Nan's departing back, the three glanced at each other, and at the moment Lin Nan left from the passage inside, they rushed out of the house and arrived in the courtyard. At this time, Frisia and the Kurdish king were cutting the grass and trees in the yard. Seeing Vegeta and them rushing out, Frisia had a mocking smile on her face. It seems that the punishment of the three is not simple. He could clearly see that Goku, Vegeta, and future Gohan all had a bit of panic on their faces. The three stood in the courtyard with solemn expressions. What are these three going to do? Do you want to riot? The Kurdish king wears a suspender suit and carries various utilities in his pocket. He also submitted to Lin Nan's lustful power, a mighty king who became a servant. Riots, just them. Frisia looked disdainful. This kind of thing, only in the future our father and son will be able to complete it. After feeling Lin Nan's power, Frisia had decided to change his previous decadence and start cultivating his power. He felt that he had reached a bottleneck. As long as he broke through, his strength would be able to make a qualitative leap, and at that time, he would press Lin Nan to the ground and rub it. On the other side, Goku, Mika Gohan, and Vegeta closed their eyes. At this time, they are trying their best to feel the power in their bodies. And Vic slowly came out of it at this time. He looked at the three of Goku with a solemn expression. At this time, he truly experienced Lin Nan's horror. Ha! Drink! Ugh! Goku, Vegeta, and future Gohan drank angrily almost at the same time, pulling the power inside their bodies to activate the Super Saiyan state. However, whenever they reach the critical point, the moment the Super Saiyan state is within reach, the power inside the body will instantly collapse. Failed. Goku looks at the future Gohan and Vegeta and discovers that they can't enter the Super Saiyan state either. Damn, what the hell is going on? Vegeta grew increasingly angry. He could feel that his body was completely in a state that could stimulate a Super Saiyan, but he could not complete the transformation. Walking through the courtyard, Boomer saw the three people standing, a little puzzled, but she ignored them and walked towards the house excitedly. Lin Nan, this is the latest fresh Kobe beef. Oh, I personally went to mention it. Today, you give me roast beef to eat. Boomer looked at Lin Nan excitedly. At this time, Lin Nan had already changed into a chef's attire. From enjoying the food at the beginning, to enjoying the process of making food now. Lin Nan's interests have changed very much. Okay. Lin Nan looked at Boomer with a light smile and took the beef she was carrying. By the way, I saw Goku and the three of them standing in the courtyard. They seemed very confused. What happened to them? Three guys made a mistake, and I gave them a small punishment. Lin Nan looked at the beef placed in the wooden box, and his eyes were full of admiration. At this time, it seems that these beef are more important to him. And the three of Goku, after several attempts, finally accepted their fate. Goku sits on the ground, while Vegeta looks desperate. Mika Gohan was shocked. He looked at Vic and Goku. Dad, Uncle Vic, what is the origin of this teacher of yours, and why is it so terrifying? In the eyes of future Gohan, there was even a little confusion. Transforming into a Super Saiyan should be an ability of the Saiyan body, the power instinctively acquired after breaking through a certain level. But here in Lin Nan, this instinct can actually be sealed. I don't know the identity of the teacher, but I suggest you don't try it. Vic, who was standing on the side, suddenly spoke. The teacher said that it is impossible for you to transform before killing Dr. Gro, then it is impossible, so what you have to do now is to find a way to find that artificial human, otherwise, you will never be able to break through. Hearing Bike's words, all three of Gaku fell silent. For them, the inability to increase strength is something more terrifying than death. After failing to try Super Saiyan, Gaku begins to try other methods. The Realm King Fist can still be used. Suddenly, the power on Goku's body skyrocketed, although it was not as much as the Super Saiyan increase, but the strength still had a significant increase. He looked at Vic. You're right, our first priority now is to find that artificial human and kill him. Vegeta and Mika Gohan also nodded, but their faces quickly collapsed. However, we can't sense that guy's chi, how can we find him? Gaku looked distressed. Artificial humans, because they are made mechanically, do not have the existence of chi. And now to temporarily manufacture equipment that can sense the energy of robots, it is not realistic. Just when Gaku and Vic were at a loss, Mika Gohan and Vegeta suddenly jumped up. I have a way. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 082. What way? Vic and Gaku looked at them. That. Vegeta and Mika Gohan point to the Kurdish king's spaceship to Earth almost simultaneously. Seeing Gaku is still a little puzzled. Mika Gohan explained, that artificial human is a product of Earth technology, although because the other party may focus on artificial humans, so the technology may be good. However, the Kurdish kings dominate a large area of stars in the universe. His technology, in a way, is very much ahead of the Earth. So, with his spaceship, there is a great possibility of being able to find the other party's research institute. Vegeta didn't speak, but the expression on his face was clearly in agreement with Gohan's words in the future. Then let's go. After hearing the explanation, Gaku couldn't wait to walk towards the spaceship. Vegeta and Mika Gohan followed behind him. The last one is Bike. After they got on the spaceship, they immediately started the spacecraft and flew towards the sky. Looking at the departing three, Frieza looked at the Kurdish king. Dad, your car can now be boarded by anyone. The Kurdish king looked at the direction where the spacecraft left with a gloomy face, and snorted coldly. My father, I am close to the last point, I have a hunch, my strength will soon have a huge improvement. Frieza smiled, and his body had gradually gained a metallic luster. It seems that his body is completing its transformation. Vegeta, they were piloting the spaceship and had reached the sky above Earth. Turn on the scanning function and scan all the institutes. Vegeta gave orders to the ship. Among several people, the most familiar with this kind of spaceship is actually Vegeta. Soon, the scan results came in. Well? Can you also scan energy sources? Vegeta discovered that the Kurdish king's spaceship was even more advanced than he had imagined. After a few minutes, the results appeared. Now, it may be that the Artificial Human Research Institute is these positions. Vegeta pointed to the 3 dots on the screen, the energy reaction in these 3 points, the reaction close to our human limit. No, although the energy response of this point is good, there is only one, moreover, the energy volume is very large, it will not be an artificial person. Soon, another point was excluded, leaving only 2 points, one at the southernmost point of the Earth and one at the northernmost point of the Earth. Now, there are only these 2 points left. Vegeta stared at the 2 ways displayed on the screen, or went to explore together. At this time, Dr. Gro was standing in the laboratory. He was looking tangled. He was hesitating whether to call the sign and the 18th. These 2 guys, although I made artificial humans second only to that guy, the risk of waking them up is too great. Dr. Gro looked at the 2 freezer pods, his brows furrowed. Although there are still 4 freezing cabins in the base, at this time, the only ones he can and are willing to wake up are the 17th and 18th. That guy is still an embryo and can't be relied on. His eyes looked into the depths of the base, where there was a cultivation tank, and inside this cultivation tank was the special artificial human that Dr. Gro had placed his greatest hopes on. No matter. In the end, his inner fear of Vegeta prevailed. I have a controller in my hand that can stop their energy. They should not be able to make any splash. Dr. Gro comforted himself. He took out a controller from one position, grabbed it in his hand, and walked towards the freezer compartment. After hesitating for a long time, he finally pressed the button of the freezer compartment. When the freezer opened, a handsome boy with long middle-length hair and a red scarf appeared inside and opened his eyes. He glanced at Dr. Gro with a gentle smile on his face. "Hello, Dr. Gro." Dr. Gro's fingers were already pressed on the controller in his hand. Upon hearing the boy's greeting, Dr. Gro was visibly stunned. He didn't expect the boy to question him at all. "Number 17, are you talking to me about a question mark?" "Of course, Dr. Gro, who gave me life, I am saying hello to you." Hearing the words of the 17th, Dr. Gro suddenly looked ecstatic. Without hesitation, he pressed the button of another freezer compartment. Number 18 opened her eyes, she walked out, glanced at number 17, and completed the data exchange between eyes. "Hello, Dr. Gro." Seeing the 18th, he actually greeted him with a gentle face, and Dr. Gro was overjoyed. "Great, my child, I am very pleased with your performance." Dr. Gro turned around, his hand still pinching the controller. "The command in your life, in addition to obeying my orders, is to kill a guy named Sun Wukong. Now, I need you to add a few more names. They're Vegeta, Bike, and an unknown mysterious figure. Go, my child. Happy to help you." Number 17 and number 18 nodded, and at the moment when Dr. Gro breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a light in his hand. "Number 17, what do you do?" Dr. Gro stared at number 17, and only then did he realize that the controller in his hand had actually been taken away by number 17. "This is the controller that stops the energy supply in our body." 17's eyes gradually became cold, and he looked at Dr. Gro with a smile. "I don't like this thing. You give it to me." Dr. Gro was furious. "Squeeze your palm." Dr. Gro saw that he, as the controller he relied on as the last resort, shattered in 17's hands and turned into a pile of parts. "My brother's willfulness is really embarrassing." Number 18 also had an arc of the corner of his mouth, walked up, and directly mentioned Dr. Gro, "But since my brother is willful, then I naturally have to apologize as a sister," she said, directly lifting Dr. Gro, and slammed it on the ground. "I'm sorry, doctor, will you forgive my brother?" "I'm sorry, doctor, don't blame my brother, okay?" Number 18 said sorry words, but the movement of his hand did not mean to stop at all. Soon, Dr. Gro's arms, legs and feet were all broken by number 18. "Oh, I'm so sorry, doctor, it looks like you can't continue to make a controller now." She threw Dr. Gro, who had lost his mobility, on the ground. "My sister seems to be more violent than me." Number 17 looked at number 18 and smiled slightly. At this moment, they suddenly looked at the mouth of the cave outside the base. There are several powerful energies coming. Among them, there seems to be an air of purpose. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 083. This is it. Vegeta looked at the mountain ahead, and there was a cave in the mountain. The last suspicious point that the spacecraft shows is in it. The 4 flew out of the spaceship and entered the cave directly. At this time, the 17th and 18th were looking in the direction of the cave entrance. Discover the target. Their gaze locked on Goku almost immediately. According to database analysis, the other party is Sun Wukong, Bike, Vegeta, and the other mysterious person. The database of numbers 17 and 18 immediately gave Big their identities. The targets are all there, just right, we don't need to look for them. While number 17 and number 18 were looking at Goku and them, Goku was also looking at the two. Oops, it's them. When Gohan saw the 17th and 18th, his body suddenly trembled. These two figures, for a while, have been the protagonists of his nightmares. And now, they're really there. Oh, that guy seems scared of us? Just start with him, right? Number 17 looked at Mika Gohan. No, our goal is only Sun Wukong, as for the others he said, it doesn't seem to be our task. Number 18 clasped his hands behind his head with a cynical indifference. She glanced at Dr. Gro who was lying upside down on the ground, however, for the sake of this old man's death, let's reluctantly clean up these four people. While the two were talking, Goku and Vegeta noticed Dr. Gro on the ground. It's the artificial human. They also remember that Lin Nan's punishment is that by eliminating Dr. Gro, the imprisoned Super Saiyan transformation on their body will be lifted. Only at this time, Dr. Gro is in front of the two androids, and if they want to kill him, they will inevitably clash with the androids. My Monkey King, you Vegeta. Number 18 looked at number 17, his eyes full of solicitation. Yes. The two looked at each other, nodded, and rushed towards Goku and Vegeta. Not good. Vic immediately noticed something was wrong. He suddenly blocked in front of Goku and exchanged hands with number 18. Damn it! Vegeta was directly punched by 17 and slammed into the wall of the cave. It's so weak. Number 17 no longer looked at Vegeta, but at Goku. No 18, since you were stopped by someone, then Sun Wukong, let me solve it. I'm casual. Number 18, who was fighting with Bike, said lightly. At this time, Mika Gohan was still stiff. On his forehead, cold sweat kept rolling down. In his mind, the faces of the tragic death, and the faces that still maintain a smile in the purgatory on earth. It was his inner nightmare. Damn it! Vic watched 17 walk towards Goku and yelled, Goku, be careful, their strength is strong. I know. Goku stared at number 17, and the chi in his body suddenly rose. Tenfold Realm King Fist. At this time, his basic combat power reached nearly 12 million, and after 10 times the Realm King Fist, his combat power instantly exploded, reaching 120 million. However, when the attack of the 17th hit, Goku suddenly felt that something was wrong. The power of the other party is very strong. Goku's arms were blocked in front of his chest and he was kicked by number 17. Suddenly, the terrifying power instantly knocked Wukong's entire body away, and he was directly embedded in the wall under this huge force. On his side is Vegeta, who is also embedded in the wall. I feel that the power of the target is so weak, and I don't know why that waste has to make such a big fuss. Yes, just this guy, he still has some strength, and I don't know how he was forced to this extent. After glancing at Bike, 18 looked at Dr. Gro who was upside down on the ground with a puzzled expression. And Dr. Gro is also about to spit out a mouthful of old blood. With the strength shown by Goku and Vegeta at this time, 19 should be able to easily defeat them. How could he force him to activate the two white-eyed wolves of the 17th and 18th? Gohan, wake up! Looking at Gohan in a daze, Vic yelled. Because at this time, the 17th was also walking towards him. Dealing with an 18th is already his limit, and if he is adding a 17th, Vic is definitely not an opponent. Gohan. Hearing Bike's call, Mika Gohan came back to his senses. He looked around with a confused look. He saw an anxious Vic and Goku and Vegeta who were punched into the wall. There is also the 17th who is not in a hurry, and walks comfortably to Vic with a pleasant face. What am I doing? He suddenly remembered that the purpose of their trip was to kill Dr. Gro and unpunish them for not being able to transform into Super Saiyan. He glanced at Dr. Gro not far in front of him and pounced. "What are you going to do?" However, at this time, the 17th suddenly appeared in front of him. Gohan. In his pupils, the name of Gohan of this era appeared. The data comparison does not match. Is it just the same name? Number 17 looked at Mika Gohan, reached out and slapped him on the back. Gohan's body also slammed out hard. "It's still so weak, it's not interesting." Number 17 looked at the future Gohan who flew out, shrugged his shoulders, and walked towards Vic again. Damn it! Vic was furious. But at this time, he was also in crisis. Mika Gohan, who was knocked to the ground, looked at Dr. Gro who was close at hand and struggled to stand up. "What are you going to do?" Although Dr. Gro was thrown incapacitated by the 18th, his head was still conscious. He saw Mika Gohan crawling towards him and panicked. "Of course I'm going to kill you." Mika Gohan crawled forward with both hands and finally reached Dr. Gro's side. He reached out and pinched Dr. Gro's head. Die! Dr. Gro's head, under his hand, exploded directly. And at the moment of Dr. Gro's death, Lin Nan, who was processing the ingredients, sensed it. "Solve Gelo, I hope they can learn the lesson of this time." His words fell, and the invisible shackles on Gohan, Goku, and Vegeta suddenly dissipated without a trace. Lying on the ground, Gohan looked ahead, and suddenly felt a surge of power in his body. Ugh! Golden aura rose from his body. Oh! Number 17, who had ignored him just now, suddenly turned around and looked at Gohan in the future. "That's kind of interesting." And Goku and Vegeta also struggled out of the wall. Ha! Goku and Vegeta were also shrouded in golden flames. "Can't be cast here, let's go outside to fight." Number 17 and number 18 looked at each other and nodded at them. Good. Chapter 084. Three bodies shrouded in golden light flames stood in the air. At their side, stood Bike. And ahead, are androids 17 and 18. This seems to be a bit interesting. Number 17 stared at Goku, Vegeta and future Gohan. They dyed their hair. It seems that their strength has increased a lot. I'll calculate it. Nearly 50 times stronger. Number 18 said lightly, that Guy and Jero should have been cornered by their state. Then let's get on. Number 17 looked eager to try. The Scions in that state just now didn't have the interest to let him do it. And Vic finally breathed a sigh of relief. The three of Goku regained their strength, and he didn't have to face two artificial humans alone. I'll join forces with Gohan to deal with one. Goku, you and Vegeta join forces. No need. Vegeta stared coldly at number 17, you just said that Uncle Ben is weak. Kakarot, you stand by for me, this guy, leave it to me. While Vic and Mika Gohan meet number 18, Vegeta also rushes to number 17. Goku had to stand helplessly in place. But 17 avoided Vegeta and rushed directly at Goku. Sun Wukong, let me kill you. Number 17 roared and directly fought with Goku. Let the empty Vegeta stay in place. Damn, you dare to ignore me. Vegeta stared at 17, who was fighting Goku, with a look of anger on his face. His pale green eyes were instantly filled with anger, and he frantically rushed towards number 17. Kakarot, you get out of the way for me, I'm going to kill him. The mad Vegeta attacked 17. Number 17 noticed Vegeta's arrival, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. It's really the same as the content in the database, arrogant and irritable. At the moment when Vegeta was about to touch his body, his hand was gone. Vegeta's fist stopped less than a centimeter from 17's body. The wind on his fist blew up 17's hair. Ugh! Vegeta's eyes widened, and he looked at number 17 with a look of incredulity in his eyes. Old man Grana, the strength is not very good, but the analysis and strategy in this database are very useful. Number 17 withdrew his elbow. In Vegeta's abdomen, the armor was directly shattered in a piece. On his body, the golden flame of light also disappeared instantly. Vegeta. Looking at the falling Vegeta, Goku made a call. Don't worry, he can't die, at most, he just fell and was seriously injured. Number 17 looked at Goku. Now, what you really need to worry about is yourself. On the other hand, Buick and Miko Gohan teamed up to suppress number 18. Their strength is not as terrifying as you say. Vic looked at Miko Gohan with a bit of puzzlement in his eyes. How could the 18 numbers of this strength bring such a serious psychological barrier to Gohan? The combat effectiveness of their outbreak is not very terrifying, what is terrifying is their continuity. Miko Gohan stared at number 18. Uncle Bike, after fighting for so long, your body should be a little tired. Yes. Vic didn't hide it, although this exhaustion was nothing. Look at her. Miko Gohan pointed to number 18, we fought with her until now, and she hasn't moved at all. Vic then noticed that the combat effectiveness of the 18th remained at a level throughout the process, and there was no decline at all. That's scary. Because whether it is him, Goku, or Frieza, who was the enemy before, in the battle, the combat effectiveness has shown a downward trend with time. Once their physical strength drops to the limit, they will even lose their combat effectiveness. Vic finally understands why Gohan is so afraid of 17 and 18th in the future. As long as they can't have overwhelming power, there can't be anyone who is their opponent. Then, a quick victory. Vic roared, and on his body, combat power broke out again. This time, he burst out with full strength, and could only last 10 minutes of battle at most. And when Gohan saw him erupt, it also broke out at the same time. On the ground, Vegeta stood up, he looked at the 17th who was fighting with Goku in the sky, covering his abdomen with a look of unwillingness. No, my dignified Scion Prince, Vegeta, how can I be compared to Kakarot? He once again raised his momentum and rushed towards the 17th. When they were fighting hotly, in the mountains and forests, a figure jumped quickly and rushed into Dr. Giro's laboratory. It looked at this laboratory that was both familiar and unfamiliar, and let out a sharp laugh. This guy Giro, he's dead again. It saw Dr. Giro's headless body, and the tail behind it pierced. The tail pierced into Dr. Giro's body. On Dr. Giro's body, the residual energy was immediately absorbed by him. It's a comfortable feeling, the energy of humans on this planet is too weak. It looked at Dark Ash, number 17, number 18, and those guys. Wait, you are all my food. After sticking out his tongue and licking his lips, he accessed the lab's database and downloaded the data. Sure enough, this database is very different from the database I have. It looked at the new database, and its eyes flickered slightly after glancing at the laboratory. That guy in Grow, the setting for me is to devour 17 and 18 to become a complete body. Well. Suddenly, Shayla found that the Shayla cells in this base and the composition of the body were different from the cells of Frieza and the Kurdish king. So, it can only be absorbed as energy, right? Shuru walked towards the tank. The tail behind him plunged directly into the cultivation tank. The nutrient solution in the culture tank is swallowed by that needle. Mirai 17 and 18th were killed by that imp named Gohan, which made me lose the qualification to evolve into a full body, and now, those two guys are outside. The corners of Shaylo's mouth raised, not only the 17th and 18th, but also the Monkey King, ha ha ha, what a beautiful thing. As he absorbed the Shaylo cells in the nutrient solution, Shaylo suddenly found that a layer of filaments appeared outside his body. His body, gradually cocooned, ushered in the first evolution. And inside Boomer's manor, Lin Nan walked out, and he looked at Frieza. Frieza, you go to Goku them, your evolution, it takes a battle. Frieza froze when she heard Lin Nan's words. After Lin Nan left, Frieza looked frustrated. Damn, that guy actually knew I was going to evolve. He was a little frustrated, but got up anyway and flew towards Goku's location. Chapter 085. Nope. Vic panted and looked at number 18, his eyes full of horror. Even if he burst out with the strongest power, he still couldn't help the 18th. At this time, the 18th had nothing but an embarrassing look. On the 17th side, Vegeta and Goku were also out of breath. Vic. Uncle, you understand their horror. Mika Gohan gasped and looked at number 18. At this time, the ground in this area had been completely shattered by the force of the beating, and there were broken ground and broken stones everywhere. On the ground, the originally lush woods, which had long been unknown under whose attack, were razed to the ground. The pool not far away directly exposed the rocks underground. Number 18, are you okay? Number 17 looked at number 18 and asked. No problem. The two stood together, looking at the Scions and Vic in front of them, their eyes becoming more and more cold. Goku and several of them also stood together, looking at the two artificial humans. It's a bit of a hassle now. Goku looked at the artificial man with a tired face. At this time, the energy in his body had been consumed by 7 or 8%. And Vegeta and Mika Gohan and Vic are in a similar situation. What now? The faces of several people were a little bitter. They are all the first time they encounter this monster that does not get tired. For this kind of monster, they are really helpless. Solve them, right? Yes. Number 17 and number 18 glanced at each other and flew towards Buick. The two stretched out their fingers, and the terrifying aperture gradually condensed. Oops! Goku shouted, and the four of them chose to flee almost at the same time. Because, at this time, they are all the end of the strong crossbow, if they are against artificial humans, they will definitely die. Die! Number 17 and number 18 shouted in unison, each with a beam of light on their fingers, shooting towards Goku and Vegeta. They both targeted the heart of the duo. Damn it! Looking at the beam that would change direction according to their trajectory, Goku and Vegeta only felt a burst of head size. At this moment, behind the 17th and 18th, two rays of light shot at them. 17 and 18 decisively cut off control of the energy beam and looked behind them vigilantly. Yan yan yan, what a pleasing picture, if you are all dying, I really want to watch it for a while. Frieza stood in the air, hands folded in front of his chest, looking ahead at 17 and 18. After losing control of 17 and 18, the energy light speed was quickly dodged by Goku and Vegeta. Frieza! What are you doing here? The two looked at Frieza, looking a little surprised. Your teacher said that you are too weak, let King Ben come and save you, Yan Yan. Frieza's red pupils looked at the two artificial humans. Not bad, 4 people have been fighting with people for so long, and they actually broke several holes in their clothes, which is really powerful. Frieza said as he looked at 17th and 18th. He came shortly after the Vic Rage. He saw with his own eyes that these two artificial humans were stable in a range of combat effectiveness throughout the whole process. So, they have endless power, don't they? That's a bit of trouble. However, the great King Frieza needs such an enemy. Frieza took the initiative to rush towards the 17th and 18th. There is no data of Frieza in the databases of the two, so they can only use the combat skills that exist in the database to fight against Frieza. Seeing that Frieza entangled the two artificial humans, Goku was relieved. What do we do now? After seeing the two artificial humans, Gohan in the future looks a little masterless, and the battle is not on the horizontal line. Let's recover for a while. If it was before, Goku saw that Frieza had faced the android, and absolutely without saying a word, turned around and left to let them eat dog. But now, Frieza was called by Lin Nan. In this case, if they left directly, they would have to face Lin Nan's punishment again. Well. Vic nodded, he looked at Gohan, Gohan, you have to cheer up, these two guys, not artificial people of your era, you don't want to look like this. Mika Gohan nodded, and the four fell on the spot and began to recover their chi. And Frisia and the cyborgs 17 and 18 began a big war. At this time, Frisia's strength was actually stronger than Goku and Vegeta, who transformed into a super race. Sure enough, power is the most addictive thing. Frisia looked at number 17 and number 18. At this time, he is his current normal. If King Ben had trained himself a little, how could he have been defeated by that guy from Sun Wukong? On Frisia's body, the silver-white brilliance is replacing his original cyan skin. You too, just be a stepping stone to King Ben's promotion. Around his body, a terrifying aura instantly rose up, stirring around. This guy seems to be stronger than them. 18 and 17 glanced at each other, constantly shooting energy beams and energy projectiles. Their energy is unlimited, so they don't care about consumption at all. And Frisia just sneered in the face of the overwhelming energy attack. His hands held up an energy shield, blocking out all energy attacks. Sure enough, it's a terrifying guy with unlimited energy, and he doesn't care about the consumption of energy at all. Frisia withstood the attack of the two artificial humans and rushed directly over. His tail pumped the 18th's body. The terrifying power made the body of the 18th fly out directly. Her strength is much weaker than yours. Frisia looked at number 17, and his scarlet eyes gradually glowed with joy. It's still close, the last point, attack me. He suddenly dissipated all the energy in his body. Come on, attack me. Frisia stared at number 17, with your strongest strength. He's crazy. Vegeta looked in the direction where Frisia was, his eyes full of anger. Finally gaining the advantage, he is going to throw the victory out again. Goku, on the other hand, looked at Frisia with a look of understanding. Since he is looking for death, then let him die. Number 18 came to number 17's side, and she stared at Frisia, her eyes shrinking slightly. She and number 17 launched the strongest attack. A pillar of energy light shot out from their hands and shrouded Frisia's body. As he said, Frisia did not resist at all, allowing the pillar of energy light to impact his body. It's still a little close, the last point. Perfect. Frisia groaned, and on his body, the silver brilliance instantly enveloped his body. Silver Frisia. Am coming. Frisia's entire body was as if it had been poured with silver, full of a sense of power. With a wave of his hand, he directly scattered the two pillars of light. His gaze swept over the two artificial humans, and finally, the four of Goku were also shrouded in it, and his eyes were full of disdain. I'm not deliberately targeting anyone, IMHO, everyone here, it's rubbish. Chapter 086. You. Hearing Frisia's words, Vegeta was immediately furious. Not long ago, he had taunted Frisia, but he didn't expect to be taunted by Frisia so quickly. It's a bit bad. Number 17 looked at number 18. Although his and 18th's expressions did not change in the slightest, it was only because they were artificial humans. Up! Number 18 shouted coldly and rushed towards Frisia. But Frisia, who has completed an evolution, even if he has just evolved, has a combat power of more than 10 billion. With the attacks of the 18th and 17th, they could not defeat Frisia even if he did not set up defenses. It's too weak, haven't you all eaten? Frisia twisted his neck and allowed the attacks of the 18th and 17th to fall on him. Looking at the 17th and 18th that kept hitting him, Frisia suddenly smiled. He reached out and squeezed the arms of number 17 and 18. You guys are too weak. The corners of Frisia's mouth curved, and his hands suddenly flicked. The bodies of the 17th and 18th suddenly flew out, shattering the mountain peaks one after another. Hey, King Ben worked a little harder, and he was so powerful. He looked at Vegeta and Goku, Super Saiyan? It's just rubbish. Damn Frisia. Vegeta looked at Frisia with an angry expression. Unwilling. Frisia sneered and glanced at Vegeta. This is when I am the weakest at this stage. Do you want to come up and try the horror of King Ben? Frisia, those two guys are going to escape. Goku looked in the direction where 17th and 18th fell, with an anxious expression. Isn't it normal for them to run away? Frisia glanced indifferently in the direction where 17th and 18th disappeared. They can cause you trouble, and I'd love to see that. He turned away, leaving only a back to Goku. By the way, I'm coming, mainly because the man said I needed a fight. As for saving you, it's just a matter of going along with it. It's like saving a kitten and puppy on the side of the road. Frisia's eyes were full of disdain. Seeing Frisia's disdainful eyes, Vegeta was enraged, and a golden flame of light suddenly rose from his body, rushing towards Frisia. Good to go. Seeing Vegeta rushing over, Frisia was not angry at all, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Vegeta didn't even see his movements and was shot down from the sky. Oops, I'm so sorry. Frisia stretched out his hand and buttoned his nails. I really didn't know that the Super Saions in your Saiyan legend are so weak and weak. His body gradually flew away. But the provocative voice still came with the wind. After I get used to a little strength, I'll go to your teacher to fight. I want to see how strong he is. At this time, Frisia's eyes were full of expectation. He probably wouldn't have thought that after I evolved, I would become so powerful. As he flew, the silvery white layer on Frisia's body gradually faded, and he changed back to his original appearance. In the other direction, number 18 is supporting number 17 and flying through the mountains and forests. That guy, the strength is so terrifying. Number 18 sighed. She and number 17 have endless energy, and under the same level of combat power, it is impossible for anyone to be their opponent. But the energy that Frisia burst out in an instant just now was far beyond what they could bear. That guy's power can already easily destroy this planet, even this galaxy. Number 17's hand covered his chest. My energy core almost had a problem. Fortunately the problem is not big. After automatic adjustment, it is now restored. What kind of monster was that guy just now? Number 18 raised his head and looked at the direction where the battlefield was just now. He didn't have killing intent, so we can escape. Now find a place to fix it, and then we are planning how to kill Sun Wukong. Yes. The two fled in one direction. After watching Frisia leave, Goku went to help Vegeta up. Damn, that guy Frisia, how did the strength become so terrifying? The aura on Vegeta's body was very weak, and the energy in his body was completely consumed. You should be glad that Frisia didn't kill you out of some scruples. Vic and Mika Gohan also fell to Vegeta's side. You know, he attacked those two artificial human attacks just now. If the attack is on your body, you are already dead. Hearing Bike's words, Vegeta rarely did not refute it. His eyes were full of puzzlement. That guy Frisia, the strength increase is too terrifying. Indeed. Goku was also silent. On Namek, it was he who personally put an end to the myth of the invincibility of the universe Emperor Frisia. But now, in just a few days, Frisia has once again surpassed them. I want to get stronger. Vegeta suddenly got up. He stared at Vic and Goku. Do you have a way to become stronger? I want to become stronger. I want to defeat Frisia. Goku and Vic looked at each other. Their eyes are also full of fighting intent. We are the disciples of the teacher, we can't lag behind. The two looked at the future Gohan. Gohan, do you want to go together? Let's go to the spiritual time-space house to train. Go. Mika Gohan gritted his teeth and said, I'll definitely be able to overcome my fear of them. Because of the shadow of artificial humans in his heart, Gohan in the future could not exert his strength when facing them. And now, Goku, Buick, and Vegeta are going to the Spirit Time House to train, and he will naturally not lag behind. Vic looked at the scrappy Scions and nodded, then let's go. They flew towards Tenjin Island, ready to embark on a long-term retreat. Remember, it's almost 2 days before you leave. They stood outside the Spirit Time and Space House, glanced at each other, and walked in with a determined face. When Wukong and them entered the spirit time room, Lin Nan, who was frying steak, showed a smile, and he picked up a glass of red wine and poured it on top of the steak. Their fighting spirit is stimulated, but now, this guy, I have to solve it. He picked up the knead, took the steak out of the pot, and placed it on an iron plate. Boomer, please help me bring the steak out, I'll go out and take care of something, just a few seconds. Good. Boomer agreed. And Lin Nan's figure had already walked out of the kitchen. He stood in the yard, looked at the falling Frisia, and showed a smile. How, try it now. Wait a minute. There was not the slightest surprise in Frisia's eyes. Let me adjust to the power of this body for a while. I'll give you 5 seconds. If you think this book can still be read, please click to chase the book. Chapter 087. Frisia closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the silver-white brilliance instantly enveloped his body. At this moment, Frisia's momentum instantly reached an incomparably terrifying level. This is the weakest state of Silver Frisia. If you can't even defeat me in this state, our identities may need to be reversed. Frisia looked at Lin Nan with a bit of pride in his eyes. He stretched out his arm and pointed at Lin Nan. I think, you shouldn't regret that you gave me the opportunity to evolve. At this time, there was a bit of mockery in Frisia's eyes. Because, without Lin Nan's prompt, his evolution would take a while to complete. You don't have the qualifications to make me regret it yet. Lin Nan glanced at the watch in his hand. Time has almost passed, let's fight quickly. I have this idea too. The chi in Frisia's body instantly erupted, and his body disappeared. Lin Nan, on the other hand, casually stretched out his palm to block Frisia's attack. The Kurdish king, on the other hand, stood on one side, watching the battle between Frisia and Lin Nan with a flickering expression. This guy Frisia, he is worthy of inheriting the bloodline of the Frozen Demon clan, and his talent is terrifyingly powerful. Only the Kurdish king who was with Frisia all the time would understand that Frisia really possessed such terrifying power just by casually cultivating. He didn't even dare to imagine how strong Frisia could be if he cultivated wholeheartedly for a few months. But what surprised him even more was that at this time, Frisia, every blow attacked Lin Nan's body, but he could not cause the slightest damage to Lin Nan. At this time, Lin Nan looked distressed. Because in order not to directly destroy Frisia, in order to counter shock power, not only to completely converge the energy in his body, but most importantly, he must suppress the instinct of his body. After all, although Frisia's attack was too weak, if he kept attacking, his physical body only had to instinctively resist. At that time, not only Frisia, even if the real galaxy, or even half of the universe, will collapse because of Lin Nan's physical instinctive resistance. Obviously, such a situation was not what Lin Nan wanted to see. Ugh! Frisia was fully output, and at this moment, he had even used power beyond his control at this stage. However, he couldn't even help a single hair on Lin Nan's body. 3 seconds. Lin Nan looked at Frisia, and in his puzzled eyes, he stretched out his hand, and touched Frisia's head without using a trace of strength. Suddenly, a completely irresistible force erupted in front of his head. If it weren't for the fact that this force was not aggressive, Frisia would have become a headless corpse at this time. Well! So strong! Frisia's body knocked down the courtyard wall of Boomer Manor and fell heavily on the street. Fortunately, no one was hit by Frisia on the street at this time. He struggled to get up from the ground. Feeling the injuries on his body, he was relieved. His power is really strong, I just don't know how much power he used. Frisia looked at Lin Nan, who turned around, and there was a little loss in his eyes. He originally thought that he who transformed into Silver Frisia had already had a chance to understand Lin Nan's strength, but now it seemed that it was not enough. Remember to fix the walls of the manor. Lin Nan walked back to the restaurant. After solving Frisia's troubles, the next step is to solve another future space-time visitor problem, and then he can go to play in other universes. The 17th and 18th are a big problem. Shailu must devour the 17th and 18th to evolve into the ultimate body, and as long as Gaku and they defeat Shailu, all my sleeping time can be cancelled. A flash of excitement flashed in Lin Nan's eyes. If it doesn't work, go to the time and space of Gohan in the future and catch 2 people. Lin Nan thought about it and probably decided on the next direction, just as he promised to give future Gohan a gift. At this time, in the spirit time room, Vegeta and Gaku were fighting madly. The 2 of them, it's crazy. Future Gohan was also a little surprised when he saw the state of Vegeta and Gaku at this time. Because at this time, both Gaku and Vegeta are in a state of madness. The battle between the 2, like a life and death enemy, does not leave the slightest hand. This is your Scion unique way to become stronger. As long as you don't die and recover, you are a dragon spirit and tiger fierce, and your combat effectiveness is amazing. Vic looked at Mika Gohan, we're going to work on it too. Yes. Mika Gohan jumped and got up from the ground and looked at Vic seriously. Just as he was about to attack, Lin Nan's voice suddenly appeared in his ears. Vic was suddenly stunned when he saw the future Gohan, and also stopped the attack. What's wrong? Vic asked to Mika Gohan. Mr. Lin Nan has orders, he asked me to go back to him tomorrow. Go back to him tomorrow, that's almost a year away, that's fine. Vic looked at Mika Gohan, are you ready? Okay. In the future, Gohan meets Bike. Inside the entire spiritual time and space room, 2 pairs of people fought madly. And, over time, they began to swap opponents with each other, hitting to the end, or even 4-player dogfights. The ground of the entire spirit time empty house was beaten into potholes, and if it weren't for the fact that the floor of the spirit time empty house could be automatically restored, it would have been destroyed into a pile of garbage by their battle at this time. Ha! Suddenly, Vegeta, who was in a super match state who was fighting against Gohan in the future, drank loudly. On his body, muscles instantly bulged, supporting his body by nearly a third. And his strength also doubled in an instant. Haha, Kakarot, I reached the Super Saiyan state that surpassed the Super Saiyan before you. Vegeta looked at Gaku with a smug look. He could feel that the strength at this time had nearly doubled compared to his initial transformation into a Super Saiyan. Yes. Gaku, who transformed into a super match, rushed towards Vegeta, and the 2 directly faced each other with a punch. Without the slightest suspense, Goku's body flew out upside down. He looked at Vegeta with shock in his eyes. And the smug Vegeta looked at the future Gohan, boy, come on, let you feel my great power. Humph! Mika Gohan snorted coldly and rushed towards Vegeta. Kakarot, you come too. Vegeta stared at Gaku, his eyes flashed the scene of the artificial man dealing with Son Goku and him at the same time, and he was going to deal with Gaku and future Gohan at the same time. Vic was looking at Vegeta from one side. And he always felt that Vegeta's state seemed to be wrong. Chapter 088. After a year in the Spirit Time House, Gaku and future Gohan once again join forces against Vegeta. Vegeta is one enemy and 2, and in terms of combat effectiveness, he is not inferior in the slightest. Even, Gaku and future Gohan, who turned into Super Saiyan, were pressed and beaten by him. He enjoyed this feeling of fighting 1 against 2 and suppressing the other party very much. I am indeed the most powerful genius among the Saiyan. Kakarot, I'm ahead of you. Vegeta yelled, his face full of pride. At this time, the strength of Gaku and future Gohan has actually improved a lot, but compared with Vegeta at this time, it is still a lot worse. Ha ha ha. The smug Vegeta laughed loudly as he suppressed Gaku and future Gohan with 1 against 2. The strength of this guy Vegeta should have surpassed those 2 artificial humans. Vic said that as a bystander, he naturally saw clearly. After fighting with the cyborgs, Gaku and future Gohan have both improved their strength by leaps and bounds, and after entering the spirit time and space house, their strength has skyrocketed. But they joined forces and were still suppressed by Vegeta. Haha, I see. Suddenly, Goku's body, which had always looked solemn, was also like Vegeta, and his muscles soared in an instant. His breath is also skyrocketing. Vegeta, I reached it too. Humph. Vegeta snorted unwillingly, and his advantage disappeared instantly. And Mika Gohan looked at Vegeta and Goku, paused for a few seconds, and soon, found the feeling. Watching the three turn into muscle men almost at the same time, and their strength skyrocketed, Vic stepped back a little and kept a safe distance. Sure enough, after all three transformed into muscular Super Saiyan, their combat power skyrocketed, and the damage they caused to the surroundings became even stronger. Vic saw their power skyrocket, but his face became more and more strange. I always feel like something is wrong. He stared at the three, his brain racing, compared to the previous one. So it is. Bike's eyes lit up, and he saw the problem. After transforming into this state, although their combat effectiveness skyrocketed, their speed and reaction ability decreased a lot. In the beginning, when Goku and future Gohan did not transform into this state, their attack frequency was high, while Vegeta was mainly low level. And now, all three of them are in this state, and the attack between them is like a slow-motion playback. So, this state is a skyrocketing attack power at the expense of reflexes and speed. He looked at the three people, this state, facing the artificial people, it is okay, because their strength is constant, as long as there is a short-term burst of power that exceeds the limit that the artificial human can bear, it can be. But against Frieza in Silver State, it is not enough. After all, after Frieza burst out with super high combat power, his speed did not decrease. You guys stop! Vic suddenly appeared beside the three and shouted, "Is your goal to defeat the androids or surpass Frieza?" He asked, mostly looking at Vegeta. Who is there a difference between these two? Vegeta gasped and looked at Vic with a sneer on his face. Whether it's defeating Vegeta or defeating Frieza, is there a contradiction in this? Of course. Vic stared at Vegeta. If you are in this state, it is no problem to go down and defeat the androids. However, you can never defeat Frieza. Hearing Bike's words, Vegeta was stunned, and Goku and future Gohan also looked at Vic with puzzled expressions. Haven't found it yet. Vic pointed at Vegeta. The sudden surge of power has blinded your perception. How long have you been fighting with them? Look at how you look now. Vic pointed at Vegeta, who was panting. You look like this, other states, unless the high-intensity combat exceeds half an hour. But how long have you been fighting now? Less than 5 minutes. Hearing Bike's words, Vegeta was stunned, and he looked at his thick hands, and his face suddenly became a little ugly. And your speed, do you feel it? Vic instantly appeared beside Goku. He looked at Goku in the state of the muscular Super Saiyan. Come, attack me. Goku raises his hand, but Bike's figure has disappeared. Void has great power, but your reaction speed can't keep up with me at all. As long as I don't take the initiative to attack you, you can't do anything with me. Goku dissipated his muscular state. Energy does drain so quickly. After Mika Gohan dispersed that state, he looked at Bike. This state is enough for me. In my time, only 2 artificial humans were the biggest trouble. As for Vegeta, he stood there unwillingly. Uncle Vic, Daddy, I'm going back. Mika Gohan glanced at Vegeta. Uncle Vegeta, although at first, we were a little uncomfortable, but thank you, the Super Saiyan in that state, although it does not meet what you need now, but for me, it is very suitable. So, I still want to thank you. Hearing Mika Gohan's words, Vegeta's face improved a little, but his expression was still a smelly fart. Humph, who wants you to thank you? Future Gohan also ignored him, but glanced at Vic and Goku. Then I will leave first. Mr. Lin Nan has looked for me before. Okay, let's go. Miko Gohan leaves the Spirit Time House and returns to Boomer's estate. He saw that Frisia, who was still proud yesterday and was in a state of overlooking all living beings, was sitting on the fence dumbfounded, looking like he had been hit by a huge blow. "Mr. Frisia, what are you doing here?" After all, Frisia saved their lives yesterday, so Miko Gohan still said hello to him. "While playing, don't quarrel with me." Walking into the manor, the Kurdish king is repairing branches. Seeing the scene of Frisia being killed in seconds yesterday, the Kurdish king is also much more honest. His potential is not as good as Frisia's, and he is not qualified to carry it, sitting in peace with the affairs of the servant. At this time, Lin Nan was eating breakfast. Coming. When Miko Gohan walked into the restaurant, Lin Nan saw him. "Would you like something to eat?" Mirai Gohan was also not polite and directly began to taste the breakfast carefully prepared by Boomer. "Mr. Lin Nan, do you have any orders for me to come back? Take you to solve the troubles of your period?" Lin Nan put down the knife and fork in his hand and looked at the future Gohan. "After you finish eating, let's go. Your time and space machine is brought, right?" "Brought it." Future Gohan nodded, and when he heard that Lin Nan was going to solve the trouble of future time and space with him, his face was suddenly full of joy. After just 3 or 2 bites, he ate his breakfast. "I'm okay, shall we go?" Boomer looked at Lin Nan with an expectant face. "Mr. Lin Nan, can I go? I also want to see what the world is like in the future." "Yes." Lin Nan got up and took Boomer and future Gohan to the edge of the pool, and he looked at future Gohan. "Let go of your space-time machine." Chapter 089. The space-time plane only has 2 seats. Future Gohan looked at Lin Nan and Boomer with some embarrassment, so, trouble Aunt Boomer to sit on Mr. Lin Nan's lap. Boomer sat on Lin Nan's lap a little shyly. Miko Gohan, on the other hand, sat in the driver's seat. The cabin of the time machine was lowered. "Okay, then we're going." Future Gohan looked at Lin Nan and Boomer and said. "Okay, let's go." The time machine activates and it starts spinning on the ground. After reaching a certain frequency, the jet port at the bottom of the time machine instantly ejected flames. Suddenly, the time machine rushed into the sky. After reaching a certain tipping point, the time machine suddenly disappears. "So it is." Lin Nan looked around, relying on the speed explosive power generated instantly, surpassing the critical point, reaching a certain relatively static space-time, you can complete the space-time shuttle. Although Lin Nan's strength could easily reach this level, he was still more curious about the shuttle principle of the time machine. Traveling through time and space like this, those guys are expected to intervene. Lin Nan looked at future Gohan. "In your time and space, it seems that you have to face a lot of trouble." The time machine streaked through that special spatial passage. "It's coming." Gohan's hand raced on the keyboard. He looked at Lin Nan and Boomer. "When leaving this passage, there will be a strong shock, you guys be careful." "Good." Boomer stretched out her hand and hugged Lin Nan's waist, her head pressed against Lin Nan's chest. A violent tremor came. The space-time machine appeared under a pitch-black sky. Arrived. Gohan controlled the time machine to slowly fall, landing on the ruins. He jumped out of the spaceship first. "This." After Boomer stepped down from the spaceship, he looked at the dark sky and the ruins under his feet, and he was a little puzzled. "This is my time." Gohan looked around and sighed, "And here, this is the metropolis of my time." "What?" Boomer looked around in disbelief. Her eyes swept ahead, and finally, she saw a very familiar building, the headquarters of the capsule company. Only at this time, the building had collapsed by 2/3. The huge sign hangs on the remaining third of the building. "This is the metropolis." Boomer's whole body collapsed. She looked at the metropolis in front of her, covering her mouth. "What about me in this era?" She looked at the dark ruins in front of her, not daring to say the next word. Gohan didn't speak either. Now, you're sure you've defeated the 2 androids? Lin Nan looked at Gohan. Wait a minute, I won't help you defeat them, you must rely on you. Of course you can. Gohan looked confident, but after a few seconds, he sighed again. What if you can defeat them? This world is ruined. He looked a little lost. All familiar people died at the hands of those 2 demons. Since I came back with you, it will naturally solve this problem. Remember, I said I wanted to give you a gift. Lin Nan stepped forward, he smiled and looked at Gohan. Look, this is my gift to you. Go back in time. Lin Nan raised his hands, and a very terrifying aura permeated his body. The whole space began to vibrate. Then, in front of Gohan and Boomer's eyes, the metropolis, which was already in ruins, gradually began to restore. Collapsed houses, shattered ground, dead people reappeared on the earth with the passage of time. Dozens of minutes later, the original ruins disappeared, and the complete metropolis once again appeared on the earth. Looking at the familiar capsule building, Lin Nan smiled at Boomer. Boomer, go in and meet you in this era. Boomer's eyes were still full of surprise. She hasn't come to her senses yet. Go ahead. Oh, good. Boomer walked towards the capsule company's building. Her eyes were still a little unreal. After all, just now she saw here, it was still in ruins. Okay, she's gone. 2 artificial humans, still in the laboratory. How do you get them yourself? I still have things to deal with. By the way, I haven't reset the memories of those 2 artificial people, they are still the 2 you fought. At this time, in the sky, a circle of light like a vortex is appearing. Gohan also raised his head, although he could not sense the breath there, but the fluctuation of the aperture could still be perceived. Go, get the artificial human, the matter over here is not something you can participate in. Lin Nan glared at Gohan and urged. Good. Gohan flew in the direction where the laboratory he remembered was located. Lin Nan, on the other hand, looked at the aperture in the sky, took out an apple from his clothes, and slowly nibbled on it. At Gohan's destination, Dr. Giro's laboratory, 17 and 18, who were looking around in confusion. How did you get back here? Number 17 was a little confused. Time. The 18th looked at the time in the computer mainframe. There is a big gap between our time and this time. The time displayed by this computer is the time of the day we wake up. Number 17 also looked over, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. What the hell is going on? That guy in Giro's body is still there, it's weird. Number 18 looked at Dr. Giro's body lying on the ground and frowned. She remembered that before they left here, the 2 of them destroyed the entire lab, and now, it was back to the way they were before they left. Moreover, the date is also a little weird. We seem to have returned to the day we woke up. The 17th suddenly said, I just connected to the world network, all the news about us is gone, all the cities are still there. Oh. Number 18 suddenly revealed an icy smile, so, you can still play the game of destroying the world. After destroying the entire world, they can only fall into a deep sleep. But unexpectedly, it all started again. Great, 18th, we can see those human fears again. Number 17 walked up to Dr. Giro's body and stepped on it. Looking at the shattered mechanical body, the corners of No 17's mouth raised, it's still so cool. Then start here, right? Number 18 glanced at number 17. Good. The 2 looked at the laboratory and were preparing to destroy it. At this time, their detector suddenly detected that a powerful energy source was rapidly approaching their location. Oh? This breath seems to be that the scion named Son Gohan is coming. Number 17 raised his head. That fun toy? In the end, if he hadn't disappeared, we would have been able to continue playing. Number 18's eyes suddenly moved, then play with him first, let's play with these things. Chapter 090. Within the aperture, a figure gradually emerged. He has blue-green skin, long white curly hair, purple pupils and purple lips, and a large light blue halo suspended behind him. He looked around, and his gaze finally focused on Lin Nan's body. "Is it your excellency, disturbing time and space?" The great priest of this time and space was not Lin Nan's disciple, so he was not familiar with Lin Nan. Looking at this great priest who was both familiar and strange, Lin Nan smiled. "It's me. Then please come with me." The great priest of future time and space smiled at Lin Nan and made a gesture of invitation to Lin Nan. But Lin Nan was motionless. "Do you want me to do it?" Seeing that Lin Nan did not move, the great priest put his hands on his back and stared at Lin Nan. "If there is anything, just say it here." Lin Nan looked at the great priest. "If you want to judge me, I'm afraid you are not qualified enough." "Oh." At this time, the two figures also suddenly rushed to Lin Nan's side. Beerus and Ves of the future time and space hurried over after sensing the appearance of the great priest. "Great priest!" Beerus put his hands on his waist, his face nervous. Weiss, on the other hand, bowed slightly. "Father." "Beerus, Ves, your seventh universe, there is actually a large-scale time regression, and there are people shuttling through time and space. This is your dereliction of duty. After this matter is over, go and accept the punishment yourself." "Yes." Ves and Beerus nodded. The two turned their gazes to Lin Nan. Beerus looked at Lin Nan, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. "Human, did you cause the time and space traceability?" The Grand Priest and Ves stood aside. With Beerus making a move, they were naturally happy. The two stood aside and began to chat without a match. "Boy, you disturbed me to rest. The last guy who disturbed me to rest, I tortured him for 1,000 years before letting him die. What do you think I'm going to do to you?" Beerus looked at Lin Nan viciously. "Seventh Universe Destroyer Beerus." Lin Nan looked at Beerus, the corners of his mouth raised. "A hairless cat." "What did you say?" Beerus's expression suddenly changed. He stared at Lin Nan coldly, and his anger instantly exploded. "Aren't you just a skinny hairless cat?" Lin Nan's face was frivolous, as if what stood in front of him was not a terrifying god of destruction, but a pet cat. "Messing with things, I will torture you for tens of thousands of years and let you die again." Beerus was completely enraged, and he turned to Lin Nan. "Boy, I'll make you regret provoking Lord Beerus." Its claws were directly aimed at Lin Nan, and it was ready to grab Lin Nan's shoulder with one blow. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to grab Lin Nan and torture him fiercely, this blow would have been aimed at Lin Nan's head. Beerus pinched his head with a confident look. It was very confident in its strength, and this blow would definitely be able to make Lin Nan fall under his claws. But the touch from the claws made it stunned. "What's wrong? Uncomfortable pause?" Lin Nan looked at Beerus with a playful expression. "Actually dodged." Beerus looked at Lin Nan with some surprise, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "It seems that you have some strength. Then I'll be serious, come again." On Beerus's body, purple god of destruction energy suddenly rose and rushed towards Lin Nan. Lin Nan stood with his hands in his hands. He looked at Beerus, and the corners of his mouth raised. Every blow of Beerus was easily dodged by him, and Beerus was not qualified to make a move with him. "Don't hide." Beerus couldn't attack Lin Nan all the time, and he was suddenly anxious. And Weiss, who was standing on the side, watched Beerus lose one after another, and suddenly had some doubts. "How so?" "Lord Beerus, you can't help the other party." For Weiss's surprise, the great priest looked calm. To be able to trace time and space on such a large scale, and reverse, his strength should be stronger than yours. "What?" Weiss looked at the great priest with a surprised expression. "Father, you're not kidding, are you?" "Of course not." The great priest looked at Lin Nan. "I can't really see through the strength of this person, I can only faintly perceive that he is a strong man." Weiss looked at the battle between Beerus and Lin Nan again. and realized that Lin Nan seemed to be teasing Beerus the whole time. "Do you want to stop Lord Beerus?" Ves looked at the Grand Priest. "It's okay, let's take a look at it for a while." The Great Priest watched Lin Nan teasing Beerus, and he was not anxious. He has a strong confidence in his strength. "This person has good strength, maybe he can become my right-hand man." The Great Priest thought about it, and let Lin Nan play Beerus even more. Poor Beerus, at this time, has not yet found himself being amused by people as cats. At this time, he only has one thought, that is, to grab Lin Nan and ravage him fiercely. Looking at the angry Beerus who was teased, Lin Nan had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "Bastard thing, stop and have a good fight with Lord Beerus." Beerus glared at Lin Nan with a look of anger. "Are you really going to fight me?" Lin Nan stared at Beerus. "Do you dare?" After Lin Nan heard its words, he stopped and looked at Beerus. "As you wish." "Very good." A sharp light flashed in Beerus's eyes, and on his hand, a purple-red ball appeared. "I've changed my mind now, I'm going to destroy you. If you dare to hide, I will destroy the planet." At this time, Beerus's eyes were already full of anger. If Lin Nan was dodging, it would really destroy the planet directly in anger. Anyway, this planet has been reversed in time, and destroying this planet is just to find out the existence of violating the rules. "Well, I'm not hiding." Lin Nan looked at Beerus with a spoiled smile, like looking at his own pet cat again. "When I return to my time and space, I can really get a cat and raise a cat that is stronger than Ruth." Lin Nan nodded, and getting a cat became what he was going to do next. "Ready?" Beerus is the corner of his mouth arcing. On his hand, the ball of light condensed by the energy of the god of destruction was already only the size of a fingernail. But the power contained in it is enough to destroy the entire solar system and even the Milky Way. Watching the energy ball flying, Lin Nan smiled slightly and stretched out his palm. "Dare to pick up my energy ball with your hand? You think you're a great priest? Ha, you're..." Beerus's face was excited, and in front of its eyes, it seemed to have appeared, and Lin Nan touched the energy light ball it released, and the destroyed body was shattered. Ha, tell you to provoke Lord Beerus, this moment." Before Beerus finished speaking, he glanced at the direction where Lin Nan was, and his eyes suddenly widened. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 091. You. How could you? Beerus stared at Lin Nan, his eyes full of disbelief. "Isn't that weird? Don't be surprised though." Lin Nan looked at Beerus with a smile, and his two fingertips pinched the energy ball that Beerus had just thrown out that was completely formed by the energy of the god of destruction. "Because you're too weak," Lin Nan said lightly. His words made Beerus directly stunned on the spot. "Is it too weak? Are you kidding? It's the god of destruction. The powerful seventh universe destroyer Beerus." Suddenly, on its head, bursts of mist erupted. "You fucking fellow, you actually dare to humiliate me, I'll kill you." Beerus frantically rushed towards Lin Nan, and at this time, it was already a full power shot. Oops, Lord Beerus is really enraged. Seeing Beerus's state at this time, Weiss was a little worried. "Shall I go and organize Lord Beerus? What if it is not controlled and destroys this galaxy?" "Don't worry, he can't destroy it, unless the man let him destroy." The Great Priest still looked at Lin Nan's direction with an indifferent expression. From Lin Nan's every move, he found that Lin Nan's strength might even be no lower than him. After the Great Priest's words fell, Beerus had already rushed in front of Lin Nan. On its body, a purple halo appeared. This halo of light gives it the blessing of the seventh universe. "Boy, accept death," Beerus said coldly to Lin Nan, and it stretched out its hand and grabbed Lin Nan's neck. "Death." But at this time, Lin Nan's voice came from behind it. Beerus's face changed, and he realized that the figure in front of him was actually just a phantom. And Lin Nan's true body has appeared behind it. Know what? I'd love to have a cat, do you want to think about it? Beerus turned around sharply and pounced on Lin Nan. But it still flew away. This bastard, since this is the case, then I will grant this planet destruction. Seeing that Lin Nan could not be caught, Beerus immediately turned his target to Earth. This time, it sensed the breath of the Great Priest before coming to Earth. And the Great Priest was attracted because of the Earth's time-space tracing and reversal, so it showed that Lin Nan cared about the Earth very much. As long as it attacks the Earth, Lin Nan will definitely block it. Sure enough, the moment the purple beam shot towards the Earth, Lin Nan's figure blocked the front of the beam. Kitten, you're not having fun. Lin Nan put this beam of light and the previous ball of light, pinched 2 fingers, and directly destroyed them. Humph, can you block 1, 10, 100, 1,000? Beerus sneered, and it opened its hands. Purple balls of energy light condensed in it. Feel the punishment from the god of destruction. However, before Beerus could attack, a figure appeared beside him. Why do you say you cat is so naughty? Lin Nan withdrew the hand that had just cut on Beerus's neck and looked at Beerus who was falling towards the earth and said. Although I took it, but there are so many, it's too troublesome. Lin Nan shook his head and looked at Weiss. If this planet is destroyed because of the fall of Beerus, I will kill it and you. Hearing Lin Nan's words full of killing intent, Weiss was stunned, and he was about to get angry. Go catch Beerus! The voice of the Great Priest sounded in Ves's ears. At the same time, he looked at Lin Nan, and a fine light appeared in his eyes. Your Excellency's strength is good, what is your identity? Does it matter? The Great Priest smiled and his expression was very calm, but Lin Nan was even calmer than him. Below, Weiss caught the falling Beerus, and he was immediately startled when he saw that Beerus's neck was actually swollen up a large piece. Beerus's god body was the god of destruction, with immortal attributes, but it was cut like this by Lin Nan's hand knife. The Great Priest and Lin Nan looked at each other. Suddenly, a flash of essence flashed in the eyes of the Great Priest, and his body disappeared instantly, appearing behind Lin Nan, and a palm knife cut at Lin Nan's body. But his hand did not touch Lin Nan's neck. Lin Nan's hand was already grasping his hand. Sneak attacks are bad behavior. Lin Nan looked at him and said. The Great Priest looked at Lin Nan with a bit of surprise in his eyes. Although it was just a casual blow just now, in the entire universe, the number of people who could take his move was no more than 200, and as far as he knew, there was no Lin Nan's existence among them. I'm becoming more and more curious about your Excellency's identity now. The Great Priest looked at Lin Nan, still looking calm. Do you want to deal with each other? Lin Nan looked at the Great Priest and initiated a covenant battle. The Great Priest of his own time and space was his apprentice, and he had fought with him and was already familiar with some of his fighting methods. But the Great Priest of this time and space, he does not know very well. Your Excellency wants to fight me. The Great Priest looked at Lin Nan, and his eyes fluctuated slightly. And at this time, Weiss also flew back with Beerus. He wants to make a contract with his father. Weiss stared at Lin Nan, his eyes full of horror. Father is the strength of the top 5 in the universe, I can't even compare with one of his fingers, this person, actually want to compete with him. You can think clearly, fight me, if you lose, you will be destroyed. The Great Priest looked at Lin Nan, not only your Excellency, but also this galaxy will be destroyed as a punishment for your Excellency's reversal of time and space. So what if I win? Win? If you win, we will not pursue the matter of reversing time and space. The Great Priest looked at Lin Nan, although it sounds a little unfair to your Excellency, I am already very sincere. Yes. Lin Nan pointed to the sky, let's go and fight above. Good. So in the surprise and disbelief on Weiss's face, Lin Nan and the Great Priest flew towards the starry sky. And Beerus woke up slowly. Ouch, it hurts, Vus, what's wrong with me? As soon as Beerus opened his eyes, he saw Ves standing beside it. He touched his neck, touched the swollen piece on it, and gasped. What about that guy? Actually beat me like this, I'm going to beat him to death. Beerus looked angry. If Lord Beerus is talking about the guy who knocked you unconscious, he is now going to the starry sky with his father. Father, do you mean the great priest? Of course, is Lord Beerus going to watch the battle together? Ves looked at Beerus, but without waiting for him to make a choice, he flew towards the starry sky. Underscore. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 092. In the starry sky, Lin Nan and the great priest had already gone through several rounds of temptation. Of course, it was mainly the great priest who was tempting Lin Nan. Although it was a different time and space, Lin Nan believed that the strength of this great priest was stronger than that of the great priest of his time and space, and it was not much stronger. He can actually fight with the great priest. Beerus looked at the 2 figures in the sky, his eyes full of horror. And Weiss was also surprised. As the son of the great priest, he understood the horrors of the great priest better than Beerus. But now, a human with a mysterious identity who suddenly appeared was actually able to play dozens of tricks against the great priest, and looking at the current appearance, he was not left behind. Weiss, haven't I woken up yet? Beerus suddenly looked at Weiss and asked. Its gaze was always staring at the figures of the great priest and Lin Nan. Ah! Weiss, what are you doing? Beerus stared at Weiss with a look of anger. Ves, on the other hand, withdrew his hand from Beerus's neck with an understatement. When Beerus asked if he was awake, Ves directly poked the large bag around Beerus's neck. Lord Beerus, does it hurt? Of course it hurts. Beerus's eyes were full of anger, my tears are about to come out of my eyes. Since it hurts so much, Lord Beerus hasn't woken up yet, so it's not a dream. Weiss looked deserved. Beerus. It looks like you have a point, I am speechless. At this time, the great priest and Lin Nan had ended their temptation and began a real attack. The fists of the 2 collided in the air, and the terrifying energy instantly exploded. And these energy fluctuations did not exceed half a meter in their battle area. You're strong. The great priest's expression fluctuated for the first time, and he looked at Lin Nan. However, I only used 2% of my strength. I'm about the same. Lin Nan smiled faintly, he looked at the great priest, if this is your 2% strength, then I may be stronger than you. Yes. The great priest held out a finger. Blue energy converged at the tips of his fingers. Immediately afterwards, a ball of energy with a blue electric glow gradually appeared in his hand. I hope you're not bluffing. After the great priest finished speaking, the speed of energy light instantly burst out from his hand and shot towards Lin Nan. That guy is finished. Beerus saw that the great priest actually emitted an energy beam, and immediately gloated. The speed of light in the energy of the great priest is enough to destroy the 7th universe, and even Weiss cannot stop them. In the entire 7th universe, there is no Ren, and he has the strength to take the blow of the great priest. But at this time, Lin Nan just stretched out his palm. On his body, there is still no trace of appearance. However, his palm directly caught the attack of the great priest. This attack is not bad, but it is enough. Weiss stared at Lin Nan's palm, his pupils shrunk. On his hands, there is actually not the slightest energy, just relying on the strength of his physical body, he took the attack of his father. The great priest looked at Lin Nan with a look of surprise. In the blow just now, although he did not strike with all his strength, he also used 80% of his strength. It seems that your strength is much weaker than his. Lin Nan felt the power coming from his hand, and compared with the great priest he taught in his own time and space, he found that the strength of this great priest was much weaker than his disciples. Who are you talking about? The great priest looked at Lin Nan and wanted to find some traces from his face. But Lin Nan's face did not have a trace of fluctuation. In that case, Your Excellency, try my all-out attack. Seeing that the 80% energy could not help Lin Nan, the great priest's expression became very serious. In his body, the power of terror gradually rose. There is a world of difference between 10% power and 8% power. You are ready. When Weiss heard the words of the great priest, his expression suddenly changed. It's not good, Lord Beerus, we're leaving. Why? Beerus looked puzzled. The highest power that the father can perfectly control is the 80% power, and under this power, the father can control the consequences of the formation. But if the father goes all out, even he will not be able to control those energies, and at that time, what kind of damage the energy will cause, the father will not know. Ves stared at Beerus. It's still too late for us to withdraw. If Lord Father attacks, we won't be able to escape. At this time, Weiss's heart was extremely panicked. He had seen the great priest strike with all his strength, and that time, the enemy he faced was very strong. Even the great priest's 80% strength could not solve the other party. In the end, the great priest burst out with all his strength, and the entire universe trembled. However, that time, the place where the great priest and they fought was outside the main universe, and the aftermath of the battle would not affect these sub-universes. Then what else to say, let's go. Beerus put his hand on Weiss's shoulder and shouted, go fast, go fast. As soon as Weiss waved the magic staff in his hand, the bodies of the two instantly turned into light and directly rushed out of the seventh universe. Looking at himself who instantly exceeded the seventh universe, Beerus looked confused. Weiss, let you transfer on weekdays, your flight speed is so slow, why are you so fast? Isn't that nonsense? Can weekdays be the same as now? Actually, Weiss's face changed, and he looked at Beerus. Lord Beerus, a very bad news tells you. What? Beerus looked at the seventh universe not far away. The realm King God, it is still in the seventh universe. If the seventh universe is destroyed because of my father's attack, the realm King God will definitely die. Ugh! Beerus jumped sharply. It's not good, then go and pick him up. I'm sorry, Lord Beerus, it's late, you see. Weiss pointed to the seventh universe. At this time, in the seventh universe, a point of light radiated light shone on the entire seventh universe. Father, you've already started. That point of light is the great priest who shot with all his might. His whole body was shrouded in blue light. The incomparably terrifying aura made the surrounding space tremble. It's like that. Lin Nan looked at the great priest in this state, and his face still did not change in the slightest. This state of yours should be very difficult to control, in order to prevent you from losing control. I will do it. His body instantly appeared at the side of the great priest, and for the first time, a circle of purple gold energy permeated his hand. The great priest's neck was slashed by Lin Nan. The brilliance on his body instantly dissipated. You lose. Lin Nan looked at the great priest expressionlessly. And Weiss and Beerus, who are outside the seventh universe, look like a ghost. Although they couldn't see clearly what was happening between Lin Nan and the great priest. But they can know a little. Great priest, defeated. This matter is a bit troublesome. I'm going to ask Lord Xuanwang. Lord Beerus, are you waiting here or coming with me? Let's go together. I'm afraid that guy will come out later. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 093. The great priest looked at Lin Nan in disbelief. You actually dispersed my power just now. In the eyes of the great priest, there was finally a little panic. Even the power that you can't control dares to use. Lin Nan stared at the great priest coldly. In his own time and space, the great priest who was trained by him had already mastered the power control in the state of full burst. This alone meant that this great priest in front of him would only be killed in seconds if he met his disciple great priest. Your Excellency! Don't worry, I have no malice towards your world. Lin Nan waved his hand, and he looked at the great priest. Remember our agreement, you lost, this time the time is traced and reversed, you will not pursue it. Lin Nan didn't care. After all, in this time and space, no one can punish him, even if it puts him into a deep sleep, no one can do it. In this world, he can do whatever he wants without paying any price. But in the future, Gohan will be different. He originally belonged to this time and space, and the future Gohan at this time was, to some extent, too weak. Weak enough, any god of destruction can kill him in seconds. Not to mention angels, great priests, kings, and the like. Therefore, it is also necessary to let the great priest not pursue this matter. Don't worry, I mean what I say, the time of this planet is traced and reversed, I will tell the angels, do not pursue it. The great priest's eyes were full of jealousy when he looked at Lin Nan at this time. He knew that if Lin Nan wanted to attack him just now, for a few seconds, he would be in a completely defenseless state. At that time, Lin Nan didn't need much effort at all to be able to kill him. Therefore, the great priest at this time was a little afraid of Lin Nan. Don't worry, I'm just a passerby. Lin Nan waved his hand. And while Lin Nan was talking to the great priest, Weiss also arrived in the divine palace of the king with a panicked Beerus. Beerus knelt before the king, while Ves saluted the king. Your Royal Highness. Weiss looked at Chuanwang with a somewhat anxious face. It's Weiss, what's going on? Because the great priest was not there, the king jumped down from his throne and jumped towards Weiss and asked. Father has encountered a strong enemy and seems to have lost. The great priest has failed. Chuanwang looked at Weiss, his small eyes full of disbelief. How can someone be able to defeat the great priest? His tone was full of disbelief. Lord Chuanwang, it was Weiss who saw it with his own eyes. Weiss didn't seem to believe when he saw the king, and quickly said, Lord Beerus also saw it. Yes, Lord Chuanwang, Lord Great Priest burst out with full strength, but it only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing. Beerus still kept his head down. Hey! At this time, Chuanwang suddenly noticed the bag around his neck. He reached out and touched it. Shhh! Beerus gasped sharply. The severe pain stimulated its body, making its body tremble constantly, but it did not dare to make the slightest abnormal move. Because at this time, the two guards of the whole king have withstood it, and the huge pressure made it face the whole king with a smile despite the pain and cold sweat. What's wrong with you? Is it hot? Seeing Beerus' constant sweating, the king poked the bag around his neck a few more times. But I don't think it's hot today. Listening to the words of the king, Beerus was on the verge of crying. At this time, it really wanted to ignore it, jumped up and gave the whole king a few paws, let him taste it, the taste of pain. But seeing the eyes of the two guards, Beerus thought about it and still forgot. Don't dare to move, don't dare to move. Beerus could only endure. And Weiss glanced at Beerus and snickered, before saying to the king, Lord King, don't poke that bag around Lord Beerus's neck. That bag was punched out when I was fighting against someone. He's sweating because you touched that bag and it hurts. Hearing Weiss's words, the king suddenly realized. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was your wound. Saying that, Chuanwang habitually poked the bag again. Suddenly, Beerus's whole person was not well, he gritted his teeth and said to the whole king, It's okay, Lord Chuanwang. It's just that under its feet, there is already a pool of sweat. Lord Chuanwang, are you going to help your father? Weiss looked at Chuanwang. The other party disrupted the rules of time and space and arbitrarily reversed time and space, which is not allowed by the gods. Then go check it out. The king looked at Ves and Beerus, you lead the way. Yes. Weiss breathed a sigh of relief. Since Chuanwang is willing to make a move, it should be no problem. Beerus glanced at the king with trepidation, and carefully walked to the other side of Weiss. Cherish life and stay away from all kings. These were the only words in Beerus's heart at this time. Beerus put his paws on Weiss's shoulder, while Ves led the king, a group of 5, and quickly left the shrine. On Earth, Lin Nan was having a conversation with the great priest. Mainly, at this time, Mika Gohan and 2 artificial humans are actually still fighting. That guy is too slow to start. He couldn't wait, the 2 men were in charge of his plan, and he had to wait for Gohan to make a move after defeating the other. The great priest obviously also saw that Lin Nan was a little absent-minded at this time. If your excellency has something to deal with, I will take my leave. He arched his hand at Lin Nan, and after finding that he couldn't beat Lin Nan, the attitude of the great priest changed a lot better. Good. Lin Nan nodded, he was ready to go and see what was going on with Gohan. A circle of light appeared under the feet of the great priest, then your excellency, there is a chance to meet again. Seeing that he left Earth, Lin Nan was preparing to go to find Gohan. Suddenly, a divine light like a meteorite landing appeared in the sky, and suddenly stopped not far in front of Lin Nan. Lin Nan saw that Weiss actually brought the whole king of this time and space. He was a little puzzled, and looked in the direction where the great priest disappeared just now. Could it be that he arranged it? But Lin Nan thought about it, it shouldn't be, if it was arranged by the great priest, at this time, the great priest would definitely stay. And after Weiss glanced at Lin Nan, his eyes swept around. You. A hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. And Beerus also looked around, and suddenly, it pointed at Lin Nan, you guy, what a big bold. Hearing the headless words of Weiss and Beerus, Lin Nan was a little puzzled. He looked at the 2 and was about to speak. He saw that Ves suddenly knelt down before the king. Lord Xuanwang. My father should have been killed, and I asked Lord Xuanwang to avenge my father. Xuanwang nodded and looked at Lin Nan. You, killed the great priest? You're a bad guy, I'm going to eliminate you. Looking at the white light rising from the hand of the king, Lin Nan's face was crying and laughing, and he found that it seemed that there was a huge misunderstanding. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 094. White light shrouded Lin Nan's body. At this moment, a smile rose on the faces of Weiss and Beerus. The power of the king to eliminate is unreasonable elimination. As long as it was something that the king wanted to eliminate, they did not see failure. Whether it was those sub-universes that used to be, or those who offended all kings. Finally solved this guy. Beerus wiped the sweat from his forehead. Weiss was also relieved. After discovering that the great priest might be killed by Lin Nan, in their hearts, Lin Nan had already been included in the extremely dangerous sequence. Now that the king personally took action and eliminated the other party, they could be considered relieved. Lord Xuanwang. Weiss and Beerus looked at the king and were suddenly stunned. Because they saw that the king at this time was still solemn and serious. The king didn't stop the movement on his hand, and the other party is still there. The 2 only felt a confused head. It's impossible, Lord Xuanwang made a move, how can it be that he hasn't cleared the other party yet? At this time, Lin Nan was bathed in the clear white light of the whole king. Feeling the clearing power that came from the will of the universe, Lin Nan suddenly smiled. The same way, the power of all kings is to clear the universe with the help of the will of the universe, but the strength of the power that can be borrowed is different. This level of strength, even if Lin Nan fell into a deep sleep, he couldn't do it, let alone let him eliminate it. Xuanwang's little face was full of solemnity. He looked at Lin Nan's position, and his expression became more and more serious. The usual unbeatable removal actually failed. This mysterious guy in front of him can't be cleared. For the first time, the king felt what panic was. Weiss, something seems to be wrong. Beerus looked at Weiss, Lord Xuanwang, it seems that he can't solve this guy. Damn, what to do then? Weiss's eyes moved, and a fierce color gradually appeared on his face. If it doesn't work, gather the angels and destruction gods of the 12 universes and fight him to the death. On the other side, VES is hesitating whether to summon the angels and gods of destruction of other universes, while on the other side, the great priest has returned to the divine palace of all kings. After entering the divine palace, the great priest's brows frowned slightly. Inside the divine palace, the silence is a bit excessive. He went inside and found that the whole king and the whole king guard were not there. Did Lord Xuanwang go out? There was some doubt in the eyes of the great priest. His finger drew a circle in the space ahead. Once again, the story of what happened inside the shrine reappeared. VES and Beerus. After the great priest saw the appearance of the two of Weiss, he was a little bad. He watched the exchange between VES and Beerus and the whole king, and soon, widened their intentions. Weiss, they're asking the king to deal with them. The great priest suddenly felt sweat dripping from his head. Damn, I finally reached an agreement with that horrible guy, didn't you add to the chaos? The great priest, who had not returned to the divine palace for a few seconds just now, rushed towards the earth again. I hope there won't be any big mess. However, his heart was faintly expecting, if Lin Nan could really be eliminated by the whole king. It seemed to be good. What he was worried about now was that if the whole king's elimination ability could not eliminate Lin Nan, it would be a big trouble. On the earth, Lin Nan walked out of the white light. The clear ability of the king did not have the slightest effect on him. The corners of Lin Nan's mouth raised, and he looked at Xuanwang. Little fellow, you are a little disobedient. Hearing Lin Nan's address to the king, Beerus was so frightened that he hid directly behind Weiss. Even Weiss stared at Lin Nan in disbelief. But at this time, they didn't dare to warn Lin Nan at all. After all, in their opinion, Lin Nan was a ruthless person who even killed the great priest. Now, the whole king can't help the other party. Therefore, even if the other party is rude to the whole king, they can only choose to treat it as if they did not see it. And Weiss and Beerus pretended not to see it, and the two guards behind the king would not be regarded as not seeing it. The two instantly rushed towards Lin Nan, wanting to punish this madman who dared to offend the whole king. Looking at the figures of the two rushing towards him, Lin Nan just raised his hand. It was very easy to catch their attack. You guys, it's too weak. Lin Nan's hand tapped lightly on their heads. On the heads of the two guards, a large bag comparable to the neck of Beerus appeared. Stay on the side. With a flick of his hand, the two guards were thrown to VES's side. Then, under the incredulous gazes of Weiss, Beerus, and the two guards, Lin Nan picked up Xuanwang, sat down slightly, and put Xuanwang on his knee. You stinky boy, you dare to use the elimination technique on me. I really didn't teach you a good lesson. Looking at Lin Nan teaching the whole king like a child, Weiss and they were all dumbfounded. The two guards were about to rush up to clean up Lin Nan, but they were pulled by Weiss. I said two eldest brothers, we obviously can't beat him, you are rushing up to stimulate him, and it is not Lord Xuanwang who has suffered. Looking at Lin Nan, who slapped Xuanwang's butt, Weiss and the others chose to turn around. I didn't see anything. Beerus panicked at this time. He feared that when the king was freed from the trap, he would become angry and eliminate them all. The mission of the whole king struggled, but he could not break free from Lin Nan's palm. The king was very ashamed, and he looked in the direction where VES and Beerus were, and was relieved to see that they had all turned away. Let go of me, you bad man, I'm going to eliminate you, eliminate you. Lin Nan just laughed lightly at this. It's impossible for your strength to eliminate me, or I will let you eliminate it again. Fail once, spank for 10 minutes. The king was silent for an instant. He also realized that his invincible elimination talent was useless to Lin Nan. If you are trying to attack Lin Nan, you are just asking for your own suffering. At this time, the figure of the great priest appeared at one time. As soon as he came out, he saw that Lin Nan was teaching the whole king, and he was immediately shocked. "This gentleman, please let go of Lord Xuanwang." The great priest came over with some panic and looked at Lin Nan with a pleading face. "Wait a minute, this kid actually wants to eliminate me, don't teach a good lesson. He doesn't have a long memory." Lin Nan waved his hand at the great priest and continued his great educational cause. And the great priest can only remain helpless. Otherwise, he can't beat it. And Weiss and Beerus were immediately surprised when they saw the appearance of the great priest. "Father, weren't you killed by that villain?" Weiss asked with a confused look. "Who said I was killed? You two guys, broke into such a big disaster, prepare to be punished." The great priest didn't even look at Weiss and Beerus, and his face was helpless. He looked in the direction where Lin Nan was, thinking about how he would appease King Xuan later. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 095. Lin Nan fought for a while before letting go of Xuanwang. "Know what's wrong?" Lin Nan looked at Xuanwang and asked. Xuanwang looked aggrieved. He looked at Lin Nan. "You actually dare to hit me? Why can't I hit you?" Lin Nan suddenly raised his hand and looked at Xuanwang. Xuanwang suddenly fell silent. "You can't beat it, you can't eliminate it, and now, you can only choose to swallow your anger to maintain the appearance of life." The future king was beaten by Lin Nan's psychological shadow. And the great priest also had a helpless face. He looked at Lin Nan and arched his hand. "The lesson is over, just let him go." Weiss and Beerus looked at each other, both seeing the foreboding in each other's eyes. Oops! The two only wanted to slip away at this time, because the whole king would be beaten, completely because he invited the whole king twice. If the great priest was really killed, forget it, but the great priest was still standing in front of them. Well, that's a big problem. Sure enough, the uneasiness of the two began to materialize immediately. "Great priest, didn't they say you were killed?" The king's gaze swept to Beerus and Vus, and finally to the grand priest. "Nope." The great priest looked helpless, and he glared at Beerus and Weiss. "I still have a very pleasant communication with this gentleman." "Father, but we saw you burst with all your strength before, and then the light went out." Ves hurriedly explained. "At that time, Beerus and I saw you fight him." Hearing Weiss's words, the great priest was suddenly a little annoyed. "I'm just losing, this gentleman didn't do anything to me." He looked at the king cautiously, and he was a little worried that the king would get angry. However, when he saw Xuanwang, his whole person froze. "Good. I saw that a few minutes ago." Xuanwang, who was still hostile to Lin Nan, was held by Lin Nan at this time. In his mouth, he had a lollipop in his mouth. "This thing is delicious, what is it?" "It's called a lollipop. If you want to be obedient, there are lollipops to eat, and there are various flavors. If you don't obey, you don't have to eat." "Okay, Xuan will be obedient." The whole king looked at Lin Nan with a submissive face, where there was still the angry look just now, about to die and live. "Great priest." Lin Nan calmed the queen and summoned the great priest over. "I gave you this list of things that can be bought in the ball. When you're okay, prepare a snack for him. Remember, don't let him eat too much, he will get fat, and the rest will be watched." "Yes." The great priest was overjoyed, and at the same time looked grateful to Nan. The child of the whole king has a temper, and he is sometimes very troubled, and once he is stubborn, he can't persuade him. Now, with Lin Nan's method, he can save a lot of worry in the future. "Okay, great priest, Xuan, the two of them, don't pursue it, they are also worried about you." Lin Nan glanced at the fidgeting Ves and Beerus, and said to the king and the great priest. "Yes. Good." The great priest naturally had no opinion. After all, Weiss was his child. Even if Lin Nan didn't mention it, he would definitely have to find a way to appease the anger of the king. "Since you want to exonerate Weiss, you are not worse than a Beerus." Now Lin Nan spoke. saving the great priest a lot of things. Weiss, Beerus. Haven't thanked your lord. The grand priest glanced at Ves and Beerus, who looked incredulous. Thank you, my lord. Weiss and Beerus suddenly realized this, and rushed towards Lin Nan and shouted. Lin Nan just waved his hand casually. He looked at Beerus and Ves. This planet, there are things that all kings care about, and you will see to it yourself. After speaking, he glanced at Chuan Wang, who was eating a lollipop with a beautiful face. Ah Chuan, I gave something to the great priest, if you want to eat it in the future, just tell the great priest. Good. Lin Nan handed the whole king to the great priest. I still have things to deal with, so you will go back first. Okay, then it won't bother you. The great priest bowed slightly, glanced at Beerus and Ves, and flew towards the starry sky with the whole king. When leaving, Chuan Wang also waved at Lin Nan. After sending off the king and the great priest, Lin Nan flew towards the earth. At this time, the battle between Gohan and the three artificial humans has basically come to an end. Both of the arms of the two artificial humans had been broken off by Gohan, and there were cracks everywhere on their bodies. This guy, I said how I fought for so long, it turned out to be venting. At this time, Gohan has completely gained the upper hand, and the two artificial humans have no backhand. At this time, Gohan is like a madman who dismantles the robot with his bare hands, and his hands are constantly hammering on the body of 17. Looking at Gohan, who looked like a crazy demon, Lin Nan sighed. Gohan. Lin Nan's voice exploded like thunder, and suddenly sounded in Gohan's ears. Mr. Lin Nan. Hearing his voice, Gohan suddenly came back to his senses. He looked at the artificial people under him, and then at his fists, a little confused. Gohan, all the darkness you went through, I reversed it for you, and now, all the tragedies have not happened, so what you have to do now is to go and start a new life with your family. Lin Nan looked at Gohan. Dark memory, you treat him as a dream. He could see that Gohan's heart had always had a dark memory, and that memory, like his inner demons, not only limited him from becoming stronger, but also made him emotionally unstable. Gohan looked at the artificial humans on the ground that had been dismantled by 4 or 5%, and then looked around. The severe haze suddenly lifted. Yes, everything has never come, there are no artificial humans, there is no destroyed world, and my father's heart disease has also taken a turn, thank you, Mr. Lin Nan. Looking at the enlightenment whose eyes gradually returned to clarity, Lin Nan smiled, then these two, I will take them, I have a role. Good. Gohan nodded, and his stubbornness towards artificial humans dissipated. Lin Nan looked at the two artificial figures upside down on the ground and stretched out his hand, reverse. Around the bodies of future number 17 and number 18, the parts scattered by Gohan began to gradually recover towards their bodies. Soon, the bodies of the two artificial humans returned to normal. I'll take them with me. The two recovered artificial humans are in a closed state. Lin Nan grabbed one in one hand and flew towards the direction where the metropolis was located. Looking at the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group in front of him, as well as the manor next to the headquarters, Lin Nan showed a faint smile. I don't know how the two time and space boomers are getting along. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philu. Chapter 096. In this chapter, mature boomer is boomer in the future spacetime where adult Gohan is located, and boomer is boomer in Lin Nan's spacetime. When Lin Nan carried two artificial people to the capsule company, he sensed it and found that boomer was not in the company. It turned out to be in the manor. Lin Nan flew towards the manor. At this time, the two boomers were sitting on the sofa, not knowing what to talk about. Hello. Lin Nan's figure fell outside the house, looking at the two boomers. Is that him? One of them, wearing a pair of gold wire glasses, boomer, who was slightly mature, looked at Lin Nan, and his eyes were full of scrutiny. The other is Lin Nan's boomer in that time and space. Well, it's him. Lin Nan's time-space boomer got up and looked at Lin Nan. These two are Cyborg 17 and 18, I'll take them back to be useful. Well, get along well. Lin Nan looked at the younger boomer and asked. Of course it's good. Young boomer looked at the mature boomer. In this time and space, I have invested a lot of energy in scientific research, and basically she has solved the problems I encountered. Talking to her for a day is better than researching her for a year. Young boomer held up a notebook with a happy face. There are a lot of them, all of which I have ideas now, but I haven't implemented them. Mature boomer looked at Lin Nan at this time. In this era, after breaking up with Yamcha, she put all her energy into scientific research, and she has always been unapologetic about men. When she learned that Lin Nan's time and space boomer actually had a man she fancied, she was very curious. Because, the boomer of that time and space is actually similar to her philosophy and standards, and there are really too few men who can be seen by them. It's worth 89 points, and it's not alien, which is good. Mature boomer looked at Lin Nan and bowed slightly. At least the first impression, Lin Nan was still up to standard. Mr. Lin Nan, can I stay here for a while? Boomer looked at Lin Nan expectantly. Okay. Lin Nan was not in a hurry. After all, they stayed in this time and space for a long time, and for the people who were originally in that time and space machine, they only stayed for a few seconds. Is there anything to store a robot? I need to pack these two guys in. Lin Nan didn't want to carry these two robots everywhere. You wait, I'll give you the capsule that was first developed, which can store living things. Mature boomer pushed his glasses and walked to the cabinet on one side. And boomer looked at Lin Nan with a happy face. Will I be very beautiful and charming in the future, full of an intellectual beauty, and I will be like this in the future? Lin Nan glanced at mature boomer. It is indeed mature and charming. The slender straight thighs and enchanting waist also exude the charm of a mature woman. The most important thing is that in her body, the temperament of a strong woman and the charm of a mature woman are fused, and she is born with a desire for men to conquer. Boomer saw Lin Nan's appearance, and his eyes were a little hesitant. Because Lin Nan at this time seemed to be really moved. She looked at the mature boomer, looked at herself again, gritted her teeth, and made a decision. Mature boomer took a box and walked towards Lin Nan. This is for you, there are 6 capsules in it. One for her to bring back to make samples, the remaining 5, you can see and use. Lin Nan reached out and took the box that was carefully made entirely of gold. Thank you. He took out 2 special capsules from them and took in the dormant 17th and 18th. It's a lot more convenient. When Lin Nan put away the 2 artificial humans, Gohan returned home. He looked at Goku who was bedridden, and suddenly slapped his head. I should have asked Mr. Lin Nan to help me treat my father just now. Kiki looked at Gohan, a little worried. Gohan, Goku has this heart attack. We asked Boomer to find a lot of people, but there is no way. What should I do now? Mom, don't worry, I'll take my dad to find the person who can save Dad now. Gohan picked up Goku and flew towards the sky without waiting for Kiki to answer. A few minutes later, he was outside Boomer's estate. Mr. Lin Nan. Gohan supported Goku and looked at Lin Nan. Please help me save my father. Lin Nan then remembered that the Wukong of this world had been plagued by viral heart disease, and finally fell ahead of schedule. Okay, you put him on the couch. After Lin Nan asked Gohan to put Goku on the sofa, he began the treatment. Looking at Lin Nan, who treated Wukong, a fine light flashed in the eyes of mature Boomer. Goku's viral heart disease, she knows. Kiki has asked her several times before. She has also found a lot of people, even some medical titan-level professors and doctors, are at a loss. But listening to the conversation between Gohan and Lin Nan, it seems that Lin Nan can solve it, and this is something. Strength, gentle and kind, can also heal. Bad, there is a touch of heartbeat. She quietly glanced at Boomer and found that Boomer was also looking at her. "Come here." Boomer gestured to the mature Boomer and led her away. And Lin Nan, who is familiar with the road, only took less than a minute to help Wukong solve viral heart disease. "Okay, Gohan, I have solved Goku's illness, you send him back to recuperate." "Well, thank you Mr. Lin Nan." Gohan thanked Lin Nan for his victory. After Gohan left, Lin Nan saw that two boomers walked out of the room on one side with red faces. He had no fetish for eavesdropping, so he didn't know what the two boomers had discussed. "Lin Nan, let's eat together in the evening." Boomer hugged Lin Nan's arm and said, "Okay." Hearing that Lin Nan agreed, mature Boomer summoned the chef and began to prepare this evening's dinner. However, Lin Nan looked at the two of them and always felt that something was wrong. From just now, after the two boomers talked in another room, the eyes of mature boomers looking at him flickered a little. It seemed that something was hiding from him. Is it an illusion? Lin Nan shook his head, since he found out, it couldn't be an illusion, so, there must be something in this that he didn't notice. No matter. Anyway, nothing can hurt him, so Lin Nan doesn't care. Now break free from the shackles of having to sleep in the evening, big deal, I won't sleep tonight. Look at the two boomers, what are going on? It was getting dark. The two boomers looked at each other, got up and looked at Lin Nan, and said with deep meaning, "Lin Nan, let's go to dinner, this is a big meal carefully prepared for you." Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 097. A long table filled with a variety of carefully prepared dishes. Lin Nan was invited by two boomers and sat on the main throne. And they sat on Lin Nan's side left and right. "You guys finally came from that time and space, these are the delicacies of our time, taste. Delicious wine, delicious dishes. Why do I think these dishes are something?" Lin Nan found that in addition to a few main dishes, most of the dishes seemed to be set on weekdays, and the dishes that replenished the yang and invigorated the qi were all dishes that enhanced a certain demand. He looked at the two boomers and seemed to understand something. Lin Nan and two boomers ate for a full 2 hours. "Lin Nan, go back to your room and rest after eating." The two boomers were giving Lin Nan dishes the whole time, and after their goal was completed, the two looked at each other, and their eyes were like weasels who stole chickens. For the small eyes of the two, Lin Nan didn't see it. He ate and went back to his room, took a shower, and lay down on the bed. It's so comfortable to fall into a deep sleep without getting to the point. While Lin Nan was lying on the bed, the two boomers rested for a while and returned to the room. "Boomer, are we really going to do this?" When the mature boomer came to an end, she hesitated a little. She looked at Boomer, will this make him look down on him? "What are you afraid of? If you feel ashamed, it's a big deal, after tonight, you won't see him. I'm going to get along with him in a time and space next, I'm not worried, what are you worried about?" Boomer pulled the mature boomer into the bathroom. Half an hour later, in the midst of steam, two boomers walked out with red faces. "I said, in the future, you take good care of me, the size is larger than me. You're not bad." Mature boomer seemed to let go a lot, but I was just a little nervous, thinking that I would face him later. At this time, Boomer suddenly walked to the cabinet on one side, skillfully entered the password, and pulled out a locked drawer. "Hee, it's still there." Boomer looked at the mature boomer with a treacherous smile. "This is ready to be worn for the most loved ones on a special night, hee, I know that although it is not the same time and space, but you are still prepared. Oh, don't move." The two boomers were frolicking and making a mess. A few minutes later, Boomer grabbed the mature boomer with a straight face. "It's almost time, let's clear the manor." "Good." Through the computer in the room, mature boomer asked all the people in the manor to evacuate, except for the passage from their room to Lin Nan's room, all other passages were closed. "Let's go." Boomer and mature boomer unsealed that special outfit, put it on their bodies. Tonight, it's time to finish my life. Boomer looked at future Boomer. Are you nervous? Of course I'm nervous. The two cautiously walked towards the direction where Lin Nan's room was. Lin Nan, who was lying on the bed, heard two footsteps and looked at the direction where the door was located with some doubt. Just now, some passages in the manor were closed, and he sensed it. And these two footsteps, he also knew that they were two Boomers. Boomer shouldn't want to stay here and not go back. Lin Nan thought about it and felt that it was very likely. Scientists are crazy. And a scientist with a confidant can be crazy enough to forget the whole world. And the fit between Boomer and mature Boomer can definitely reach 100%. If Boomer really didn't want to go back, Lin Nan was a little hesitant. Should he let it go? While he was still thinking, his door suddenly opened. Boomer poked a head in. She saw that Lin Nan was lying on the bed. Lin Nan, haven't slept yet. Well, is something wrong? Lin Nan looked at Boomer and always felt that her expression seemed a little strange. Come in. Boomer suddenly pulled the mature Boomer in. SHHH. Seeing two Boomers standing together in similar costumes, Lin Nan suddenly gasped. They were all dressed in tulle clothes with delicate floral decorations. Originally, the dress was passed on to the man she had delivered for life on the night of Boomer's wedding. But mature Boomer plunged into the experiment, plus with her eyes, in this era, no one could make her look up, so she kept it. And now, the clothes were turned over by Boomer, and she was indeed moved. At this time, Lin Nan finally understood why today's evening meal was that tune. You two, today's dinner banquet is a hung men banquet. He thought of those ingredients, and when he saw the outfit of the two Boomers, this trademark was a poor dagger. Doesn't it look good? Boomer twisted his waist and walked towards Lin Nan. Behind her is mature Boomer. Mature Boomer is still a little shy. However, after seeing that Boomer had climbed onto the bed, she also gritted her teeth and rushed up unwillingly. I said, are you going to bully the few with more people? Don't think I'm afraid of you two. Lin Nan looked at the two Boomers like sister flowers, with a straight face. I'm not that kind of person. Yes. Boomer looked at Lin Nan with a smile, and his hand gently brushed his face. The food on the evening is all added ingredients. Your physique is far beyond ordinary people, so the material is also very sufficient, and it is personally ordered by me in the future. Mature Boomer's face was already red like an apple, and she patted Boomer angrily. What are you talking about? It's obviously you. That's you, you sullen Boomer. You are Boomer too. Looking at the second daughter with exactly the same face fighting, Lin Nan only felt that his body was like a volcano about to be detonated. You're playing with fire. Are you fire? Boomer stopped playing with mature Boomer, and smiled and pasted in front of Lin Nan. If it is, I want you to burn me. Mature Boomer saw that Boomer had already pasted towards Lin Nan, and also pounced. Burn us. Looking at the two like sister flowers, Lin Nan jerked the quilt. Then burn it. In the empty manor, the sound of spring echoed. Lin Nan came to this world and was still a super soldier who had never fought. The first battle was given to the two Boomers. It was not until late at night, amid the sound of two Boomers' pleasantries, that the fighting stopped. Looking at the second daughter who fell into a deep sleep with a satisfied face, Lin Nan put his arm around them, closed his eyes, and looked comfortable. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 098. Early the next morning, two figures appeared out of thin air, just outside the manor, as if they had touched something. It hurts. Gaku and Gohan's bodies flew out upside down in the future space-time. After being treated by Lin Nan, Gaku finally woke up from his slumber, and early in the morning, he asked Gohan to come with him to thank Lin Nan. Because he learned from Gohan that Lin Nan was not a person in this time and space, and if it came to the evening, the other party might leave. Well? Why can't you get in? Gaku looked around Boomer's manor and found that the manor didn't seem to be any different from usual. It should be Mr. Lin Nan. Gohan looked at Boomer's manor and said, I guess Mr. Lin Nan is sleeping. Then we'll wait. When Gaku heard Gohan's words, he scratched his head and had to crouch on the side of the road. And Lin Nan woke up on the bed. Looking at the two boomers under his arms, like two kittens, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Two little lazy cats, get up. Lin Nan stretched out his hand and pinched the noses of the two boomers. Well. Mature boomer woke up first. The moment she saw Lin Nan, she slammed into his arms, and the blush on her face spread to her ears in an instant. Boomer, on the other hand, moved slightly, and cautiously glanced at Lin Nan. As a result, she saw Lin Nan's smiling eyes. Get up, there's a guest coming. Lin Nan patted the second daughter's buttocks and looked at the two with a smile. Someone coming. Mature boomer suddenly got up from the bed. Just as she was about to get out of bed, a feeling of discomfort came from her lower body. Be careful. Lin Nan quickly stretched out his hand to help the mature boomer. On the other side, Boomer was originally ready to get up quickly, but seeing the action of mature boomer almost falling, he quickly slowed down his movements and got up carefully. Hey, you, why was it so powerful last night? Boomer rolled his eyes and glanced at Lin Nan. Who made you two so skinny yesterday? The second daughter went to get dressed in a panic, and Lin Nan also got out of bed. Seeing the two plum blossoms on the sheets, he showed a smile. We're going to change clothes, and your clothes will be bought. Future Boomer hurriedly dropped a sentence and ran outside the house. Boomer followed her, but when she reached the door, Boomer suddenly turned her head. Put the sheets away for me, I'll bring them back. Don't think about it, this sheet, I definitely want to keep it. As soon as her voice fell, mature Boomer had already walked over and carried her directly towards their room. It's a show. Lin Nan shook his head, got dressed, and walked outside the house. It's Gaku and Gohan. Lin Nan walked out of the house only to notice Gaku and Goiki standing bored on the side of the street. He shouted into the house, Gaku is outside the courtyard, I'll come in first, you guys come out and pay attention. Good. Two boomers' voices came from the bathroom. Lin Nan opened the prohibition of the manor. Gohan. Hearing Lin Nan's voice, Gohan raised his head and saw Lin Nan. Mr. Lin Nan. Wukong also raised his head for the first time and looked at Lin Nan. Hello Mr. Lin Nan, I'm Gaku. Lin Nan nodded at Wukong. Gaku in this time and space is not his disciple, and it is only for Gohan's face to save him. Come in. Lin Nan led the two towards the house. They sat on the couch. Thank you Mr. Lin Nan for saving your life. Wukong looked at Lin Nan with a grateful face. Lin Nan just nodded. At this time, the two boomers also finished washing and walked out wearing the same clothes. Seeing the two boomers, Lin Nan's eyes lit up, and he was stunned at the same time. 2. The same boomer? Boomer. Aunt? Gaku and Gohan were also stunned when they saw the two boomers. What's going on? Gaku looked at Gohan. He remembered that Gohan had said that although there were two boomers, the two boomers were still very easy to distinguish. Their boomer in this time and space will look a lot more mature and look like a sister, while boomer who came with Lin Nan will look much younger. But now it seems that the two boomers look the same youth, and there is no difference at all. Gohan also looked puzzled. He looked at Lin Nan. Mr. Lin Nan, did you do it? He could only summarize all this to Lin Nan. After all, when he carried Wukong over yesterday, the two boomers were still very good to distinguish. And the mature boomer still did not notice all this, and she pulled boomer over. What for? Haven't seen it? Mature boomer's cheeks suddenly turned a little red, and he said angrily. She walked to Lin Nan's side and sat down. And boomer followed. You, who is Aunt Boomer in this time and space? Gohan asked with an embarrassed look. Can't you see that? Mature Boomer said angrily, I look like her sister. At this time, Boomer snickered. She looked at the mature Boomer, and directly handed over a mirror. You have wronged them. Looking at himself in the mirror who became as young as Boomer, mature Boomer looked incredulous. At this time, Boomer pressed into her ear and whispered. Mature Boomer's entire cheek turned red. Ahem. Lin Nan looked at Gohan. Gohan, we're going back later, we can go back and play when we have time. Good. Lin Nan stretched out his hand and rubbed the hair of Boomer in this time and space. If you miss me, take the space-time machine to go back to me, the gods of this time and space will not care about you. Good. Mature Boomer lowered his head and looked shy. Let's go eat, I've arranged for the robot to make breakfast. She suddenly got up and looked at Lin Nan and Boomer and said. After speaking, she looked at Goku and Gohan and hesitated for a few seconds. Gohan and Goku are also together, right? No thanks, Aunt Boomer, my mother is still waiting for us to go back to dinner. Gohan quickly refused, and pulled Goku up and walked outside the house. Goku looked puzzled. Gohan, when did Kiki say she was waiting for us to eat? Dad, Aunt Boomer wants to have dinner with Mr. Lin Nan, why are you staying? Gohan looked helpless. He pulled Goku and flew in the direction of their house. He was really helpless for Goku's nerves. Seeing Gohan pulling Goku away, mature Boomer was relieved. She pulled Lin Nan towards the restaurant, with a reluctant face, but did not say anything. Boomer looked at her with a look of struggle. After eating, they came to the courtyard. Boomer, then we're going back. Lin Nan looked at this time-space Boomer and said, in front of them, there was a brand new space-time machine. At this time, Boomer looked at the future Boomer and suddenly said, future me, or else, you can go back with us, just to accompany me. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 099. The space-time machine fell from the sky to the ground, kicking up dust in the sky. It's back. Lin Nan sensed it and knew that he was returning to this timeline of his own. Only this timeline, the cosmic will of this timeline merged with his system. Come out too. Lin Nan looked at the space-time machine. The 2 boomers were sitting in the space-time machine, and they slowly climbed down from the space-time machine. Is this your time and space? The future boomer looked around, smiled and said, from now on, I will be called Bulma, and you will continue to be called Boomer. After Boomer of future time and space arrives in the protagonist's time and space, he changes his name to Bulma to show the difference. When 2 identical people appear, there must be a difference to show the difference. Originally, the appearance of the 2 could still be distinguished, but after sleeping with Lin Nan, even Lin Nan was difficult to distinguish who was who. After all, they are all boomers. Okay, I'll take you back and put the time machine away. Bulma stepped forward, put the time machine away, and flew with Boomer to Boomer's manor with Lin Nan. At this time, inside Boomer's manor, Goku, Vic, and Vegeta are watching a mossy time machine. Isn't this time machine the spaceship that Mika Gohan rode on when he came to our world? Vic said with a frown. At this time, Gohan, who was 7 or 8 years old, was squatting on one side. This time machine, which he found while training in the mountains, was found together, along with several corpses that had only skin left. He told Goku, who contacted his family through Dandy. After Goku learned the information, he immediately stopped his practice, found Gohan and brought back the time machine and the few corpses that only had skin left. Are you sure? Goku frowned and looked at the time machine in front of him. It's similar, but it shouldn't be. Vic stared at the time machine. The time machine of Gohan in the future should be more advanced than this time machine. Moreover, this time machine, in that place, should be a long time ago, otherwise, there would not be so many mosses. Vegeta stood beside him with his fists clasped, his face indifferent to all this. His gaze was mainly focused on Frieza's body. What for? Vegeta, Even if you return from training, you can't be my opponent. Frisia sneered and looked at Vegeta, you're a weak chicken. Vegeta gave Frisia a cold look and withdrew his gaze. Now he still can't beat Frisia, so he will definitely not take himself to shame. In the distance, 3 figures were rapidly approaching the manor. At Bulma's request, Lin Nan slowed down on the road so that she could clearly see the scenery along the way. Sure enough, the pictures in these memories are represented in front of them, which makes people feel a little nostalgic. Bulma and Boomer were both holding Lin Nan. Ahead, Boomer's estate and the capsule company's building are all in front of you. Arrived. Lin Nan left the manor with his second daughter. Goku and Vic were stunned when they saw the 2 boomers. Hello everyone, I'm Bulma, Boomer's sister. Bulma flashed a smile as she looked at Goku and Vic as they said hello. And Vic, they were stunned by what Boomer said. Bulma? Boomer? Yes, we are 2 sisters. Boomer stepped forward and stood with Bulma. Oh my god, it's exactly the same. Both Goku and Vic were dumbfounded. Frisia, Kurd, call the main mother. Lin Nan looked at the Frisia father and son standing on the wall and said. Master Mother? Frisia and the Kurdish king looked at Boomer and Bulma, a little puzzled, which is the main mother? No way, Frisia said that he still can't beat Lin Nan, naturally Lin Nan is what he says. Both. Lin Nan stretched out his hand and grabbed Boomer and Bulma, looking at Frisia and Kurd. Master Mother. Frisia and the Kurdish king shouted respectfully at Boomer and Bulma. Lin Nan likes Frisia's personality, as long as he can't beat you, he will treat you respectfully, but he will never give up the idea of surpassing you. If he beats you, he will trample you under his feet and ravage you fiercely. Well. Boomer and Bulma accepted Frisia's title calmly. I'll take my sister first, if you have something to deal with, go in and deal with it. After Boomer finished speaking to Lin Nan, he pulled Bulma and walked towards the manor. Lin Nan walked towards the time machine. Are you guys discussing, what the hell is this guy? Lin Nan stepped forward and directly turned on the time machine. The lid on the upper half of the time machine was opened. In the cockpit, there seems to be a somewhat strange person sitting there. What is this? Goku and Vic asked with a puzzled look. A kind of insect cocoon. Lin Nan looked at that thing, this time machine should have been stolen by that guy. It is a stowaway from a certain time and space, and after successfully stealing this time machine, it came to this world to find what it was looking for. Lin Nan knew that this time machine was Shayla traveling back to find the 17th and 18th machines, but he was not ready to tell Goku about them. Frisia, you go find those 2 artificial humans and bring them back to me. Happy to help you. Frisia nodded and looked at Vegeta with a defiant look, if you see it, you still want me to get out of the horse. Cut. Vegeta snorted coldly, not looking at Frisia's face. Vegeta, Goku, Bike, you can also go looking for the android, find it, notify me. After that, he walked towards the outside of the manor. By the way, when you find them, you immediately get angry, and when I perceive them, I will come to you. Yes. Goku nodded with a serious look. Although they didn't know why Lin Nan was looking for artificial humans, since it was Lin Nan who ordered it, they would definitely do it. After Lin Nan left the manor, he went to Dr. Gross' laboratory. He looked at the insect cocoon that had completely covered the culture tank and smiled. Since you are all from the future space-time, then you should still evolve with the future space-time. He took out 2 capsules from his body, the 17th and 18th numbers of this time and space, I will be under my command. Lin Nan needs Shuru to stimulate Goku and them to become stronger. After the Shalo game was over, Lin Nan was ready to leave the 7th universe. The 2 capsules fell to the ground, and the 17th and 18th who committed monstrous murders in the future time and space were placed on the ground by Lin Nan. This is a great gift for you, don't let me down. Chapter 100. After Lin Nan finished the arrangement in Jaluo's laboratory, he returned to the manor. Gohan, how's your training been lately? Goku and they all went looking for androids, only Gohan was still in the manor. Let me check your recent practice. Good. Just as Lin Nan began to check Gohan's practice, in a farm, number 17 and number 18 were feeding the cows and horses raised on the farm. Suddenly, a figure landed on the roof of a farm. Frisia looked at the 17th and 18th below, who were feeding the cows and horses, and smiled coldly. You two, with such great strength, actually feed the beasts here? Frisia asked, looking at number 17 and 18. It's you. Number 17 and number 18 looked at Frisia, and their eyes suddenly changed. The owner of the farm also saw Frisia. Who are you and why are you on my farm? The farmer, holding a large gun in his hand, aimed it at Frisia. Give me down. Mr. Kent, don't. 17 saw the farmer's action, and his face suddenly changed. He knew very well that if the cruelty of the guy standing on the roof really angered him, number 17 had no doubt that Frisia would slaughter the entire farm. Well. The farmer saw that number 17 was blocking him, and he was a little puzzled. Do you know that weird guy? His eyes were full of doubt. Number 18 looked at Frisia. Me and number 17 have already given up killing Monkey King, so why are you aggressive? Yan Yan Yan, King Ben has no leisure to entangle with you, but there is no way, I also have to obey the orders of others, so I have to come. Frisia waved his hand, looking like he couldn't help himself. Anyone else can instruct you. Number 17 looked incredulous. He stared at Frisia, the terrifying power that burst out when Frisia transformed into a silver state before, even if the current number 17 thought of it, it was a palpitation. At this time, Frisia actually said that someone could instruct him to come to the two of them, and he didn't want to believe it. Don't disbelieve, at this time, the people who are looking for you again are all driven by that guy. A cold smile rose on Frisia's face. Do you take the initiative to follow me, or do you want me to do it? Frisia looked at number 17 and number 18 and asked. And the farmer was immediately angry. He looked at Frisia. What are you, actually so arrogant in my farm? He raised the gun in his hand, aimed it at Frisia, and pulled the trigger. At this time, the 17th suddenly appeared in front of his gun. He released his palm, and steel balls fell from his hand. Boss Caught, thank you for your help to us these days, please don't mix this matter. The farmer, named Kata, was just an ordinary man, and if Frisia wanted to make a move, all it took was a look to kill him. That's why the 17th stopped the farmer's shot. Give you 3 minutes, and in 3 minutes, if you don't come out, I'll destroy the whole farm, including everything in it. Frisia's body gradually suspended in the air and flew towards the farm. And the farmer, who was in shock, originally stared at number 17, and after seeing Frisia actually flying, he was even more frightened. You guys! Boss Caught, this matter should not have happened, it is best if you have not seen us. He looked at the farmer. Remember, if someone asks if you've seen us, you say you haven't. Caught looked at number 17 with a puzzled expression. At this time, number 18 came over and picked up the steel balls on the ground. She looked at Caught, her fingers gently pinching the steel ball. Suddenly, solid steel balls turned into flat steel cakes between her fingers. See? That's what the people we're dealing with can do at their fingertips. Number 18 looked at Caught with a cold expression. That guy just now, if you really hit him, he just needs to wave his hand, and you and your farm will be like these steel balls. Her fingers rubbed against each other, and a layer of steel sand slipped from her hands. 17 did not continue to talk to Caught. He glanced at 18, let's go. Yes. The bodies of the two also flew up, flying towards the direction where Frisia was. Coming? Come with me. Frisia glanced at the two and flew in the direction of the manor first. At this time, Goku and Vic and Vegeta are still looking around for the whereabouts of the artificial human. Their figures streaked across the sky and flew over cities to find traces of what might have been an artificial human haunt. But they are doomed to disappointment. Because the 17th and 18th numbers of this time and space have been brought back to the manor by Frisia. Lin Nan watched the three figures fly towards him, signaling Gohan to stop the action, and he poured a cup of tea for Boomer and Bulma. Master, I brought these two guys back to you. After Frisia landed, he immediately gave Lin Nan a salute. Number 17 and number 18 were staring at Lin Nan. They couldn't feel Lin Nan's existence, neither breath nor energy. Lazari, Lappies, do you want to become human again? Lin Nan relied on his mouth, and made the faces of number 17 and number 18 change greatly. Since they were transformed by Dr. Gro, their names have only been known to each other, but I didn't expect that the mysterious man in front of him had actually called out their names. Of course, what really made them care was what Lin Nan said, turning back into a human being. Although becoming an artificial human can have a long life and almost endless energy, it also loses many of the emotions that a human being should have. If there is a chance to become a human again, they are naturally willing. Do you have a way to make us human again? Lazuli rushed to Lin Nan's body and asked loudly. Looking at the blonde-haired girl, Lin Nan nodded. Of course, a very simple matter. What price do we need to pay? At this time, Lazuli looked anxious. Like that guy, surrender to me, as long as you don't defeat me, you can't betray me. Lin Nan looked at number 17 and number 18, think about it yourself, this is the price you need to pay. When Lin Nan and number 17 and number 18 met, in Dr. Gro's laboratory, the cocoon was torn open by a sharp tentacle. A half-worm-type shalo drilled out. Its eyes swept around. Suddenly, its movements stopped, and it saw the 17th and 18th numbers of the future lying on the ground. 17th and 18th? How could they be here? Moreover, it is still in a state of downtime. Shiru's eyes are full of doubt, this matter seems a little strange.